What the monk is holding is a fragment of the picture, the last fragment of the Dark Time Emperor's Sutra. It can be said that as long as you can get this residual map, you can put the map together completely, and maybe you can also activate some special switch, which will be of great benefit to you in obtaining the Emperor's scripture in the future. It's actually a broken picture. What an unexpected surprise. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation with an expression of surprise. He originally didn't expect to find the third residual map or anything. Now it suddenly appeared in front of him. It could be said that it took no effort at all. It was really surprising. The next step will be easy. We can finally get the Dark Time Emperor Scripture, and there is no need to ask Emperor Tianyu to ask the divine fortune teller of the immortal mansion to calculate the secrets. Of course, I don't know where Emperor Tianyu is now. Wang Ping's eyes flickered. He muttered to himself. He had many thoughts and continued to stare at the screen. Immediately, you contacted this monk and wanted to trade with him. Seeing that you want to trade with him, this genius is quite surprised. Immediately, his eyes flickered, and he also felt that you might have other residual pictures. After all, if there is no residual image, you will not be interested in this residual image, and it is impossible to know what this residual image is. He has been looking for other residual pictures over the years, but found nothing. This time, he wanted to try his luck at the Enlightenment Tea Party, but he didn't expect that he would actually meet the owner of the residual picture. For this reason, the genius ranked 98th on the Great Saint list laughed and said that he had no intention of trading other items. However, he can engage in a gambling battle with you. You take out other residual pictures and compete with him in a betting battle. The winner can get all the residual pictures. As soon as these words came out, all the geniuses present were quite surprised. They looked at you and this genius thoughtfully, with some interest. Obviously, this residual picture is not simple and contains some secrets. Otherwise, you two would not be so persistent. However, some people think that the genius who is ranked 98th on the Great Saint list is too shameless. He has now been on the Great Sage list, and his cultivation has reached the level of the Great Sage. His cultivation is far beyond Wang Ping. Even if Wang Ping's talent is second only to Gu Xian among the younger generation and is comparable to the existence of the Great Thunder Immortal Body, it is impossible to fight across so many cultivation levels. Not to mention fighting against the geniuses on the Great Saint ranking. Even if you fight against an ordinary strong person who has perfected the Great Saint realm, you will only end up being killed instantly. The farther back you go, the greater the gap in combat power between realms, and the harder it is to fight across levels. For this reason, the difference in combat power caused by the gap in the realm of the Great Sage is difficult to make up for. You frowned as you listened to the words of the genius, who was ranked 98th on the Great Saint list. You didn't expect that the other party was so shameless. If you fight him, you will naturally be confident. The 7th level of the Great Sage versus the perfection of the Great Sage is just 3 small realms apart. With your current configuration, it's no problem to leapfrog and blow up the tail of this Great Saint ranking crane. However, doing so will undoubtedly reveal your true identity, which can be said to be too much to bear. However, you must get this residual picture. For this reason, you have an idea in your mind. That is, when you were frowning and thinking, the 98th genius on the Great Saint list activated the provoking method, saying, "Don't you dare." If you don't dare, he can consider suppressing 2 or 3 small realms to fight with you. Otherwise, others will think that he is bullying you. Listening to this genius words, Shi Yin's eyes were very subtle. She knew that Wang Ping's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Great Sage. If they really wanted to fight, let alone this guy's attempt to suppress his cultivation. Even if he didn't suppress his cultivation, it was very clear who would win and who would lose. If you suppress your cultivation now, you will only get beaten violently. For this reason, Shi Yin cast a look of pity on him. And you, seeing this guy activate the provoking method, also laughed, took out a fragment of the picture, and said that he would fight if he wanted to. As for suppressing cultivation, that's up to him. Seeing that you agreed, the 98th genius on the Great Saint list also burst out laughing and called you so refreshing. Then, He asked Qin Yu to open a small world for him to fight with you. In this regard, after Qin Yu gave you a thoughtful look, she opened the small world and provided you with a sufficiently open battlefield. Other geniuses are also interested, wanting to see how strong you are now and what confidence you have to fight against the genius who is ranked 98th on the Great Saint list. As for the Great Thunder Immortal Body, Wang Ping frowned. He originally wanted to find a chance to fight with you to see who is stronger, but now it seems that there is no chance. Soon, the battle begins. This genius, who is ranked 98 on the Great Saint list, also knows not to underestimate you. For this reason, after he started the war, he unhesitatingly unleashed the Great Sage's perfect cultivation. He wanted to win with one blow and had no intention of lowering his cultivation. This made the geniuses present a little disdainful of this guy's inability to speak. Believe it or not. However, the next scene made all the geniuses, including Qin Yu, look shocked. Because when you faced the powerful blow of the genius who was ranked 98th on the Great Saint ranking, your cultivation level at the 7th level of the Great Saint realm was directly unleashed, and you easily took it down. This made the genius who ranked 98th on the Great Saint ranking also look shocked. It is somewhat unbelievable that your cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th level of the Great Saint realm. When this person was surprised, you found an opportunity and started to launch a fierce attack. The magical power of time and space was skillfully displayed in your hands, which made this Great Saint's genius quite embarrassed. He could only fight with all his strength and did not dare to be careless at all. And the geniuses outside looked at the scene of you chasing and beating the 98th genius on the Great Saint list, and they were all silent. No matter who it is, no one thought that you could actually improve your cultivation from the 2nd level of the Great Saint realm to the peak of the 7th level of the Great Saint realm in just over 30 years. Your combat power is close to that of the Great Saint realm. Qualifications for the Great Saint list. Big Thunder Immortal Body, Wang Ping's face twitched, and he silently gave up the idea of fighting you. Obviously, your physical level is about the same, but the fact that you are so much stronger than him is hard for him to accept. Shi Yuyan was also speechless. She didn't expect that the cultivation level you showed in front of her before was not the highest cultivation level, and you had something hidden. It was really hard to see through. She even wondered if you had something to hide. At the same time, she is also curious about you. As for Qin Yu, she sighed in her heart, feeling that you might be her biggest opponent in the fight for immortality in the future. At a time when the minds of all parties were unable to calm down, the 98th genius on the Great Saint list was also very aggrieved by your beating. He chose to use the terrifying secret method of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 800 to himself in order to suppress you. In response, you sneered without fear, without holding back, and activated the Golden Talent, Duo. This time, you were lucky enough to directly inspire the trio. Although, when you reach your level, the effect of multiplayer attack is somewhat attenuated. The effect of double player attack can still reach 100% of the attack power. At the 3rd level, it is only 80%. It can be said that the effect is gradually decreasing. However, even so, such a terrifying attack is not something that the genius ranked 98th on the Great Saint list can handle. For this reason, the final result of the collision is that you blocked all his escape routes and forced him to receive your powerful blow. Then, he was completely defeated by you and was directly hit hard. If you hadn't held back at the last moment, he would have died here. Seeing that you defeated the 98th genius on the Great Saint list so easily, the geniuses present became more and more solemn, feeling that you were too much of a threat. The genius who was ranked 98th on the Great Saint list who was defeated by you turned pale and directly threw the residual picture to you. In response, you took it and smiled slightly. This man kept his promise and saved you a lot of trouble. Next, the on-site transaction continues. There is also someone here who has taken a fancy to your Tian Hanbing and wants to trade with you. For this reason, you held on to the price and finally got a stunning treasure from his hands that could help the monks condense the supreme body. If you have this thing, you don't have to rely entirely on recruiting disciples to improve your cultivation and help you condense your supreme body. After the warm transactions between all parties were completed, Qin Yu revealed the purpose of the Enlightenment Tea Party. It turned out that Qin Yu discovered a special secret realm. This secret realm is very weird. If you want to open it, you can only gather a large number of geniuses' luck. Otherwise, no matter what means you use, you will not be able to open it. This made the geniuses present talk about it, and they were quite surprised. They did not expect that there is such a secret realm. Some people also curiously asked, couldn't even the Qin family emperor forcefully break it open? Qin Yu smiled bitterly and said that if she could forcefully break through the secret realm without destroying it, she would not hold an Enlightenment Tea Party and invite many geniuses to go in, but would choose to devour it all to herself. This made the eyes of many geniuses flicker, thinking about various things. And you're also thinking about it. What you think is different from others. The Enlightenment Tea Party you are thinking about has never appeared in your memory, and you have never heard of this secret realm. Apparently, it's some sort of butterfly effect. It's just that I don't know how this butterfly effect came about. Could it be because you defeated Gu Xian in advance? It seems that in this simulation, this is the biggest change. That is, when you are thinking wildly, Qin Yu invites you again and expresses your intention to enter the secret realm. You can express your stance. In this regard, many talented people present expressed their opinions, saying that they could go there. And you came to your senses and also chose to go. After all, this kind of secret realm that even the emperor cannot forcefully break open and will self-destruct if forced to do so must have many opportunities and cannot be missed. Seeing that the geniuses at the scene all agreed, Qin Yu was not too surprised and was very satisfied with the result. Next, Qin Yu said that he will take you to the place where the secret realm is tomorrow, and you can rest in the city for one night. After saying these words, everyone left one by one and left. And you are also preparing to leave here. However, just as you were about to leave, you were stopped by Qin Yu, hoping that you could talk to her alone. You were quite surprised by this, but you did not refuse and chose to come to the accord with Qin Yu to talk. Soon, Qin Yu revealed his purpose. Qin Yu said that she hopes to become an offensive and defensive alliance with you in the future to compete for immortality and work together to achieve immortality. You were quite surprised when you heard this. You didn't expect Qin Yu to say this. You couldn't help but curiously ask why it was you. Qin Yu smiled slightly and said that the golden age has come. Countless geniuses and monsters have gathered together to appear in this era, and no one can be alone in the future. At the same time, fighting alone is undoubtedly a very disadvantageous behavior. Only by finding reliable allies, defeating the remaining competitors first, and then fighting internally or allocating immortality, it will undoubtedly be easier to become an immortal. You are not surprised by Qin Yu's answer. You just ask again why it is you and not Gu Xian, Lei Wanxian, Shi Yuyin, and other monsters with equally amazing talents. Qin Yu stared at you and spoke slowly, saying that the Changxinggu family is too mysterious and elusive, while Gu Xian's talent is too high and his personality is confusing. Cooperating with them is undoubtedly seeking the skin of a tiger. As for people like Lei Wanxian and Shi Yuyin, although their talents are equally astonishing, they are not as good as you in terms of dealing with people. Your cautious style of conduct is the type she admires. Of course, if possible, she will naturally fight for it with all her strength, but your priority is higher. Listening to Qin Yu's words, you quite appreciate Qin Yu's outspoken style. For this reason, you did not reject her offer of an alliance. After all, although you don't think you can live long enough to truly compete for immortality in this simulation, forming an alliance with Qin Yu is not a bad thing. Especially when we are about to go to the secret realm discovered by Qin Yu, it will undoubtedly be safer to form an alliance with Qin Yu, the discoverer of the secret realm, and the harvest will probably be greater. It can be said that the current alliance will be beneficial without any harm, so there is no reason to refuse. Seeing that you agreed, Qin Yu was very happy, but also quite surprised. After all, Tianjiao are relatively arrogant and not so easy to talk to, but she was really surprised that you agreed so easily. In addition, this also involves the issue of the Changxing Qin family and the Tai imperial palace. After all, she is the first emperor daughter of the Chongqing family, and you're the first emperor son of the Tai imperial palace. They are both the future helmsmen of the two major forces. If they form an alliance, they will have a considerable impact on the Tongxian continent. Seeing Qin Yu's surprise, Yu smiled slightly and said meaningfully that if the Chongqing family was in trouble in the future, he would try to get the Tai imperial palace to rescue him. If there is trouble in the Tai imperial palace, I also hope that Qin Yu will fight for the longevity of the Qin family to come to the rescue. Impersonating Wang Ping. Are you setting a trap for Qin Yu? Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation with a slightly subtle expression. During this simulation, Emperor Tianyu was nowhere to be seen. Wang Ping actually had an ominous premonition. After all, this is also a butterfly effect. Plus, when I was in Yixian's small universe, I had a foothold in the flag. Judging from past experience, the possibility of an accident is still very high. Although Wang Ping couldn't guess what caused Emperor Tianyu to have trouble, it was definitely right to make some preparations. Of course, Wang Ping also knew very well that the possibility of this kind of verbal commitment being effective was very low. All I can say is that it is better than nothing. As various thoughts flashed through Wang Ping's mind, the simulation continued. Qin Yu didn't think much about your words or had any doubts. She just nodded seriously and promised. At this point, you hit it off, had a drink, and tentatively concluded a verbal covenant. Soon, night came, and many geniuses contacted the forces behind them. For this reason, a large number of strong men began to rush here, ready to take action at any time. However, they had no intention of hiding their whereabouts, and just entered the city openly to prevent the Qin family from misunderstanding. The Qin family knew this very well and didn't say much. After all, this kind of thing is inevitable. In the blink of an eye, it is the next day. Under the leadership of Qin Yu, you go to the place where the secret realm is. What you didn't expect is that the place where this secret realm is located is actually in the White Mist Forbidden Land. The White Mist Forbidden Land was where Huang Yin, Huang Qing, and a bunch of hidden quasi-emperors were located. This is a place where most quasi-emperors are likely to fall if they step into it. However, although you were a little surprised, you didn't think much about it. After all, you didn't know much about the White Mist Forbidden Land. You entered Jutsuin just because of your golden talent, teleportation. It may be normal for the secret realm to be located here. The only thing that makes you curious is whether the great emperor of the Qin family discovered Zhu Village and the hidden quasi-emperors in Zhu Village. It would be interesting if discovered. However, judging from the Chongqing Qin family's reaction, they probably didn't notice it. Otherwise, there will definitely be some troubles that cannot be hidden from the major forces. Next, the quasi-emperors of the major forces opened the way and penetrated deep into the White Mist Forbidden Land. Although it is said that this place is very dangerous and puts ordinary quasi-emperors in danger of falling, the quasi-emperors of the major forces are not simple and have advanced cultivation. They are not the kind of quasi-emperors who have just stepped into the quasi-emperor level. For this reason, the journey is smooth, unobstructed. In fact, we did not encounter the unique Fog Beast attack team in the White Mist Forbidden Land along the way. Obviously, the hard-to-kill mist beasts unique to the White Mist Forbidden Land are also bullies who fear the strong. Knowing that the strong men here are not easy to mess with, they all shrank back. That is, when you were going deep into the White Mist Forbidden Land, the old monsters in Jutsun also discovered the team that was going deep into the White Mist Forbidden Land and were very unhappy. After all, they are hiding here and don't want to be discovered. As a result, some time ago, the Qin family emperor entered the forbidden area, and this time, so many quasi-emperors came. If they couldn't defeat them, they would have wanted to go out and kill them all to prevent them from finding this place. If these guys really discovered Kikomura, he would be in serious trouble. After all, these people had killed many people from emperor-level forces in the past. While each of them was famous, they were also the targets of being hunted by these forces. If someone discovers them, they will be greeted by the emperor's thunderous revenge. Of course, even if these people find this place and attract the emperor, they are not very panicked, they just have a headache and have to move away. After all, moving is a troublesome thing, and it will be difficult to find such a good place in the future. In the end, your team was separated from Kikomura, which made Kikomura's hidden quasi-emperors heave a sigh of relief. Not long after, Chinyu took you to the secret location deep in the white mist forbidden land. After you came here, you discovered the anomalies in time and space, and you couldn't help but study them silently. While you were studying, Chinyu also chuckled and expressed the hope that all the geniuses would use the special secret method she taught previously to elicit the vision of their own destiny and activate the entrance to the secret realm. Seeing this, all the great geniuses showed their brilliant eyes and used secret techniques to activate their own luck, forming many strange phenomena of luck. And you also used the same secret method to induce the vision of luck. It's just that what surprised many geniuses and quasi-emperors is that the destiny vision you elicited was actually very shallow. It is not comparable to other geniuses at all, and it is incomparable to Lei Wanxian, Shi Yuyin, and Qin Yu. This made everyone's eyes very subtle. For everyone, this is a very strange thing. After all, your talent is so amazing, and you are the #1 son of the Tai Emperor Palace. The luck of the Tai Emperor Palace is connected with you, so you shouldn't have only such a small amount of luck. Compared to everyone's surprised reactions, you are very calm. Your family knows your own affairs, and your luck has never been good. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been unable to encounter opportunities. Getting stronger depends entirely on simulation rewards. Seeing you so calm, everyone changed their colors, especially Shi Yuyin. Remembering that you like to hide some things, she couldn't help but speculate that you concealed it deliberately and did not use all your strength. For a moment, she felt that your style was too stubborn and too old-fashioned. However, she feels that she needs to learn from you in the future, and she should hide 5 points, or even 7 points in everything she does. After Qin Yu rolled her eyes at you, she didn't say anything more and let all the geniuses use their luck and luck to stimulate the entrance to the secret realm. In this regard, everyone is cooperating seriously. Soon, strong space-time fluctuations occurred in the secret realm. Then, a space-time vortex appeared in front of everyone's eyes, making everyone look happy, knowing that they had successfully opened the secret realm. Next, Qin Yu looked at everyone and smiled slightly, indicating that the secret realm was open, but no one knew what was in the secret realm. After entering, life and death would be determined by destiny. If anyone dies, do not blame her Qin Yu and Qin Home. In response to Qin Yu's words, everyone laughed and said that they would not blame him. Seeing this, Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction and planned to let some prisoners detained by the Qin family try the entrance to the secret realm first. Soon, Qin Yu's followers took the prisoners into the secret realm and confirmed some things. After entering the secret realm, those who are beyond the level of a great saint will be suppressed. If they forcefully use the cultivation level of a great saint or above, they will be directly crushed by the rules in the secret realm, turn into blood mist, and die completely. In addition, it seems that in the secret realm, it is impossible to use power beyond the level of the holy realm. Whether the supreme and quasi-emperors can enter is a question. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many geniuses present changed slightly, especially the geniuses whose cultivation had reached the great saint perfection or even half-step to the supreme saint list. They frowned. After all, their advantage is that they have practiced longer and have a huge advantage in cultivation. Nowadays, if one has to claim their own cultivation and combat prowess to enter, then they will have no advantage over the geniuses on the Saint King list, and some will even be at a disadvantage. After all, under the same circumstances, they are really not as good as perverts like Lei Wanxian. Compared with the discomfort of others, the geniuses on the Holy King list or the former geniuses on the Holy King list who have just stepped into the level of the Great Sage are pleasantly surprised. I feel that this trip to the secret realm may have some benefits. Big gain. As for your words, my mood is quite subtle. I feel that this secret realm seems to be beneficial to the genius of the Holy King realm. In this regard, you have some doubts whether this is prepared for a certain child of luck. However, the secret realm is located in the white mist forbidden land, and it seems that no one can follow it in. That is, when you are deep in thought, an unexpected person comes here. These two people are clearly Wang Ping and Wang Yin. Their appearance makes you quite surprised, and you somewhat suspect that this secret realm is specially prepared for these two little girls. While you were surprised, the other geniuses were also quite surprised. They didn't know where Wang Ping and Wang Yin came from. Although his cultivation level is only the 5th level of the Holy King, it gives people a very special feeling. As for the powerful quasi-emperors, they were all shocked when they saw the true identities of Wang Yin and Wang Ping, pure-blooded phoenixes. This kind of talent, even in today's golden world, is second only to your time and space Taoist body, Gu Xian's immortal bone, and Lei Wanqian's great thunder immortal body talent. And it is even better than Shi Yuyin, some bloodline talents. These quasi-emperors are somewhat curious about where Wang Ping and Wang Yin came from. Could it be that the Phoenix clan, which has migrated to the endless fire domain of the 4 mysterious universe, was truly born in this golden age and set foot on the Tongxian continent again? In the face of everyone's surprise, Wang Yin and Wang Ping greeted you very playfully and scanned you with their smart eyes. They were gearing up as if they wanted to challenge someone. Seeing this, you can't help but smile. Although these two little girls are dozens of years younger than when you took them away from Jutsuin in the previous simulation, and their cultivation levels are also much lower, they are still so lively and militant. Next, under the strange looks of everyone, Wang Ping and Wang Yin said that you are very good and they want to challenge you. In this regard, your eyes also became subtle. Unexpectedly, these two girls immediately focused on him. Should this be said to be an unbroken relationship? You were filled with emotion and chuckled, indicating that the two of them wanted to challenge you. Let's wait for another 10,000 years. After saying this, you revealed the aura of the 7th level peak of the Great Saint Realm. Seeing that your cultivation has actually reached the peak of the 7th level of the Great Saint Realm, Wang Yin and Wang Ping were instantly discouraged. They looked down on each other, and they suddenly picked such a strong person. Seeing that the two of them were quarreling with each other, the gazes of the geniuses became more subtle, and they became more curious and fond of the two. As the old monster behind the geniuses revealed their true identities, the faces of the geniuses changed even more. They did not expect that the two of them were pure-blooded phoenixes. If they can win over the pure-blood phoenix, or even become their Taoist companion, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit to their future. After all, pure-blood phoenixes are extremely rare, and if you mate with them, you can get great benefits. Now, 2 pure-blooded phoenixes are right in front of us, and their characters look so simple, which naturally makes many people very excited. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little strange, Qin Yu also began to smooth things over, saying that the secret realm had been opened, and that if it continued to delay, things might happen easily. So she asked Wang Yin and Wang Ping to let Wang Yin and Wang Ping decide who they wanted to challenge before going in. At the same time, Qin Yu also smiled to win over Wang Ping and Wang Yin, hoping that they would join her team. Seeing Qin Yu starting to win over Wang Ping and Wang Yin, the other geniuses also smiled and started grabbing people. Only you didn't make any move. You know Wang Ping and Wang Yin very well. Although these two girls have simple personalities, the talent of the pure-blood Phoenix family actually allows them to easily distinguish who is malicious. At the same time, with the guidance of those old monsters, the two of them are not that easy to deceive. Seeing that everyone is wooing them, Wang Ping and Wang Yin's eyes rolled, and finally they looked at you and chose you, expressing their hope to form a team with you and hoping you would agree. You were quite surprised by this. Although you thought that the two of them were not easy to fool and would not form a team with others, you did not expect that the two of them would choose to form a team with you. While you were surprised, Chuanin and the other two are also curious about why they chose to team up with you. To this, the two of them answered that most of these people have bad intentions and impure intentions, but the feeling you bring to them is very good, and there is only goodwill. After receiving the answer, you couldn't help but chuckle, feeling that you still underestimated them. They can not only sense malice, but also kindness. Next, you chose to agree to their request and plan to form a team with them. Seeing this, the expressions of the others changed. You are perverted enough to begin with, and now you are teaming up with two pure-blood phoenixes. Your relationship can develop further, and the threat to them will become greater and greater in the future. Especially the 98th genius on the Great Saint list. He snorted coldly and was very unhappy. He was defeated by you, lost the residual map, and spent precious healing elixirs to recover from his injuries. Now you see two pure-blood phoenixes kidnapped, which is really enviable and annoying. And when Qin Yu saw two pure-blood phoenixes choosing you, she was envious and also breathed a sigh of relief. You are considered her ally. It is better for you to gain the friendship of a pure-blood phoenix than to be won over by others. Next, everyone said nothing and chose to enter the secret realm one by one. I didn't expect that the secret realm would be in the white mist forbidden land. It's really surprising to see Huang Yin and Huang Qing again. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and thought to himself. However, it is also surprising that those old monsters are willing to release Huang Qing and Huang Yin. After all, compared with their genius, the two people today are still too immature and have not grown up. Maybe those old monsters know something about this secret realm, or they are confident that the life-saving cards they gave Huang Qing and Huang Yin are strong enough to save their lives in any dangerous situation in the secret realm. This thought flashed through Wang Ping's mind, and he continued to stare at the screen. After you declared your cultivation level and entered the secret realm, you were transported to a dense forest. Just after being transported, you felt that the spiritual energy of this secret realm was extremely pure. At the same time, the laws of this world are also very clear and easy to understand. It can be said that as long as you practice in this secret realm, as long as you are not stupid like a pig, you can basically understand the laws. The laws of this world are so clear that it is as if they are laid out in front of you for you to copy. If you can't even copy homework, then it's not an exaggeration to say that you are as stupid as a pig. You are amazed at the situation of this world, and you immediately analyze the value of this secret realm. Even though there are no precious heavenly materials or earthly treasures in this secret realm, the mere appearance of the strange laws here is enough to move the Emperor-level forces and allow them to easily cultivate a large number of Holy Realm monks. Although it is said that the Holy Realm is like an ant-like existence to the Supreme, Quasi-Emperor, and Great Emperor, it is not an empty talk that the ants kill the elephant. As long as the number of monks in the Holy Realm reaches a certain level, it is not impossible to form a terrifying formation, gather their power together, and kill the Supreme, Quasi-Emperor, and even the Great Emperor. You know very well that whoever can gain control of this secret realm will be truly prosperous and can exchange for extremely precious practice resources, which will be of great benefit to his future practice. This is enough to make the geniuses in the secret realm go crazy and fight to the death without mercy. However, you are fearless and intend to participate in this battle. Although you don't know how to gain control of this secret realm, and you don't know if you can control this secret realm, it is still necessary to explore. Next, after you pick the holy medicine, you start taking action. However, not long after you took action, you were surrounded by hundreds of monks wearing animal costumes. Each one of them is holding a bone stick, staring at you, and speaking in a language you don't understand. In this regard, your expression is very solemn, because you find that the cultivation levels of these hundreds of monks are all in the Holy Realm. Among them, more than half are saints, but there are also as many as 100 saint kings. In fact, there are 20 saint king Dzogchen beings. Such a lineup is not luxurious. It can be said that even those geniuses who have been on the Saint King list and the Great Saint list will definitely be overwhelmed when they meet this team. Only a monster like you can handle it. Of course, if he is a half-step supreme like Qin Yu, he can be easily killed even if he has self-proclaimed cultivation level. After all, Qin Yu, as a half-step supreme, understood the existence of Tao Mark. Even if the cultivation level is self-proclaimed, the Tao pattern is the power that one has comprehended and can still be used. That is, when your expression was solemn, the natives in these secret realms seemed to be discussing something, and each of them showed a fierce look in their eyes and launched an attack on you. You were well prepared for this, snorted coldly, and immediately started to fight back. It has to be said that these Holy Land natives live in this unique environment, and their understanding of the laws is very amazing. Even the saints have reached more than 70% of the laws, and most of them have perfected the laws, so that the combat power is much stronger than the ordinary Holy Realm warriors in the outside world. Although these indigenous cultivation methods are obviously only saint level, not to mention emperor level, even the supreme method, but the number is there, it can still burst out with terrifying power, which is difficult to deal with. Even if you are facing so many indigenous people at once, you must be cautious. However, after all, you have a perfect space-time body and a time-space magical power that is hard to match. After the fight, you easily found an opportunity to destroy all these natives here. However, after you killed all the natives, you didn't take it lightly and started to lurk, planning to investigate the situation first and then find Wang Ping and Wang Qing. After all, you don't know what the world is like and how many such indigenous people there are. If you accidentally bump into an indigenous tribe and find that they are all holy monks, and then you are hunted down by them, then you will really be a muggle. Although, with your magical powers of time and space, it is very easy to escape. As long as the Supreme does not take action, you can easily escape. Even if you meet the Supreme, you can escape through the golden talent, teleportation. But running away in embarrassment is a bit embarrassing after all, and it's not something you want to see. That is, while you were acting cautiously, other geniuses also met powerful indigenous teams one after another. In a short period of time, a genius fell into this secret realm. You must know that these are not ordinary geniuses. They are all geniuses who have been on the Saint list, the Saint King list, and even the Great Saint list. They are all famous outside. They are guaranteed to be able to prove the existence of the quasi-emperor in the future. Even Emperor Zhengdao has some hope. Such geniuses are the favorites of all the major forces. The death of one of them is a huge loss, and may even affect the future fight for immortality. However, it is too scary that several such geniuses died in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, a day has passed. During this day, you gain a lot and found several holy medicines. You find that there are really many holy medicines in this secret realm. Although it is not as good as the Yuheng Ancient Star and the Realm of Life that you accidentally teleported, it is undoubtedly much more than the outside world. However, it is also really dangerous here. In just one day, you met several small groups of indigenous people who seem to be looking for something. None of these natives' cultivation is lower than that of the Holy Realm, which makes you somewhat doubt whether there are monks below the Holy Realm among them. Is this secret realm so terrifying? Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and frowned. Such secret realms in the past, no matter how weird they were, could not be so dangerous. Even if there are a lot of powerful saints in this kind of secret realm, it is impossible for so many of the top 3 saints to fall in one fell swoop. The behavior of these indigenous people is very strange. Wang Ping narrowed his eyes. According to the description of the text simulation, they seem to be specifically looking for the geniuses who come in from the outside world to kill. And which of these geniuses does not have the backup skills left by their ancestors? Even if this secret realm is dangerous and can suppress the explosive power of the quasi-emperor weapon, it cannot prevent the emergence of the incarnation of the emperor. After all, the incarnation of the great emperor is so powerful. Although this secret realm cannot be forcibly broken by the emperor, it is only the result of the Qin family's emperor not wanting to destroy this secret realm. Otherwise, it is just a secret realm, and the emperor can easily destroy it. For this reason, no matter how special the secret realm is, it cannot stop the appearance of the emperor's incarnation. Once the incarnation of the great emperor appears, the fluctuations it creates will definitely sweep across the entire secret realm, and it is impossible not to be noticed. After all, If the aura of the Emperor's incarnation is placed in the outside world, once it appears, it will sweep across a large number of star fields. Unless there is something to cover it up, it will definitely be discovered by a large number of powerful people and frighten them. However, these geniuses have all fallen here, and even the fluctuations of the Emperor's incarnation have not appeared, which is very strange. It's weird. It's so weird. I always feel that this secret realm is a conspiracy. The natives seem to have expected that the outside world will come in, so they have already started hunting mode. Wang Ping's expression was changing, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that Qin Yu is plotting against the geniuses here? Does she have such courage? It's impossible for her to do this. It's impossible for her to do something that even the emperor of the Qin family doesn't dare to do. Then, it's not Qin Yu and the Qin family. Who could it be? Who is scheming to kill all the prodigies of the Three Saints gang in Tongxin continent, and then blame them on the Qin family? There are too few clues, and I can't figure it out at all. It seems that the only way to collect clues is through simulation. However, since the other party dares to make such calculations, there is a high probability that they will not do anything that leaves hidden dangers by showing up. The mastermind behind this is really ruthless. Does he want to eliminate most of the future competitors for immortality at once? Wang Ping was silent for a moment, suppressed his thoughts, and then actively entered the state of immersive simulation. After instilling his thoughts into the simulation Wang Ping, he made him take action again. Next, you looked solemn, gave up your original plan, and started looking for Huang Yin and Huang Qing, hoping to save their lives. That is, when you were taking action, Huang Qing and Huang Yin also encountered powerful enemies. The two of them are too young, their cultivation is weak, and their understanding of the law has not reached the level of Dzogchen. For this reason, the two of them suffered a lot in this secret realm. Although the two of them are extremely talented, they understood the laws during the battle, and their understanding of the laws increased steadily. They also relied on the terrifying vitality and ability of nirvana and rebirth of the pure blood phoenix to hold on. But there were too many enemies. It was too strong, and it would be difficult for the two of them to hold it together for much longer. After all, everything has its limits, and even a pure blood phoenix cannot escape from this rule. Not to mention, the power of their blood has not yet truly awakened, and their cultivation has not reached the level of the great emperor, so it is even easier for them to reach their limits. When the two of them were in despair, you finally arrived here, burst out with great strength, suppressed the natives one by one, and rescued Huang Yin and Huang Qing. At the same time, you also chose to capture a native of the Saint Realm alive in order to search for his soul. However, when you just searched for its soul, the opponent died suddenly on the spot, and its soul was annihilated. This makes your face become more solemn, and you're convinced that there is definitely a pair of black hands behind this controlling all of this. However, you can't guess who this black hand is. That is, when you were having trouble calming down, Huang Yin and Huang Qing also thanked you for your rescue. In response, you chuckled and said that since you were teammates, there is no need to express your gratitude so solemnly. Helping each other is the right thing to do. Hearing this, Huang Qing and Huang Yin both looked at you with smiles, feeling quite fond of you. Next, the two expressed their frustration that these savages were too annoying and they couldn't get rid of them. In addition, the life-saving trump card given to them by their master cannot be used at all, as if it was banned by something, which is very strange. You are not surprised by this. After all, you also tried to activate the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu before, but found that it was completely impossible to make the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu appear. Of course, Emperor Tianyu disappeared for more than 100 years, and it was suspected that there was an accident. If something unexpected happens to the main body, the incarnation may disappear, so it cannot be used as a reference object. For this reason, you will continue to take action with Huang Qing and Huang Yin to find other geniuses and confirm this matter. It's just that you used secret techniques and found several places where the aura of genius remained as you walked forward. But the result was that you were silenced. Because there are a lot of battle traces here, but Tianjiao is missing, and there are no corpses of the natives in the secret realm. This can only mean one thing. This battle ended with the victory of the natives of the Secret Realm. This genius was beaten to death by the natives of the Secret Realm. Otherwise, Tianjiao would not have the habit of collecting indigenous corpses. Although the corpses of saints and saint kings are undoubtedly very precious materials for ordinary monks in the Holy Realm, they are nothing to the geniuses at the level of the three saints. It is undoubtedly extremely unfavorable to stay in the inner world. Not to mention, even if a stingy genius is willing to take it away, it is impossible to clean it up so cleanly. This kind of practice can only be done so cleanly when the natives collect the corpses of their compatriots and take them away together. Seeing your silence, Huang Qing and Huang Yin also knew that the situation seemed to be worse than they imagined, so they couldn't help but ask. In this regard, you gave an explanation and speculation on the person behind the scenes. This made both Huang Qing and Huang Yin shocked and frightened. They couldn't imagine who it was that was so brave. Next, the two suggested that the three of them leave the secret realm first, announce the situation outside, and bring in reinforcements. Otherwise, if you alone are surrounded by more indigenous people, or even step into the trap set, it will be really dangerous. Although you are powerful, you are still unable to defeat four hands with two fists. If you are trapped by a large formation, your life will also be in danger. In response to Huang Qing and Huang Yin's suggestions, you shook your head and didn't think you could leave the secret realm now. Since there is a high probability that there is a mastermind behind this, the other party's purpose is to catch them all in one fell swoop. At most, it is to keep Qin Yu, the scapegoat, alive. Under such circumstances, how could the other party let others leave the secret realm in advance? The secret realm must have been sealed. People outside can't get in, and people inside can't get out. After hearing this, Huang Qing and Huang Yin both fell silent. They felt that what you said was very reasonable, and couldn't help but feel a little confused, not knowing what to do next. After all, they are still very immature, and it is normal for them to panic when something like this happens to them just after they are born. Seeing this, after you calmed the two of them a little, you said that you must find a way to find other people, and then join them together. In that case, you can change from prey to hunter, fight against the indigenous forces here, and at the same time find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Hearing this, both Huang Yin and Huang Qing nodded. Next, you continue to take action and start looking for others. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. In the past 3 days, you have encountered several attacks again, but you have resolved them all and escaped through the magical power of time and space. It was during this process that you once again discovered that countless people died at the hands of natives. However, you also saved 2 geniuses and formed an alliance with them. Next, you plan to continue taking action. But an extraordinary native appears in front of you with many strong natives and surrounds you. A terrifying formation appears, sealing you in it. This makes your expressions change. You didn't expect that there are such people among the indigenous people. They can actually lead the strong indigenous people to cover their auras, quietly approach here, and set up a large formation. As the formation bursts out with terrifying power, it is a power far beyond the level of the Holy King. You are no match. If you are suppressed and killed in it, you will all perish. However, these natives don't seem to have any intention of destroying your corpses. Although they kill you, they mainly target your souls. Because of your death, you have entered a state of resurrection countdown. However, when you were counting down the resurrection time, these natives had no intention of leaving. They just sucked the body away and stared coldly at the place where you died. After you were resurrected, you resisted again, but in the end it was useless. The golden talent teleportation could not be used, and you were killed by the natives again. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. The text simulation stopped here. Many insights and pictures appeared in Wang Ping's mind, and the figure also appeared in the secret realm, staring at the indigenous people and the formation that still erupted with terrifying power from a god's perspective. Are these natives actually proficient in such exquisite formations? It should be said that they were taught by the man behind the scenes, in order to target people like me who are too powerful in combat. Wang Ping looked solemn, narrowed his eyes, and murmured to himself. This time, I couldn't even find out who was behind the scenes, and I didn't even catch the tail. It's really annoying. However, it doesn't matter if your plan succeeds this time. I will put you in the next simulation. Pulled out slowly. Wang Ping let out a breath and snorted coldly. This guy who dares to plan and kill all the geniuses who have been on the Three Saints list in Tongxian continent at once is too dangerous. He must not be allowed to continue to lurk in the shadows. He must be found out and killed as soon as possible. Okay. Otherwise, there will definitely be great trouble in the future, which will affect his path to becoming stronger through simulation. Next, Wang Ping's consciousness flickered, his vision changed, and he returned to the real world. Then the sound of the system also sounded. Ding! The reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following: perfect time and space body. The peak cultivation level of the 7th level of the Great Saint Realm. Randomly receive a great holy weapon. Randomly select a red talent. A random holy medicine. The 3rd fragment of the Emperor Sutra. System I choose. The perfect space-time body and the 7th level peak cultivation level of the Great Saint Realm. Wang Ping glanced at the reward and made his choice without hesitation. Although the fragmentary map of the Emperor's Sutra is what he wants, it will be easier to handle now that he knows whose hands it is. In the following simulation, you can also exchange it with it, and you can get it easily. For this, there is no need to choose. As Wang Ping made his choice, his cultivation level began to skyrocket. The 3rd level of the Great Saint Realm. The 4th level of the Great Saint Realm. The 5th level of the Great Saint Realm. The 6th level of the Great Saint Realm. He didn't stop until he reached the 7th level peak of the Great Saint Realm. Feeling the incomparable power within his body, Wang Ping nodded with satisfaction. With a peak cultivation level of the 7th level of the Great Saint Realm, in this age of Dharma ending, as long as you don't have the unlucky chance of encountering a wandering strong man of the 3rd level of proving the Tao, you can almost walk sideways. Under the same circumstances, he is invincible. Next, Wang Ping felt his body shake again, and a pure source appeared in his body, repairing the space-time body and making his space-time body more complete. Finally, completely whole. With the completion of the time and space body, the terrifying catastrophe began to brew on this ancient star. The black-red tribulation energy gradually condensed, looking extremely depressing and dangerous. This terrifying scene frightened many monks on the ancient planet. Whether it was those monks who had not proclaimed themselves as gods, or those who proclaimed themselves saints, saint kings, great saints, or even half-step supremes, they all showed frightened expressions. There was no way. This catastrophe was too terrifying, making them feel like their scalps were numb. In fact, even a self-proclaimed supreme opened his eyes and stared at the calamity with a shocked expression. Could it be that some young emperor is going through the great holy tribulation to survive such a catastrophe? No, that's not right. Even if the young emperor is going through the great holy tribulation, it is impossible for it to be so terrifying. The Supreme looked surprised and murmured to himself in the self-proclaimed divine source. Not good. Compared to the shock of the monks on the ancient star, Wang Ping's expression changed. He didn't expect that after receiving the reward, he would have to go through a tribulation. Obviously, this reward only gave him a complete time and space body. As for overcoming the tribulation, he still had to do it in the real world. Although it is said that for Wang Ping, it is easy to cross the Tao body tribulation, but doing so will undoubtedly expose his existence to the eyes of the strong men of this ancient star, which may cause him to encounter some problems. Trouble. Immediately, Wang Ping tore apart the space and forced his way into the starry sky, hoping to survive the tribulation in the starry sky. Otherwise, surviving the tribulation on the ancient star would affect many innocent creatures. After all, this is not the Tongxian continent, nor is it the Golden Age. There are not so many strong people who protect all living beings, bless one side, and forcibly overcome tribulations on the ancient star. there is a possibility that the entire ancient star will be blown to pieces. After all, at his level, the power of the Tao body tribulation will definitely exceed the level of ordinary great saints. This level of power is enough to shatter an ordinary ancient star. Even if the ancient star cannot be destroyed, most of it can be destroyed. In that case, it would be a real sin. Of course, there is another reason. That is, Wang Ping does not want to be sabotaged by others. In that case, it will affect the intensity of the natural disaster and may make him very embarrassed. That is to say, not long after Wang Ping tore apart the space and came to the starry sky, the calamity of the heavenly calamity became more and more terrifying, and it was brewing soon. Boom! Then a terrifying bloody thunder struck down and struck Wang Ping fiercely. "Well done!" Wang Ping shouted, not afraid, and had no intention of holding back. The space-time body exploded with all its strength, and directly used the magical power in the sky-devouring Emperor Sutra to smash it into pieces with the bloody thunder. Seeing this scene, many self-proclaimed monks were shocked, especially the self-proclaimed Supreme, whose face was full of shock, seeing that your physique was actually the legendary Taoist body of time and space. This kind of physique is comparable to that of an immortal body. Once he is born, he will definitely become the focus of an era. If he could fully grow up and become a great emperor, he would probably be hard-pressed to rival him among the great emperors. After all, the original Dark Time Emperor did not have a time and space body, but only a single Dark Time body, which allowed him to walk a path of time. He was called the Emperor among emperors and had few opponents. As a physique that combines time and space, the time and space Tao body is more powerful than the Dark Time Tao body. Once you become an emperor, it is unimaginable how powerful you will be. For a moment, the Supreme's eyes flickered, and he had some thoughts of taking action against Wang Ping. However, when he thought that Wang Ping might be the descendant of a big force, he hesitated. If Wang Ping is the descendant of a big force, and the kind of being who can grow to this point in the Dharma ending age, his action would undoubtedly be an extremely suicidal act. However, he was a little unwilling to let Wang Ping, the fat sheep, go. After all, if the time and space body can be refined, he may be able to use it to reach the quasi-emperor level in the future and live another life. Should I take the gamble and turn my bicycle into a motorcycle? This is a tangled question. I'm afraid of nothing. Anyway, I only have less than 1,000 years to live. Even if I keep shrinking in the divine source, whether I can survive to the next golden age is still a question. It's better to take a gamble. Thinking of this, the Supreme Master began to look fierce, preparing to wait for Wang Ping to survive the catastrophe before taking action against Wang Ping. That is to say, when the Supreme was eyeing Wang Ping was still overcoming the tribulation. The catastrophe became more and more terrifying. However, Wang Ping was not afraid and faced the heavenly tribulation head-on. He used the heavenly tribulation to refine the time and space body and hit the bottleneck. In the end, under the shocked gazes of many monks, Wang Ping accidentally triggered the critical strike effect of the 9 quotes and purple talent, Endless Blade, and launched a terrifying attack that surpassed the perfect level of the great sage. He blasted the heavenly tribulation forcefully into the starry sky, and the tribulation cloud turned into a point of light and disappeared. Then, the spiritual pillar reaching the sky fell and swallowed Wang Ping. This is the baptism of heaven and the reward for surviving the heavenly tribulation, which is of great benefit to the monks. In the baptism of heaven, Wang Ping's space-time body became more powerful, and his cultivation also improved. He successfully broke through a small realm and reached the 8th level of the great sage. What kind of secret technique did this kid just explode? It was so terrifying. He struck a blow that was enough to severely damage the half-step Supreme. When Wang Ping accepted the baptism of heaven, the self-proclaimed Supreme also showed a look of shock and disbelief. After all, this is really beyond common sense. Even if you are a genius, you still have to follow the basic laws. From ancient times to the present, he has never seen any prodigy who can unleash a blow that can severely damage the half-step Supreme with the 7th level cultivation of the Great Sage. Even if the monsters that have appeared in history and also have time and space bodies have reached the level of the Great Saint realm and great perfection, they cannot leapfrog to fight the Half-Step Supreme. This Half-Step Supreme is just an ordinary Half-Step Supreme, not the Half-Step Supreme that those monsters cultivated. There is no way. The further you go, the greater the gap in combat power caused by the realm. Half-Step Supreme and Great Sage Perfection are not at the same level at all. They are simply too powerful. Unless this monk of the Great Sage and Perfection not only possesses a terrifying physique, but also develops his physique to the realm of Xiaoqing, and also understands the Tao patterns, then he can hope to fight against the Half-Step Supreme. However, Wang Ping broke with common sense and unleashed such a terrifying blow that even the Supreme Being himself trembled. The big secret. He has a world-shattering secret. If he can obtain it, it is not impossible for me to attain enlightenment in the future. This Supreme Being showed excitement and chose to be born without hesitation. In an instant, the terrifying supreme pressure swept across the entire ancient star and the surrounding star field, terrifying countless monks. Many monks were even crushed directly by the supreme pressure that escaped unintentionally. The Supreme Fire Lord has taken action. This is really a desperate move. This junior is indeed a pervert. Even if we take action, we may be killed or escape by him. But no matter how powerful he is, he cannot be the opponent of the Supreme. He is in danger. Not necessarily, he is probably the descendant of a big force. Even if not, such geniuses have great luck, but they are not so easy to kill. When the Fire Supreme took action, the 3 self-proclaimed Half-Step Supremes on the ancient star started talking and silently watched the battle. Fire Supreme, you still can't sit still? Wang Ping looked at the born Fire Supreme indifferently, with a calm expression and no fear. Since he often visited this ancient star during the simulation, Wang Ping naturally knew that there was a Supreme Being on this ancient star, as well as his Tao name and cultivation level. The Fire Element Supreme, a casual cultivator, has a short lifespan, and his cultivation is only in the early stage of Yuanzun. He is equivalent to the most ordinary Supreme, and is a floor tile among the Supremes. There is nothing to be afraid of. Of course, although Wang Ping was not afraid of the Fire Supreme Being and believed that the other party was not capable of killing him, he did not mean to look down upon him. Even if the Fire Elemental Supreme is the floor tile of the Supreme Realm, and with his short lifespan, how much combat power he can exert at his peak is a question, but he is not something that monks below the Supreme can easily touch. Half-Step Supreme, in front of him, is still like an ant-like existence, and will be beaten to death. To be honest, even if the current Wang Ping's combat power is at full strength, it is impossible to confront the Fire Supreme Lord head-on. Unless this guy is careless, just like the Yuan Lei Supreme on the Taiyuan ancient planet, he directly ignored him, received his attack with his body, and was hit by him for critical damage. In that case, he would be able to kill the Fire Supreme. However, that is obviously impossible. He has already shown strong enough combat power in the previous catastrophe, and is proficient in the way of swallowing the sky. Once the Fire Supreme Lord confronts him, he will definitely go all out, no matter what. Maybe there's nothing left to hold back. However, Wang Ping had many means of escape, so he could be so calm when facing the Fire Supreme. Supreme Fire Lord, you want to kill me, but you can't do it yet. Wang Ping sneered and borrowed the magical power of time and space to quickly escape. If possible, Wang Ping does not want to use the golden talent teleportation, which is full of uncertainty. This cheating talent that makes people love and hate, it can only be used in life simulations. But in the real world, you have to take it easy. Junior, you are too arrogant. If I want to kill you, I can't even run away to the ends of the earth. The Fire Supreme smiled coldly, turned into flames, tore apart the space, and quickly chased after him. The distance between the two sides began to shrink. If it were an ordinary great sage, he would have been caught up long ago, and he had blocked the space, making it difficult to move. However, the time and space body in front of him was not simple. He could not block it, so he could only slowly pursue it. However, The Fire Supreme was very confident in himself and felt that Wang Ping would not be able to escape from his grasp. Sooner or later, he would catch up to him and then be suppressed by him. In the process of chasing and escaping, Wang Ping also quickly opened the chat group page and started to speak. Wang Ping, 66, at Chen Si, 83, at Lin Yuanyuan, 80, at Chen Kong, 67, at Kai Yonglong, 1, at Lumei, 15, guys, I'm being hunted, come and support me, and we'll do something big. Lin Yuanyuan, 80, Kai Yonglong, 1, good guy, who dares to chase my brother Wang? Shocked, JPG. Lumei, 15, you must be a great sage if you can hunt down the current brother Wang. Lin Yuanyuan, 80, the great sage is not qualified yet. I doubt he is half-step to the Supreme. Chen Si, 83, it's so scary, QAQ. Chen Kong, 67, so what if you are half-step Supreme? If you dare to chase my brother Wang, then prepare to be beaten by a group of us. Wang Ping, 66, no, not a half-step Supreme, but a true Supreme. As soon as Wang Ping said this, the group fell silent. Then it's time to fry the pot. No one expected that Wang Ping would be so scary that he would be chased and killed by the Supreme himself. Moreover, Wang Ping was able to open a group chat with ease even when being chased by the Supreme. The meaning of this is not simple. All I can say is that as expected of Brother Wang, he is really drifting away from them in terms of combat prowess. I can't catch up. I can't catch up at all. Lumei, 15, since you are the Supreme, we really need to take action together. Brother Wang, please find a better teleportation point. We will go there later. Wang Ping, 66, okay. After saying this, Wang Ping once again focused his attention on the Fire Elemental Supreme who continued to pursue him. This bastard is really chasing after me. I remember that there was a larger meteorite not far away. It would be the most suitable place to serve as a teleportation point. After this thought flashed through Wang Ping's mind, he used a secret method to improve his cultivation and speed, and rushed over quickly. Seeing this, the Fire Supreme sneered and rushed over as well. You won't run away? Do you want to surrender to me and ask me to let you go? The Fire Supreme sneered, looking down at Wang Ping from above and taunting him. Of course, although he was mocking Wang Ping, the Fire Supreme didn't mean to be careless at all. He was tense and always on guard against Wang Ping using any dangerous cards to kill him. No, I stopped because it was time for you to die. Wang Ping ignored the Fire Supreme and sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, white light appeared one after another around Wang Ping. Then Lin Yuanyuan, Kai Yonglong, Chen Si, Chen Kong, and Lumei appeared here one after another. The sudden appearance of the five people caused the Fire Element Supreme's pupils to shrink suddenly and his body to tense up. After all, he was completely unaware of how these five people suddenly appeared. However, when he discovered that among the five Lin Yuanyuan, the strongest was only at the Holy King level, although he was still vigilant, he once again showed a mocking look. The strongest one is just the Holy King. Is this your trump card? It really disappoints me. Die! After taunting, the Fire Supreme suddenly burst out with terrifying supreme pressure, intending to crush Lin Yuanyuan and others to pieces. In response, Wang Ping summoned his own supreme weapon, took the initiative to resist the pressure of the Supreme, and shouted, Chen Kong, Chen Si, do it. As Wang Ping gave the order, Chen Kong stared at the supreme fire element and directly used the power of his golden finger. In an instant, the face of the supreme fire element changed drastically, and he found that he could not move. At the same time, he also found that his strength suddenly plummeted by 3/4, leaving only 1/4. What kind of magical power is this? Damn it! The unprecedented situation made the face of the supreme fire element change drastically. And this was just the beginning. Wang Ping suddenly shouted, bursting out all his strength, and launched the most powerful attack on the supreme fire element. This time, Wang Ping was lucky and triggered the sextet. Although it did not trigger a critical hit, Wang Ping's cultivation level was improved by a small realm compared to the time of the tribulation. In addition, the space-time body was also stronger, so it was not weak either. In an instant, the terrifying attack came towards the Supreme of Fire, making his face slightly tense. However, he was not worried about anything, but just sneered and activated the defensive type of magical power to protect himself. Although his strength was weakened and imprisoned, he could not move at all, no matter what method he used, but he found that he could still use magical powers to attack and defend. For this reason, he chose to use magical powers for defense safely. Ha! Wang Ping looked at the Supreme of Fire, and when his magical power was about to take shape, he sneered and sent a voice message to Lu Mei, asking her to take action. In an instant, Lu Mei adjusted her appearance to the highest level. You know, Lu Mei has optimized the Golden Finger once now, and the appearance she can improve is even more terrifying, and it has some strange effects which increases the charm power to a terrifying level. For this reason, even the Supreme will be charmed for some time. As Lu Mei took action, the Supreme of Fire was charmed for a moment. At this moment, the defense magic of the Fire Supreme, which had not yet taken shape, collapsed directly, and Wang Ping's attack fell hard on him. Even though the Fire Supreme was the Supreme, he was old after all, and was still imprisoned, and his combat power was weakened. Therefore, facing Wang Ping's full-strength attack, he could not withstand it at all, and a large number of cracks appeared on his body, which was shattered by space, corroded by time, and accelerated aging. The Fire Supreme was undoubtedly severely injured. After the Fire Supreme broke free from the charm, he felt his condition and was almost crazy. He had never thought that he would be bullied by a group of ants like this. If this continued, he would really be killed by a great sage with a Saint King or even a godly Lord Ant. This was something he could not accept. At that time, if the news that he was killed by a few ants spread out, then he, the Fire Supreme, would really be nailed to the pillar of shame, and his name as the weakest Supreme would be infamous for thousands of years. Youngsters, you are looking for death. The eyes of the Fire Supreme were bloodshot. Faced with such a situation, he felt that there was no possibility of survival. Even if he escaped by chance, he would not live long. For this reason, he roared and directly self-destructed. His soul, body, magic power, origin, everything, all burned up, and he performed the most terrifying self-destruction. In an instant, the terrifying energy fluctuations swept across, causing the space in the starry sky to explode crazily. Nothing could stop this terrifying energy fluctuation. The Supreme self-destructed at all costs. Even if this Supreme had been weakened by 3/4 and was severely injured, the power of its self-destruction was definitely not something that an ordinary Supreme could easily block. If it was not handled properly, it would be severely injured. However, it was undoubtedly impossible for the Fire Supreme to drag Wang Ping and others to perish together by self-destruction. That is, when the Fire Supreme self-destructed, Wang Ping did not hesitate to let Cai Yonglong use his Golden Finger and add its effect to the shield. In an instant, under the effect of Cai Yonglong's Golden Finger, even the self-explosion of the Supreme did not break the defense of the shield. Wang Ping and others stood still and did not suffer any damage. Kaizi, I have to say that although the duration of your Golden Finger is a little short, the strength of this defense is really fierce. After everything was settled, Wang Ping patted Cai Yonglong on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It was only strengthened once, and it could block the self-explosion of the weakened Supreme. This defense strength is really supermodel. According to the optimization of the Golden Finger, it usually takes 2 optimizations to achieve this effect, and then the upper limit is the Great Emperor level. To exceed the Great Emperor level, you have to optimize for the 3rd time. However, for the 3rd optimization, he is the only one in the group who can do it. That's necessary. If the duration is short and it's still so weak, then I'll really cry to death," Cai Yonglong said with a smile. "By the way, Yuan Yuan, it's a pity that I didn't let you pick up the leak this time." Wang Ping looked at Lin Yuan Yuan and shook his head again. He called Lin Yuan Yuan over for 2 reasons. First, to be on the safe side and use her as a trump card. Second, to see if Lin Yuan Yuan could obtain the power of the Supreme. Unfortunately, the Supreme was not so easy to kill. Even though they had added all kinds of buffs to the Fire Supreme, He still couldn't kill it even though he had used all his firepower to severely injure it. Lu Mei's charm effect was also broken. Under such circumstances, they have actually lost the possibility of killing the Fire Supreme. As long as the Fire Supreme gives himself a defensive magical power next, whether Wang Ping can break through the defense is a question. After all, his purple talent magical power nullification is still in the cooling down period. 10 years may seem like a short time, but in the real world it's also a long time. As for the consumption of 100 years of life, it was nothing. Wang Ping didn't care. Unfortunately, the Fire Elemental Supreme was confused by their series of tricks and decided that he had no chance of a comeback, so he self-destructed regardless of the cost. If the Fire Supreme Lord can hold on for a while longer, Wang Ping will really have to run away with Kai Yonglong and others. Brother Wang, it's okay. I just need to grow slowly. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Lin Yuanyuan shook her head and said, Yes. Wang Ping nodded and said nothing more. Then, Wang Ping thought for a while, and took out the divine sources of different levels from his storage world and distributed them to Kai Yonglong and others. After all, they spent group points to teleport here to help, and Wang Ping couldn't let them go in vain. It was necessary to be rewarded. This group of people refuses to accept the red envelopes, so it is better to be more realistic and force them to have some resources. Hey, since Brother Wang gave me the divine source, I will accept it. Wang Ping was firm this time, and Kai Yonglong had no intention of delaying this time and said very happily. Not to mention that Brother Wang has such a firm attitude. Let's just say that this is a divine source, something that helps with cultivation. How can I refuse this? Thank you, Brother Wang. Chen Kong, Chen Si, and Lu Mei also thanked them very happily. Brother Wang, I won't accept it since I haven't helped you much. Lin Yuanyuan shook her head and had no intention of accepting it. She understands very well the principle of no reward for no merit. In response, Wang Ping smiled and took the divine source back without saying anything else. Then, Wang Ping thought for a moment and said, Will you follow me next, or teleport back? Hearing this, Chen Kong, Chen Si, and Lu Mei looked at each other and said that it would be better to return to their own world, which would be safer. As for Lin Yuanyuan and Kai Yonglong, they naturally have no plans to go back. After all, Lin Yuanyuan was venturing into the upper world and was not going back in the first place. As for Kai Yonglong, he has been living in the ancient Taiyuan star and has not made much progress in cultivation. Naturally, he can continue to hold Wang Ping's thigh for safety and improve his cultivation level faster. Brother Wang, I still won't follow you. After all, my situation is more complicated and it wouldn't be a good idea to go. Lin Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment, but still chose to decline. It is indeed safe enough to follow Wang Ping to a powerful force like Tai Imperial Palace, and you can easily become stronger. However, after all, her abilities are somewhat obscure. In addition, since she is now the taskmaster in the group, she will disappear frequently, and it is not convenient for her to join a big force. Okay, then take care of your own safety. If I can capture some strong men alive, I will exchange them with you. Wang Ping pondered slightly, and without forcing anything, he spoke. Lin Yuanyuan nodded. Next, Wang Ping nodded, and without saying anything else, he took Kai Yonglong and flew towards the ancient star. After all, he left Wan Yu, his disciple, there, and it was impossible to leave him alone and go directly to the Tai Emperor's palace. When Wang Ping brought Kai Yonglong and others back to Ancient Star, the Half-Step Supreme and Saint Realm experts who were silently observing were all very surprised. After all, the fact that Wang Ping can come back means that the Fire Supreme Lord has probably died. The death of the Supreme Being is truly a frightening event. In this regard, they also became more convinced of the fact that Wang Ping was the successor of a great force, and lamented that the Fire Supreme was still too paranoid and should not gamble. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. Many monks did not dare to stare at Wang Ping too blatantly. They dived silently and continued to fall into a deep sleep. Wang Ping took Kai Yonglong and others to see Wan Yu and introduced Wan Yu to Kai Yonglong. Kai Yonglong didn't expect Wang Ping to have another apprentice, and couldn't help but become very curious. After all, Brother Wang has always been very cautious in accepting disciples, and Wan Yu is definitely not an easy person. When Kai Yonglong and others were curious about Wan Yu, Wang Ping led everyone to the Tongxian continent. As for what to do with Lin Xinghe is guarded by the remnant soul of the previous generation's immortal devouring demonic body, so nothing will happen to him. If this wasn't a simulation, Wang Ping would definitely take Lin Xinghe to the Tongxian continent and join the Tai Imperial Palace. However, if you are rushing in reality, it will be too troublesome. After all, if you want to return to Taiyuan Ancient Star first, and then go from Taiyuan Ancient Star to Tongxian continent, it will take at least 5 years. The past 5 years in the real world have been too long for Wang Ping, and there will be many more variables. For this reason, it is better to go to Tai Emperor Palace first, and then take it with you in the simulation, so as to minimize the risk and time cost. Half a year later, Wang Ping successfully led everyone to the Tai Emperor's Palace and met the master of the Tai Emperor's Palace. Perfect time and space body. 8th level cultivation of the Great Saint Realm. When the palace master of the Tai Imperial Palace learned the details of Wang Ping, even though he was a supremely powerful person and the palace master of the Tai Imperial Palace, he was well informed and could not help but gasp. His face was full of shock. After all, the perfect time-space Tao body is comparable to the immortal body and is difficult to find in the world. And Wang Ping's ability to practice to the 8th level of the Great Sage Realm in the Age of Dharma ending is also very unbelievable. For this reason, the master of the Tai Imperial Palace did not hesitate to open the back door to Wang Ping, allowing Kai Yonglong and Wan Yu to join the Tai Imperial Palace. As for qualification testing, it is completely unnecessary. Not to mention that Kai Yonglong and the two seem to have some qualifications. Even if they were scraps with severed meridians and scrapped dantian, the master of the Tai Emperor Palace would not hesitate to take them into the Tai Emperor Palace and then supplement them with a large number of precious medicines. Shape their meridians and dantian. There is no reason, just because they are followers of Wang Ping, it's that simple. Of course, under normal circumstances, necessary life experience testing and swearing to heaven with a Taoist heart are still very necessary. After all, Tai Imperial Palace does not want to mix in spies and cultivate talents for other forces. However, when a perfect time and space body is delivered to the door, it is natural to accept it first. If it is let go, there will be no place to cry, and the ancestors will definitely scold it. A scolding is a minor matter, but being beaten up and thrown into some forbidden area is the most likely thing to happen. Palace Master, I have a question. I wonder if you can answer it. Wang Ping clasped his fist slightly and said with a smile, "To the best of my ability, I'll tell you what you want to know." The Palace Master of Tai Emperor Palace smiled softly, with a warm expression on his face, but he did not speak too fully. "I want to know, if my cultivation reaches the supreme level when I come here, will you still accept me?" Wang Ping asked curiously. "No." The Palace Master of Tai Emperor Palace looked serious and shook his head. The Supreme is already a strong man in the 3 realms of enlightenment. If he grew up outside, it is difficult to have feelings for a force and guarantee loyalty. No big force will accept it. A truly big force will only cultivate the Supreme on its own. Absorb it. There are too many hidden dangers and unstable factors in the foreign Supreme. Is that really the case? Wang Ping was thoughtful. It seemed that he was right to come early. If it were a little later, it would probably be impossible to join the Tai Emperor Palace and other forces. If after I join, I quickly grow into a Supreme through my own cultivation, will I be suspected? Wang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and asked another question. No. Now that you have joined the Tai Emperor's Palace, we will trust you as long as we confirm your innocence. Even if your cultivation level grows rapidly, we will still trust you. The palace owner of Tai Emperor Palace smiled slightly. I believe you can understand the necessary tests. However, as long as you gain the trust of our Tai Imperial Palace, we will do our best to train you to become a quasi-emperor or even a great emperor. That's good. Wang Ping smiled slightly and nodded, liking the outspoken style of the palace master of Tai Emperor Palace. If they were some old foxes, they must have said things like, "Don't be suspicious of people who employ people, don't use people who are suspicious of people," and then investigate behind the scenes. Of course, this is because his talent is too outstanding. Otherwise, whether the master of the Tai Emperor Palace can be so sincere is also a question. All I can say is that everything is relative. You should be looking for a supporter. As for the cultivation resources of our Tai Emperor Palace, you probably have no such idea. Seeing Wang Ping ask these questions, the palace owner of Tai Emperor Palace chuckled and revealed Wang Ping's purpose. On the way to the growth of Tianjiao, talent is secondary, and background is the most important, isn't it? Without a strong background to support me, even if I am a great sage, I will only be arrested to refine medicine when I meet ordinary supreme and quasi-emperors. Wang Ping sighed and said frankly, when you are in the Holy Realm, you can still rely on yourself, but it will be difficult to survive the difficulties on your own later. Yes, talent is important when practicing a discipline, but without a strong background to support it, it will be difficult to reach the top. The palace owner of Tai Emperor Palace was a little emotional. Back then, if he hadn't been the emperor's son of the Tai Imperial Palace, without this identity, he would have died in any number of dangers. If you don't have that identity, those old monsters won't have any scruples in taking action. It doesn't matter who you are, or bullying the younger ones. It's all bullshit. You can just declare yourself the next one. Although practicing in the age of ending Dharma can indeed sharpen people, it is also a waste of time. In addition, in the age of ending Dharma, it is basically impossible to achieve the supreme state of Taoism. According to the calculations of the great emperor of my Tai Palace, the Golden Age will begin 100,000 years later. As long as you proclaim yourself to be born at that time, you are very likely to reach the realm of the great emperor. Even if you become an immortal, there is no chance. At this time, the palace master of Tai Emperor Palace spoke again and gave Wang Ping a mouthful of chicken soup for the soul. This made Kai Yonglong couldn't help but murmur in his heart. How could Brother Wang be self-proclaimed? If they are self-proclaimed, what about the dangerous mission? The chat group may not have to force them directly from the source of the gods. Sorry, I still have some things to do, so I can't self-declare. It won't be too late to self-declare after I finish handling the matter. At this time, Wang Ping also smiled slightly and said, well, as long as you know it yourself. The palace master of Tai Emperor Palace didn't say anything more and just nodded. Wang Ping can grow to this level, so naturally he doesn't need any teaching from him. This kind of people basically have their own thoughts and plans. Being too involved is not good and can also make people disgusted. Next, Wang Ping and others were taken to live on a beautiful mountain peak. This peak is called Lingshan Peak, and it will be Wang Ping's exclusive peak from now on. Although Wang Ping has not yet become the emperor's son, his treatment, under the arrangement of the master of the Tai Imperial Palace, is that of an emperor's son. The palace master of the Tai Emperor Palace knew very well that when Wang Ping officially set foot on the path of the Tai Emperor, he would become the emperor's son, and as long as he proclaimed himself the Golden Age, he could easily suppress Yu Daohong, the former first emperor's son, and become the third emperor. An emperor's son. For this reason, although it was not in line with the rules for him to directly arrange Lingshan Peak for Wang Ping as a place of cultivation, he still made an exception. Next, it's time to move on to the simulation. After Wang Ping moved into Lingshan Peak, he was quite satisfied with the environment here. Of course, the most important thing is that this mountain peak is protected by a large formation. Unless Wang Ping's permission is obtained, no one can enter this mountain peak, and even the supreme and quasi-emperors cannot peek into its secrets. It can be said that Tai Imperial Palace still values personal privacy very much. This point is what Wang Ping is most satisfied with. After all, these time travelers have too many secrets, and if they are accidentally exposed, they may still cause some trouble. Even if this is the Tai Emperor's palace, it is no exception. Wang Ping believed in Emperor Tianyu and most of the ancestors in the Tai Palace, but it was impossible to trust everyone. As long as there is a big force, there will be some evil people. This is inevitable. Although these villains would not choose to sell out the interests of Tai Imperial Palace, if there are benefits that make them excited, they would still be happy to fight for it. This is something that cannot be avoided. System, I want to conduct a paid simulation now. How much divine source do I need? Wang Ping gathered his thoughts, breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked in his heart. Ding! It has been detected that the host cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Great Saint Realm. The required consumption for paid simulation is 3 million kilograms of high-grade divine source or 300,000 kilograms of top-grade divine source. The system's voice rang, causing Wang Ping's expression to stiffen slightly. Damn it, it's 3 million high-grade divine sources. Don't be too outrageous. By the way, last time we only had 150,000 high-grade divine sources, so this has increased by 20 times. Well, it doesn't seem right. The last time I simulated it was when I was a half-step Great Sage. It seemed normal to jump directly from the half-step Great Sage to the 8th level of the Great Sage. It would be doubled so many times. Wang Ping sighed. Cultivation. Although there are many benefits to choosing cultivation, and it allows me to experience the overwhelming pleasure of various cultivations, but this consumption really makes me complain. Next, I can only simulate it about 7 times. This is still based on the premise that I will not continue to choose cultivation. However, I now know the place where the inheritance of the Dark Time Emperor's Sutra is located. Maybe there is the inheritance of the Dark Time Emperor there. If there is, it will be developed. Wang Ping rubbed his chin again to calm down. Not to mention, if it doesn't work, just raise your cultivation level to the half-step supreme level, and then develop the space-time Tao body to the realm of Xiaoqing. By then, killing ordinary supreme beings will definitely be like killing a dog. Am I afraid that I will not have the resources to continue the simulation? As long as you kill more ordinary supreme beings and collect more divine sources, you can continue the simulation. Besides that, Feng Mo Supreme, my good senior, if I lack the divine source, it's time to go find you and blast the gold coins. Wang Ping's eyes flashed, and he smiled. His cultivation level has been raised to half-step supreme, and he has developed the time and space body to the realm of small achievements. If he can refresh several golden talents and even 7 color talents of auxiliary combat types, plus the help of other group members, he can kill this old man. Guys, the possibility of him exploding gold coins is quite high. In a word, I have a promising future, and I am a future warrior. The system will conduct a paid simulation for me. I am not short of this divine source. Wang Ping said with confidence, waving his hand. Ding! Consume 3 million kilograms of high-grade divine source. Start the life simulator and refresh your talents. The system's voice rang. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the 7-color talent. Instant death attack, the red talent. Wood mystic body. 7-color talent, instant death attack. With this talent, when the host attacks, if it hits the opponent, there is a certain probability of triggering the instant death effect. As long as the instant death effect is triggered, no matter whether the opponent is the Supreme, the Quasi-Emperor, or even the Great Emperor, he can hit will kill. Warm reminder, this talent can be turned on and off freely, so you don't have to worry about accidentally killing your friends during competition. Red talent, Mu Xianti. Fuck! Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and was shocked. He didn't expect that he would actually develop another 7-color talent. And this 7-color talent would be so cruel. Although it is an unstable type of talent, the effect of this talent is too scary. As long as the instant death effect is triggered, even if the opponent is the Emperor, he can kill him with one hit and make him fall on the spot. This is completely a magical skill to kill enemies at a higher level. If you are lucky enough, you can completely kill an opponent who is much stronger than you and achieve a comeback from a desperate situation. Ha ha ha. With this colorful talent, I don't know how many unlucky Supremes will die in my hands in the future. Wang Ping couldn't help laughing, as if he saw that amazing scene. Immediately, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts again, breathed a sigh of relief, and said in his heart, System, I choose the 7-color talent Instant Death Attack. Ding! Talent selection is successful. Life simulation begins. The sound of the system rang again, and Wang Ping felt a flash of consciousness, knowing that he had entered a state of immersive simulation. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, you chose to go back to Taiyuan Ancient Star first, and brought Lin Qinghe, Yi Xiaofan, and others to Tongxian Continent to join Tai Emperor Palace. After successfully bringing everyone to Tai Emperor Palace, you choose to follow the information in your memory to find the location of the Dark Time Emperor Sutra. When you arrive at your destination, you will find the entrance to a secret realm. This secret realm reacted to your 2 fragments of the Imperial Scripture. Unfortunately, without the 3rd residual map, the secret realm cannot be opened after all. This makes you frown and sigh helplessly. Your guess is indeed correct. Even if you know where the Imperial Scripture inheritance is, it will be difficult to obtain the inheritance without a complete map in hand. This map of the Emperor's Scripture is the key to unlocking the secret realm, and it is also likely to help you obtain the inheritance after the secret realm is opened. After returning disappointed, you became a disciple of Emperor Tianyu, and without any further thought of wasting time, you chose to proclaim yourself in the Tai Imperial Palace. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100,000 years have passed. The Golden Age has appeared. You have lifted your self-proclaimed title and started to walk on the road to heaven. You have defeated Dao Hong and become the first emperor's son, with unlimited glory. However, in this process, you still adhere to Lao Yinbi's style and let Emperor Tianyu use secret methods to cover your cultivation, making it difficult for outsiders to see through. Your external performance is still only half-step to the level of a great sage. This time, you plan to go through the plot again and find out the mastermind who intends to destroy the geniuses of Tongxian Continent. Of course, although you plan to follow the previous plot, you still plan to strengthen yourself first. If the strength does not become strong enough, it will end up like the last simulation. For this reason, you chose to find a genius ranked 98th on the Great Saint list. At this point in time, many self-proclaimed geniuses have not yet been born, so his ranking at this moment is higher. When you found him and wanted to make a deal with him, the genius was quite surprised, and then he wanted to start a gambling battle with you, and shamelessly said that he would suppress his cultivation to the 1st level of the Great Sage at most. In this regard, you are very speechless and say yes, but you have a condition. That is, today's battle is a secret between you, and no one is allowed to tell it. Seeing that you agreed so happily and put forward conditions, the genius's expression changed, and he suddenly felt that his request was too small. However, the matter has reached this point, and he can't back down, so he chose to agree. In the end, you had a battle. This genius lowered his cultivation level to the 1st level of the Great Sage, and was beaten by you when you only showed half a step of the Great Sage's cultivation level. This made this genius doubtful about life, fell into autistic state, and his Taoist mind was a little unstable. You couldn't help but laugh at this. If someone has the same talent as you, or even the next level, you will naturally not be able to leapfrog and fight. However, with this guy's talent, he probably won't even be able to rank on the future Saint King list. It's normal for him to be defeated by the bigger you are today. Of course, this guy should actually be fighting you for a longer time. It's a pity that this guy is so unlucky. During the battle, you directly triggered the purple talent Infinity Blade and Trio. The result was direct massacre. Next, after you comforted him hypocritically, you chose to take away the 3rd fragment of the picture and left gracefully under the resentful eyes of this genius. This makes the strong man behind it not know what to say. He can only lament that a monster has appeared in the Tai Emperor Palace. After getting the 3rd residual map, you chose to go to the location of the secret realm and took out 3 residual maps. In an instant, the 3 residual maps glowed and began to merge into one, turning into a complete map. Immediately afterwards, the entrance to the secret realm was opened. You thought that after the secret realm was opened, there would be great commotion. After all, most secret realms follow this routine in order to attract many talented people to come together. However, The secret realm, where the Dark Time Emperor Sutra inheritance is located, obviously does not follow the routine. After the secret realm is opened, no strange phenomena appear at all, but a terrifying suction force appears, sucking you into it. As for your guardians, they are excluded. After entering the secret realm, you will see a scene that surprises you. The entire secret realm is not too big. It is full of spiritual energy, has beautiful mountains and rivers, and is like a paradise. The fluctuations in the law of time are extremely obvious. In this secret realm, you also saw a town. There are tens of thousands of people in the village. These people are old and young, and their cultivation levels are high and low, but without exception, they all seem to be practicing the way of time. This makes you quite surprised. After all, monks who can practice the way of time are very rare in the outside world. Now, in this secret realm, they are everywhere very strange. While you were looking at the town, the monks in the town were also looking at you with quite curious expressions. Soon, two old men appeared in front of you with kind faces and asked your name. In response, you felt awestruck. You didn't know when these two old men appeared, and you didn't react at all. You guess in your heart that these two people are at least supreme, and they are definitely strong among the supreme. Many thoughts flashed through your mind, but you had no intention of hiding your identity. You chose to tell the truth, saying that you were the first emperor of the Tai Palace. You found the map that recorded the Dark Time Emperor scripture, so you came here. Listening to your words, the two old men looked shocked and quite emotional, saying that after millions of years, someone finally found the map of the Emperor's scripture. Listening to the old man's words, you are surprised. You didn't expect that no one has obtained this map and come here for millions of years. However, when you think of the location of the second fragment of the map, you can't help but feel that the fragment of the Emperor's Sutra may have been left in the Wangchuan River a long time ago. Besides you, no one can get it. Under such circumstances, it is quite normal for no one to be able to collect 3 fragmentary images for millions of years. Next, you said that you got this map by chance and pretended to be curious and asked the two old men if they were descendants of the senior Anshi Emperor. In response, the two old men chuckled, indicating that they were indeed descendants of the Dark Emperor. To be precise, the people in this town are all descendants of the Dark Emperor. They have been living here in seclusion for millions of years. When you hear the value of millions of years, you can't help but feel alarmed and feel quite uneasy. No wonder there has been no news about the descendants of Emperor Ungshi from the outside world. It turns out that Emperor Ungshi has been hidden in a secret realm and has been hidden from the world. I really don't know what Emperor Ungshi thinks. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and marveled in his heart. With the Ungshi Emperor's ability, if he wanted to, he could easily establish an Emperor-level force and pass it on for a very long time. After all, the longevity of the imperial clan that practices the time method is actually much higher than that of ordinary monks. Although it is not as good as the longevity Qin family, it can still be called the longevity clan. How can I guess the Emperor's thoughts now? Maybe he made such a choice because he deduced something or saw a glimpse of the future. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself, and continued to stare at the screen. Next, you were led into the town by two old men, and you were entertained by them. You were very polite about this, and it took a long time before you revealed the purpose of your visit. At the same time, you also reveal your perfect time and space body. This made the two old men marvel. They did not expect that you actually possess such a heaven-defying physique as a time-space body. Then, the two old men chuckled and said that you have a body of time and space which is most suitable for practicing the way of time. In addition, you came here with a map, which can be regarded as a token. Naturally, you have an emperor who practices the lineage of his Dark Time Emperor. Qualifications. In this regard, you looked happy, thinking that this time you should be able to obtain the Dark Time Emperor Sutra safely, and then quickly became stronger. At this time, the two old men spoke out again. It means that although you are qualified to practice, their ancestor Ungshi Emperor left a message before leaving. No matter who wants to practice the Ungshi Emperor Sutra, They need to pass the trials, he said, even if so are their descendants. These words surprised you. You looked at the two old men in confusion, as if you thought there was something wrong with these words. Seemingly reading your thoughts, the two old men chuckled and said that although the people in the town all practice the way of time, there are actually very few people in their clan who have passed the trial and successfully practiced the Dark Time Emperor Sutra. There are few, and most of them just practice imitating the scriptures of the Dark Time Emperor Sutra. These scriptures are either strong or weak, and the strongest among them only reaches the level of Quasi-Emperor's Law, which is completely incomparable to the Dark Time Emperor's scripture. These words surprised you and made you even more confused. You don't understand why the Dark Emperor set such harsh conditions. Even his own descendants have to pass trials before they can practice. Such an approach will undoubtedly affect the foundation and heritage of the descendants of one's ethnic group. After all, the difference between practicing the Emperor's scripture and not practicing the Emperor's scripture is really big, which will affect the foundation and potential, and the combat power of the same realm will be relatively weak. Although it is said that some ruthless people can practice to a profound level even without practicing the Emperor Sutra, and even become emperors and then reinvent themselves, but such people are still in the minority. In this world, most monks practice by standing on the shoulders of their predecessors, laying a solid foundation, and then using this to blaze their own path. In response to your doubts, the two old men also shook their heads, indicating that they did not know what their ancestors were thinking. However, since the ancestor did this, he certainly had his reasons. Therefore, you must go through the trial. If you can pass the trial, you will naturally be able to obtain the Dark Time Emperor Sutra and perhaps other opportunities. If it fails, then I can only ask you to leave. After saying this, the two old men comforted you again, saying that since you have a time and space body, the success rate is still more than 90%, so don't worry too much. Hearing this, you chuckled and clasped your fists slightly, expressing your hope that the two old men would lead you to participate in the trial. In response, the two old men nodded and took you to the trial site. This place of trial is actually an underground corridor, which is called the Ancient Road of Time by the two old men. Only by walking to the deepest point can you obtain the Dark Time Emperor Scripture. At the same time, the two old men also tell you that the Ancient Road of Time is not only a trial, but also an opportunity. Because every time you walk, you are sharpening your will, and it can also help you understand the way of time. Perhaps you can use this to understand your own time pattern, which will be of great help to you in the future when you step into the supreme level. Listening to the words of the two old men, you were quite surprised, but also looked forward to it. Next, you will step into the Ancient Road of Time. This Ancient Road of Time is indeed magical and makes you feel like time is out of whack. You don't know the speed of time, you can only move forward, comprehend the mystery of time, and at the same time prevent yourself from getting lost in it, causing the trial to fail. In the blink of an eye, you have been in it for hundreds of years. At the second half of the journey, even you feel a little uncomfortable and almost lost. When you reach the last section of the road, you are in a trance, not knowing whether it is the past, the present, or a certain point in the future. However, you finally woke up, sat down cross-legged, stabilized your mind, and began to realize the truth. In the end, it took you 1,000 years to successfully take that step and comprehend the time pattern. You, with the 8th level cultivation of the Great Sage, have suddenly understood the time pattern. This is something that is enough to cause a sensation in the entire Tongxian continent. After you comprehend the pattern of time, the ancient path of time becomes clear again in your eyes. You have bright eyes and take that step firmly. When you took that step and came to the end of the Ancient Road of Time, you saw a wall with a cold figure carved on it. It was the Dark Emperor. Even though it was just a mural, it still shocked you and made you marvel at the Dark Emperor's demeanor. When you were amazed, you felt your consciousness flicker and seemed to be pulled into a strange space by the mural. In this strange space, you saw a large number of scriptures. This is undoubtedly the Dark Emperor scripture. You were surprised by this and quickly memorized it and began to practice. After years passed, you finally successfully practiced the Dark Emperor scripture. your combat power soared again, which made you very happy. At this time, an illusory figure also appeared in front of you, staring at you with cold eyes. This made your heart jump, and you saw the true form of this illusory figure. This is the shadow of the Dark Emperor. You were shocked by this and wondered if this was the incarnation left by the Dark Emperor. When you were shocked, the shadow of the Dark Emperor spoke. He sighed and said, "Is he finally here?" When these words came out, you were shocked and couldn't calm down. After all, the meaning of these words was too shocking. This means that the Dark Emperor seemed to have known that you would come and had been waiting for you. What's going on? Could it be that the Dark Emperor has cultivated the way of time to a level that I can't guess, and has really seen a certain future about me from countless parallel lines? Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and was also a little surprised and uneasy. If so, what kind of terrifying level has the Dark Emperor's cultivation reached? In addition, where did he go? Why did he do so many puzzling things? When Wang Ping's heart was in turmoil, the simulation continued. When you calmed down a little and wanted to ask the shadow of the Dark Emperor about something, he stared at you deeply, didn't say much, and quickly disappeared. This made you open your mouth, not knowing what to say. Then, your consciousness flashed, and you were thrown out of this strange space and returned to the ancient road of time. You stared at the mural and found that the strange power would no longer appear to pull you in, so you walked back with a troubled heart. Soon, you left the ancient road of time and came to the outside world. When you came to the outside world, you found two old men waiting for you. The two saw that you looked a little absent-minded after coming out, and they couldn't help but frown slightly, quite surprised, and thought you failed the challenge. For this reason, he patted your shoulder and comforted you, saying that the fate had not yet arrived, and you couldn't force it, and you would continue to challenge tomorrow. This made you come back to your senses, and you didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You said helplessly that you had succeeded in the challenge, and comprehended the time pattern, obtained the Dark Time Emperor Sutra, and successfully practiced it. However, you encountered some things in it that made it difficult for you to understand. This surprised the two old men. Then, the two of them curiously asked you what had happened and why you were so distracted. Your eyes flickered, and you told the story, asking the two old men if they knew anything. These words surprised the two old men, and they all shook their heads, saying that the ancestor had always acted strangely, and no one knew what he was thinking. However, since he left these words, there must be a deep meaning. You are the person he is waiting for, so they, the Dark Emperor, will stand on the same front with you in the future. This surprised Wang Ping, saying that the Dark Emperor should not be in seclusion here. Is it really good to stand on this side? The two old men chuckled, saying that since the person the ancestor was waiting for has appeared, they don't need to hide from the world. Although they will not leave here casually in the future, if you need their help, they will help. Hearing this, you are quite happy in your heart, knowing that you have a powerful fighting force that only follows you, which is really a pleasant surprise. There are definitely many strong people in the Dark Time Emperor's lineage, and they will definitely help you a lot in the future. Many things that are inconvenient to do in the Tai Imperial Palace can also be asked to be done by the Dark Time Emperor's lineage. Next, you nodded, and after continuing to talk with the two old men, you remembered your original plan and shook your head with a wry smile. Although you don't know how long you have been in the ancient time road, at least 1,000 or 2,000 years have passed. After 1,000 or 2,000 years, the outside world doesn't know what it has become. Your previous plan to find out the mastermind behind the scenes probably won't have a chance to be implemented. Next, you can't help but ask the two old men how much time has passed. In response, the two old men chuckled and said that you don't have to worry because the speed of time in the ancient time road and the outside world is different. Now only 10 years have passed in the outside world. Hearing this number, you are quite surprised. This method is really magical. It can make the time ratio reach such a level without hindering people from enlightenment. You know, if you are willing, you can also expand the time field and change the time flow rate in the field. However, the time ratio is not that exaggerated, and practicing in this field will do more harm than good. Enlightenment will lead to deviations, which can be very harmful. As for improving one's cultivation, it is possible, but cultivation is also related to enlightenment, and there are also quite a few hidden dangers. However, in this ancient road of time, the proportion of time is so exaggerated, and it does not hinder people's enlightenment. It is really amazing. It can only be said that the Emperor of Darkness is worthy of being the emperor among emperors, and his methods are completely difficult for ordinary people to guess. Next, your thoughts became active. You said goodbye to the two old men and left the secret realm. After you left the secret realm, you found that your supreme protector had been waiting for a long time and looked very worried. Now, when he saw you coming out, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Next, your supreme protector will curiously ask you what you experienced in the secret realm and why you stayed for such a long time. In addition, whether this secret realm needs to be reported to the palace master of Tai Emperor Palace. Hearing this, you didn't say anything more, you just said not to report it. These words made your supreme protector's eyes stern, and he nodded seriously. As your protector, he is undoubtedly tied to you. Therefore, your interests outweigh everything else. As long as it's not about betraying Tai Imperial Palace, he can stand by your side. Next, you took the Supreme Protector and left here quickly, as if nothing happened. Next, you will return to Tai Emperor Palace. This time, you find that Emperor Tianyu did not leave as in the last simulation, which makes you think about the difference. In the end, the surprise you feel is probably the difference between whether you took out the residual picture or not. Perhaps the Emperor Tianyu in the last simulation went to search for the Dark Time Emperor Sutra for you, so he never returned, rather than because of some accident. Then you paid a visit to Emperor Tianyu. When you see Emperor Tianyu will be surprised, because he saw that you practiced the Dark Time Emperor Sutra and condensed the time pattern. In this regard, Emperor Tianyu can only lament that you are really lucky. You have received the inheritance from the Dark Emperor, and you can condense the time pattern with the 8th level cultivation of the Great Sage. Today, your combat power is probably far beyond the level of a Great Sage. How powerful you are has made Emperor Tianyu a little curious. For this reason, he directly called a half-step supreme and asked you to fight him. You did not refuse Emperor Tianyu's arrangement, but your fighting spirit increased. After all, you're also quite curious about your current combat power. Soon, Emperor Tianyu casually created a small world for you to enter and fight. In this regard, the half-step supreme expert was quite helpless. He believes that even if you are the first Emperor's son with strong combat power, but you can fight beyond the level, it is impossible to fight with him, a half-step supreme, with the cultivation level of a half-step Great Sage. Let alone a half-step Great Sage. Even if you are at the perfect level of a Great Sage, he doesn't think you can fight with him. After all, the gap between the Great Sage and the half-step supreme is so huge that even an Emperor-level figure cannot overcome it. However, this half-step supreme was soon dumbfounded, because after you move your muscles and bones, your true cultivation level will directly explode. In an instant, the cultivation of the 8th level of the Great Sage realm unfolded, leaving this half-step supreme being very shocked and confused. For half-step supreme, he has never seen anyone like you. When others hide their cultivation, they're trying to hide 1 or 2 small realms. It's good for you, you directly hide 1 big realm plus 7 small realms. If he confronts you and fights to the death with you, he may be severely injured or even killed by you due to his negligence. After all, who knows that the true cultivation level of a half-step Great Sage is the 8th level of the Great Sage? Furthermore, during this half-step, the Supreme Master observed your aura and found that your aura was extremely thick and oppressive. It was completely unmatched by other Great Sages. Even the geniuses on the Great Sage list that he had seen were among the Great Sages. When he was in the 8th level, he couldn't give him such a feeling. When Half-Step Supreme was shocked, you smiled slightly, and after announcing the start of the battle, you launched the attack directly without any hesitation. The left hand used the Dark Time Emperor Sutra, and the right hand used the Sky Devouring Emperor Sutra, plus the Great Perfection Law of Time and Space, bursting out with terrifying power. This scene made the half-step supreme feel a knot in his heart. The alarm bell sounded, and he quickly fought back. In an instant, you collided together. However, although you are powerful, and after practicing the Dark Time Emperor Sutra, your combat power has increased to a higher level, but the half-step supreme is still the half-step supreme after all. You are not suppressed by you. Instead, your attack is neutralized. You recoiled a little. However, you were not harmed. You don't really care about this. After all, it is not easy to defeat the half-step supreme. From ancient times to the present, the conditions for Tianjiao to leapfrog and defeat ordinary half-step supremes have actually been clear for a long time. The great sage has perfected his cultivation, has completed the holy body, is the supreme weapon of his destiny, and has the Tao pattern of understanding the path he cultivates. Without this configuration, it would be impossible to defeat the half-step supreme by leapfrogging. However, you are still an ordinary holy body genius, which is different. Your perfect time and space Tao body, even if it has not reached the realm of Shao Cheng, is still stronger than the Shao Cheng of the holy body. In addition, you are practicing the Tao of time and space, and you are practicing the most advanced time and space Emperor Sutra. For this reason, even if your cultivation level is only the 8th level of the Great Sage, even if you still have something to hide and you have not used the time pattern and various talents, you and the Supreme Emperor of Tai Palace are still only repulsed, not hurt. Seeing how powerful you are, Half-Step Supreme also became more motivated to fight and launched an even more violent counterattack. After all, if he could defeat a genius like you once, it would be his supreme honor. If you become an emperor or even an immortal in the future, he will have more bragging rights. For example, look, I once defeated a certain emperor or a monk from such and such an immortal. In response to Half-Step Supreme's fierce attack, you chuckled and stopped holding back. This time you use the time pattern. As soon as your time mark appears, time becomes distorted, making it difficult to distinguish the past, present, and future. This caused Bamboo Supreme's complexion to change drastically, and he was extremely horrified. He didn't expect that you, who only had the 8th level cultivation of the Great Sage, could comprehend the time pattern. This was really outrageous. At the same time, he also felt the ultimate sense of danger and quickly defended himself. Unfortunately, it's too late. As you use the time pattern, your combat powers hurt a lot again. As you used the most terrifying time magical power, this Half-Step Supreme was easily defeated by you without any suspense, without even a decent counterattack ability. This made Half-Step Supreme very decadent and could only smile bitterly. Sure enough, it is fanciful to want to defeat the monster who can prove to be the Tao Emperor in the future. However, losing is not a shame. As for you, you are quite satisfied with your results and are filled with emotions. Unknowingly, you have also grown to a level that can easily defeat ordinary Half-Step Supremes on your own. If all means are used, even an ordinary Supreme person may be killed by you if he is careless. Now you have truly entered the ranks of the strong and are no longer a weakling or a junior in the eyes of old monsters. At this time, Emperor Tianyu is also quite satisfied with your performance, but he is not too surprised. After all, it would be strange if you couldn't achieve such results with your configuration. Immediately, he took back the small world and released you and Bamboo Supreme. After ordering Bamboo Supreme not to tell anyone what happened today, he let him leave. As for you, Emperor Tianyu has not been stingy with his praise. He has praised you very much, indicating that the hope of the Tai Emperor's promotion is on you. By then, as long as you grow up, he can help you win the fate of immortality. Hearing this, you were quite surprised and curiously asked Emperor Tianyu if he was not interested in immortality. Emperor Tianyu smiled casually and said that immortality is naturally his pursuit. However, he knew very well that the probability of him winning immortality was actually not high. Not to mention, the philosophy of Tai Imperial Palace has always been to promote education. As long as you become an immortal and take the Tai Emperor Palace to teach you to ascend, he will naturally become an immortal in the future. In this case, it is natural to give immortality to those who are most likely to become immortals. Emperor Tianyu's words shake your heart. You feel once again the great ambition and broad mind of Emperor Tianyu. At the same time, you also feel that you have high hopes and feel a lot of pressure from this. However, in the face of Emperor Tianyu's high expectations, you did not promise anything easily. After all, no one can guarantee this kind of thing. It is very difficult to prove the Tao Emperor. There are many outstanding people who have buried their bones, but just because you have talent, you will definitely be able to prove the Tao Emperor. Having talent, which is stronger than other geniuses, can only be said to give you a great advantage. You will be more powerful in the same realm and break through the realm faster, but you may also fall midway. There are many examples in history. Some geniuses with relatively ordinary or even no physiques counterattacked in desperate situations and attained the level of the great emperor, becoming existences that other geniuses must look up to. Although, because there is no physical bonus, even if this emperor is extremely talented, his combat power can only be regarded as an ordinary emperor in the same realm, but it is not something that a being under the emperor can easily touch. Not to mention, you have died so many times in the simulation, and you still have a good idea of the probability of becoming a Tao Emperor, or even becoming an immortal. Next, you didn't say anything else. After Emperor Tianyu continued to tell you some things, you chose to leave here. Next, you start to take action. This time, you plan to continue to preach in the small universe and quickly improve your cultivation to the perfect level of the great sage. It would be even better if it could be promoted to the half-step supreme level. Of course, you always remember one thing. That is, the secret realm of the white mist forbidden land cannot be broken through to the supreme level. Only beings below the supreme level can enter. If you reach the supreme level, the consequences of entering will be very serious. This was also the intention of the man behind the scenes. After all, if the Supreme and the Quasi-Emperor can enter, even if the Supreme's cultivation is suppressed to the level of the Holy King, it is still not something that the natives can deal with. It should be said that it is difficult to deal with, and if you want to kill it, you need to pay a high price. And the target of the man behind the scenes is obviously these geniuses who are expected to achieve the level of the great emperor in the future. He has no interest in those supreme beings who have reached the end of their potential. The risks and rewards are obviously not proportional. Next, you ask the quasi-emperor of the Tai Imperial Palace to take you to the small universe. However, this time, you have no intention of going to Yishuan Universe. Because of Yishin Universe in the last simulation, you have been preaching for a long time, and you have gathered too much wool. If you continue to teach in Yishin Small Universe, the efficiency is really too low. The small universe you chose this time is the Erkshuan Small Universe. The central star field of Erkshuan Small Universe is a paradise for wood attribute monks, and is also the territory of a very large emperor-level force, the Tianmu clan. The Tianmu clan is a rare super-imperial force that has two emperors in one clan. This kind of power, even in the Tongxian continent, is rarely matched by any power. However, for the Tianmu tribe, rather than going to the Tongxian continent and competing with many forces, it is undoubtedly the wisest choice to stay in the Erkshuan Small Universe to dominate and exclusively enjoy this small universe dominated by the natural wood element. For this reason, in the upper realm, the Emperor-level forces in the large universe are not necessarily stronger than the Emperor-level forces in the small universe. In the small universe, there are many terrifying Emperor-level forces and extremely tyrannical emperors. However, these existences did not choose to stay in Tongxian continent due to various reasons. After you came to the Erkshuan universe, you had no intention of going to the central star field to find monsters and take disciples. Although the Tianmu people follow the natural path of the wood system and are relatively kind-hearted, if they teach the law at will, they may also be annoyed. You still adhere to the original idea and start the policy of surrounding the city from the countryside and start spreading the Dharma from remote ancient stars. In the blink of an eye, decades have passed. In the past few decades, you have gained quite a lot from teaching the Dharma, and your cultivation level has risen from the 8th level of the Great Sage Realm to the peak of the 9th level of the Great Sage Realm. However, if you want to advance from the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm to the Great Perfection of the Great Saint Realm and break through this small bottleneck, you obviously still need a relatively good genius to become your disciple. Of course, you can also choose to hit the bottleneck yourself. After all, this isn't the first time you've done this. However, at this point in time, it has not been long since the time for the G family to ask you to fight. If you choose to attack the bottleneck, you will undoubtedly miss the opportunity. Although you now have the perfect time body, who would have too few good things like the origin of time and Tian Hanbing. If you accumulate more time origin, you may be able to continue to transform your time and space body. As for Tian Hanbing, it can also be used to exchange for good things to condense the supreme body. For this reason, it is impossible to retreat in seclusion. Even if I beat you to death, it is impossible to retreat. Your choice is still to look for more powerful geniuses everywhere and recruit them as disciples. Hard work pays off. This time, you are very lucky to have found a good seedling on an ancient star. It's just that the identity of this good young man surprised you, because this child actually comes from the Tianmu clan. Moreover, his condition was also very bad. Not only was he dying, he was also blind and was being hunted. If the man and woman who protected him were not powerful enough to reach the level of half-step supreme and kept feeding him life energy, he would have died long ago. In addition, the most difficult thing for you to understand is that the creatures chasing this child are actually from the Tianmu tribe. This situation is really elusive for you. After all, it would be too ruthless to hunt down one's own kind. However, you remembered the experience of a certain milk-drinking baby, and you couldn't help but look at him with subtle eyes. You had some doubts that this child might have followed the template of Emperor Huangtian, awakened some terrifying celestial eye talent, and then had his eyes gouged out by his compatriots. Want to kill them all? If this is the case, you have some doubts that this child's potential is a bit scary. Of course, you calm down quickly. After all, this kind of thing is not uncommon in this fantasy world. Just because of this, you can't think that this child is comparable to the Emperor Huangtian. However, you also know very well that he may not be able to compare with the Emperor of Desolate Heaven, but his potential is also very amazing. If you can accept him as a disciple, it is inevitable for you to reach the perfection of the great sage. Half-Bujizun, there may be some hope. For this reason, you chose to take action without hesitation to help this couple who are halfway to the supreme level. As you no longer hide your figure and choose to take action, both parties showed shocked expressions. After all, they are all half-step supremes, and the weakest ones are all great saints. It is really strange that they did not realize that you, the great saint, was hiding here. Although you are obviously not an ordinary great sage, and you are probably a powerful Emperor-level figure, but what the heck, they are also half-step supremes who can compare to Emperor-level figures, and they should not be able to detect you, a great sage. A 9th-level monk. Immediately, the Tianmu clan's pursuers scolded you and asked who you were. You actually dared to stop the Tianmu clan from killing the remnants. At this, the Bamboo Supreme couple was so angry that they cursed loudly, saying that you guys who took advantage of their son's search for body-shaping medicine to poach his Yuantian divine eyes while they were out to find the body-shaping medicine are so shameless. It's really hateful to bite back. In response, the pursuers sneered, saying that it was a waste for you collateral clansmen to keep the source of heavenly god pupil. Only by giving it to the young master would it be a perfect match. The young master already has the blood of 2 emperors, and has awakened the heavenly wood holy body. If he obtains the source of heavenly god pupil, he will be able to compete for the immortal fate in the future and become an invincible existence in all realms. As soon as these words came out, the couple's faces turned blue with anger, and they wanted to kill these bastards immediately. Especially the young master of the Tianmu clan and his mother, who did such a vicious thing. However, the two knew that they could not only cut the mastermind into pieces, but now it was a problem whether they could escape. And you listening to the conversation between the two sides looked quite interesting. It seems that the plot is indeed developing as you thought. However, the difference is that this unfortunate child is only the descendant of a collateral clan. In addition, although the source of heavenly god pupil is good and stronger than many holy bodies, it is still a little bit worse. However, no matter what, this Tianjiao has the opportunity to help you improve your cultivation. For this reason, you have never thought of watching from the sidelines. Although this matter involves the young master of the Tianmu clan, but you are really not afraid of a young master of the Tianmu clan. If you want, you can beat the shit out of him with one hand in a battle of the same realm. In other words, the Tianmu clan is very strong and is a trouble. However, as long as things are done cleanly, who knows that it was you who did it? As thoughts surged, you stood in front of the Tianmu clan couple, and the meaning was very clear. Seeing this, the Tianmu clan couple was very surprised. They didn't expect that you, a stranger, would choose to protect them, which made them quite moved and grateful. However, they also knew that if you, a great saint, intervened, it would be a completely self-destructive act. For this reason, the two asked you to leave quickly and not to interfere in this matter. In this regard, you have a good impression of the couple. At this time, neither of them chose to run away and use you as a shield. Instead, they didn't want to involve you, which shows their good character. As for the pursuers, their faces turned cold and they sneered, saying that you couldn't leave if you wanted to. Since you chose to intervene in this matter, no matter what force you come from or what force the Emperor's son is, you must die. These words made you frown. It was said that the Tianmu tribe was peaceful by nature and didn't like fighting. But this is not the case. It can only be said that no matter what path people practice, there are good and bad. The way of nature is not gentle, and there are also dark and vicious sides. Trees are also good and bad. They can produce good medicines and poisonous fruits. Next, you didn't mean to waste time with them. You directly used the time and space magic to roll this area into another time and space to prevent anyone from escaping. This scene made everyone present shrink their pupils and reveal a look of fear. After all, the great Tao of space and time is very powerful. Single time and space are the kings of all the Taos. When combined together, they are absolutely terrifying. Even if they are half-step supremes, they have to be frightened and deal with them carefully. They have seen that you in front of them are not a relatively powerful emperor-level figure, but definitely the most perverted monster. The Tao of space and time, the great perfection of the laws of the dual Taos of space and time, and you have obviously practiced the dual Emperor Sutra of space and time. A figure like you, even the current young master of their Tianmu clan, is far inferior to you. However, after the fear, these people all revealed a monstrous murderous intent. The Golden Age has arrived, and the Tianjiao are competing for supremacy. The rest are all opponents. In other words, the more Tianjiao from other forces die, the more beneficial it is for his Tianmu clan. Now, you are alone here, which is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to kill and eliminate a threat for his Tianmu clan young master. Although you are very strong and may be able to fight against the half-step supreme, they have 4 half-step supremes here. If you burn your origin to fight, they don't believe you can stop their offensive. As for the half-step supreme couple holding the child, they were surprised and anxious. They didn't expect you to be so evil, but they didn't want you to die. If you get into trouble while saving them, they can think of the consequences. Even if they succeed in escaping, they will face endless revenge. When all parties were in a state of confusion, you acted coldly. The terrifying magical power of time and space was used by you, and the time Daoan also appeared, instantly strangling a half-step supreme, leaving them no chance to react. This made the rest of the people horrified and frightened. They didn't expect that you had already realized the time Daoan, and your combat power was so terrifying. That was a powerful half-step supreme, but you killed him instantly, without even time to react. For a moment, everyone's killing intent was instantly extinguished, and some were only afraid and wanted to escape from this space and time. However, they were already trapped here. How could they possibly escape? Your face was grim, and you attacked again, just like crushing ants, and killed the remaining 3 half-step supremes along with the great saints. After killing them, you habitually left a backup to prevent them from resurrecting. After dealing with these, you looked at the half-step supreme couple who were already dumbfounded and smiled slightly, indicating that your worries were in vain, and these ants could not pose a threat to you. In response, the half-step supreme couple smiled awkwardly. If you say this before a battle, they will think you are bragging. But now that you say that, it's very domineering. When traveling far away, catch the high-speed train and get on the high-speed train. Life is not easy, Xiaoming sighed. Next, Bamboo Jizuan and his wife are a little worried. Although you are powerful in combat and have a special status, if the Tianmu clan knows that you killed people from the Tianmu clan and rescued them, I am afraid it will be very troublesome. For this reason, they said you have to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the people of the Tianmu tribe know that these pursuers are dead, the Supreme may take action. Facing the Supreme, no matter how strong or evil you are, you cannot be your opponent. After all, the Supreme Being is more than a little stronger than the half-step Supreme, and is not someone that the great sage can defeat by leapfrogging. As for killing, that is even more unrealistic. Listening to the words of the Bamboo Supreme couple, you chuckled, saying that so what if the Supremes, you are not afraid. If he comes, he will still die. As soon as these words came out, Bamboo Supreme and his wife were both stunned, feeling that you were exaggerating a bit. However, they quickly realized that since you are such a monster, you must have a protector. The level of his protector is definitely not lower than that of the Supreme Being, and he is probably the best among the heavenly Supreme Beings. Such strong men can indeed be fearless of the ordinary Supremes of the Tianmu tribe who come to search and hunt them. Moreover, you probably still have a life-saving trump card given by an ancestor-level figure, maybe even the incarnation of the Great Emperor. If you think about it this way, let alone an ordinary Supreme Being, even if the quasi-emperor of the Tianmu tribe comes, he can't do anything to you. As for the question of whether the quasi-emperor of the Tianmu clan will come, because this matter is so ugly, the quasi-emperors actually have their own arguments. The quasi-emperor lineage, who were very shameless towards the young master of the Tianmu clan, all united to protect these collateral lines and let them leave the imperial clan to avoid suffering disaster again. However, they did not expect that the young master of the Tianmu clan was so ruthless that he secretly sent people to hunt them down, hoping to kill them all. Next, you didn't say anything else, indicating that although you were not afraid of the Supreme Being, you also knew that staying in this place for a long time would definitely put yourself in danger. To this end, you directly contacted the Supreme Protector and Quasi-Emperor, who were transferred by you. However, the two of them obviously did not arrive here so quickly. For this reason, you chose a remote ancient star, set up a large formation, blocked the atmosphere, and waited for their arrival. During this process, the two half-step Supreme couples desperately instilled life energy into the child and also tried to repair his eyes, but unfortunately they failed. The Source God Eye is connected to the Source. The divine eye of Yuantian was gouged out, which meant that the Source was poached away, and the breath of life could not be restored, but his life could only be hung. Therefore, the process of eye digging is very complicated and requires various rituals. This is also the reason why this child can hold on until his parents come back. Seeing that they could not save their children's lives, the two half-step Supreme Masters were so anxious that they almost cried, wishing to instill their own origins into the children. Seeing this, you sighed and asked the two of them to get out of the way so that you could try it out. When the two of them heard this, they showed hopeful eyes and placed their hopes on you. In response to this, you looked solemn, took out the best divine source, used the magic power of time, and tried to go back to the past to restore his divine eye. Looking back to the past, this magical power was created by the Dark Emperor. With your current level of cultivation, it is undoubtedly very difficult to use this kind of magical power, and it is easy to suffer backlash. After all, the more powerful the thing that is traced back, the greater the cause and effect it will bear. If we could go back to the past and resurrect an ordinary person who had no luck and was not involved with any big shot, there would naturally be no price to pay. However, as the owner of the Yuan-Tian Divine Eyes, this child had a close relationship with the young master of the Tianmu tribe. If it is involved, the cause and effect is too great. In the backlash, you are likely to die suddenly. You only dare to do this because you have many life-saving means. Otherwise, even if the child dies, you will just stand by and watch. Next, as your magical power of time takes effect, the child's condition regresses at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the tears in his eyes begin to gradually shrink. And during this process, your breath becomes weaker and weaker, your face turns pale, your body is cracked, and you are bleeding crazily. Seeing that your situation has become so bad, and even your origin has been severely damaged, the half-step supreme couple was stunned, extremely moved, and at the same time very frightened. They don't understand why you are so desperate to help these two strangers and their children, and you don't even hesitate to do it to such an extent that you simply risk your own life. For this reason, the two of them are very anxious and ask you to stop quickly. However, although they shouted anxiously, they also knew that they could not interfere at this time. Once they interfere, you and the child are destined to die here. Finally, under their gaze, your body exploded and cracked, and your essence was almost dried up. In contrast, the child has returned to its original state with a strong vitality, and his eyes are shining with moving brilliance. They are the Yuan-Tian Divine Eyes, which can see through the origin of all things. The couple looked at the child who had recovered as before, with tears streaming down their faces, and very happy. However, when the two of them saw you like this, they were extremely anxious and didn't know what to do. In response, you chuckled, not caring about your own situation, indicating that you had only one purpose in saving the child, and that was to see that he was extremely talented and wanted to accept him as your disciple. As soon as these words came out, both the couple were stunned. They didn't expect that your purpose was so pure. Don't say that their child is about to die. Even in normal times, it is an honor for him to have someone like you as his teacher. Now, you are about to die, but their children have survived. They can't calm down. They quickly asked their children to become apprentices to you and made them swear to avenge you in the future. Hearing this, the child knelt down directly on the ground, kowtowed to you, and clenched his fists with tears streaming down his face, saying that his God's word would definitely avenge his master. In this regard, you are a bit dumbfounded. It sounds like you are going to die. You plan to commit suicide next, and then come back to life. That is, when you were dumbfounded, you were suddenly surprised to find that your body had suddenly reorganized, and at the same time your cultivation level had been greatly improved, directly from the 9th level peak of the Great Sage Realm to the Great Perfection level of the Great Sage Realm. Even more than reaching this level, your magic power has also made a great breakthrough, surpassing the level of the Great Saint Realm and reaching the level of a half-step supreme. In other words, you only need to temper your body into a supreme body next, and you will be a veritable half-step supreme. Of course, apart from the substantial improvement in cultivation, what surprises you the most is the recovery of your body and origin. You originally thought you needed a resurrection talisman, but you didn't expect to be able to return to your prime state so easily. Obviously, this 7-color talent, recruiting a disciple, will make you stronger, and there are also hidden benefits that you have not noticed before, and that is accepting a disciple. After Lingda's cultivation level is improved, he can also repair his own wounds. This mechanism is somewhat similar to the setting in some games where all the status will return to its peak state after defeating monsters and upgrading. I have to say, this kind of benefit is very good, very good. This hidden ability is very good. If used well, it can make a comeback in desperate situations and kill powerful enemies. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation. His eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, "It seems that the 7-color talents and disciples will make you stronger. It is really the top type among the 7-color talents." While various thoughts flashed through Wang Ping's mind, the simulation continued. While you were filled with emotion, Bamboo Supreme and his wife were stunned. They didn't expect that you could survive in such a situation, and even improved your cultivation to the level of the Great Saint realm. No, the Half-Step Supreme couple soon discovered that they were wrong. You have not only been promoted to the level of the Great Saint realm, but you are directly close to the Half-Step Supreme because the mana fluctuations in your body have reached the level of the Half-Step Supreme. The level of the ordinary Half-Step Supreme is far behind. This shocked the two of them and exclaimed that you were so perverted. Although there are many people who can find a way out in desperate situations throughout the ages, and there are also many people who become stronger after being reborn in Nirvana, but like you, there are definitely very few people who have encountered such a severe backlash, and not only did not perish, but have greatly improved their cultivation level. There may not even be one at all. After all, resurrection from the dead, rebirth in Nirvana, and transformation require attention to the basic laws. The source has completely dried up, and the breath of life is about to disappear completely. It is completely contrary to common sense to be able to do such a thing. The Half-Step Supreme couple is shocked and unbelievable. Tianyin, this child, admires you to the extreme. He admires you, the master who saved his life. After you recovered, you looked at the three people's reactions and chuckled. You said nothing more and had no intention of explaining. It was at this moment that your eyes became sharp and you suddenly looked towards the sky. Seeing you react like this, Bamboo Supreme and his wife were also surprised and had an ominous premonition. As for Tianyin, he looked over there. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and he seemed to see the outside world. And he said that the bad guy had found this place. This surprises you, and you have an understanding of the power of Yuan-Tian Divine Eye. This pupil skill talent is indeed quite good. Even the Half-Step Supreme and his wife failed to notice something. He, a child, was able to see the outside world through the time and space array. Next, you chuckled and said there was no need to worry. It was just an ordinary supreme being. You could kill it right away. These words made Tianyin admire you very much and trust you as a master. As for the Half-Step Supreme couple, they also chuckled. This time, they believe you can fight this supreme being. After all, although you have not yet condensed the supreme body, you are actually equivalent to the Half-Step Supreme body. It is just that the physical body is much more fragile than the Half-Step Supreme body. However, as long as you do not fight in close combat, it will not affect your combat power at all. With such a terrifying talent, you may really be able to fight against the Supreme with half-step to the Supreme state. It is not impossible to defeat him. However, they think it is still very difficult for you to kill them. While you were each having your own thoughts, the space-time array began to fluctuate violently and was soon broken. When the formation was broken, the ordinary Supreme, who was chasing after him, saw the Half-Step Supreme couple, Tianyin and you. This made his expression froze as he was about to make a mockery, because he was shocked to find that Tianyin was not dead. Instead, he recovered his Yuan-Tian Divine Eye and survived. He knows very well that the Half-Step Supreme couple definitely does not have this ability, and the time and space formation just now is also quite exquisite. If he were not the Supreme, he would also have a way to locate the Half-Step Supreme couple, and it would really be hidden for him. This makes the ordinary Supreme focus on you and realize that you are not simple. However, because you deliberately concealed your aura and only showed the great sage's cultivation, he couldn't see through you. As a supreme being, he naturally does not think that you are an ordinary great sage, and you are probably hiding your cultivation. However, he sneered again, feeling that no matter who you are or what your cultivation level is, it is impossible to reach the supreme level. If he could reach the supreme level, he would not be able to hide through the formation and be so easily broken by him. Thinking of this ordinary supreme from the Tianmu tribe snorted coldly, saying that although I don't know what method you used to repair the Yuan-Tian Divine Eye, it is still a good thing. As long as Tianyin is caught, then taking the twin pupils and merging them with the young master's divine eyes of origin will surely make it go further and achieve transformation. After saying that, the ordinary supreme being of the Tianmu clan will take action from above, slapping you, treating you like an ant. In response to this, you looked indifferent and directly used all your mana, used your magical power of time and space, and attacked with all your strength. In an instant, this ordinary supreme blow was directly blocked by you. This shocked the ordinary supreme being. He didn't expect that you, such a monster, could block his casual attack. However, he laughed again, seeing your physique, and felt that catching you would make the young master truly unparalleled in the world. So he continued to attack you. This time, he actually planned to use his magical powers. In response to this, you sneered, and without any defense, you directly unleashed the most terrifying magical power and killed the ordinary supreme being of the Tianmu clan. Seeing this, the ordinary supreme of the Tianmu clan sneered, thinking you are really stupid. Do you think you can make him switch from offense to defense by relying on suicidal tactics? In his opinion, no matter how powerful you are, he will kill you first, and he will only suffer minor injuries. However, something unbelievable happened to him. When you attacked him forcefully, you actually activated your golden talent, the ability to negate damage, and you resisted directly without getting hurt. The ordinary supreme being of the Tianmu clan cannot understand why you were able to withstand the strongest blow from this supreme being without any damage, without losing a single hair. However, he had no time to think about it, because your attack gave him a strong sense of danger. For this reason, he can only abandon everything, use secret techniques to forcibly improve his cultivation, and at the same time forcefully use defensive magical powers to block your attack. However, just as he was defending, you sneered, spent 100 years of life, and used your purple talent, the ability to nullify magical powers, to nullify his defensive magical powers. As the defensive magical power of this ordinary supreme being of the Tianmu tribe was nullified, his face was filled with astonishment, as if he was hit by your strongest attack, as if he was defenseless. And this time, you were very lucky to trigger the quartet plus the critical strike effect of the purple talent Endless Blade. For this reason, under your powerful blow, the Tianmu clan's supreme being was directly severely injured. A large part of his origin was wiped out, and his aura plummeted. This frightened him. He didn't expect you to be so strong, even if you wanted to escape. You were quite surprised when you saw that you did not kill this ordinary supreme being of the Tianmu tribe with one blow. You could only sigh that the supreme being was worthy of being a supreme being, even though the ordinary supreme being of the Tianmu tribe in front of you was still in the early stage of Yuanzun like the original fire elemental supreme one. But he is not a supreme whose life is approaching and whose strength is plummeted. He is still in a relatively strong state. In addition, the Tianmu tribe itself is a type with very strong vitality, so they will not be killed by you instantly. However, you have nothing to worry about, since he has been severely injured by you and beaten to the point of death. It is impossible to escape from your grasp. For this reason, you snorted and chased after him directly. You are proficient in the way of time and space, and your supreme speed is nothing in front of you. When the Bamboo Supreme couple saw this scene, they looked at each other and were once again shocked by your fighting prowess. After all, this is the real Supreme. Even if he is only in the early stage of Yuanzun, he is still the real Supreme. He is not the kind of pseudo-Supreme who is approaching his longevity and his combat power has plummeted. He was beaten so embarrassed by you that he was almost beaten directly by you. Instant kill. This breaks their cognition again. Maybe it's because they have too little experience, but in their memories, from ancient times to the present, there has never been a person who could instantly kill a supreme being with half a step of supreme cultivation. In this regard, they can only lament your perversion again. Their son is really lucky to have met the most evil master. He is lucky. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other, and truth is the basis of truth. At this moment, you have caught up with the severely injured Tianmu tribe supreme and attack him again. This time, the effect of the purple talent Infinity Blade was not triggered, but it still dealt enough damage to make the supreme bleed again. After being beaten crazily by you, the supreme Tianmu clan was frightened and angry and extremely anxious. After all, if this continues, he will really die here. He still has hundreds of thousands of years to live, but he doesn't want to die just like that. For this reason, The Tianmu clan's supreme roared crazily, saying that if you kill him, just wait for the Tianmu clan's crazy revenge. In this regard, you remain indifferent and continue to use all your strength to kill him completely. Now that the fight has reached this point, there is no need to hold back. When you do something, you have to do it to the best of your ability. Seeing that you were indifferent, the supreme lord of the Tianmu clan was in despair. Knowing that he would surely perish here today, he felt a sudden change in his heart and directly chose to self-destruct, wanting to drag you along with him. I have to say that the supreme self-destruction is indeed terrifying, even more terrifying than the original Fire Supreme. However, self-destruction is something you are most familiar with. For this reason, you have already prepared and used your time and space magical powers to transfer immediately, avoiding most of the damage. Did he actually leapfrog the level and defeat the Supreme? The current simulated Wang Ping is really powerful. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and sighed in his heart. However, this leapfrog attack on the ordinary supreme being of the Tianmu clan actually had a certain amount of luck involved. If the critical hit effect of the quartet and the purple talent, Endless Blade, had not been triggered, it would still be impossible to seriously injure him with one blow, causing his combat power to plummet. If it is not severely damaged, the next step is to see if it can be slowly worn to death. The possibility is still quite small. All I can say is that the Supreme is the Supreme strong enough. Simulating that when Wang Ping's cultivation was still at the 8th level of the Great Sage, he speculated in the Tai Emperor's palace that he could already leapfrog the level and defeat the Supreme, but it was still a bit too far-fetched. It was the Fire Supreme that belonged to the weakened Supreme floor tile. As a reference, however, although it is very different from what was speculated, it is true that Wang Ping's current combat power has reached the Supreme level. If he turns on the 7-color talent and instant death attack, it is really easy to kill ordinary Supremes. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. Although it was not described in the previous simulation, Wang Ping felt that the 7-color talent and instant death attack should not be turned on in this battle. Otherwise, it would be impossible not to describe it. If it is turned on and is not triggered until the end of the battle, then the probability is too low and this 7-color talent is overestimated. The specific situation of this 7-color talent can only be known after selecting the reward and being instilled with more detailed information by the system. Wang Ping thought to himself and continued to stare at the screen. As Wang Ping stared at the screen, the words on the screen continued to appear. After you killed the Tianmu clan supreme, you were surprised to find that there was something missing after his death. After all, the Supreme self-destructed, and the world inside his body exploded. It was difficult for the things hidden in the body to withstand the Supreme self-destruction. Only extremely magical items could withstand such a terrifying explosion. Immediately, you grabbed the gold coins that the old guy exploded. Then, you discovered that it was a jade talisman blooming with golden light. After some research, you find that there seems to be an extremely mysterious space restriction on it, which even you can't see through. This interests you quite a bit, and you have a vague intuition in your heart that this may be a great opportunity. For this reason, you put it away and plan to study it carefully after returning to Tai Emperor Palace. At this time, another fluctuation came, and the quasi-emperor of the Tai Emperor Palace walked out of the space vortex. After he came out, he saw you and the remaining supreme aura here. This made him look surprised, as if he had guessed something. When he confirmed from you that you had indeed fought against the Supreme and forced him to self-destruct, he couldn't help but be even more shocked. A younger generation forced the Supreme of the Tianmu clan to self-destruct. If word of this kind of achievement spreads, all the top sages on the Great Sage list will be bullshit. Even Qin Yu, who is number 1 on the Great Sage list, is not worthy of being compared with you. Immediately, the quasi-emperor burst out laughing, feeling more and more that you are indeed the person their Tai Imperial Palace is waiting for, and you may really be able to lead their Tai Imperial Palace to ascend in the future. However, the quasi-emperor quickly calmed down. Knowing that you killed the Supreme of the Tianmu clan, and continued to stay in the Urkshuan universe, I am afraid there will be some trouble. You must go back as soon as possible. For this reason, the Quasi-Emperor wants to take you away with him, even if he opens the passage between the universes. In this regard, you shook your head and took Emperor Quasi to see Tianyin and you. This also made Emperor Quasi understand the reason why you were facing off against the supreme leader of the Tianmu clan, and he couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. In order to accept a disciple, it is really too reckless to actually fight the supreme being head-on. Although this apprentice's talent is obviously good, and he can become an emperor-level figure when he is brought back to the Tai Emperor's palace, he can also become a supreme in the future, and he is expected to be a quasi-emperor, but he is completely incomparable to you. However, the matter has come to this, and the quasi-emperor can't say anything more and takes you away from here. As for your supreme protector, he was directly ignored by the quasi-emperor. That is, he left without any message. Anyway, this guy is heavenly supreme. He can go back by himself. There is nothing to worry about. When you returned to Tai Emperor Palace, you found that Emperor Tianyu had left, but you didn't care about anything. Next, while you start studying the Jade Talisman, wait for a letter from the Ji family. Not long after, I received a letter from the Ji family, saying that you represented the Ji family in the war and bullied the children, and successfully entered the secret realm. You have obtained Tian Hanbing again, and you have also obtained the origin of time. After getting these two things, you didn't waste the time to realize the Tao in the secret realm. You want to try to see if you can comprehend the space pattern in this secret realm. Unfortunately, this secret realm is a very good place of opportunity for saints and saint kings, but for you now, it is nothing. You cannot understand the space pattern here. In this regard, you are a little disappointed, but not too surprised. After leaving the secret realm, you returned to the Tai Emperor Palace and wanted to refine the origin of time. However, the refining process this time is not smooth, and the origin of time is extremely resistant to your refining. In addition, your constitution does not want to absorb the source of time. You were a little confused about this situation, but you quickly found a reason. Because your time and space body is already complete, there is no lack of the origin of time, and there is no room for the origin of time. If you forcibly absorb it, it will only make your time body become incomplete and unbalanced again. All things exist in balance. Stronger is not always better. Balance is very important. If you want to make the time and space Tao body go further, you can only find a space origin that is the same as the time origin and bring it to a new balance. Only in this way can you hope to absorb and refine it together, so that your physique can be expected to go further. After coming to this conclusion, you sighed. How difficult it is to obtain the origin of space that is the same as the origin of this massive time. You must know that this does not mean that any space origin will suffice. The origin of space is also divided into strong and weak levels. The origin of some monks who practice the way of space can also be regarded as the origin of space, but this level is too low. If you want to meet the conditions, you think you need at least the spatial origin of a strong person at the level of the great emperor. However, you have learned other people's techniques and still care about their origins. This is really too much. There is no lower limit. And this kind of behavior is the most shameful for you. Not to mention, even if you really have no lower limit, it is impossible to defeat the Emperor of Sky Devouring. Even if your cultivation level is raised to the quasi-emperor level, you cannot win. After all, Emperor Kong Devouring is not an ordinary emperor. He is a very powerful existence among the emperors, and he is not an ordinary emperor who may be jumped into battle. Besides, even if you can beat the opponent, you can't get the opponent's origin by crushing him. You will only face the death-defying counterattack of the Sky-Eating Emperor. In the upper realm, at the level of the Great Emperor, no one can forcefully take away their origin unless they come up with it themselves. For this reason, you finally gave up the idea of improving the time and space body. Now that you know where the origin of time is and the appropriate origin of space, just look for it slowly. You have countless opportunities to simulate it. As long as you spend time, you will definitely be able to find it. For this point, the most perfect ending you have ever imagined is to explore the secret place and directly find the origin left by a sitting emperor. And this emperor happens to follow the path of space. Good guy, this is really quite whimsical. However, it is not impossible. Novels also pay attention to logic, and the development of many things in the real world does not require logic. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and was filled with emotions. Before traveling through time, he read various novels and thought that the author's writings were outrageous and had huge logical loopholes. Who knows, the real world is more magical and completely illogical. While Wang Ping sighed, the simulation continued. Next, you're going to take the road of text simulation last time. The mastermind behind this will definitely become an obstacle to you if you don't catch him. For this reason, you chose to hide your cultivation and continue to challenge Gu Xian. Under the spotlight, you continue to use your great sage cultivation to crush Gu Xian and defeat him. Soon, time passes, and your next development will become similar to the last simulation. In the end, you found that you were still challenged by Shi Yuyan, and Qin Yu held the Enlightenment Tea Party as promised. You chose to participate. During the participation process, you drank the ancient tea of enlightenment and gained a deeper understanding of the Tao patterns of space. Then, you still used Tian Hanbing to trade the precious elixir for condensing the supreme body, and formed an alliance with Qin Yu. Luck appeared, the secret realm opened, and Huang Yin and Huang Qing arrived. Everything develops just as you remember it. The only difference is that you obtained more forbidden weapons from Tai Emperor Palace that are very useful in the Holy King realm and the Great Sage level. After entering the secret realm, the location you teleported to is different from last time. You don't really care about this. Next, you started looking for Huang Yin and Huang Qing directly, but you didn't deliberately avoid the natives. If you face these natives now, you will kill as many as they come. However, although you killed happily, you didn't want to expose your cards too much. You mostly focused on making strange moves. As long as you are willing to attack and kill now, the existence of the Holy Realm will be difficult to stop your attack and killing, and there is absolutely no possibility of survival. Soon, you met up with sisters Huang Qing and Huang Yin and started looking for Qin Yu with them. This time, you have no intention of looking for other geniuses because you are strong enough, and it would be meaningless to look for them again. Only the weak would do such things as hugging each other for warmth. The truly strong always rely on themselves. Unless you are a genius on the Great Saint ranking whose cultivation has reached the half-step supreme level, you are qualified to be pulled into your team to investigate the truth of the matter together. Soon after, you found Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu is in a very bad state now. Although she is already a half-step supreme, she is suppressed here and can only use Tao patterns. For this reason, her combat power is indeed extremely strong at the level of Saint King, Great Perfection, and she can easily beat the Great Saint, but these natives are not only numerous, but also proficient in the terrifying formation. If there are enough of them, they can also surround and kill Qin Yu. After all, Qin Yu is different from you. The way she walks is the water system. Although she is extremely flexible, has strong combat endurance and recovery ability, she is not strong in escaping and attacking in the same realm. Soon, Qin Yu's performance surprised you because she transformed water into ice, and the process was very perfect, and it was still Tao patterns. Obviously, this is some secret method, or Qin Yu's hidden trump card, which can catch the enemy off guard. This time, the natives obviously did not expect Qin Yu to be able to perfectly transform attributes, greatly increase the attack power, and also make a huge change in the attack method. For this reason, the formation formed by the natives was almost broken, and all the natives vomited blood. However, at this critical moment, a native who was different from the other natives appeared, and he also showed the Tao pattern, controlled the formation, and forced the formation to stabilize. This made you frown and stare at this native who was different from ordinary natives. It is normal to be able to comprehend the law of great perfection in this secret realm. But in this world, everything is relative. You can comprehend the law of great perfection very easily, which means that the difficulty of comprehending the Tao pattern will be several times, or even dozens of times out of the outside world. Because these natives did not have the experience of hard work to comprehend the law, they could not have any sharpening effect, and they were equivalent to a mature existence. In addition, this secret realm can only exist in the power of the Saint King Great Perfection level. Theoretically, it is almost impossible for a person who can comprehend Tao patterns to appear among these natives. However, this kind of person appeared, which seemed very strange. You suspected that this was the mastermind behind the scenes, but he just changed into native clothes and hid among them. When you were ready to make a move, Qin Yu snorted coldly and revealed another trump card. That was the minor success of the Extreme Ice Saint body. The Extreme Ice Saint body, like the Red Flame Saint body, is one of the top saint bodies. Now, it has reached the minor success realm and has bloomed with the might of your space-time Tao body. Of course, this is comparable to your space-time Tao body without minor success. If you develop the space-time Tao body to the minor success realm, the gap between the Extreme Ice Saint body and you will become larger and larger. As Qin Yu burst out the minor success of the Extreme Ice Saint body, Qin Yu began to attack again, causing the formation to turbulently. When you see this scene, you feel that Qin Yu is really hidden. These geniuses who can reach the top 10 of the Great Sage list are much stronger than you think and should not be underestimated. Of course, they should not be underestimated. Although Qin Yu is so powerful, if she fights with you, you can still kill her easily. Just when you thought that Qin Yu didn't need your help, a vague word came out of the mouth of that ordinary native. The words are, as expected of the first genius on the Great Sage list, "If I capture you, I believe the master will give me more power." Because this sentence is in the native language, Qin Yu didn't know what the native was saying. He only knew that the other party seemed to be more enthusiastic about him, and he couldn't help but snorted and burst out a more powerful attack. As for you, you also didn't understand this native language, and you couldn't help but frown. Master, isn't this guy the mastermind? In reality, Wang Ping looked at the text simulation, and his eyes became sharp. What kind of guy is it that can make so many powerful natives willingly bow down and hunt for him? In addition, the words of this native clearly revealed that his Tao pattern was definitely not something he comprehended by himself, but was given to him. Otherwise, for the natives who have reached the perfection of the Saint King, other powers are meaningless, and only Tao patterns are the power beyond the limit. What kind of guy is it that can make the natives comprehend Tao patterns? Also, this native actually knew that Qin Yu was the first Tianjiao on the Great Saint list. He was indeed well aware of the outside world and had a clear purpose. The more powerful Tianjiao, the more outstanding talent, or the most famous, the more obvious they are targeting and the more prepared they are. The master behind the scenes, the master they are talking about, is definitely a big shot from the outside world. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and his murderous intent towards this guy who dared to calculate the top forces and the major Tianjiao became stronger. At the same time, he also had some admiration for his courage and means. This guy is indeed a ruthless character. If he doesn't die, he might grow into a big boss-level figure. Immediately, Wang Ping briefly entered the immersive simulation state. After sending the information to the simulated Wang Ping, he exited the immersive simulation state and returned to the text simulation state. After you knew the situation, you decisively chose to sell out Qin Yu, the unlucky ally, and continued to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. You planned to wait until Qin Yu was captured, follow him, and look for the mastermind. When you chose to betray your teammates, the indigenous people took action again. They collectively burned their origins, especially the indigenous people who had understood the Tao pattern. At the same time, when these natives burned their origins, they also used some kind of secret method to combine their powers into one, causing the formation to burst out with the most terrifying power. Facing this situation, even Qin Yu's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect these natives to be so cruel. They even gave up their roots in order to suppress her. Just when Qin Yu was debating whether to burn her source to resist, she had no hope of escape. If you hesitate, you will lose. as the formation suddenly changed from a killing formation to a binding formation and a phantom formation. Qin Yu was directly captured alive by these natives. Next, these natives burst out laughing. Although they paid a high price and had most of their origins burned, as long as they could catch Qin Yu, the big fat sheep, everything would be worth it. Next, these natives tied up Qin Yu and quickly brought her here to the tribe. In response, you looked indifferent and quickly followed with Huang Qing and Huang Yin. Because you have mastered the way of time and space to a terrifying level, no one can detect you following you. Soon, you followed this group of people to a certain tribe and saw an astonishing scene. You find that there are millions of people in this tribe. Although not all of these people are in the Holy Realm, there are also tens of thousands of strong ones in the Holy Realm. This is just one tribe. You can't imagine how many powerful people in the Holy Realm there would be among the indigenous tribes in the entire Secret Realm combined. This can be said to be true. Saints are not as good as dogs, and the Saint King is gone everywhere. Next, you used a formation-breaking talisman that could easily break through the formation without alerting the person controlling the formation. This formation-breaking talisman can be said to be a super high-end product. You have prepared it in anticipation of this situation. Compared with the quality of the formation-breaking talisman you obtained on the Taiyuan Ancient Star, it is much higher. For this reason, after you blended into the tribe, no one noticed your entry. You, still following the team that captured Qin Yu, entered the deepest part of the tribe. However, when you reach the deepest point, you are discovered. A figure shrouded in black mist spots you. Its eyes are cold, and it suddenly attacks the time and space where you are. This made your expression change, and you chose to escape with Huang Qing and Huang Yin without hesitation. You are not afraid of this guy who is suspected to be behind the scenes, but you are here in the enemy's base camp. If you take action, even if you can attack with all your strength, you will probably die here. The terrifying killing formation formed by tens of thousands of powerful men from the Holy Realm who have understood the laws of Dzogchen can easily kill the Supreme Being. Quantity leads to qualitative change, which is no joke. Not to mention, if it takes too long to attract strong men from other tribes, it will be a nerve-wracking thing. Seeing you running away, the man shrouded in black mist snorted coldly, then chased after you, using his magical powers of time and space that were not inferior to yours. In fact, the magical power of time and space he used is even stronger than yours. This made your pupils shrink, and you were a little shocked. For this reason, you dare not stay even more and quickly escape far away. And the other party is also chasing after him. In the end, you were chased by him. Without any nonsense in mind, he burst out with dual space-time patterns and launched a fierce attack on you. In this regard, you looked solemn, without any carelessness, and chose to start a war with him. It's just that the combat power of this being shrouded in black shadow is so powerful that even if you use your strongest combat power, you will still be overwhelmed by it. In this regard, you have no choice but to use your golden talent, Duplex, in an attempt to trigger 4 or more attacks and critical hits to make a comeback. However, you are unlucky this time and did not burst out with high magnification multi-repeat and critical hits. In this regard, you can only skillfully choose to use the golden talent damage and validation and the purple talent supernatural power and validation combined skills to deliver a fatal blow. This tactic has been used repeatedly in battles in the past. It's just that this time, because your opponent is more proficient in the way of time and space than you are, and is extremely cautious, your tactics failed to work for the first time. This gives you quite a headache. However, what makes you even more speechless is the triggering mechanism of the 7-color talent, Instant Death Attack. You have obviously made so many high-frequency attacks, but none of them trigger the effect. You're a little skeptical. This is not an ability effect that can be carried out after being played, but it has prerequisites. This precondition is that the stronger the enemy's combat power, the lower the triggering probability. At the same time, your attack must hit the enemy and deal damage to have a chance of triggering. Otherwise, if you cannot hit the opponent, or if you are just scraping after hitting the opponent, it will be useless. In other words, Although this 7-color talent and instant death attack is a rule-level talent, there are many prerequisites for triggering it. It does not allow you to arbitrarily kill a powerful person who far exceeds your combat power as you think. If you want to kill the strong, only these strong will despise you. You will use your magical power to neutralize them and then hit them with a powerful blow to break the defense. On the premise of breaking the defense, triggering that very small probability can make you come back from a desperate situation. As for using it to deal with fellow monks or enemies who are stronger than you, it is very useful because you can play the game through the magical power of time and space, and it is easy to break through the defense. As long as you keep fighting, it will be triggered sooner or later. Of course, this premise is that the enemy is not a cautious type, nor a highly sensitive type. Otherwise, it will still be very troublesome to face an enemy like this guy shrouded in black mist. I can only pray that I am lucky enough to be among the few. Trigger probability when breaking defense. Gone. I knew it wasn't that simple. This 7-color talent, instant death attack, is not as strong as I thought. Although it can still be rated as a 7-color talent, it becomes stronger compared to the 7-color talent, recruiting a disciple. It still looks a little less interesting. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and sighed secretly in his heart. Immediately, Wang Ping thought of this guy shrouded in darkness again and frowned. This guy, who was suspected to be the mastermind behind the scenes, actually understood the time and space pattern before him, and was even better than him in the time and space path. This was something that he had never expected at all. He has a time-space body. Why is this guy better than him? This is something incomprehensible. Could it be that he is the time and space body that should have been born in this world, different from a fake like him? That is, while Wang Ping had various thoughts in his mind, the simulation continued. That is, when you have many thoughts in your mind, you were found an opportunity and withstood a powerful blow from the black mist figure. Although you responded in time, you still suffered a lot of trauma. This also made you angry, no longer holding back at all, directly burning the source, activating the effect of the purple talent. Death Puppet, starting a desperate style of play, completely abandoning defense. You suddenly changed your fighting style, surprising the figure under the black mist. For this reason, you take advantage of the opportunity and attack crazily, directly breaking its defense multiple times. Although this kind of defense breaking can't cause much damage, the advantage is that the attack frequency is high and the defense is broken many times. You want to use this to achieve the effect of the 7-color talent and instant death attack. In the end, your gambling was successful. You successfully triggered the effect of the 7-color talent, instant death attack, and killed the figure under the black mist directly. As the figure under the black mist was beheaded, the black mist on his body also disappeared, revealing the figure under the black mist. Under the black mist, he is wearing a black robe and a black mask. Your eyesight is exquisite, and you move closer, wanting to take off its mask and see its true appearance. However, when you just touched its mask, a terrifying explosion appeared, killing you directly. If it weren't for the death puppet you had prepared to absorb the damage for you, you would definitely die once and consume a mask. Talisman of Resurrection. After the explosion, the masked man turned into ashes and died without a complete body. You have no chance to know his identity. This makes you quite depressed and feels very regretful. However, this guy is also a very cautious type, and it is normal for him to have such calculations. I can only say that you are still a little careless, and you should catch a native and lift the mask. However, although the true identity of the figure under the black mist was not known, he was killed after all. After this dangerous guy dies, you should be able to survive this simulation relatively safely. As for knowing the true identity of this guy, we can only wait until the next simulation. Although you think that this person's plan for the explosion after his death will be very uncertain next time, you can only try slowly. It's just that something happened that you didn't expect. Just when you were about to leave here with Huang Yin and Huang Qing, several more figures under the black mist appeared here, surrounding you. This makes you quite silent. You didn't expect that there were so many figures under the black mist. Obviously, the masked man under the black mist was not the mastermind at all. but also just a pawn of the mastermind. Even a chess piece is suspected to possess the Tao of time and space, and has understood the Tao of time and space. There is a high probability that it is the owner of the authentic Tao of time and space that should have been born in this era. The origin of the mastermind behind the scenes is so terrifying. For a moment, you feel like you have touched upon some shocking secret and stepped into the chess game of some terrifying existence in the upper world. It's troublesome. It's more troublesome than I thought. Wang Ping looked at the simulation content with a solemn expression. If this was really a trap set up by some terrifying existence, and even a monster of his level was subdued for this purpose, then his calculations and plots would be too terrifying. That was definitely a chess game sweeping the entire upper world. All living beings, including all the great emperors, were within his calculations and were his pawns. In other words, even if his plan failed this time and failed to capture all the geniuses alive, he would have plans for next time. When the time comes, who can escape? No, that's not right. Suddenly, Wang Ping seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils condensed slightly. If the other party's purpose is to capture all the geniuses alive and lay out the upper realm, then why did he kill himself alone and nowhere to stay? This kind of behavior is very different from the behavior towards Qin Yu and the others, and it is quite a special treatment. It seems a little too weird. The mastermind behind the scenes could not be from the heavens. Only the beings from the heavens will know about the resurrection and stay there. In other words, he knows that I am from the heavens, and it is even possible that they already knew that I was from the chat group, so they targeted me and gave me special treatment. They didn't give me a way to survive at all. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Ping's mind. It's really troublesome. The truth is hard to find. This simulation is probably too cool again. Wang Ping sighed, gathered his thoughts, and continued to stare at the screen. Faced with such a situation, you have no choice but to prepare for a battle with these powerful enemies. However, now that your cards have been exhausted, and they are likely to know the effect of the 7-color talent instant attack, you have absolutely no confidence in winning. As you expected, you were just preparing to fight, but they didn't give you a chance at all. They formed a large formation and refused to fight with you at all. Each of these black mist figures has condensed Tao patterns. Although they're not as powerful as the black mist figures you dealt with before, they're still very powerful. It seems that each one of them has the same powerful physique and has developed to a small size. Chengdu is not much weaker than Qin Yu. Facing the large formation formed by the combination of these people, you feel very uncomfortable and can only support yourself. After all, you now have no trump card, and you have consumed too much mana in previous battles. Compared with your peak, your current combat power is only 1/3. Faced with such a situation, Huang Qing and Huang Yin also know the seriousness of the problem and know that they cannot let you support it alone. For this reason, although the two were a little shy, they were still determined. Immediately, they sent a message to you, asking you if you can create an area to avoid attacks and sight lines. As long as you can sustain it for an hour, you have hope of making a comeback. Hearing this, you were quite different and said that you would do your best. In the end, you used your powerful space-time magical powers to create an area to resist attacks, deflect attacks, and delay time. Seeing that you have tried your best to create such a field, they turned pale. Huang Qing and Huang Yin were still a little uneasy and shy at first, but now they have strengthened their faith, hugged you together, and began to teach you their pure phoenix, the top dual cultivation imperial method inherited by a family. Seeing this scene, you were very shocked and understood what Huang Qing and Huang Yin wanted to do. However, you are not a hesitant person. You began to practice the imperial method taught by the two men, and began to race against time to practice dual cultivation with Huang Qing and Huang Yin. In the end, you successfully obtained the phoenix power of the two pure-blood phoenixes, Huang Qing and Huang Yin, and obtained part of the origin of the pure-blood phoenix. With the help of part of the origin of the two pure-blooded phoenixes, you successfully recovered the original trauma you suffered, and furthermore, you gained super resilience and the ability to reborn as a phoenix. In fact, you have also obtained an additional phoenix body that is comparable to top holy bodies such as the Red Flame Holy Body. In addition, if Huang Qing and Huang Yin's cultivation levels are not too low and have not yet matured, and your cultivation level is too high, your cultivation level can also be greatly improved. This is still the reason why you do not have the power of dragon blood. If you have powerful dragon blood, then the auspicious scene of dragon and phoenix will appear, allowing you to gain greater benefits. It can only be said that the benefits gained from dual cultivation with the pure blood phoenix are really great. This is also the reason why those geniuses are so enthusiastic. And you, getting two at once, are enough to make countless geniuses envious and jealous. As for Huang Qing and Huang Yin, they also gained great benefits from this dual cultivation process, and their cultivation levels have also been upgraded to the level of Saint King Dzogchen. If it weren't for the restrictions of the secret realm, they might be able to directly reach the half-step level of a great sage. The level of a great sage is not impossible. Their special law of fire also increased during this intercourse, soaring directly to the level of Dzogchen. It can only be said that the pure blood phoenix's first intercourse was with a half-step supreme like you, and the method he practiced was the top dual cultivation emperor method. The benefits he could gain were really great. As you complete your dual cultivation and gain a lot of benefits from each other, the time and space defense you deployed also begins to be shaky and has a tendency to collapse. In response, you looked coldly and snorted coldly, intending to kill them all later. If you are in a weak state, you will naturally have a headache and feel that your death is coming. However, now that you have returned to your prime state, and you have gone one step further and gained such strong endurance and recovery ability, even if these people set up a large formation, they will never even think of killing you. In the final analysis, these black shadows are not as good as the previous black shadow that is suspected to have a space-time body. Even if they jointly arrange a large formation, they cannot reach the level of being able to kill. At this moment, Huang Qing and Huang Yin's cheeks turned red. They gathered their thoughts and planned to fight alongside you. Although they feel that the gap in combat power between them and you is still too far, they will help if they can help a little bit. They don't want to become the useless Phoenix twins who drag down Taoists. As the time and space defense completely collapsed, the three of you attacked one after another and began to counterattack. This made several shadows surprised. They didn't expect you to have returned to your peak state and seemed to have become stronger, which increased their pressure. However, these people are also ruthless characters. If they disagree, they will start to burn the source to fight and continue to increase the lethality of the formation. In response, you sneered and started to burn your origin. Pureblood phoenixes are different from other races. It is difficult for other races to recover after burning their origins. After all, there are only a few opportunities to restore their origins, and there are even fewer things that can restore the origins of Half-Step Supreme. But a pureblood phoenix has the ability to achieve nirvana and rebirth. It can basically burn its source and recover on its own. It's just a matter of how much time it takes. For this reason, the pureblood phoenix's fighting method has always been violent, and he always burns his origin to fight. Now, after you have intercourse with Huang Yin and Huang Qing, you have obtained part of your origin and the purest blood of the pureblood phoenix, and you also have the ability to be reborn in nirvana and restore your origin on your own. Therefore, you can violently burn your source to fight, regardless of the cost. It can be said to be a luxurious fighting method that other monks envy. As for Huang Yin and Huang Qing, they also started to burn their origins to fight, and they burned more ferociously than you. As true pure-blooded phoenixes, they are naturally more resilient than you, and their fighting methods are more luxurious. Seeing that you also started to burn the source to fight, these black mist figures were all startled, and then became anxious and quite distressed. After all, you are their prey, and your origin is what their master needs, so it cannot be wasted. When you burn the source, you are burning their profits. Is the purpose of these guys the origin? Who is their master? Why do we need the origin of the geniuses? Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation. His pupils shrank slightly. His heart was filled with confusion, and he came up with a guess. Could it be said that both the natives and these figures in the black mist came for the origins of the geniuses? Is their master the immortal swallowing demonic body? If it is really the immortal swallowing demonic body, it can explain the abnormal behavior of these guys. The immortal swallowing demonic body does need the origin of Tianjiao. The immortal swallowing demon body is theoretically a body that is initially weak but has the strongest ability to develop. With this kind of physique, as long as enough powerful sources are consumed, there is a chance to smelt an immortal body or even the legendary chaotic body. The chaos body is a physique that is superior to all physiques. Even if you look to the upper world, it is a legendary physique. There are only some rumors, but it has never appeared. However, if their master is really a demon who swallows immortals and comes for the origin, then his cultivation will not be as terrifying as I imagined. Because if he has this ability, there is no need to plot against the genius. Instead, they went directly to attack and kill powerful men like the Supreme Quasi-Emperor and even the Great Emperor. Wang Ping's eyes became profound. After all, the best object to devour the origin is an existence whose cultivation level is not much worse than your own. Otherwise, it is just a drop of water dripping into the river, which is really useless. Therefore, while keeping your own cultivation level low, you can catch all the geniuses in the same realm in one fell swoop to have a chance to condense the desired immortal body or even chaotic body. In addition, Tianjiao is just a young man after all, and is much easier to deal with than the old monsters who have grown up. In addition, now is the golden age, and the quality and quantity of the geniuses born far exceed those of the older generation. Although killing so many talented people at once would make all the forces furious, as long as they do it cleanly and hide the mastermind behind the scenes, they can protect themselves. By then, no matter how furious these forces are, they will only be incompetent and furious. But in this life, will two immortal devouring demonic bodies appear at the same time? Wang Ping thought of Lin Qinghe again and couldn't help but frown. Lin Qinghe has the immortal swallowing demonic body. Theoretically, there will never be another immortal swallowing demonic body. After all, the owners of this kind of special physique have always been single in one generation since ancient times. Lin Qinghe was born in the age of ending law, but that is not necessarily the case. Perhaps he is a self-proclaimed genius who comes from a more distant era. He knows the special nature of this golden age, and he has great intentions for this. Wang Ping analyzed silently. Although my speculation is well-founded, it is still speculation after all. If this is the case, we still need to collect more information. If this guy is not caught, the next simulation will probably die in various ways due to this guy's calculations. Die to death. Wang Ping sighed, feeling very headache. However, this time I actually practiced dual cultivation with Huang Yin and Huang Qing, and I got such great benefits. It was really an unexpected development. I just don't know if such benefits can be refreshed in the reward list. Wang Ping thought about Huang Qing and Huang Yin again, and felt quite subtle in his heart. It's been a long time since we had the pleasure of dual cultivation and the joy of fish and water. However, Taoist companions are bound to die. After all, they cannot escape the end of death. Wang Ping shook his head slightly and had no expectations for the next simulation. Afterwards, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and continued to stare at the screen. At this moment, you, Huang Yin, and Huang Qing jointly attack more fiercely, trying to blast away this terrifying formation. Your attacks are still very effective. This formation is already crumbling, and the burning sources of those black shadows are no longer stable. After all, they are not as durable as you. That is, when you can blast away the formation and escape, what happens next makes you silent. Because more black mist figures arrived here, and many indigenous people arrived. This situation can be described as desperate. However, you are not a character who likes to give up. Your heart was filled with fear, and you used the taboo move that killed 1,000 enemies and damaged 800, regardless of the cost, to blast away the formation. Then, after suffering a near-death injury that even the Phoenix power could not recover in a short period of time, you used your last resort, using your magical powers of time and space to kill Huang Qing and Huang Yin, sisters of pure blood phoenix blood with whom you had a romantic relationship. The transfer left here and was randomly transferred to somewhere in the secret realm. Although you know that even if you transfer them briefly, the probability of their survival is very low, but you don't like to see your Taoist companions die in front of you. That is, when you used your last strength to transfer Huang Yin and Huang Qing away, your body was also penetrated by the attacks of those black fog figures. In response, you laughed loudly and self-destructed directly. A horrific explosion appeared, leaving the group of people in a state of embarrassment and killing some of them. You are now stuck in a state of resurrection countdown. When you perform the resurrection countdown, this group of people will guard your death point, and a more terrifying formation will begin to be arranged, giving you no way to survive at all. After you were resurrected, you looked at the formation that was even more terrifying than before. You felt sad in your heart, knowing that you were destined to die today. However, you still have no intention of giving up. Although your condition is not good after resurrection, you are still fighting to the death. In the end, you died in the Great Formation and fell completely. Because of your death, this simulation ends. As the tech simulation ended, many images and insights flashed through Wang Ping's mind. Finally, his figure appeared in the secret realm, looking at these black fog figures and indigenous people from a god's perspective. However, this was nothing to see. Just when Wang Ping was about to leave this state, he suddenly saw a figure in the black mist who had been severely injured due to his previous self-destruction. The black mist on her body has disappeared, and the mask has been greatly broken, revealing her smooth forehead. On his forehead, there is an extremely mysterious white moon mark, which is very beautiful. If you look closely, you can see that this moon mark is composed of smaller diamond shapes. Looking at this mark, Wang Ping's eyes widened a little. In the upper realm, it is not surprising that once some skills are completed, they will produce some special marks. However, there are thousands of imprints in the world, but only a few can be remembered. One of them is the Yueling Emperor Sutra of the Yueling Emperor Palace. It is very difficult to practice the Moon Ling Emperor Sutra. Once you practice it to the deepest level, such a mark will be condensed on your forehead. For this reason, this mark is also the iconic mark of a descendant or important person of the Yueling Imperial Palace, and it is basically impossible to imitate it. Is this woman from the Yueling Emperor's Palace? Has she also defected to the man behind the scenes? Wang Ping's heart was shaking, and he could not calm down. No, that's not right. There are no female emperors in the contemporary Yueling Emperor's Palace. As for the previous generation, although there was an emperor's daughter, the emperor's daughter had disappeared for a long time. Some important figures in the Yueling Emperor's Palace deduced that she was dead long ago and had completely fallen. As for the issue of whether the imperial scripture inheritance of Yueling Imperial Palace has been leaked, that is also impossible. Each emperor's scripture has special backups, which can effectively prevent the inheritance from being leaked. Unless a member of the tribe deliberately leaks it, or something happens to it, it will be difficult to leak it out. For example, the Daotian Emperor Sutra and the Burning Heaven Emperor Sutra were all leaked due to loneliness. It is impossible for such a thing to happen to an imperial-level force that is at its peak with the great emperor still in charge. Especially for the Yueling Emperor Palace. It is rumored that if you want to master the Yueling Emperor Sutra, you need some special prerequisites. This condition can only be achieved by the Yueling Emperor Palace. For this reason, there are very few people in the Yueling Emperor Palace who are qualified to practice and can master the Yueling Emperor Sutra. So it is impossible for the inheritance to be leaked. However, what happened to this woman? Could it be that Yueling Emperor Palace was also involved and was a supporter of the mastermind? This woman was secretly cultivated by them. If that's the case, are the other Black Mist geniuses trained by other big forces? Are they also supporters of that guy? Wang Ping's expression changed uncertainly, and he felt quite uneasy. If that was the case, the water in the upper world was much deeper than he imagined. Just thinking about the plans of these old monsters makes people feel chilly in their hearts. For a moment, Wang Ping was not sure how many forces and emperors were playing chess. When Wang Ping felt extremely uneasy, his consciousness flickered, his vision changed, and he exited the simulated state. Immediately afterwards, the system's sound also rang. Ding! The reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following rewards. Half step to supreme level mana. 7-color talent, instant death attack. A random supreme device. Red talent, Mu Xian Ti. Wang Ping glanced at the reward list and made his choice without hesitation. System I choose. Half-step supreme mana and 7-color talent, instant death attack. As Wang Ping made his choice, he felt that his cultivation level began to soar. The 9th level of the Great Saint Realm, the Great Holy Realm, is complete. Finally, in terms of mana, he has also reached the half-step supreme level, which is extremely powerful. In addition, the method of using the 7-color talent instant death attack also appeared in Wang Ping's mind, letting him know that this talent is indeed not as strong as imagined, and it does require damage to have a chance of triggering the instant death effect. Of course, this talent is definitely not weak. It is a talent that can bring miracles. Without this talent, he might not be able to defeat the contemporary time-space Taoist body that has condensed the dual space-time patterns. Overall, this simulation is very rewarding. I just don't know if I still need to continue taking such a simulation route. Wang Ping let out a breath, still very satisfied with his harvest. However, he became confused again. Judging from the information obtained so far, this route is not something he can intervene in. Although most of the so-called intelligence is just based on his imagination has always been very accurate. Therefore, whether to waste paid simulations to continue to dig deeper into intelligence is a question worth thinking about. You can try to use free simulation to dig up information. However, for now, no matter what method I use, unless I refresh a talent that is of great help to the battle again, everything will be in vain. If I go in, I will die. Wang Ping shook his head slightly and murmured, "Characters above the Supreme cannot enter, and the power above cannot be used. The power below the Supreme is absolutely powerless against these black mist and indigenous forces. Although I can try to bring all the group members like Kai Yonglong to play dungeons, this secret-breaking realm is poisonous. Not only does it have an upper limit for cultivation, it should also have certain requirements in terms of luck. And the group members obviously cannot meet this requirement." Wang Ping sighed again. His usual method of gathering members to play dungeons and fight boss was no longer feasible, and he was missing a big trump card. This secret realm was definitely set up like this intentionally by those behind the scenes. As for why the followers of Qin Yu and the prisoners captured by the Qin family were able to get in at the beginning, it was obviously the other party's intention, otherwise they would not have been let in. However, I still have to give it a try to see if there are any luck requirements. Although I did sense this when I went in, it may be an illusion. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he planned to use the free simulation to explore the way. Soon, Wang Ping took action. Then, there was no more. He pulled Lin Yuan, Kai Yonglong, and others over and got stuck outside. The simulated Wang Ping was robbed again without foreign aid. Forget it. If you don't want to fight to the death, let's change to a simulated path, develop in a low-key manner, and work hard to become stronger. Wang Ping shook his head, too lazy to think about these things. System, I want to conduct a paid simulation. Then, Wang Ping spoke again. Ding! It has been detected that the host cultivation has reached the level of the Great Saint Realm and Great Perfection. The consumption of this paid simulation is 4 million kilograms of high-grade divine source or 400,000 kilograms of top-grade divine source. Do you want to consume it immediately? The system's voice rang. This made Wang Ping quite surprised. Hey, you actually just use it as the Great Saint Realm to calculate the price? I'm already half-step supreme, right? Wang Ping was quite surprised when he heard the system's quotation this time. If I choose to block this bug, I can save some divine energy. However, it is not necessary. If I can become stronger quickly, it is naturally better to become stronger quickly. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. Then, Wang Ping smiled slightly and said, "The system consumes the divine source and performs simulation. Ding, spend 4 million high-grade divine sources. The life simulator starts. The paid simulation starts. The talents are being refreshed. The system's voice rang again. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the golden talent. Life for life. The red talent. Thunder mysterious body. Golden talent. Life for life. After using this talent, the host can forcibly trade lives with the enemy and die together. P.S. This talent can only be used below the supreme level, so the host must pay attention. Golden talent. Life for life. Isn't this ability an upgraded version of the purple talent? Death puppet, or an optimized version of the purple talent? Destiny connection? Wang Ping looked at this newly refreshed talent and couldn't help but complain. This talent, if refreshed early, would definitely be of great use. However, his current cultivation level has reached the level of being about to enter the semi-supreme level, and there are very few people who can use this talent for him. As for reaching the supreme realm, this talent is useless. It can be said that it is a pity to throw away tasteless food. It doesn't seem certain. If the immortal devouring demonic body's cultivation level is still below the supreme realm, if we meet him, we should be able to die together with him. Wang Ping's eyes flickered as he thought of this again. Wang Ping was still a little wary of the immortal swallowing demonic body and had no doubts about his combat effectiveness. After all, even the combat power of the contemporary time and space body is superior to his, but he still relies on the instant death effect of colorful talent to kill the opponent. And that space-time Taoist body is just a subordinate of the immortal devouring demonic body. In this upper world, no subordinate is stronger than his master. Even if there is, it is a special case. And this example will definitely not work here. Although it's a good idea, the premise is to be able to catch his position and fight him head-on. Unfortunately, his Black Fog subordinates and Earth subordinates are too troublesome. I can't get through this level? Wang Ping shook his head, too lazy to think about it, and said, System, I choose the golden talent life for life. Ding, the talent selection is successful, and the life simulation begins. The system's voice sounded, and Wang Ping's consciousness flashed, and he entered the state of immersive simulation. Then, the screen appeared, and familiar words emerged. On the first day, you chose to declare yourself. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100,000 years have passed. The golden age has arrived, and you have chosen to be born. After you were born, you walked on the road to heaven, suppressed the defeated Yu Daohong, became the first emperor's son, and was accepted as a disciple by Emperor Tianyu. Emperor Tianyu, I am quite surprised by your cultivation. After all, you're only one step away from truly reaching the half step to the supreme level. For this reason, he chose to directly take out a stunning elixir that condenses the supreme body, allowing you to condense the supreme body. You're quite surprised by this. However, there is no surprise about this result. After all, although Tianjiao does need training, but in the eyes of outsiders, you, a person who has grown to this point during your casual cultivation, really do not need this process of trying to obtain the precious medicine to condense the supreme body. Immediately, you took the precious medicine and began to retreat, hoping to quickly condense the supreme body. For this reason, in this life, you don't care about anything and have been in a state of seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 200 years have passed. During these 200 years, many things began to proceed as in your simulation a long time ago. The geniuses are all born, but they are not rolled up like that. They are stimulated by you and can't wait to break through to the level of the great saint. When Lei Wanxian was born, he still fought Shi Yiyan first and then Gu Xian, but was easily suppressed by Gu Xian. As for the Enlightenment Tea Party, it did not show up. Qin Yu had no intention of holding it at all. The secret realm also did not appear. And you, in the past 200 years, have successfully condensed the supreme body, stepped into the half-step to the supreme level, and become a leader among the younger generation. You are confident, and few people of your generation can match you. All the geniuses on the great sage list are far inferior to you. Of course, you are not too arrogant. After all, you know that among the figures in the black mist, there is such a half-step supreme who is more powerful than you. He also practiced both the time and space imperial law, but his time and space imperial law is not as strong as the dark time emperor law that you practice, and the space imperial law is in between. However, he realized that the dual patterns of time and space were too powerful. Even now, if you don't rely on talent, you will probably end up defeated against him. Even if you rely on talent, you still have to trigger the 7-color talent and instant death attack. The dual time and space patterns are really amazing for improving combat power. If you don't understand the space patterns, you will always be weaker than him in terms of hard power. When you came out of seclusion, you just inquired about the situation in the outside world and frowned. This simulation is different from the previous ones. Obviously, the difference lies in Gu Xian. If you challenge Gu Xian and suppress him with your powerful cultivation, another plot line will be touched upon. The secret realm will appear, the ancient tea ceremony of enlightenment will appear, and then the genius will be served in a pot. If you don't use your cultivation to suppress Gu Xian, then nothing will happen. This is undoubtedly a very strange thing. You can't help but suspect that Gu Xian, the young master of the immortal Gu family, is very problematic. In fact, the entire Changshan Gu family has a big problem. Perhaps the Changshan Gu family is planning all this. Only the Changshan Gu family, a mysterious family that has survived since the last era, has this strength and courage. However, you still can't figure out why another plot line was triggered after you used your cultivation to suppress Gu Xian. What was their motive for taking action? Longevity takes care of the family. Wang Ping looked at the content of this text simulation, his expression changing. Indeed, if the Changshan Gu family is planning the plan, it is normal for so many great emperors in the upper world not to know about it. In addition, many great emperors and emperor-level forces are involved. It is suspected that it is normal for these forces to train subordinates for his immortal Gu family. No one knows how terrifying the Changshan Gu family is. However, no one doubts that the Changshan Gu family has the ability to cultivate emperor-level figures. If this world were written into a novel, I would suspect that the Changshan Gu family is a big boss-level force, and this Gu Xian is the future big boss. Wang Ping couldn't help sighing. Of course, this prerequisite is to eliminate the strange tentacles, the source of darkness and other forces in the heavens. Otherwise, the Changshan Gu family is still not qualified to become a big boss. It doesn't seem right. It's weird. The Gu family probably can't compare. However, there has been no big movement in this source of darkness, which means that it has been restrained and its existence can be ignored for the time being. As for those cultivated by the forces of the heavens, they can't stop the Changshan Gu family. The Changshan Gu family must be aware of the existence of the forces in the heavens and have dealt with them many times, otherwise they would not know how to do various squatting points for finishing blows. Since they dare to make plans, they must have taken these factors into account. Even some heavenly forces have a cooperative relationship with the Changshan Gu family, and both parties are seeking skin from the tiger. Various thoughts flashed through Wang Ping's mind, and it was difficult to calm down. I really like brainstorming. This author's professional personality is really hard to change. Although this kind of brainstorming has helped me many times, soon, Wang Ping came to his senses again, rubbed his brows, and muttered. Then, he calmed down, retracted his thoughts that had strayed too far, and continued to stare at the screen. Next, you are planning how to test Gu Xian. If the key point in the development of the plot is that you attract Gu Xian's attention, then if you want to obtain more information and make more accurate judgments, there is a way. So, you plan to keep a low profile, not interfere with the subsequent plot development, and try to restore the plot line that should exist. Then, by testing, changing, and comparing in the following simulations, you can draw conclusions. Thinking of this, you are ready to take action. Next, you contacted Yu Daohong directly and asked Yu Daohong to challenge you and regain his position as the first emperor's son. This makes Yu Daohong's face full of black question marks, and I can't understand what you are thinking. Others don't know your situation. As the parent and son of Emperor Tianyu, he naturally knows your situation. Now you have reached the half-step supreme level. With this level of cultivation, if you want to crush him to death, just blow on him. Back then, when you hid your cultivation and fought with him, you still made him resentful. You were really bullying. Seeing you Dao Hong staring at you very angrily, you coughed dryly, indicating that you have some things to confirm and must keep a low profile. So I hope Yu Daohong will play a fake match with you. Yu Daohong is silent and stares at you deeply. In the end, he chose to help you once and started a battle with you. In the end, you were defeated by Yu Daohong and lost your position as the first emperor's son. This has surprised many people in the outside world. They did not expect that you, a genius who defeated Yu Daohong when he was born and shocked the upper world, would actually be brought back to the stage by Yu Daohong as soon as he came out of seclusion after many years of seclusion. Defeated directly. For a time, many forces and geniuses felt that they had overestimated you. At the same time, they also felt that seclusion was not a good thing for Tianjiao. Geniuses still have to practice and compete with geniuses of the same generation in order to grow faster. Blindly seclusion will only waste one's talents and potential, leaving others behind. After knowing the response from the outside world, you're quite satisfied with the result and wait for the plot to develop. However, although you are very satisfied, Wan Yu, who has already been on the saint list, is very puzzled. He doesn't understand what your master is thinking and why you keep such a low profile. Of course, he didn't ask any more questions. He just continued to walk around the world as your disciple, to defeat those talented peers who spoke rudely to you. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. In the past few years, Tongxian Continent is still exciting, but you are still very silent. It was at this time that the voice of the Immortal Mansion came as promised. The Immortal Gate was about to open, and the news of impending disaster spread throughout the upper world, echoing in all 10 universes. This will make you shine brightly and start looking forward to the next development. At the same time, you also have some vague guesses in your mind, which need you to verify one by one. In the blink of an eye, nearly 50 years have passed. During these 50 years, you have been silently cultivating and enlightening in the Tai Emperor's Tower and the Tai Emperor's Palace. You want to understand the space pattern as soon as possible, but you still don't care. What is happening in the outside world can only be collected by disciples and followers. Because of your behavior, many talented people think that you are not their competitor, but just a hothouse flower who can only shut up. For this reason, the outside world's attention to you continues to decline, and your ranking on the Saint King list has also been falling, and it has dropped dramatically. In the past 50 years, the top monsters of the 9 universes like the young master of the Tiamu clan have also been born one after another, and have rushed to the Tongxian Continent, making the Tongxian Continent even more chaotic and lively. At the same time, there are also many new talents emerging. Huang Yin, Huang Qing, Yi Chun, Zhu Huang, and others all shine with their own light. There are even unexpected people appearing. This person is Yi Xiaofan. Although he is not very amazing, he still has a holy body. It has been optimized once and can be regarded as a top-notch ice-type holy body. He also joined an imperial palace that practices ice-type techniques. Began to shine. No one knows how he rose from a casual cultivator on the ancient planet Taiyuan, all the way to this golden age. As for Qin Tian, although he has the golden immortal Dao fruit and there are legends of immortals in this world, his golden immortal Dao fruit is obviously different from the immortals in this world. Immortals in different worlds have different meanings, so his golden finger did not work. Not to mention, whether there is a golden immortal in this world is still a question. For this reason, although he appeared together with Yi Xiaofan and has proclaimed himself to this day, he has long since disappeared from everyone and only appears in the eyes of the public as a follower of Yi Xiaofan. In fact, the world is still quite puzzled as to why Yi Xiaofan, a genius who can be on the Holy King list, has such weak followers, and is not even considered a genius. Of course, Kai Yonglong is also invisible to everyone. However, because Kai Yonglong has been living in the Tai Palace like you, few people know of his existence. However, Kai Yonglong has one thing that is better than Qin Tian, and that is that you take great care of Kai Yonglong. With the help of your position in the heart of Emperor Tianyu, you have obtained a lot of very good resources for him, allowing Kai Yonglong to grow up to the level of the Holy King. Finally, you don't know Lin Yuanyuan's situation. Lin Yuanyuan has disappeared without a trace since she separated from you 100,000 years ago. No one knows where she has gone, what her cultivation level is, or whether she is alive or dead. You have some guesses about this, and think that Lin Yuanyuan may have really fallen. After all, the luck of you time travelers is not very good. Even if you join the Imperial Palace and make up for some of the shortcomings in your luck with the help of the Imperial Palace's luck, and you can also plunder some luck by defeating other geniuses, but after all, it is still a little worse, and it is normal to fall due to various accidents. Not to mention you time travelers. Even among the local luck, the potential geniuses on the Three Saints list and the Quasi-Three Saints list will also fall, and be directly pitted and killed by Gu Xian, who is suspected to be the manipulator behind the scenes. For this reason, you're not optimistic about Lin Yuanyuan's situation. In addition to these people you are familiar with or unfamiliar with who have become famous, there are two people who have caught your attention. These two people are Fang Xingyu from Taiyuan Ancient Star Dao Palace and Lin Yin, a casual cultivator from Taiyuan Ancient Star. For Lin Yin, you don't know what kind of secrets he has, but you thought he was not simple at the beginning, but after coming to Tongxian Continent, you think he is just like everyone else. Now, he appears again, and his talent and fighting power are shocking. Lin Yin. It is suspected that he has mastered some extremely strange soul-type Emperor Scripture and illusion-type Emperor Scripture, which makes his fighting power very terrifying. Even if Lin Yin does not have any special blood and special physique, he still defeated many Tianjiao figures with great Emperor blood or holy body, and became the object of admiration of many ordinary talents without strong blood and physique. For this reason, he has many supporters. Zhu Huang has the same treatment as him. Zhu Huang also has an ordinary background, but he can rise against the trend, which is admirable. He is the target of admiration and pursuit of many small figures. After all, in the upper realm, physique and blood are too important. They crush many ordinary cultivators at the starting line, making them despair. For this reason, those who have appeared in history without special blood and physique, but can prove the way to the emperor and leave their names in history, are all their idols. Being in the same era, people like Zhu Huang and Lin Yin naturally made them feel closer. They were also their idols. Countless cultivators hoped that the two could achieve the Tao Emperor as soon as possible, and trampled on the guys who could only rely on blood and physique and were born to stand at the starting line, so that they could feel happy. As for Fang Xingyu's fame was not because he was so evil. Fang Xingyu's talent was also very high. For some reason, he awakened a more powerful holy body, such as the Star Saint body. But the strength of this physique is really not ranked in this era, and it is impossible for Fang Xingyu to squeeze into the Three Saints list. Although it is equally dazzling and belongs to the Quasi-Saint list, it is still a little bit worse. Fang Xingyu's fame depends on the Daotian Emperor's artifact. That's right, the self-proclaimed Daotian Emperor's artifact was obtained by Fang Xingyu, and he recognized him as the master. In the eyes of outsiders, among the many geniuses, only Fang Xingyu can hold the Emperor's artifact. After all, it was an imperial weapon, which was too precious and powerful. Holding this thing, if it were on Earth, it would be equivalent to others holding cold weapons such as swords, while Fang Xingyu was holding a submachine gun. In this case, it would be strange if Fang Xingyu did not become famous. It can be said that Fang Xingyu is the object of envy and jealousy of many cultivators. Good fellow, this golden age is really getting more and more exciting, and all kinds of people are emerging. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and praised it in his heart. Wang Ping was a little surprised that Fang Xingyu did not die, but this was also reasonable. After all, although it is not absolute, there are basically no simple guys whose names appear in the text simulation. It is normal for Fang Xingyu to survive the catastrophe of the Dao Palace and obtain the most precious imperial weapon, an inheritance of the Dao Palace. As for Lin Yin, Wang Ping was a little surprised. Although he also knew that this guy might not be famous, this was not too simple. He actually made it to the Three Saints list and suppressed many evil people. Each Emperor Scripture is different. Although some are strong and some are weak, they are all the same level of skills. Even if they are strange, it is impossible for an ordinary genius with no blood and physique to defeat the strong and suppress many geniuses. Unless Lin Yin practices the immortal scripture, he can do this. But is that possible? Immortal scripture. Only Gu Xian has practiced it so far, and no one else has practiced it, which is enough to show how precious it is. Wang Ping stroked his chin, his eyes flickered, and he became more and more interested in Lin Yin. However, if there is no immortal scripture, how can Lin Yin, as an ordinary cultivator, defeat the strong with the weak? Even if he practices two emperor scriptures at the same time, it is impossible. Unless there is something wrong with his soul. He has a hidden soul talent, which is far beyond the same level of cultivators, and can exert the power of the two emperor scriptures to an unimaginable level. It is possible to do this. In addition, this can also explain why he was able to compete with the remnant soul of the great sage. Because he has a soul talent and practices this aspect of the emperor scripture. That is to say, this guy hid too many cards when he fought with me in the simulation. Haha, ordinary cultivators are chasing the wrong person after all. This Lin Yin is not someone they admire. He is very cunning. Wang Ping shook his head and muttered, "It doesn't seem right." Suddenly, Wang Ping's eyes condensed slightly, and he thought of a possibility, and his heart was in turmoil. There is another situation. That is, this Lin Yin does not have any divine soul talents, but he has the means to enhance the strength of the divine soul, making it far superior to monks of the same level. With this method, Wang Ping thought of something. The sperm-eating clan, soul-eating beads, and magic-eating beads. Zhu Huang obtained the essence-devouring bead. Although his cultivation level was average, even far behind among his peers, he embarked on an invincible path of body refining, relying on his powerful body to push his enemies aside. Even the geniuses of his generation were not the best. His opponent. For this reason, the three natural imperial weapons are a huge opportunity for ordinary monks to counterattack. And Lin Yin probably got the soul-eating pearl. It is precisely because he obtained the soul-eating pearl that he can possess a soul strength that is unmatched by his peers and can exert the power of the two emperor scriptures to an unimaginable level. At the same time, this can also make it easier to explain why Lin Yang was able to kill the remnant soul of the great sage when he was only at the true God realm. With such a huge gap, it is difficult to explain the mutation of his soul or the extremely powerful soul talent. The possibility of being able to do this is very low. After all, no matter how powerful the talent is, in the face of huge cultivation, it is still a matter of basic methods. As for things like the innate imperial weapon, you don't need to worry about this because the innate imperial weapon itself has huge power. If that's the case, one of the three great devouring imperial weapons has appeared. I just don't know who has the final devouring bead. If the three beads are born together in this era, there is hope that they can be combined into an immortal weapon. I'm afraid there will be another bloody storm. Wang Ping's eyes flashed, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. However, based on the information and guesses I have obtained so far, if it were not for my existence, these three devouring imperial weapons would probably have fallen into Gu Xian's hands. Whether it is Zhu Huang, Lin Yin, or the owner of the magic devouring bead that may appear in the future, they will all make wedding clothes for this scheming guy like Gu Xian. After all, if Gu Xian is the mastermind behind the scenes as he guessed, and possesses the immortal devouring demonic body, these three devouring types, and the natural imperial weapon that can synthesize immortal weapons, is simply a treasure made for Gu Xian. In addition, his good disciple Lin Qinghe will probably become a tool. After all, there is no one more suitable to take the blame than Lin Qinghe, another immortal swallowing demon body. Wouldn't it be nice to let Lin Qinghe stand in the open and be hunted down, take the blame for him, and reap the benefits? This golden world is really getting more and more exciting, with all kinds of people emerging one after another. However, if you leave it alone, other people will only be Gu Xian's foil after all. In fact, it's good to be a foil. Most geniuses, it is estimated that they can only become his food and be devoured by him. Wang Ping breathed a sigh of relief, feeling quite uneasy and becoming more and more wary of Gu Xian and the Chongshin Gu family behind him. Then, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and continued to stare at the screen, wanting to wait and see the development and see what Gu Xian would do next. Next, after you lamented about the golden age, you went to meet some acquaintances. That is to say, while you are reminiscing about the past, the immortal mansion has been opened, and the geniuses from the upper world will be admitted, and the fairy seedlings will be screened out. When the immortal gate is opened, they will be allowed to enter to find their destiny. As the immortal mansion opened, countless monks went crazy for it and headed towards the immortal mountain where the immortal mansion was located. And you, with Kai Yonglong and other acquaintances, rushed to the immortal mansion with great interest. When you come to the immortal mansion, you will find that a large number of young monks have gathered in the immortal city outside the immortal mansion. The lowest among these young monks are saints. Monks below saints, unless they are extremely talented but have not broken through to the holy realm due to age. The remaining creatures who have not stepped into the holy realm are not qualified to step into the fairy city, let alone worship in the fairy mansion. Many monks are self-aware, but in this world, there are often monks who have no self-awareness and have a luck mentality. These monks who had a chance mentality were, without exception, ridiculed, suppressed, and expelled. This makes many monks quite unhappy. They feel that the powerful people are too domineering. With the opening of the immortal mansion, everyone has a chance. It is really abominable to expel them in such a domineering manner. Perhaps they are people who are destined to be immortal. After all, who stipulates that the immortal will definitely choose Tianjiao. However, the dissatisfaction of many small power monks was suppressed even more domineeringly. As a grumpy supreme killed a bunch of casual cultivators, these cultivators all kept silent and ran away frantically, not daring to think of entering the fairy city again. When you see this scene, you will be filled with emotions and feel very sad. This is the sorrow of weak, casual cultivators. When you were in the lower realm, you were never like this. However, you finally survived by relying on the life simulator and stood at the top. However, this is you too, a cheating player. Across the heavens, countless creatures struggled like this and finally ended in despair. Just when you were filled with emotion, you find that a little Taoist nun with only the true God realm, carrying a very weak little Taoist boy, did not follow the flow of people away from the fairy city, but still came towards the fairy city very stubbornly. This makes you quite surprised. After all, for a true God to dare to withstand such great pressure and risk being crushed to death by a single look to continue moving forward requires courage that is unimaginable by ordinary people. For this reason, you have become somewhat interested in this little Taoist nun who is carrying a weak Taoist boy on her back. That is to say, just when you became interested, the Supreme One who took action before saw that someone else dared to come over, which was regarded as disobedience to his Supreme Majesty. This made the Supreme being quite displeased and snorted coldly. The Supreme Lord snorted coldly. He also carried great power, enough to kill the saint. For this reason, if left alone, the little Taoist nun carrying the weak Taoist boy will definitely die. Just when you were about to break through the supreme power and save the little Taoist nun, an unexpected figure took action. This person is none other than Gu Xian. Gu Xian chose to save these two people, breaking the supreme power. This surprised all the geniuses, and they couldn't understand why Gu Xian wanted to save these two casual cultivators. Especially you narrowed your eyes and stared at Gu Xian silently. Gu Xian's action must have an unknown purpose. Now, he chose to save the little Taoist nun who was carrying the weak Taoist boy on his back, which obviously had some deep meaning. Perhaps the talents of these two little guys are so amazing that Gu Xian saw them. Or maybe it was very important to some of Gu Xian's layouts. However, no matter what the situation is, you must pay attention to these two little guys. In fact, in future simulations, we may be able to save people first. That is, when many thoughts flash through your mind. Gu Xian smiled slightly and said gracefully that the Supreme had gone too far. The two of them were still young and had true God cultivation. They were obviously very talented and had the ability to participate in the Immortal Mansion. Review qualifications. Later, Gu Xian said that to practice Taoism, it is better to regard harmony as the most important thing. If you kill too much, it will be difficult to achieve the Tao. Hearing this, many monks admired Gu Xian very much. They felt that although he was the young master of the Chongqinggu family, he was actually a just man and did not have an arrogant temper. He was willing to protect ordinary young monks and reprimand the Supreme. Seeing Gu Xian say this, the Supreme Lord laughed and became kind, not daring to argue with Gu Xian. With that, the farce ended. And you stared at Gu Xian deeply, feeling that this guy was definitely pretending and was a real, smiling tiger. That is, when you were staring at Gu Xian also glanced at you with his peripheral vision, his eyes deep. However, his peripheral vision was so hidden that you didn't notice it. There is indeed something wrong with this guy. Moreover, he seems to be particularly concerned about me. The root cause of this is definitely not just me coming from the heavens. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and thought to himself. However, no matter what you are thinking or planning, as long as you don't know my life simulator, all your plans will be broken by me. Even if you know it in the life simulation, so what if you don't know it in reality? It's futile. This is Wang Ping's biggest advantage. No matter how powerful your eyes are, as long as you don't exceed the upper limit of the life simulator, those behind the scenes will be killed by Wang Ping. Especially Gu Xian, he seems to be a genius born when the golden age is about to begin. If I kill his parents or ancestors directly, will he still be born? This is really a question. What does this mean? Even if I can't defeat you, I can still prevent you from being born. Thinking of this, Wang Ping's expression became subtle. Of course, the possibility of failing is still very low. As the life simulation progresses, I don't even need to use this method to defeat him. Wang Ping shook his head, put away those messy thoughts, and continued to stare at the screen. Next, Gu Xian looked at the little Taoist, Nun's admiring eyes as if nothing had happened, and led the little Taoist, Nun carrying the weak little Taoist boy into the fairy city. And you have no intention of continuing to watch the show and start wandering around in this extremely lively fairy city. Today's fairy city has gathered the geniuses from the entire upper world, and all kinds of old monsters have also appeared here. Many people have started setting up stalls to buy things out of interest. For this reason, there are opportunities to pick up good things. That is, when you were wandering around, you accidentally bumped into someone. This person is Tian Zhaoyan, the young master of the Tianmu clan. Behind him were obviously his supreme protector, his supreme servants, and young followers. That supreme servant is the ordinary supreme servant whom you defeated by leapfrogging in the previous simulation. You obtained a golden light and jade talisman from him, which is still fresh in your memory. You also speculated that there must be some secret in it. Unfortunately, this reward was not refreshed in the last simulation. Even if it is refreshed, you don't have 3 options and can only miss it. However, you missed it last time. You want to get it this time and continue to study it. Maybe there is an opportunity in it that will be of great help to you. When you were staring at the young master of the Tianmu tribe, the young master of the Tianmu tribe is also staring at you, with a warm face and looking quite kind. He greeted you and said that it was rumored that the second emperor of Tai Palace was a person with no reputation, but now it seems that it is just a rumor. Hearing the words of the young master of the Tianmu clan, you narrowed your eyes and looked into his eyes. This Yuan-Tian divine eye is really amazing. It can actually see through some of his details. You know, he is carrying a treasure from the Tai Emperor Palace. This treasure has only one effect, and that is to cover the breath. With this treasure in your possession, unless the Emperor carefully observes your details, even the powerful Quasi-Emperor Dzogchen cannot see through you. However, the young master of the Tianmu tribe saw through some of your details. Obviously, this is the credit of the source of the divine eyes. And this pair of divine eyes should have been the gift of Tianyin, the poor collateral descendant of the Tianmu tribe. Although you restored the original simulation and also for the reason of retreat and breakthrough, Tianyin did not become your disciple in this life, and it is very likely that he has been robbed. But since you have already formed a master-disciple relationship last time, and you have also improved your cultivation through it, so naturally you regard him as your disciple. Now, your disciple's enemy has seen through some of your details with his eyes, which naturally makes you want to kill him. Seeing you show your murderous intention, the young master of the Tianmu tribe changed his face slightly, frowned, and asked him when he offended you. If he did anything wrong, he would apologize. Hearing this, you restrained your murderous intention and your mood became calm again. Obviously, the source of the divine eyes can even see through other people's malice, murderous intentions, and other emotions. This eye is really useful. Next, you smiled slightly. The young master of the Tianmu tribe looked similar to one of your former enemies, so you reacted instinctively. Please forgive me. The young master of the Tianmu tribe looked at you deeply, then laughed and said it was okay. Then, the young master of the Tianmu tribe said that meeting is fate. Why not go for a drink? You smiled slightly and did not refuse. You took Kai Yonglong, Wan Yu, Lin Qinghe, and the young master of the Tianmu tribe to drink. During this process, the young master of the Tianmu tribe did not test you at all, but just talked with you and deepened your feelings. In this regard, you think that this guy with a beastly heart is indeed scheming enough, and it is estimated that he will become a difficult opponent in the future. Next, you think the time is ripe, and you want to make a deal with the servant of the young master of the Tianmu tribe. This surprised everyone present, especially the servant of the Supreme, who was even more shocked. He did not expect that a big man like you would make a deal with an ordinary Supreme with the highest potential. Then, he looked at the young master of the Tianmu tribe, and after getting his approval, he smiled brightly and expressed his willingness. Next, you proposed to trade the golden jade talisman. This surprised the supreme servant of the young master of the Tianmu tribe, and his heart instantly became hot. He guessed that the golden jade talisman was probably something extremely precious, more valuable than he imagined. Otherwise, it would not attract the attention of a big man like you. For a moment, the supreme servant's mind became active, and he wanted to pretend to be polite and said that he didn't have any golden jade talismans and didn't want to trade with you. However, at this time, the young master of the Tianmu tribe laughed and asked the supreme servant to hand it over, saying that since you are interested in this thing, he can give it to you as a gift. Although he doesn't know what misunderstandings there are between you and him, he is very happy to make friends with you, and some conflicts, he hopes to resolve them. This surprised you quite a bit. This young master of the Tianmu clan is indeed a talent. If other Tianjiao, who don't know his background, were here, they would probably have a feeling of respect and affection for him. To be honest, you also admire this guy's style. If he hadn't died halfway, he might have been able to become a great emperor in the future, and he would also be one of the Tianjiao who could compete for the immortal fate. As for the supreme servant, although he was entangled and helpless, the young master of the Tianmu clan had already said this. If he didn't hand it over, it would undoubtedly be a slap in the face of his young master. For this reason, he could only take out the golden jade talisman with some heartache and give it to you. In response, you smiled slightly, indicating that you accepted the kindness of the young master of the Tianmu clan. If there is a chance in the future, you can form an alliance. Hearing your words, the young master of the Tianmu clan laughed and said that if there is a chance, you can indeed form an alliance and compete for the immortal fate. After all, when you arrive at the immortal palace, it is not a place to fight alone. Afterwards, you continued to communicate, drank and talked happily, and then left. After leaving, the supreme servant of the young master of the Tianmu clan was quite depressed and said why he wanted to win over the second prince of the Tai Imperial Palace. After all, this second prince was so ordinary. Instead of winning him over, it would be better to win over you, Daohong. Hearing this, the young master of the Tianmu clan, Tianjian, returned to a cold expression and calmly said that he could not see through all your details, but he could see that your cultivation was definitely not as simple as the first level of the Great Saint on the surface. At the same time, you also gave him a very dangerous feeling. For this reason, although he is not afraid of you, if he can resolve an enemy, it is natural to resolve an enemy. Even if you can't become friends, you must not become mortal enemies. Otherwise, There are too many enemies in the immortal mansion, which is not conducive to competing for the immortal fate. It turns out that this kid didn't see through most of my details, but only a little bit. I thought the source of the divine, I was so amazing. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation, and his expression was a little subtle. However, this is also a very normal thing. Even the quasi-emperor, Great Perfection, can't see through it. It's strange that an undeveloped source heavenly God, I can see through it. If it can see through it, it shouldn't be this level of talent, but the level of fairy eyes. Wang Ping shook his head and sighed. It's also a pleasant surprise to get the golden light jade talisman. I just don't know where Tianyin, the unlucky child, has gone, and whether he is still alive. Then, Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and he thought of this question again. Since that kid followed the template of Emperor Huangtian, even if he was just a low profile among the low profile, he shouldn't have fallen so easily. If I hadn't taken action at the beginning, he might not have died and would have been saved by some top powerhouse. Let's go. Of course, this premise is that I am not his savior. If God arranges for me to be his savior, it will be over. Wang Ping shook his head slightly and sighed. Afterwards, Wang Ping was too lazy to think about Tianyin and continued to stare at the screen. On your side, you did not take what the young master of the Tianmu clan said at ease. You are enemies after all, even if you don't want to cause trouble in this life. Your biggest purpose is to investigate the truth in a low-key manner and dig out the purpose of Gu Xian and the Gu family. Before that, you don't want to worry about other things or deal with other enemies. Next, you continue to visit the fairy city. Although you have been provoked by many geniuses and invited to fight in various ways. These geniuses, especially the rising stars, want to defeat you to prove themselves, become famous, and gain more resources for themselves. Although your reputation in the outside world is getting weaker and weaker, after all, the genius who once reached the 5th place on the Saint King list defeated you, and the benefits are still great. You have chosen to refuse all these challenges. In this regard, you are shamed by these geniuses and feel that you don't even dare to challenge and are not worthy of being called a genius. There are even some extreme people who think that you have been ranked 5th on the Holy King list, which is a shame on the Holy King list and has lowered the gold content of the Holy King list. You are indifferent to the scolding and provocations of these geniuses, but your disciples Wan Yu and Lin Qinghe are very unhappy. Especially Wan Yu. After he awakened the Black Abyss demonic body, his temper became even more cruel and domineering. He wished he could fight on his behalf and fight these people for 800 rounds. In response, you calmly stopped his action, saying that you had nothing to argue with these foolhardy guys. These words made all the geniuses very unhappy, and they mocked you even more. That is, when the anger was raging, Yu Daohong appeared, helped you out, and drove away the other geniuses. Facing Yu Daohong, these people still did not dare to be enemies with him. After mocking you again, they chose to leave. As for Yu Daohong, he looked at you helplessly, really not understanding what you were thinking. He clearly has combat power that no one in the younger generation can match, yet he is so low-key. You didn't say much, just smiled and said that since we met, how about going shopping together? As for your invitation, Yu Daohong did not refuse it, but chose to accept it. Next, you will walk together, and Yu Daohong will also tell you how many forces and geniuses have come to the immortal city today. Some forces are not on the surface, and some monsters have not been on the list of 3 saints, but they still have the combat power to squeeze into the list of 3 saints. Yu Daohong said that he would not say more about those heirs trained by big forces that he was familiar with. There are a few monsters that you need to pay attention to most that can compete with you for immortality. Most of these monsters, like you, come from the heavens and are their descendants trained in the upper world. The Emperor's son of Killing Paradise, Xiaosha, the Beast son of Abyss, Yuan Evil, and the 9-star candidate of 9-star Pavilion. Among them, the Jiuxing Pavilion is a special force. The Jiuxing Pavilion has a combat power comparable to that of the Great Emperor, and its combat power is unfathomable. However, because the membership of Jiuxing Pavilion is very confusing. For this reason, Although Jiuxing Pavilion can be regarded as one of the strongest forces, with double-digit Emperor-level combat power, they are not integrated and each has their own agenda, so other forces are not particularly afraid of Jiuxing Pavilion. Of course, the Immortal Mansion is about to open, and no one knows whether the 9 stars of the Jiuxing Pavilion and the 9-star candidates they have trained will unite to fight for the immortal fate, or they will still fight on their own. If they still fight on their own, each 9-star candidate is estimated to be only equivalent to the top 30 figures on the Great Saint list. But if they join forces, it is estimated that even the monster ranked first on the Great Saint list will not be their opponent, and will be easily killed by them. You listened to Yu Daohong's explanation with great interest. You felt that Yu Daohong was really a walking encyclopedia. At the same time, you also became interested in Jiuxing Pavilion. You knew about the existence of Jiuxing Pavilion in the simulation a long time ago. It's just that at that time, you had only casually joined Jiuxing Pavilion once, and you didn't actually know much about Jiuxing Pavilion. After that, you have been investigating other things. Although you have wanted to join Jiuxing Pavilion many times, you have missed it. Now, after hearing the information from Jiuxing Pavilion again, you have a clearer understanding of the power of Jiuxing Pavilion. None of the 9-star candidates are weaker than the top 30 on the Great Saint list, which is terrifying. After all, today's 3 Saints list is not the previous Great Saints list, a mixed bag of fish and dragons. Today's Great Saint list is the same as the Saint King list and the Saint list. Only the truly top geniuses are qualified to be on the list. Many geniuses were eliminated by the top geniuses who were born. Even Qin Yu was eliminated. He was defeated continuously, and his ranking dropped to the 10th place on the Great Saint ranking. For this reason, there is not a single weak person on the Great Sage list, and their cultivation levels have all reached the half-step supreme level. Ranking in the top 30 is really scary. 9 figures who can compare with the top 30 figures on the Great Saint list. This gold content is enough to make any genius scalp numb. Then, you also remembered the Killing Paradise. Killing Paradise is also doing very well in this world. His assassination skills are very ghostly, which makes many monks very scared. But, since you and Killing Paradise are mortal enemies, then you have reserved the head of Killing Paradise's Emperor Xiaosha. While you were having various discussions with Yu Daohong, you met 2 more people. These 2 people were clearly Ji Bingyan and Ji Ziqing. Today's Ji Bingyan will surprise you. Her cultivation has reached the level of a Saint King, and she has a solid foundation. It is obviously not a cultivation that was spurred on. At the same time, you also felt the terrifying cold air from Ji Bingyan's body, which obviously possesses some extremely powerful ice physique. As for Ji Ziqing, your impression of this child is that he is Ji Bingyan's younger brother, a loser, and somewhat hostile to himself. However, Ji Ziqing's appearance today is obviously very different from what you remember. Today's Ji Ziqing has a deep aura, and her cultivation has also reached the level of the Holy King. This growth rate is very astonishing. This all gives you a sense. You have met several losers before and gained experience. You have a gut feeling that this kid might also be a good-for-nothing and a child of good fortune. For this reason, you can't help but take another look at Ji Ziqing. There are often huge secrets in waste materials. Without secrets, it is impossible to grow from a waste material to such a point. Such as Zuo Wang, such as Yi Chun, such as Lin Yin, all have heaven-defying opportunities. You are curious as to what his chances are. That is, when you were looking at Ji Ziqing, Ji Bingyan was also saying hello to you, and his attitude was quite intimate. In response, you chuckled, greeted Ji Bingyan in the same way, and introduced Lin Qinghe and won you to Ji Bingyan. As for Kai Yonglong, naturally no introduction was needed. During this process, Ji Ziqing was also staring at you, fear and resentment flashing in his eyes. Isn't this boy a sister-in-law? Wang Ping looked at the tech simulation content with a rather subtle look. In the previous simulation, this kid was also unhappy with himself. That time, it seemed that it was because Ji Bingyan was quite affectionate towards him. In this case, this guy is a sister controller, and he is very likely to be jealous because of Ji Bingyan. What a big kid. Wang Ping was speechless and continued to stare at the screen. Next, Ji Bingyin also introduced Ji Ziqing to you, saying that Ji Ziqing is the hope of their Ji family. Not long ago, she defeated her Ji family's emperor and became the new Ji family's emperor. Listening to Ji Bingyin's words, you stared at Ji Ziqing thoughtfully. You thought he was not simple before, but now you have a higher opinion of him. After all, although the emperor's son of the Ji family is quite average in today's upper world, and is far from even being called the prodigy on the quasi-3 saints list, he is still an emperor's son after all. It's not bad if he can catch up from behind. Of course, if he is really a good-for-nothing son of luck, then it is only natural that he has this record. In fact, he hit a lot. Otherwise, it would be very possible for him to be like Zhu Huang and Yi Chun and climb onto the highly valuable Holy King list. Of course, although you think Ji Ziqing is pretty good, you still don't take him to heart. The other party can't help you in this simulation, so it's useless to have a good relationship with him. Unless you can know what kind of opportunity he has, it would be of some value to intercept it in future simulations. In addition, if you can accept him as your disciple in advance, it may also bring you some benefits. However, you feel that if you want to maximize your benefits, you still have to break through to the supreme level. And now, if you want to become stronger and break through to the supreme level by relying on your 7-color talent and accepting disciples, you think it is possible to at least accept one of the top 10 geniuses on the 3 saints list as your disciple. In fact, even the top 10 monsters on the list of 3 holy disciples may not be able to achieve a stable breakthrough. Because the 7-color talent makes you stronger by accepting a disciple, it can obviously only improve your cultivation, not your enlightenment. As for the supreme state of enlightenment, turning the pattern of the path into the fruit of the path and being recognized by heaven. In order to realize the path, it is obviously necessary to realize the path. It should be said that the proportion of enlightenment is huge. For this reason, you have doubts about whether you can become stronger and break through to the supreme realm by relying on your 7-color talent and recruiting disciples. You think it would be safer to try to gain the opportunity to realize the Tao on your own, quickly break through to the supreme realm, and then accept disciples to improve your cultivation. If you think about it this way, Ji Ziqing's value to you will be even lower in a short period of time. For this reason, there is no need to pay attention to him. I have to say, you are still very realistic. Next, after you continue to chat with Ji Bingyin, you said that if Ji Bingyin can enter the immortal mansion and encounters difficulties, you can take care of her. These words made Ji Bingyin feel grateful and very happy. However, this made Ji Ziqing even more unhappy. He snorted coldly, saying that Ji Bingyin didn't need your protection. He alone was enough. This is completely shameless and makes you frown. Lin Xinghe and Wan Yu also frowned, thinking Ji Ziqing was too crazy. Ji Bingyin was also a little embarrassed, so she quickly grabbed Ji Ziqing and apologized to you. However, Ji Ziqing still had no intention of repenting. After giving you an indifferent look, he left directly. You were speechless about this, but you were not interested in arguing with this arrogant boy and continued walking and chatting with Ji Bingyin. After Ji Ziqing stayed away from you, he became very irritable. He felt that this body's subconscious liking for Ji Bingyin was too annoying. If not, how could he be so emotional? Ji Ziqing feels that in order to completely solve this hidden danger, he may have to really get Ji Bingyin's love, become a Taoist companion with her, or kill all the men close to her. In this case, he has made a decision to find a way to catch Ji Bingyin and kill you. Wang Ping was quite surprised when he looked at the tech simulation that suddenly turned into a god's perspective. He really didn't expect that this Ji Ziqing was not a good-for-nothing son of fate who counterattacked, but a person from the Swishilia family. The reason why he showed strong hostility towards him was due to the subconscious influence of his body, not his original intention. So Ji Ziqing is just the unlucky guy who had his body taken away from him. Wang Ping frowned slightly and muttered to himself. However, it is not a good thing for this guy to appear next to Ji Bingyin. If it continues to develop, sooner or later something will happen. And this guy obviously wants to kill me. In this case, let's strike first and eliminate a hidden danger first. I have no interest in being remembered all the time and waiting for the other party to plan to kill me." Immediately, Wang Ping's eyes showed a fierce look, and he had murderous intention towards Ji Ziqing. However, the Ji family is a family that has given birth to a great emperor, and the Ji family's great emperor scriptures are related to reincarnation, which is quite special among all the emperor scriptures. Unless there is an extremely long end of the Dharma era, its emperor scriptures can be used to family inheritance as long and will never be cut off. If you are ruthless enough to split your soul, your cultivation speed will be faster than that of monks in the same realm. The shortcomings are also obvious. That is, the means of attack are insufficient, and it is weaker than other imperial scriptures. In theory, in this Ji family, the children of the Ji family will not have their bodies taken away from them. Once their bodies are taken away, they will be noticed by the emperor's scriptures passed down by them, and the person who takes the body will be killed. If it cannot be erased, it will self-destruct. However, Ji Ziqing was taken away. This is obviously an abnormal situation. If you follow the routines of the novels I have read before, this should be regarded as a rebirth and body-seizing style. It is an abnormal situation, and it is the law of heaven that is causing trouble. Wang Ping rubbed his chin, various thoughts flashing through his mind. Only if God causes trouble can the Ji family's precautions be circumvented. I don't know what kind of cultivation this guy who stole Ji Ziqing's body had in his previous life. If his cultivation level is very high and the memory he carries is very complete, then he is really in trouble. It will be difficult to deal with him in this simulation. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and his expression became a little more solemn. The most classic example of this type of rebirth and body seizing is the rebirth of the immortal emperor. And in this fantasy world, if a first-class existence like the great emperor were reborn, it would be a crushing level existence for the younger generation. Because the emperor's understanding of the Tao, the level of cultivation of the emperor's sutra, and various methods are all dimension-reducing blows to the younger generation. It can't be the great emperor. It is impossible for the great emperor to have such an impetuous mentality. There is a high probability that he is the supreme being. Wang Ping breathed a sigh of relief and made a judgment. Even if the emperor is reborn, it is impossible for him to be subconsciously affected by a body. This body is still an ordinary wasted child, so it is even more impossible. If the great emperor is such a weakling, then he is not worthy of being called the great emperor. It is really too embarrassing. In fact, Wang Ping felt that it was impossible for the quasi-emperor to do this. Only the supreme beings, especially those ordinary supreme beings, would be so affected. In addition, only if Ji Ziqing is killed by an ordinary supreme being, it will not cause a dimensionality reduction blow to the younger generation, but everyone will continue to compete reasonably. Otherwise, the younger generation's fight will directly turn into Ji Ziqing's long Ao Xianliu pretentious plot. Afterwards, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and took the initiative to enter the state of immersive simulation. After instilling this information into the simulation Wang Ping, he once again exited the state of immersive simulation and entered the state of text simulation. After you learned about Ji Ziqing's situation, you developed murderous intentions towards him and thought about how to kill him without being noticed. After you thought about it, you decided on Yu Daohong again. After you and Ji Bingyin parted ways, I hope Yu Daohong can do you a favor. Your request to get up suddenly made Yu Daohong instantly alert, feeling that you had no good intentions. Last time, you let him play a fake match with you. Now you must be thinking of something else. Seeing that Yu Daohong is so vigilant, you have a warm face and are very friendly, saying that if Yu Daohong helps you, he is helping Tai Emperor Palace and Emperor Tianyu. After all, he still needs to complete the concept of the Tai Imperial Palace's promotion of education. If Yu Daohong doesn't help you, is he worthy of Emperor Tianyu's training for him? These words made Yu Daohong's complexion darken, and he felt very uncomfortable being bound by your morality. In the end, he chose to agree, saying that for the last time, no matter what you ask him to do next time, he will not agree. Hearing this, you smiled and said, "Don't worry, this will definitely be the last billion times." Seeing that you agreed, Yu Daohong didn't say much, he just asked you to quickly tell him what you wanted to ask him to do. In this regard, you were also unambiguous and expressed the hope that Yu Daohong would test Ji Ziqing's background while hiding his identity. If possible, directly entrust the killer of Killing Paradise to kill him. Your request made Yu Daohong frown and look at you deeply, not understanding why you wanted to kill Ji Ziqing. Obviously, you have a good relationship with the girl from the Ji family, so you shouldn't do such a thing. Even if Ji Ziqing was rude, the crime would not lead to death. However, Yu Daohong is not interested in asking you why you did this. Since you are the real first emperor of the Tai Imperial Palace and the hope of the Tai Imperial Palace to teach Feixian, he will not ask you why you want to kill people. What he wants to do is to assist you to win the immortal fate within his ability and help you clear some obstacles by the way. Next, Yu Daohong left directly and chose to complete the assigned task. And you continue to leisurely take Lin Qinghe and others around the fairy city, get some information on the way, and prepare for the opening of the fairy mansion. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. 3 days have passed, and the fairy city has become more and more lively. There are also fairy sounds coming out. The fairy mansion will open tomorrow. I hope all the geniuses are ready to welcome the fairy mansion. Test. Only those who have passed the trial of the immortal mansion can join the immortal mansion. This made many geniuses in the upper world shine brightly. They began to adjust their own state and improve their state to the best, hoping to perform exceptionally well tomorrow. As for those geniuses on the Three Saints list and those on the Quasi-Three Saints list, their expressions were full of futility, and they were cultivating naturally without any pressure. If even they cannot pass the trial of the immortal mansion, then few people will be able to enter the immortal mansion. And today, Yu Daohong came back and brought back some information. After his testing, he found that Ji Ziqing was not simple. He should have hidden his cultivation. His true cultivation has reached the level of a great sage. In addition, Yu Daohong also said that this guy's combat power is extremely terrifying. Not only is he proficient in various large formations, but he is also suspected to be proficient in alchemy and has understood the Tao patterns. Even he is no match for him and was almost defeated by him. Heavy damage. If it weren't for the intervention of his protector, he would have been almost exposed. At the end, Yu Daohong was very dignified, saying that he could understand the Tao pattern when he first entered the level of the great sage. This is a very rare thing. It should be said that almost no one has done it. He thinks that this Ji Ziqing may become your powerful opponent. Listening to Yu Daohong's words, you are thoughtful. This Ji Ziqing is indeed the supreme master of the body seizing and rebirth style. I am afraid that in his previous life, he was also a formation master and an alchemy master. That's why Ji Ziqing became so strong in a short period of time and even helped Ji Bingyan improve her cultivation. In the upper world, there are many alchemists, but there are very few powerful alchemists, because alchemy is also linked to cultivation. If you want to refine a supreme level elixir, you must reach a supreme level of cultivation, or possess some kind of extremely terrifying flame. Due to these harsh conditions, there are very few supreme alchemists in the upper world, and there are only a few, even emperor-level forces. If a force has a supreme alchemist, it will be much easier to train disciples. After all, it is difficult to find the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can help monks easily improve their cultivation, condense their bodies, and help them achieve enlightenment. However, high-level alchemists can turn decay into magic and refine those not-so-precious medicines into pears for cultivation. A very helpful elixir. However, high-level alchemists are basically monopolized by Danta. The influence of Danta is very terrifying in the entire upper world, and few forces can compare with it. If Ji Ziqing was a supreme alchemist in his previous life, with the special secret method of the Ji family, he could swallow medicine like crazy and quickly improve his cultivation level. After all, the Ji family's secret method can completely separate souls. One can take medicine, the other can expel erysipelas, accumulate cultivation, and the other can achieve enlightenment. In the past, the Ji family did not have a high-level alchemist. If there were a high-level alchemist who could easily supply elixirs with minimal side effects, it would not be like this. Seeing that you were deep in thought, Yu Daohong also said that you don't have anything to worry about. His identity was concealed in this action and was not exposed. However, this action was also noticed by the Ji family supreme. They began to protect Ji Ziqing very comprehensively. It would be difficult for them to test again. You chuckled and said you didn't care. You had already gotten enough information anyway. Later, you asked Yu Daohong if he registered to buy Ji Ziqing's head at the Killing Paradise. Hearing this, Yu Daohong's face darkened. He worked for you, suffered trauma, and almost exposed his identity. You'd better not care about him. Just don't give him some healing medicine and payment, and actually ask directly whether there is a reward. Don't be too cruel. Then, Yu Daohong said angrily that he had no money. If you pay, he would offer a reward. If you don't give money, then he won't care. Seeing that Yu Daohong was angry, you coughed dryly, indicating that you were also short of money now, and asked Yu Daohong to take care of it first, and you could pay him back later. This makes Yu Daohong look twitching and wish you could really quit. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and stared at you, indicating that this was really the last time, otherwise he would kill you. You chuckled and said, "Of course it's the last million times. We are both the sons of the Tai Palace, but you treat him like a brother. How could you keep cheating on him?" Yu Daohong's face darkened. He said go away and then left. Seeing this, Kai Yonglong's eyes became strange, and he sighed that Brother Wang was worthy of being Brother Wang. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. The immortal mansion opened, and countless people turned into divine rainbows and flew towards the immortal mansion. The big shots on the Tongxian continent were all looking in the direction of the immortal mansion with deep eyes, not knowing what they were thinking. Among them, there is also a great emperor who wants to test the immortal mansion, wanting to see if the immortal mansion can still control the scene as it did in ancient times. However, he finally suppressed his thoughts. The immortal palace is too mysterious and powerful. If its foundation is still there, even the emperor will fall if we take action against it. For this reason, unless all the great emperors take action together, or someone sees the details of the immortal mansion, trying to forcefully attack the immortal mansion is an act of self-destruction and is quite worthless. For this reason, it is better to let the descendants enter the immortal mansion first, compete for the immortal fate, and find out the details of the immortal mansion. While the minds of all parties were active, you also led everyone to the mountain gate of the immortal mansion, and saw a barrier like fairy light surrounding the mountain gate of the immortal mansion. It was at this time that the immortal voice came out again from the immortal mansion. If you want to enter the immortal mansion, the first threshold is your age. Only those who are still young are eligible to enter. Those who are recultivating, those who have taken possession of their bodies, and those who are overage are all no entry allowed. Hearing this, some monks felt that the threshold was too low and began to fly in one after another. You, Kai Yonglong, and others entered easily without any obstruction. Most of the geniuses were not blocked. However, you have seen a very amazing scene. There are a lot of geniuses who are blocked from it. The word overage will appear on the top of the head of those who are overage, and the corresponding words will also appear on the tops of the heads of those who are recultivating and those who have taken possession of their bodies. This fairy light is really magical. This also surprises you. You didn't expect that there would be so many cultivators and body snatchers mixed in, hoping to enter the immortal mansion with a sense of luck. I have to say that these people are really brave. In this era, no matter what force they are, the management of body seizers and rebuilders is very strict, and they are not allowed to compete with the real younger generation. That is unfair and can easily kill the real geniuses. That is to say, when you were surprised, people with relevant forces discovered that there was something wrong with the people in their own forces. Their faces instantly darkened, and they captured these body snatchers and reborn ones one by one, waiting for them. One can imagine how miserable the outcome will be. When you saw this scene, you also looked in the direction of Ji Ziqing and found that this guy seemed a little scared, as if he didn't expect that the fairy light was so weird. However, he showed joy again, obviously realizing that his situation was special and he didn't have to worry so much in the future. When you saw this scene, you also narrowed your eyes. You felt that Ji Ziqing was indeed rewarded by heaven, and he was the real son of rebirth and destiny. That is, when you are deep in thought, a monstrous demonic energy appears outside the immortal mansion. This attracted the attention of many monks, and they all looked over. Then, someone exclaimed that Emperor Netherworld was coming. You were also surprised. You did not expect that when the Nether Demon's son had already entered the immortal mansion, the Nether Demon Emperor rushed over in person. This situation is obviously very special. Soon, you will know the reason. You saw a boy surrounded by demonic energy next to the Netherworld Emperor. There were golden and dark marks on his forehead. This mark looks very familiar to you. At the beginning, the innate saint you saw when you were in Yixuan universe had this mark on his forehead, which seemed to be a symbol of the innate saint. However, the mark that I see now has turned into a mixture of gold and dark colors. It is obvious that some kind of change has occurred. Perhaps it was because this born saint fell into the demon cult and became a disciple of the Netherworld Emperor. In the original Quasi-Emperor War, it seemed that the white-boned Quasi-Emperor of the Nether Demon cult finally won the victory, defeated another Quasi-Emperor, and took away this born saint. You are thoughtful in your heart, judging the current cultivation and combat power of this born saint. After all, this born saint was a person from 100,000 years ago. Even though he was probably sealed, and his training time may not be longer than that of geniuses like Lin Xinghe and Wan Yu, his cultivation level is definitely terrifying. You think that the cultivation level of this born saint should have reached the level of half-step supreme. As for how strong his combat power is and how many places he can squeeze into the list of great saints, you are not sure. However, being able to get the Netherworld Emperor to value him so much and personally escort him here gives him enough cards. It is estimated that he can at least break into the top 20, and even the top 10 is not impossible. While you were thinking deeply, the figure of the born saint also flashed, and he stepped across the fairy light and entered the fairy mansion. Then, the Netherworld Emperor looked deeply into the depths of the immortal mansion and disappeared into black mist. This also opened the eyes of other monks. They did not expect that they would be lucky enough to see the legendary Netherworld Emperor. At the same time, they also had a strong curiosity about the born saint, the genius who was personally sent by the Netherworld Emperor. While you were all paying attention to the born saint, Gu Xian just glanced at the born saint and then looked at Lin Xinghe with a deep look. After the opening of the immortal mansion, the development has become more and more exciting. In addition, during the simulation, Gu Xian really started to have Lin Xinghe's ideas. It is more likely that he is the mastermind behind the scenes. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and thought to himself, looking forward to the next development. Next, the fairy voice came out again in the fairy mansion, indicating the start of the second assessment. In this assessment, combat prowess will be assessed. Those with insufficient combat prowess will be eliminated. These words made many monks' expressions change slightly, and they became a little nervous. Soon, the assessment began, and another celestial light fell, covering the entire place and encompassing everyone. Then, with a flash of consciousness, you entered a special space, and corresponding enemies appeared according to your cultivation level. There's nothing much you can say about this. Just kill it with a casual blow and pass the level easily. As you kill the enemy, your vision returns to the real world. You see the three saints list and the prodigies on the three saints list all opening their eyes, obviously defeating the enemy easily. However, this means that beings at your level can easily kill your opponents in an instant. For other geniuses, it is obviously not so easy. All of them have serious faces, and some of them have turned pale and are sweating profusely. They are obviously in trouble. You look at Kai Yonglong and find that Kai Yonglong also looks extremely ugly. In response, you shook your head slightly and could only hope that Kai Yonglong could make good use of his golden finger ability and pass the assessment. Otherwise, you can't help him. Soon, a large number of people were eliminated. The number of people eliminated this time reached more than 90%. Only those who hoped to become the true disciples of quasi-emperor level forces or some talented casual cultivators with big secrets successfully passed the assessment. And Kai Yonglong also relied on the ability of Golden Finger to barely pass the level. This made him smile bitterly in his heart, feeling that the exam in the Immortal Mansion was really too difficult. After the Immortal Mansion expelled the eliminated geniuses, it began the third assessment. The third test is to break into the secret realm of the Immortal Mansion. Only by passing through the secret realm of the Immortal Mansion can you truly join the Immortal Mansion. At the same time, the Immortal Mansion also told all the geniuses present that by hunting dream monsters in the secret realm, you can get immortal points. The number of immortal points will be related to the mountain range arranged by the Immortal Mansion to practice, which will also affect the future competition for Immortal Fate. As soon as these words came out, all the geniuses felt awe-inspiring in their hearts. They knew that they could not hide their strength and had to fight hard. Otherwise, it would be a pity if they missed the fight for Immortal Fate because of this matter. Only you remain calm and don't care, treating yourself as a passerby throughout the whole process. Next, the secret realm of the Immortal Mansion opens, the space vortex appears, and you enter it. However, when you just entered it, you discovered something was wrong, and your expression couldn't help but change. Because this secret realm is not the dream monster secret realm used by the Immortal Mansion for assessment, but the secret realm that appeared in the first two simulations. It is the secret realm used by those behind the scenes to kill many talented people. In addition, the transfer point of the secret realm this time is also different from last time. You discovered that half of the geniuses were teleported together. Most of these geniuses are the geniuses on the Saint King list and the Great Saint ranking, as well as the geniuses on the Quasi-3 Saints list. There are only a few geniuses who are saints. At the same time, the rules of this secret realm have obviously changed. Instead of directly crushing the Great Sage and Half-Step Supreme, they actively banned their cultivation. Obviously, these are the fine-tuning done by those behind the scenes. When many geniuses frowned and glanced at this secret realm that could actually suppress their cultivation to the level of the Holy King, you also felt awe-inspiring and planned to escape from here as soon as possible. However, just when you were about to escape, a large number of light pillars appeared here from near to far, completely sealing off this space. A composite killing array was quickly formed, cutting off your possibility of escape. This scene made the geniuses present change. They are not fools. The situation in front of them is obviously beyond the scope of the assessment. This is to put them to death. Although the Immortal Mansion wants to screen out the immortal seedlings, it will also let the geniuses fall in the assessment, but it cannot be so cruel as it would offend the entire upper realm. At this moment, Ji Ziqing, who is proficient in formations, feels his scalp numb, because he saw the terror of this formation. It was an ancient killing formation. If the people in the main formation were strong enough and supported by a large number of monks to suppress the formation, it would be a formation that could exert the power of killing the emperor. Although the dangerous aura exuded by today's formations is completely incomparable to the ancient formations described in the classics, it is still very easy to kill them. Immediately, Ji Ziqing yelled and told the origin of this killing formation, asking everyone to unite to break the killing formation, otherwise they would all die here. These words made everyone's pupils shrink. They no longer held back, and began to use terrifying power to jointly bombard the formation and confront the killing formation. But you did not choose to take action immediately, but stared at a figure in the crowd. That figure was clearly Gu Xian. Gu Xian actually appeared here, obviously trying to clear himself of suspicion through this method. This made you sneer in your heart, wanting to see what tricks he wanted to play. Next, you also started to take action, intentionally or unintentionally fighting side by side with Gu Xian, fighting against this terrifying killing formation together. That is, when you broke out, a large number of Holy Land natives appeared and began to suppress the ancient formation and instill power. At the same time, hundreds of black mist figures appeared, standing in the center of the formation. And at the eye of the formation, a black shadow also appeared with a terrifying aura. He held a blood-red bead, stared at this side, and said in a hoarse voice that no one could escape. This scene made you frown, a little confused as to whether this guy was the time-space Taoist you had fought against before. At the same time, the secret realm has changed too much this time, and there are more powerful indigenous people. You have some doubts that when you simulated it the first 2 times, this secret realm was still under development, and those behind the scenes were not fully prepared. However, because of the unexpected factor like you, they took action in advance and killed all the geniuses in advance. Originally, their real plan was to wait until the Immortal Mansion was open to kill most of the monsters at once. After all, at this point in time, all the geniuses in the upper world have truly gathered together. Whether they are current generation geniuses or those who have been self-proclaimed for a very long time, they are all born, without exception. If you make a calculation here, there is no doubt that nothing is left out. There are all types of geniuses you want to hunt, just like ordering a la carte. These masterminds behind the scenes are so ruthless. And how did they hide it from the Immortal Mansion and replace the Dream Demon secret realm used for the trial with this secret realm? There must be a traitor inside the Immortal Mansion. If so, the methods of the mastermind behind the scenes are really too terrifying. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation with a serious expression. Wang Ping now felt that it was no longer just Gu Xian's personal problem. No matter how strong he is just a younger generation. No matter how deeply he hides, he is just an immortal swallowing demonic body that has not fully grown up. He may condense into some terrifying physique. He is the target of training by these behind-the-scenes masterminds, but for him, as for the entire upper realm, it is weaker after all. Perhaps, as the plot develops, Gu Xian is likely to grow into the final boss, but at present, what really scares Wang Ping are the emperors behind the scenes. These people, calculating the entire upper world, are the real danger targets. They are big shots who will greatly hinder his growth in the simulation and can easily crush him to death. It's really troublesome. It looks like it's going to be cold again this time. Now that they've taken action, it's impossible to let the person they plan to hunt escape. Wang Ping sighed, gathered his thoughts, and continued to stare at the screen. As Wang Ping stared at the screen, words continued to emerge. That is, when your thoughts are racing, the killing array bursts out with great power. Many talented people begin to be killed, and their bodies explode. The flesh, mana, and origin are sucked away by this layered array. This makes many geniuses look very ugly. They know that if they don't fight hard, they will really die. For this reason, these geniuses began to use their real trump cards one by one, and began to use tactics of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging themselves 800, hoping to break the formation as soon as possible and escape from here. You secretly pay attention to Gu Xian, thinking about whether to take action against him. However, you still chose to give up, choose to hide your strength, follow the flow of people to attack the killing formation, and then move forward. This battle was very tragic. Most of the geniuses died tragically on the spot, and the sky was filled with blood mist. However, due to the numerous geniuses, the fierce resistance seemed to have worked, and the stack formation was finally blasted away. The moment the formation was broken, all the remaining geniuses turned into rainbows and fled at the most terrifying speed in their lives. And you were one of them. However, the direction of your escape is the same as Gu Xian's. As expected, this guy survived the battle. Although he looked seriously injured, you always felt that he was pretending. After arriving at a deserted place, Gu Xian stopped, took out a formation disc, and directly arranged a large formation to seal off this area of time and space. Then, he looked in the direction where you were hiding and asked you to come out with a calm expression. In response, you narrowed your eyes, knowing that Gu Xian had already discovered you, so you couldn't help but walk out. You directly said that all of this was planned by Gu Xian, and the purpose was to devour the origin of the genius, and you wanted to test Gu Xian. Gu Xian listened to your words and sneered, indicating that he didn't know what you were talking about. However, you have been following him furtively, which is obviously up to you. For this reason, he will kill you today. You squinted your eyes, feeling that Gu Xian was really scheming, and he didn't have any instinctive reaction at all. In this case, you have nothing to say, and you do not hesitate to unleash your true fighting power to suppress Gu Xian. In response, Gu Xian snorted coldly. A mysterious light emerged from his body, and the injuries on his body recovered instantly. Then, he fought directly with you. Gu Xian's hidden strength was terrifying, and he actually also understood the Dao pattern. However, this is also within your expectations. You very much doubt that in the previous simulation, you defeated Gu Xian with your cultivation level, which was also the result of this guy not wanting to reveal his true identity. Otherwise, the outcome of the battle where the cultivation base is crushed is even more uncertain. This guy is hiding too deeply. In the same battle, you felt great pressure on Gu Xian and could not defeat him, even if you tried your best. Today's Gu Xian gives you the feeling that he is more powerful than the time-space Taoist who understood the dual time-space patterns in the previous simulation. Obviously, your judgment is correct. A master cannot be weaker than his subordinates. Gu Xian, this guy, hides too deeply. In addition, Gu Xian's combat experience is also very terrifying. He will not give you a chance to hurt him at all. He will exert an extreme pull with you, making it difficult for you to trigger the effect of the 7-color talent and instant death attack. Obviously, Gu Xian and his Gu family know the paradise of all heavens better than other forces. They know that people from the all heavens may have some extremely weird abilities and props. They must be cautious in battle and not give the opponent the slightest chance. This makes you quite annoyed. You know very well that if you continue to fight like this, when Gu Xian tests the limit of your combat power, it will be difficult to come back unless you are very lucky and directly hit the 9 plus critical damage, which directly triggers the instant death effect. For this reason, you felt a sudden change in your mind and directly launched a fighting method in which you killed 1,000 enemies and suffered 800 losses to yourself. In response, Gu Xian sneered and took out something to form a terrifying defense, directly blocking your attack. This will make you feel awe-inspiring. This kind of prop has no Dao pattern fluctuations or formation aura. It is obviously not a thing from this world, but a special prop from the paradise of all heavens. You feel very troubled by the existence of this prop. At the same time, he felt that the Gu family was worthy of being a force that had existed for a long time. They knew the situation in the paradise of all heavens better than other forces, and they probably had hoarded a lot of strange props through various methods. As the battle progresses, your condition becomes more and more sluggish. The strategy of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 800 will make your combat effectiveness continue to be sluggish. For this reason, you knew that you couldn't take it off, so you made a sudden move and directly used the golden talent, the effect of life for life. As the effect of the golden talent, life for life appeared, Gu Xian's pupils shrank, his body stiffened, and he immediately lost his life breath. And you have also lost the breath of life. But because you activated the effect of the purple talent, Death Puppet, your death outcome was passed on to an unlucky person in the Divine Lord realm arranged by you from the outside world. You looked at the dead Gu Xian and breathed a sigh of relief. You felt that this golden talent, life for life, was really useful. At least, it's much easier to use than this 7-color talent, instant death attack. Instant death attacks have too many limitations. Although the upper limit of its ability is the Emperor, once triggered, the Emperor will also die, and the golden talent, life for life, can only be useful for people below the supreme level, but at present, gold seems to be more useful. It can only be said that the 7-color talent and instant death attack give people a feeling of 7-color shame. Although you have many thoughts in your mind, you are not careless and continue to attack Gu Xian's body, trying to prevent it from suddenly pretending to be a corpse and attacking you. With your crazy finishing blows, Gu Xian's body exploded completely, seemingly dead. You are not at ease about this and want to continue the bombardment, but you think that this secret realm is probably Gu Xian's territory and you cannot stay for a long time. For that, you want to get out of here. Just when you were about to leave, Gu Xian came to life and gave you heart-wrenching words, making your expression stiffen. Although you had thought that Gu Xian might have the means to resurrect, you still fell into the trap after all. I can only say that your current condition is too bad and you are still in a weak state. Gu Xian said coldly that your ability is very strong, and it can actually make him die on the spot. However, you should be familiar with things like resurrection items. If you want to kill people from the heavens, you can only feel at ease by using the ability that can make people die completely. After saying this, Gu Xian directly shot you to death without waiting for your reply. Because you have the resurrection talisman, you enter a state of resurrection countdown. Gu Xian, on the other hand, stayed here coldly. During this period, a black mist figure found this place and began to attack the formation set up by Gu Xian. However, Gu Xian was unmoved. After you were resurrected, Gu Xian, who had already prepared a fatal move during your resurrection, took a strong shot and killed you again. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. At the end of the text simulation, Wang Ping's consciousness flickered, and many pictures and insights appeared in his mind. Finally, his figure appeared in the secret realm, staring at Gu Xian closely and frowning. Gu Xian, what's going on? Why does the black shadow attack him? Isn't he the mastermind behind the scenes? Did I guess wrong? Or is this an act? However, I am dead. Why does he still want to play? Various thoughts flashed through Wang Ping's mind, and he began to speculate on various things. You can't treat this guy with common sense. Now that he has taken action, he will definitely not leave any possibility of being exposed. Perhaps he was afraid that there would be some way to leak the information after my death, so he would never expose any flaws. Or maybe he is continuing to act for other geniuses to watch. Wang Ping didn't believe Gu Xian. His intuition was always very accurate. Even if Gu Xian acted innocently, Wang Ping wouldn't believe him. When dealing with this kind of guy, we would rather kill him by mistake than let him go. We must clean up his background. If you really wronged him, just don't target him in future simulations. Of course, there is no need for Wang Ping to care so much. The battle for enlightenment has always been cruel and has nothing to do with grudges or right or wrong. They are each other's enemies. If they find a way to get rid of each other, no one will say anything as long as they do it cleanly. When Wang Ping found it difficult to calm down, his consciousness flickered, his vision changed, and he returned to the real world again. Then, the system sound also rang. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host can choose 2 rewards from the following rewards. Golden Talent. Life for life. A random supreme device. Golden Jade Talisman. Randomly select a great holy weapon. System I choose. Golden Talent, Life for life. And Golden Light and Jade Talisman. Wang Ping looked at the reward list and was a little surprised that he failed to refresh the supreme body, and then made his choice. The supreme body and other things can be condensed if you want to in the simulation. It is not important, so Wang Ping doesn't care. Not to mention, if the supreme body really appears, raising the cultivation level to a true half-step supreme level will actually do more harm than good. After all, once his cultivation reaches the true half-step supreme state, his combat power will not change much, and it will not be of much help in the Immortal Mansion trial. On the contrary, the cost of his simulation will double, and it is definitely a huge improvement. In this case, it is really a matter of resentment. As Wang Ping made his choice, a piece of information appeared in Wang Ping's mind. It was the golden talent, the method of using life for life. In addition, there is another thing in his storage world. That was the golden jade talisman that even the simulated Wang Ping couldn't figure out any secrets. I don't know what secrets are hidden in this thing, and I don't know if the secrets can make a qualitative difference in my strength. Wang Ping took out the golden jade talisman, studied it, and then threw it back into the storage world. Next, Wang Ping plans to conduct a new simulation. This time, I got a lot of information. However, the situation is still far from being broken. If you want to thoroughly understand Gu Xian, you still need some external force. Relying on the power of the upper world, it is probably difficult to find out Gu Xian. Since they did these things, and the divine fortune teller in the Immortal Mansion didn't calculate anything, it means that they have the means to counter the secrets of heaven. Why? Therefore, I don't think anyone will believe me if I make a small report, so I have to rely on myself. In relying on my own method, unless I draw a 7-color talent that can help me, it is basically impossible to break the game. If I give up entering the Immortal Mansion and stay in the Tai Emperor Palace, I may be able to live longer, thereby improving one's own cultivation. Various thoughts flashed through Wang Ping's mind, and he finally smiled bitterly. Could it be that he could only follow the previous route of just growing up and improving his cultivation? If that's the case, it's really uncomfortable. Forget it, just keep doing it. I'm used to it anyway. Wang Ping sighed and planned to conduct a new paid simulation. System, I want to conduct a paid simulation, Wang Ping said in his heart. Ding, spend 4 million high-grade divine sources. The life simulator is started, and the talents are being refreshed. The system's voice rang. Ding, the talent has been refreshed successfully. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the 7-color talent. Source Breaking Eyes. The red talent, Moonlight Roar. The 7-color talent, Broken Source Heavenly Pupil. The advanced version of the pupil talent of Yuan-Tian Divine Eye, which can see through illusions and break the source. It can also brew the world-shattering magical power, Broken Source Heavenly Eye. Red talent, Moonlight Roar. The host roars under the moonlight, which can increase a little bit of combat effectiveness. Fuck! Wang Ping looked at his newly developed talent and was stunned. It doesn't matter, his luck is too good now. He really just gets what he wants. This time, he actually had another 7-color talent, and it was also the advanced version of the eye technique of Yuan-Tian Divine Eye, which was very useful for him to see through Gu Xian's true nature. Speaking of which, my luck must have been improved after joining the Tai Emperor's Palace. However, it must have all been used to refresh my talents. For this reason, why am I so unlucky in the life simulation? This possibility suddenly came to Wang Ping's mind. As he became stronger and stronger, especially after joining the huge force of Tai Imperial Palace and becoming the default emperor, he became even more involved with the fate of Tai Imperial Palace, so the probability of him developing high-quality talents was much higher than before. Is much higher. Theoretically, in the life simulation, he became the first emperor of the Tai Palace, and his luck would be even more prosperous. He was ranked so high on the Saint King list and had defeated various geniuses. After all, even if no matter how bad his foundation is, his luck in improving by one more word cannot be compared to those of the top 3 saints. But he shouldn't be so embarrassed. That's why Wang Ping came up with this guess. Just when Wang Ping was about to choose this talent for simulation, the chat group system's notification tone suddenly rang, making Wang Ping slightly startled. Ding, something strange has been detected in the world where group member Ding Xian, 88 is. The group task has been released to eliminate the strangeness. This group task is more difficult. The acting group leader Wang Ping, 66, will select 4 group members to carry out the group task. Please make your choice quickly. Is there something weird that needs my intervention to solve again? Wang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly as he listened to the notification tone of the chat group system. Today's chat groups can be said to be full of strong people. Lin Yuan, Zhang Jun, Chen Yao, and others can also take the lead. As long as they are not the kind of weird things that have gradually grown up in the world of immortality, facing those small weird things, they can basically solve it. Ding Xian, I remember that he traveled through a game world. Can weird things happen in the game world? Or, that world is a game for everyone. Wang Ping's eyes flickered thoughtfully. While thinking about various issues, Wang Ping also opened the chat group page. Wang Ping, 66, at Ding Xian, 86, Ding Xian. Have you noticed anything unusual? Also, I don't seem to have seen the specific information about you uploading your own world. Ding Xian, 86, well, I'm confused. I don't know what's going on. A group mission suddenly appeared, which makes me a little confused. As for the issue of my own world information, regarding this, I've been the novice village is abusing vegetables, and these players are unwilling to go online anymore. Wang Ping, 66. Everyone. Ding Xian is a bit too showy. People try their best to find out how they travel across the world. But he is better. He usually uses chat groups to rate players and occasionally participates in some easy tasks, even where he is. I don't even know what the world is like, and my life is too messy. Wang Ping, 66, regarding this task. Those who want to participate can sign up. Wang Ping was speechless and chose to talk about business. Since he has no information, he can only take the old path and rely on his life simulator. Lin Yuan, 80, I want to go, but I'm on a mission. Chun Yao, 71, add 1 upstairs. Kai Yonglong, 1, hey, needless to say, I will definitely follow Brother Wang on the mission. Chun Si, 83, and me, QAQ. Chun Kong, 67, the old rule is if my sister goes, I have to go if I can. Wu Jun, 20 me, I want to go too. Zhang Yuang, 86, well, it's too late to speak, and I don't have any part in it. Fang Yun, 3, it's so classic. Another bunch of assistants follow Brother Wang to participate in the group mission. Qin Tian, 77, hey, I can't keep up after all. My status as a mission partner is gone, oh. Wang Ping, 66, Qin Tian, 77, you kid lacks a powerful world for cultivating immortals. Wang Ping, 66, okay, let's not talk anymore, prepare to travel through time. Wang Ping shook his head, stopped talking to Shui Chuan, and directly entered the list of people participating in the mission. Soon, Wang Ping, Kai Yonglong, Chun Si, Chun Kong, and Wu Jun all turned into a white light and disappeared, heading to the world where Ding Xian was. When Wang Ping and others came to the world where Ding Xian was, their eyes became very subtle. Because Ding Xian is not the image of a tigress in their impression, but an image similar to an orc. Hey, Brother Wang, you didn't expect that I have recently transformed into a human form. Hey, this is the woman I've always dreamed of, Ding Xian said rather pervertedly. In terms of perversion, it has to be your kid. Wang Ping had black lines all over his forehead and had nothing to say. Although he had known for a long time that this guy was a pervert and wanted to be a woman when he soul traveled, but when he saw the sick expression on this guy's face, he still couldn't complain. Kai Yonglong, Wu Jun, and Chun Kong also looked at Ding Xian with disgust. Chun Si took several steps back in fear. In response, Ding Xian also came to his senses and coughed slightly to calm himself down. Then his expression became serious and he said, Brother Wang, although I don't know the specific situation of our world, you should have noticed that your bodies have changed. In addition, you can also say silently in your heart properties panel. Wang Ping narrowed his eyes. After he came to this world, he naturally felt the changes in his body. To be precise, it seems that it doesn't feel so powerful anymore, and it feels unreal. Immediately, Wang Ping silently recited the attribute panel in his heart. Then, an attribute panel appeared in front of Wang Ping's eyes, causing Wang Ping to raise his eyebrows slightly. Name, Wang Ping. Level, 999. Race, human race. Super God, level boss. Strength, speed, durable, agile, spirit, mana, skill. P.S. There is a special boss from outside the territory with mysterious origins. After killing it, you can get amazing rewards. Interesting, I actually became the boss. Wang Ping looked at Ding Xian and spoke slowly. Brother Wang, we seem to have become boss. Also, talents have become exclusive skills. Wu Jun couldn't help but speak. Kai Yonglong, Chun Kong, and Chun Si also nodded in surprise. That's the thing. Anyone who comes to our world will probably become an NPC or a boss. In this world, only the players are special. Ding Xian sighed and said, So, in order to prevent me from being killed by this group of players, I kept killing them and not letting them leave the novice village. Otherwise, when they grow up, it will be the real fourth natural disaster, and they may be killed by grinding. Well, you are really awesome. Kai Yonglong had a strange look in his eyes and complained. However, this approach is indeed correct. After all, the existence of players is indeed too dangerous. They can be resurrected infinitely. They are completely unafraid of death. As long as there are many people and various tactics are used, even if they can only fight, even a little forced blood deduction can kill the boss. Let's not talk anymore. Let's solve the problem first. As usual, Let me simulate it first. Wang Ping let out a breath and said. After hearing this, everyone closed their mouths and looked forward to it. System, I want to conduct a free simulation, Wang Ping said in his heart. Ding, the life simulator starts, and the free simulation begins. Suddenly, the system sound also rang, and Wang Ping's consciousness flashed into an immersive simulation state. Then, a screen appeared in front of his eyes, and familiar words also appeared. On the first day, after you thought about it, you followed Ding Xian to the novice village, and once again tortured the players who came online with a sense of luck, and then discussed the next countermeasures. You think it is necessary to leave novice village and go to the outside world. Otherwise, you will not know any information and will only usher in slow death. It's just that when you decipher the teleportation mechanism in the novice area and come to the outside world, you will have a headache because you find yourself surrounded. To be precise, they were surrounded at the transfer point from novice village to the main city. In the square, there are densely packed players. They were stunned for a moment and then looked at you with excited eyes. Then, some players yelled that the boss has entered the city. Brothers, kill him quickly. As soon as these words were spoken, the players became excited and began to bombard you indiscriminately. In this regard, MMP, in your hearts, although you have guessed that there cannot be only one novice village, the fact that this game world has developed into this still makes you surprised and headache. After all, when you look around, you will see players whose player levels generally exceed 500 or 600. Although there are also low-level players among these players, such players are rare. For this reason, you judge that these players are definitely not top players, but ordinary players. You don't know what level the top players in this world are and how strong they are. However, you know very well that the situation in front of you is already quite troublesome. Under countless skill beams, you are overwhelmed. Even you are overwhelmed. You find that this broken game world is completely made up of data and cannot show the speed, power, and destructive power that the cultivation level should have. Although there are obviously differences in destructive power according to the level of intensity, it obviously cannot produce a feeling of qualitative change. However, you quickly calm down again, because you find that the reason why your level is 999 should be that the highest level in this game world is only 999, not that you can only reach 999. As for your data panel, it cannot be detected in this world. It is full of question marks. For this reason, when these players attack you, except for the red word -1 floating above your head from time to time, the health bar on your head does not appear to decrease at all. As for Kai Yonglong and the others, although their level is also very high, reaching level 999, their defenses are obviously broken, and the damage caused by them is relatively high, with damage values exceeding double digits appearing from time to time. He was also controlled by various control skills one after another. Although the time was short, he was still controlled. Obviously, the length of time for the player's control skills for the boss is also determined based on certain data, and there is no fixed time. It is estimated that only special god-level skills have a fixed control time. Immediately, you no longer hesitated and directly used the space magical power that was converted into skills to strangle all the players in the square and kill them all. As all the players in the square were killed by you, the place became quiet, which made Ding Xian and others relieved, but also a little depressed. After all, it was really uncomfortable to be beaten all the time. Next, Kai Yonglong asks you what to do. After you think about it for a moment, you decide to stay here and keep killing gamers. These words made Kai Yonglong and others confused. They don't know why you did this. In this regard, you shook your head slightly and did not explain much. Since in this game world, gamers are the fourth natural disaster, so special, maybe it has something to do with the weirdness. If that's the case, then keep killing. Anyway, judging from past experience, it is very difficult to actively find out the weirdness without the ability to destroy the entire world. For this reason, it is better to take the initiative, expose yourself, and see if you can induce weirdness. From your point of view, this is a life simulation anyway, with many opportunities for trial and error, and you can play slowly with the weirdness. Seeing your lack of explanation, Kai Yonglong and others also shut up and planned to massacre the players with you. However, you shook your head and asked Kai Yonglong and others to leave. Otherwise, they would most likely be killed by players later and earn gold coins. That would be embarrassing. In this regard, Kai Yonglong and others were speechless and quickly fled to a safer place. They are indeed weaker than you, and some players with level 500 can defeat them. If I continue to stay here and wait for Gao to show up, I'm afraid I won't really be able to cool down. Soon, the news that you bosses appeared in the city obviously spread throughout the game world. A large number of players are very angry at your behavior of a super god-level boss and several quasi-god level bosses running into the main city to kill them. Surprised and curious, he is also starting to get ready to kill you and explode the gold coins. Among these gamers who want to blow you away with gold coins, the desire of those powerful guilds standing at the top is even stronger. They are also the real top players, and their levels are all over 900. Soon, a fierce battle broke out between you and this group of guild players. It has to be said that these high-level players are indeed very strong, and they also have various control skills and weakness skills. They are very powerful in team play, and the control connection is perfect. Even you feel some difficulties. However, you are still you after all. You are a cheating player with question marks all over the board. When you find a gap, you directly launch a wide range of time and space skills, triggering terrifying multiple attacks and critical strikes, instantly clearing out these players. This scene shocked other players. They felt that your super god-level boss was too perverted. You were worthy of being the first super god-level boss that appeared in this game world. However, these players are not vegetarians. The remaining players feel that you, the boss, have used a big move, and there is nothing to be afraid of next. They will continue to attack you, even if they can't kill you, even if they can only deal damage. The grinder will grind to death. As long as the health bar is displayed, there is no boss that players like them cannot kill. Looking at this group of passionate and fearless players, you also have a headache. If they cannot be killed completely, these players can be resurrected and fight against you in various ways, which will also cause you some trouble. It's just that something unexpected happened to you. The players you killed were not resurrected, and even their game accounts were wiped out. This news spread quickly, shocking the remaining players to retreat and no longer dare to attack at will. The reason why players like them can commit suicide wantonly in this only completely virtual game is that they can be resurrected. At most, it will only deduct some experience points and drop some game equipment. There is no need to worry at all. However, now after being killed, it is impossible to resurrect, and even the game account will be deleted. This is considered a complete death. After all, this game can only create one account. If they lose this account, they will not be able to create another account, which is equivalent to complete death in the game. They cannot afford this consequence. This game brings them a lot of happiness, and it also allows them to make money. No one wants to quit this game. After killing players, they can't be resurrected? Is this some kind of special buff given to me by the heaven of this world? Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and instantly narrowed his eyes. Speaking of which, this world positions them as boss, which is also very strange. Logically speaking, the chat group must have communicated with the world consciousness of this world, and it is impossible to cause trouble for them. Otherwise, it is self-destruction. As for the question of whether world consciousness has wisdom, Wang Ping thinks it does. After all, the world is not that weak if it can be invaded by weird things that require his intervention. The birth of this game is also somewhat suspicious. Wang Ping very much doubted that the genre in this world was one of turning games into reality. Once gamers reach certain conditions in the game, everything in the game will be integrated into reality, and they can gain the same power as in the game. In other words, the world merges and everyone starts leveling up again, and these players are the beta players. This can be seen from the fact that Ding Xian can become stronger in the game, and the power he gained in this game will not weaken after traveling to other worlds. In other words, this world currently seems to be virtual, but in fact it is also a real world, but the rules of the world are somewhat special. What is certain is that weirdness is probably hidden among the players. If not, The world consciousness of this world will not give him the identity of boss. Because of the boss identity, all players can be attracted to attack me. Because weirdness is hidden in among players, I can get the special buff that kills players completely. Wang Ping immediately sorted out this matter in his mind. This made the corners of his mouth slightly raised, giving him confidence in the next simulation. As long as the weird tail is caught, the next thing to do is simple. That is, without missing a beat, kill all the players and force something weird. Immediately, Wang Ping took the initiative to enter the immersive simulation state and instilled this information into the simulation Wang Ping. Then, Wang Ping entered the text simulation state again. The screen appeared, and the text emerged. After you learned the information, you started to massacre the players crazily. These players became frightened, afraid of being killed by you, and wanted to run away. However, you didn't give them a chance at all, and directly used the forbidden time and space skills to surround the entire main city. This makes players crazy. Then, you come to the sky and start to release a wide range of destructive skills, turning on the unparalleled mowing mode. After being killed like this by you, the players began to curse, scolding the dog planner for not being a human being, for actually designing such a perverted boss, and completely not giving players like them any way to survive. You ignored the clamor of the players and continued to kill them. That is to say, when you were killing players like crazy, some of the players' bodies suddenly stiffened and turned into a series of data, floating somewhere in the city. In addition, there is also a large amount of data floating outside this main city. This makes you understand one thing instantly, that is, the strangeness is hidden in this city. His ability may not be able to absorb the data of specific game players. In that case, it would be difficult to handle. After all, the base of players is too large. With such a huge base, it is unpredictable how terrifying it will become if he absorbs the data of all players. There is a high possibility that you will not be his opponent. Soon, you followed the direction in which the data was floating and saw a female player. The light wings behind her were frantically absorbing data floating from all over the world. In response, you narrowed your eyes, and after remembering the identity and appearance of the female player, you directly attacked her. It's just that something unexpected happened to you. When you were attacking, black shadows appeared in front of you, blocking your attack. Although these black shadows were directly killed by you, they did block the attack. You also saw the information revealed above the heads of these black figures. That is clearly the boss of this world. This makes you frown. You didn't expect that this weird boss could control the world and summon it to block the sword. As your thoughts surge, you continue to attack. However, more boss appeared, and ordinary monsters began to appear crazily, with more numbers than the players in the main city. Some of the monsters also began to turn into black data and merged into strange bodies. This makes you feel awestruck and very surprised. Wei seemed to notice your surprise, sneered, and continued to absorb the data, becoming more powerful. She hates you very much because her ability is to give hidden abilities to the members of her guild. This ability is that the monsters killed by her subordinates can turn into undead, be summoned by her, be controlled by her, and can also be absorbed by her data, making her more powerful. Originally, she wanted to accumulate more data, and when the two worlds merged, she would kill all the creatures in this world and destroy the origin of the world in one go. As a result, your appearance disrupted all her plans, forcing her to absorb and fuse in advance, and her years of planning came to nothing. So, this is the weird ability? No wonder he can absorb some players, summon monsters to protect himself, and can also absorb the power of monsters. Wang Ping looked at the content in the text simulation with a look of surprise, finally knowing the cause and effect. Now that I know the details, it's easy to handle. I can kill her in this simulation. Even if I can't kill her, it doesn't matter. I already know her true identity. As long as she doesn't absorb the data in reality, when the time comes, just kill him with a sneak attack. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. Although he is obviously more powerful under normal conditions, he doesn't feel ashamed to deal with weird things. It should be said that as long as you are dealing with the enemy, no matter what method you use, there is no shame. As long as you can win and completely kill the enemy, that's fine. Immediately, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and continued to stare at the screen. You did not give Wei a chance to continue to grow stronger, and continued to attack Wei crazily. Seeing this, Wei had to fight and absorb data at the same time. I have to say that after absorbing a large amount of data, the weirdness has indeed become stronger. In terms of the panel alone, it is not far behind you. In fact, she is still getting stronger. However, you don't panic at all and do your best to deal high damage. Dealing with this kind of enemy is not difficult for you now. Soon, as you expected, the effect of the 7-color talent instant death attack was directly triggered. The strange expression that was getting stronger froze, which was complete death. All the data exploded and transformed. All in vain. After killing Wei, you also find that the task is completed. Wei has no ability to resurrect. In other words, the player's ability to resurrect is restrained by the special buff given to you by the world consciousness of this world. For this reason, you kill easily. Immediately, you chose to return to the original world. Because of your return, this simulation ends. As the text simulation ended, various pictures appeared in Wang Ping's mind, and his consciousness returned to the real world. After Wang Ping returned to the real world, he laughed. This time it was done quite easily. This weirdness is not considered weak. It should be said that in this specific world, it is too strong. However, the 7-color talent, instant death attack, can completely produce the effect of killing on first sight. As long as my enemy is unprepared and can be damaged by me, there is a great hope that the effect will be triggered and the enemy will be killed directly. Brother Wang, did you find something strange? Seeing Wang Ping laughing, Kai Yonglong and others also brightened up. Caught him and killed him immediately. Wang Ping nodded and then roughly explained the content of the simulation. Well, it looks like we are in a mixed situation again. Sure enough, following Brother Wang, we will most likely become a mixed beast. Kai Yonglong scratched his hair and complained. Mixed points too good? Chen Kong coughed lightly. In the past, following Lin Yuan would still encounter danger. Although they were all resolved, they were still nervous. Following Brother Wang, just lying down is done, it's very comfortable. Chun Si, Ding Xian, and Wu Jun couldn't help laughing. Next, I'll be back soon. You don't have to go, so as not to alert the enemy. Wang Ping looked at everyone, and after leaving this sentence, he left quickly. This time, Wang Ping did not have the idea of running to the main city to kill people in a big way. After all, since the weird body has been found, there is no need to make such trouble, and doing so will increase the risk factor. For this reason, Wang Ping first found a way to investigate the weird location. Then, he ruthlessly used all means to kill it directly. Because Wang Ping concealed himself and attacked quickly and accurately, Wei was killed by Wang Ping before he could react. The horrible critical damage was astonishing. Ding. Wei is dead. The group task has been completed, the rewards have been distributed separately, and the group members can choose to return to the original world by themselves. At this time, the system's voice also sounded, which made Wang Ping very satisfied. Just when Wang Ping was quite satisfied, those players also stared at Wang Ping with excitement, as if they saw the title of super god-level boss that Wang Ping was holding and wanted to kill Wang Ping for equipment. Wang Ping was a little speechless about this, and left quickly, without any idea of killing them. However, this time Wang Ping did not have the idea of returning to the original world directly, but returned to the novice village and met Kai Yonglong and others. Brother Wang, I have a bold idea. Do you think it is feasible? At this time, Ding Xian suddenly laughed. What idea? Wang Ping raised his eyebrows, thinking that this kid might have bad intentions. Brother Wang, let me kill you. Maybe I can get rewards beyond imagination. Also, the experience points are also very high. Ding Xian stared at Wang Ping with drool and said jokingly, Get lost. Do you believe that I can kill you and see if I can get gold coins? Wang Ping's face turned black, and he wanted to slap this guy to death. Although he also thought about whether he could get some awesome equipment or something in this way, he thought about it and gave up. After all, this would require a real death in reality. This kind of price is not what Wang Ping is willing to try. He's the most cherishing of life. With the talents refreshed by the life simulator and the item rewards refreshed in the life simulator, Wang Ping is not short of equipment and props that may be exploded in this world. Ahem. I'm kidding. Ding Xian trembled with fear and said quickly, Brother Wang, don't be angry, I'll play with you, how about it? Get lost. Wang Ping twitched the corner of his mouth and waved his robe lightly to slap this pervert away. Although Wang Ping held back, the health bar on his head also plummeted by 80%, and more than half of the health bar was emptied. This made Ding Xian's expression stiff, and he dared not talk anymore. Talking dirty to Brother Wang could really cost someone's life. Seeing Ding Xian so miserable, Kai Yonglong and others rolled their eyes, but they did not sympathize with him, thinking that he deserved a beating. After all, if you seek death, you will really die. Afterwards, Wang Ping did not say much. After saying goodbye, he chose to return to his own world. After Wang Ping returned to Lingshan Peak where he was, he opened his red envelope. Then, Wang Ping received 100 million group points. It can only be said that this kind of strong weird has a lot of rewards. However, adding another 100 million group points is still a long way from the trillion that Wang Ping needs, so he can only continue to work hard. By the way, can this weird meet the conditions for me to play the game after entering the paradise of all heavens? Wang Ping seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously in his heart. No. It must be a special type that will erode the world, or a weird one that has grown up and is extremely powerful. Alpha's voice sounded, which disappointed Wang Ping. Oh, so that's it? However, he didn't care too much and soon put these things behind him. Then, Wang Ping's mind moved, and he directly entered the immersive simulation state of paid simulation. Then, the screen appeared, and the text also emerged. On the first day, you chose to practice. This time, after thinking about it, you planned to make some changes and also wanted to experiment with something. For this reason, you did not plan to seal yourself immediately, but chose to go to Taiyuan Ancient Star. However, before going to Taiyuan Ancient Star, you hope that the Master of Tai Imperial Palace can take out the precious medicine to help you condense the Supreme Body. The Master of Tai Imperial Palace was very shocked. After all, in his opinion, you are still far from the perfection of the great sage, and you don't need this precious thing. However, although there are some doubts and entanglements, the Palace Master of Tai Imperial Palace still uses his authority to help you transfer a precious medicine for refining the Supreme Body from the treasury. After all, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. You have just joined Tai Imperial Palace. If you don't give some benefits, how can you feel a sense of belonging to Tai Imperial Palace? Seeing that the Master of Tai Emperor Palace is so generous, you nodded with satisfaction, thanked you, and left. Next, when you arrive at Taiyuan Ancient Star, you will start to wait quietly. Soon, decades passed, the great sage's secret realm was opened, and you chose to enter it. Then, you found Lin Yin, the genius who owned the soul-eating pearl, and wanted to accept him as your disciple. Lin Yin was not at all happy about your request to become a disciple, but chose to refuse without hesitation. You are not surprised to see this. After all, through these simulations, you also know that Lin Yin is a very cautious type, and he also likes to hide his trump cards. Even in the Golden Age, he is still a casual cultivator, but he is suspected to have the protection of a strong person behind him. For this reason, it has a huge secret, and it is still this kind of green rock, and it is impossible to become a disciple at will. Don't say you are a great saint or a half-step supreme. Even if you are a true supreme or even a quasi-emperor, he cannot easily become his disciple. You have no intention of becoming a disciple of Lin Yin, and you have no intention of forcing it. There is no point in forcing it. Only if Tianjiao sincerely becomes a disciple can you stimulate the effect of 7-color talent and becoming stronger by accepting a disciple. However, in this simulation, your goal of recruiting disciples and improving your cultivation is secondary. The main purpose is to experiment with something. For this reason, you did not hesitate to take action against Lin Yin, intending to snatch the soul-eating pearl. Lin Yin is very angry about your behavior of recruiting disciples, but not succeeding in robbery, and wants to activate the imperial weapon to resist. Unfortunately, his cultivation level is too low, and it is difficult to activate the imperial weapon. In the end, Lin Yin was suppressed by you, and you also took away the soul-eating beads from him. However, as soon as this soul-devouring bead came into your hands, you began to struggle fiercely. The terrifying imperial power was reviving, giving you a sense of fatal danger, especially the soul, which felt like it was being swallowed. Obviously, this soul-eating bead has no intention of recognizing you as its master. If you grab it by force, it will only be counterattacked. You are speechless about this. You know that Lin Yin got this soul-eating bead because of God's reward, and not just anyone can take away his opportunity. Perhaps, whether it is Lin Yin or Zhu Huang, those who are rewarded by heaven, they may make a wedding dress for someone in the future. But for now, no one can try to take away this bead by force. Perhaps the Quasi-Emperor and the Great Emperor could use their powerful power to ban this Heavenly Emperor artifact, but whether they could be recognized as its master is also a question. Then, you didn't bother to say anything more, just threw the soul-eating pearl to Lin Yin and let him go. This made Lin Yin very shocked and couldn't understand what you were thinking. After all, if you want to kill him, you can kill him easily. However, you have no intention of killing him. You didn't mean to explain Lin Yan's doubts and left. As for whether Lin Yin will retaliate against you in the future, you don't care. Anyway, even if Lin Yin grows up, he is still no match for you in the Golden Age. There is nothing to be afraid of. Not to mention, if Gu Xin cannot pass that level, he will still get G sooner or later and then enter the next simulation. Even if Lin Yin had any grudge in this simulation, it would be gone in the next simulation. For this reason, instead of taking the risk of killing Lin Yin, angering the soul-eating pearl, which may cause it to go berserk and waste some of your trump cards, it is better to let Lin Yin go. Next, you continue to wander on the Taiyuan Ancient Star, visit many places, look at the Taiyuan Forbidden Land, and finally stop in front of the Dao Palace. After thinking about it, you still chose to step into the Tao Palace. After you came to Dao Palace, you had no intention of hiding your identity. For this reason, when you revealed that you were the future emperor of the Tai Palace and that your cultivation had reached the terrifying level of a holy king, the master of the Dao Palace was frightened and made you sit in the first place, very uneasy. Even the two self-proclaimed ancestors deep in the Dao Palace were unable to calm down. They received the message and were observing here. After all, Tai Imperial Palace is an emperor-level force. Looking at the entire upper realm, there are very few people who can compare with it. Now, it is really thought-provoking that the emperor's son has come to his palace. In response to the various nervous emotions of everyone in the Dao Palace, you shook your head slightly, feeling that times had changed. Unknowingly, your identity has undergone a huge change. The Tao Palace master who used to be able to protect you, and who was very kind to you in the simulation, has become so trembling in front of you that it is sighing. Next, you stated your purpose and stated that you would accept a disciple in the Dao Palace and cultivate for thousands of years, hoping that the master of the Dao Palace would agree. Hearing this, the palace master of the Dao Palace was very shocked. I didn't expect that people like you would choose to cultivate in a small place like their Dao Palace for thousands of years, and also accept disciples in their Dao Palace. For this reason, the palace master of the Dao Palace was overjoyed and quickly agreed. Although he doesn't know what your purpose is, there is no need for a person like you to see something from the Dao Palace. Today, there are only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens in the Tao Palace. For a person like you, anything you can take out is worth more than the sum of the things stored in the Tao Palace's treasure house. Seeing that the Lord of the Dao Palace agreed, you nodded slightly and started to move into the Dao Palace without saying anything else. Did the experiment to seize the soul-eating orb really fail? This exclusive opportunity for the Son of Destiny is indeed not that easy to obtain. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and thought to himself, but if you can't get it, then you can't get it. Anyway, I'm just trying. Wang Ping shook his head and didn't care about this. Next, it's time to protect the Dao Palace and solve the troubles in the Dao Palace. Then it's time to recruit Feng Xingyu as a disciple. I don't know if I can make a breakthrough. Wang Ping's eyes flickered and he continued to stare at the screen. Next, you did not have the idea of directly accepting Feng Xingyu as your disciple, but chose to retreat to absorb the precious medicine and condense the supreme body. In the blink of an eye, about 200 years have passed. Through precious medicine and a large amount of divine sources, you finally succeeded in condensing the supreme body and completely broke through to the level of the half-step supreme realm. After the breakthrough, you chose to leave seclusion, found Feng Xingyu, and wanted to accept him as your disciple. Hearing that your mysterious visitor actually wanted to accept him as his disciple, Feng Xingyu was very excited and naturally chose to agree. After Feng Xingyu was accepted as your disciple, you found that your cultivation level had not changed much. This makes you a little disappointed. Obviously, as you guessed, a genius of Feng Xingyu's level really cannot allow you to break through to the greatest realm. Or, to realize the Tao, condense the Tao fruits, and obtain heavenly certification, you really need to complete it yourself, and you cannot rely on the 7-color talent and the effect of becoming stronger by accepting a disciple. However, now that you have accepted a disciple, you did not give up on Feng Xingyu's idea and began to teach him how to practice and also gave him some resources. During this period, the Holy Realm Powerhouse from Tai Emperor Palace came here and found you with the instructions from the Master of Tai Emperor Palace, asking you why you stayed here instead of proclaiming yourself. In response, you shook your head slightly, indicating that you have your own ideas. When the time is right, you will return to the Tai Emperor Palace to declare yourself. Hearing this, the Saint Realm expert didn't have much to say and chose to leave. Next, you continue to practice in the Tao Palace, begin to realize the Tao, and continue to create your own Dharma. You have never stopped doing this kind of thing in previous simulations. After all, the Dharma created by oneself is the best Dharma. If you can combine the Dark Time Emperor Sutra and the Space-Devouring Emperor Sutra to create your own Space-Time Emperor Sutra, then your combat power will undergo a qualitative change, and you will truly be superior to other geniuses. At that time, even Gu Xian, who has practiced the Immortal Sutra, may not be your opponent. The advantages of the Immortal Scripture will be equaled by you. After all, the Immortal Scripture is the most powerful, and it is other people's method, not your own method, so it cannot exert its full power. Only by creating your own Dharma is the true road. Unless the Immortal Sutra is not an ordinary Immortal Sutra, but an extremely powerful Immortal Sutra. As long as you get started, you can exert great power, and you can easily crush your own time-space imperial method. Of course, it is not an easy task to integrate the Dark Time Emperor Sutra and the Sky-Devouring Emperor Sutra to create your own time and space imperial method. Your cultivation level is still too low, and your background is too shallow. You want to create your own time and space. The imperial law is too difficult. However, you still have no idea of giving up, and you even have some clues in your mind. For example, using the Daotian Emperor Sutra as a connecting bridge and integrating the exquisiteness of the 3 Emperor Sutras into one, there may be hope of successfully creating a law. While you are in various retreats and gaining insights, time passes quietly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years have passed. You are lucky and unlucky. Because you were in seclusion in the Tao Palace and had thoughts, you were lucky enough to enter a wonderful state of enlightenment. You had many fantastic ideas about creating magic, and it can be said that you have made some progress. However, you are also unfortunate. In this Dharma-ending era, Dao Dharma is hidden, and there is no condition to create your own imperial Dharma. Simply relying on the comprehension of the 3 imperial scriptures is ultimately rootless. That is, just when you are thinking hard and find it difficult to continue studying, a terrifying aura suddenly appears from outside the territory and descends on the ancient star of Taiyuan, intending to wipe out the Dao Palace. This undoubtedly alarmed the self-proclaimed ancestor in the Tao Palace. He roared angrily and was born directly. The imperial weapon of the Tao Palace also automatically revived. He held it in his hand and came directly to the outside of the ancient star to meet the man holding the imperial weapon. The powerful attackers collided together. You look at the starry sky and your eyes twinkle when you see this scene. You used to be amazed when you saw this scene and thought this power was too terrifying. However, now you feel that this power is very strong, but not so strong that it scares you, and you can face it calmly. Although this power is still very powerful, even ordinary supreme beings will be killed by the imperial weapon. After all, only with the full power of the supreme and a sneak attack can the imperial weapon that has just revived and awakened only a little bit of power be temporarily knocked away and then run away. If it collides head-on with an imperial weapon that has awakened more power, there will only be a dead end. At the beginning, the Yuan Lei Supreme from Taiyuan Ancient Star exploded with all his strength and knocked away the newly awakened imperial weapon, but he was actually in the realm of the Yuan Supreme. However, Yuan Lei Supreme follows the path of thunder. Thunder has powerful destructive power and fast speed. In addition, Yuan Lei Supreme's cultivation level is in the middle stage of Yuan Zun, which is a small level higher than that of the Tianmu Clan Supreme, so his record is much better than the two of them. But it's only limited to the extent that it looks good. After all, the original Yuan Lei Supreme was actually assisting the half-step Great Sage holding the imperial weapon to fight against the imperial weapon of the Tao Palace. If he had faced an imperial weapon that had awakened more power, he would have died long ago. Next, you have a lot of thoughts in your mind, waiting for something. That is, when the two sides collided wildly and you were waiting for the right time to take action, Yuan Lei Supreme chose to take action. As the supreme pressure erupted, the Taiyuan Ancient Star shook. And you also narrowed your eyes and chose to take action without hesitation to stop Yuan Lei Supreme. Your appearance surprised Yuan Lei Supreme. However, he soon snorted coldly, feeling that you were overestimating your capabilities. A mere holy realm tried to stop him as the supreme being. Immediately, Supreme Yuan Lei slapped you at random, wanting to kill you like a bug. This scene feels quite familiar to you, and you can't help but shake your head and laugh. Then, you chose to take action. The time and space Tao body was fully opened, the time and space magical power exploded, the time Tao pattern exploded, and you wanted to fight with the Yuan Lei Supreme. Your outburst scared the Supreme Yuan Lei. He didn't expect that you were actually a half-step Supreme, and you were also a time and space Tao body. You condensed the time Tao patterns and gave him a sense of danger. For a moment, Yuan Lei Supreme felt something was very bad. It's not that he thinks you can kill him by leapfrogging him. He thinks you are a monster, but no matter how monster you are, you will not be able to leapfrog and kill him, a supreme being in his prime. But if a genius like you says that you don't have a strong background behind you, he will never believe it. If he kills you or even injures you, there is a high probability that he will be unable to survive and will be killed by the powerful men of the Tai Imperial Palace, completely falling. That is, when Supreme Yuan Lei was thinking wildly, you were lucky enough to trigger the effect of the 9 triads, and at the same time, the critical strike effect was triggered. This wave of changes directly brought the Supreme, the Yuan Lei, back to his senses. His scalp was numb. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet to the sky, and the shadow of death lingered in his heart. He never thought that you, a half-step Supreme, could actually unleash such a terrifying attack. If he took this blow head-on, he would definitely fall. There was no second possibility. You can be said to be the first person in history to be able to explode with a power that is enough to kill him, a middle-level Yuan Zun, with a cultivation level of half a Supreme level. No one has ever surpassed him. When Supreme Yuan Lei was horrified, his movements were not slow, and he quickly dodged, defend, and counterattack in one go. All I can say is that, as expected of the veteran Supreme, he still has no choice in terms of combat awareness. In addition, it has to be said that the Yuan Lei Supreme is worthy of being a mid-level Yuan Zun who practices the Thunder attribute. His evasion and counterattack capabilities are much stronger than the ordinary Supreme of the Tianmu clan. The Supreme of the Tianmu tribe has extremely strong vitality and can fight for a long time. Among ordinary Supremes, few can surpass him, but he does not have the explosive power and speed. For this reason, Yuan Lei Supreme avoided part of your attacks and defended part of them. However, even so, your attack is too terrifying and he cannot avoid it at all. After all, the magical power of the time and space system is the most difficult to deal with. He is the fastest, but he cannot be faster than time and space. Even if his cultivation level is much higher than yours, this is still the case. In the end, Yuan Lei Supreme was seriously injured, and his organs were seriously damaged. This made his face full of fear, and he wanted to escape without hesitation. Looking at this scene, countless people watching were shocked and dumbfounded. They didn't expect you to be so perverted. In fact, even the two people who were fighting with each other using Imperial weapons stopped. They didn't expect you to be so powerful. For this reason, the ancestor of Daogong is extremely happy and feels that your appearance really saves Daogong from danger. As for the half-step great sage who comes to kill you with an Imperial weapon, his face is as gloomy as water, and he is staring at you. And you, ignoring everything around you, snorted coldly and directly caught up with Yuan Lei Supreme, trying to drive him away and kill him. After all, weeds never burn out. They grow again when the spring breeze blows. A living supreme being who is your mortal enemy may still cause you some minor troubles. Of course, you're the second best. A supreme being. If he dies, it will only bring you a little trouble. Mainly the Dao Palace. Once you leave, there is no way to counter the supreme. After all, it takes time for the Imperial weapon to recover its power. As long as Yuan Lei Supreme engages in guerrilla warfare, keeps taking revenge on the Dao Palace, and hunts down the disciples and elders of the Dao Palace, the Dao Palace will have no ability to counterattack at all. In this case, it would be better to beat them to death and drive them all away. The most important thing is that you are very curious about what the Supreme Yuan Lei, who has been living on the Taiyuan Ancient Star in the end of the Dharma era, is thinking, and whether he can give you a lot of gold coins. If a large number of gold coins can be exploded, it will be really cool, seeing that you actually want to drive him away to death. Yuan Lei Supreme became angry and yelled at you. Are you really going to do that? Obviously, there is no grudge between you. In the view of Supreme Yuan Lei, although he wants to take action against Dao Palace, hasn't he not done so yet? He just burst out with supreme coercion and was beaten up by you who ran out, almost dying. It can be said that the reason for the scolding by Supreme Yuan Lei is completely tenable in his opinion. In this regard, you sneered. Of course, you would not explain that you had formed a quarrel in the previous simulation, and Yuan Lei Supreme had killed you many times. You just expressed that you were in a bad mood and wanted to kill the Supreme for fun. These words made countless people click their tongues. They just thought it was outrageous. If they were in a bad mood, they wanted to kill the Supreme Being for fun. This was simply not too pretentious. If Supreme Yuan Lei really dies in your hands like this, then you may not be able to become the most capable half-step Supreme. As for the Supreme Yuan Lei, I am afraid that he will become the Supreme Disgrace. The shame of the Supreme? No, after all, there is the Fire Supreme to protect you. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and couldn't help but smile. However, this time, Simulation Wang Ping seems not to have thought about seizing the Dao Palace Imperial artifact. Wang Ping's eyes flickered again, thinking to himself, after all, if you want to find a chance to obtain the Imperial weapon of the Dao Palace, the best way is to sit on the sidelines and wait until the last moment to make a move. It doesn't matter, you can't do such ungrateful things. Even if you can do it in the simulation, it's better not to do it. Wang Ping let out a breath and murmured to himself. However, it would be more comfortable if I could get the Imperial weapon of this half-step great sage. Rather than always thinking about the Imperial weapon of Dao Palace, which is a good force for me, I would be better off thinking about other Imperial weapons. Wang Ping thought of this again and thought to himself, of course, The Imperial weapon is not that easy to obtain, and the current simulated Wang Ping does not have the strength to suppress the Imperial weapon. For this reason, we can only let it happen. All I can say is that there is hope, but not much. Immediately, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and continued to stare at the screen. Your words made Supreme Duyuan Lei furious. He was so angry that he vomited blood. He wished he could turn back and fight you on the spot. However, for the sake of his own life, he held back. After all, he has gone through so many hardships to reach the supreme level, and he doesn't want to just disappear into the world. He also wanted to find a way to live forever and live forever in the world. That is, when Supreme Yuan Lei completely abandoned his dignity and was chased by you like a dog, you also launched another attack. This attack was not very powerful, and it did not trigger more than 3 attacks and critical damage. The intensity of this attack will only injure the Yuan Lei Supreme, who has been severely injured. With this kind of injury, even if Yuan Lei Supreme was seriously injured, he could easily recover without causing any harm. In this regard, Yuan Lei Supreme chose to ignore these attacks from you and continue to run away. In his opinion, that blow definitely consumed a lot of mana and power and could not be used continuously. Otherwise, you would not have used such a weak attack. The purpose of this attack is to hold him back, disgust him, and provoke him so that he comes back to fight you. For this reason, Yuan Lei Supreme will naturally not be easily fooled, thinking that as long as he keeps running away, it will be over. However, Yuan Lei Supreme really overthinks it. The fundamental reason why you attack in this way is not because of lack of strength at all, nor is it to disgust him or the general. It is simply to trigger the 7-color talent. It's just the effect of an instant death attack. Soon after, you successfully triggered the effect of the 7-color talent, instant death attack, causing the body of Supreme Yuan Lei to stiffen up. In an instant, both the body and soul of Supreme Yuan Lei died in an instant. Yuan Lei Supreme fell like this. You saw that Yuan Lei Supreme was killed by you, and you were quite satisfied with the result. You thought that the 7-color talent, instant death attack, was still somewhat useful. After all, Yuan Lei Supreme is in the middle stage of Yuan Zun's cultivation. He is more powerful and difficult to deal with than the ordinary Supreme of the Tianmu clan. If he is not killed once, in fact, if he continues to deal with him through ordinary fighting methods, he still needs to be killed. It takes a long time and can only slowly wear him to death. Unless you are lucky enough to trigger the 9 triad and a critical hit again, but that probability is still too low to place any hope on it. But if you spend time grinding him to death, something may happen. After all, even though the half-step great sage holding the imperial weapon is being dragged along by the ancestor of Dao Palace, he will still look at you covetously. If you are attacked by an imperial weapon, you may also lose a life, which would be a waste of resurrection methods. More importantly, this may cause Yuan Lei Supreme to escape, which is something you cannot tolerate. With the fall of the Yuan Lei Supreme, its supreme pressure disappeared from the universe. Those who looked at the stars and proclaimed themselves saints were all shocked. They did not expect that you actually crushed the Supreme all the way and killed him with all your strength, and managed to kill the Supreme by leapfrogging the level with half a step of Supreme realm cultivation. And the ancestor of Dao Palace also burst out laughing, feeling in his heart that you are worthy of being the Emperor's son of Tai Palace. You are so powerful. Even though it is, he still doesn't understand why you came to their Dao Palace to retreat. But based on your current performance, it's obvious that you sincerely have a good impression of the Dao Palace. And that's enough. For this reason, everyone in the Dao Palace is grateful to you and feels that they owe you a great favor. This is the grace of protecting the Dao. Without your existence, I am afraid that the Dao Palace would really be extinct today and ruin the eternal inheritance. Another Supreme was fucked to death by me. I can only say that the 9-tune and the critical hit are really too hard. Every time I hit the Supreme, it triggers the effect of this multiplet and the critical hit. I feel like I have a strong sense of control over the Supreme. The luck of the special attack has been increased. I am the supreme enemy for life. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation with very strange eyes. I have to say his record against the Supreme is really good. The Golden Talent, Multiple Duo, and the Purple Talent, Infinite Blade, can be said to have made great achievements repeatedly. Now, with the addition of a 7-color talent, Instant Death Attack, it is even more amazing. In the realm of Supreme, especially Yuan Zun, he was about to kill him, and he was no longer capable. While Wang Ping was complaining crazily, the simulation continued. That is, when the Dao Palace Patriarch laughed, the half-step great sage who came to kill with an imperial weapon snorted, saying that you were happy too early. Then, he actually sacrificed his blood to himself, completely reviving his imperial weapon, and erupted with terrifying power, shocking the world. This terrifying power fluctuation caused the expressions of the ancestors of Dao Palace to change drastically. After all, he is already old and weak. Originally, he thought he could kill this half-step great sage by joining forces with you. It's just that he really didn't expect that this half-step great sage would be so hostile to the Dao Palace. He would rather sacrifice himself with blood than destroy the Dao Palace. Of course, there might be a reason why he knew he couldn't escape. This type of monk always chooses to fight to the death when faced with a life or death situation, which is why he is extremely difficult to deal with. Immediately, the ancestor of the Dao Palace gritted his teeth and wanted to sacrifice himself with blood so that the Dao Heavenly Emperor's weapon could completely revive and compete with it. However, the ancestors of the Dao Palace knew very well that even if they really sacrificed their own blood to completely revive the imperial weapon, the ending would not be good. Two out-of-control imperial weapons collided with each other regardless of the cost. The consequences would be too serious, and everything near the starry sky would be destroyed. And here, it is not that far away from the ancient star Taiyuan. In other words, once the two imperial weapons collide, the aftermath of the explosion will be enough to destroy the Taiyuan ancient star. All living creatures on it will still be destroyed, and the inheritance of the Dao Palace will still be cut off. The ancestor of the Dao Palace can only think of two imperial weapons fighting against each other. You can protect some people in the Dao Palace from escaping here, and save some of the inheritance of the Dao Palace. In this case, although most of the inheritance is still cut off, at least it can still be restored. There is hope for resurgence. All the creatures on the Taiyuan ancient star were extremely frightened. When the ancestors of the Dao Palace prepared a blood sacrifice and sent a message to you, asking you to take care of the descendants of the Dao Palace, you used your magical powers of time and space to take the lead in arriving at the place where the complete recovery was possible, in front of the increasingly terrifying imperial weapon. This scene makes the ancestor of Dao Palace anxious and asks you to leave quickly, otherwise you will be crushed into ashes by the imperial weapon. After all, a fully resurrected imperial weapon is too terrifying, and only an imperial weapon of the same level can suppress it and temporarily ban it. Of course, if a powerful quasi-emperor takes action, this kind of thing can also be done. After all, the imperial weapon is still a weapon after all. No matter how powerful the weapon is, there is an upper limit to the power it can unleash. Only when it is held in the hands of a strong person in battle can its effect be exerted to its limit, or even beyond the limit. You did not answer the call of the palace master of the Dao Palace. Instead, you stared at the imperial weapon. You actually approached him actively, transmitted messages to him, and started to draw cakes. You tell the emperor, it is too useless to follow a half-step great sage. Even if the half-step great sage sacrifices his blood to himself, he will not be able to exert his power. Is he willing to do this and lose the face of the emperor? If possible, you hope that the imperial weapon will follow you. When the time comes, you will become a supreme, quasi-emperor, great emperor, or even an immortal, allowing you to reappear the power of the imperial weapon and tell the world that even if your previous master has passed away, you will still be there. Can suppress the great emperor of the upper realm. Listening to your painting, the ancestor of Dao Palace and many monks on Taiyuan Ancient Star were all dumbfounded. They thought you were too crazy and started to swindle the imperial weapon to the death. The imperial weapon is so easy to fool. At this time, the imperial weapon also began to shine, and the terrifying pressure of the imperial weapon began to erupt, frightening countless people. It's just that what happened next shocked everyone, including the Tao Palace Master, because this imperial weapon actually shrank its light again and swayed, as if it was thinking about something or hesitating about something. This made everyone look at each other, wondering if the imperial weapon could really be deceived. If that's the case, can they also cheat? Immediately, this group of people laughed at themselves again. If they dare to do this, it is completely self-destructive. After all, they are just ordinary monks, but you are a peerless genius, a being who can kill a supreme being with half a step of supreme cultivation. You do have the strength and talent to say such things. This is definitely not a painting. If a person like you doesn't die midway, the possibility of becoming an emperor in the future is really very high. Of course, they didn't believe in becoming an immortal or anything like that. After all, immortality is just a legend and has never appeared. No one in the world can become an immortal. This is not empty talk. In their view, no matter how evil a person is, he cannot become an immortal. Being able to achieve enlightenment as a great emperor and become a king among emperors is already a supreme achievement. While everyone is filled with emotion, the imperial weapon has really restrained its light and has come to you, taking the initiative to show its goodwill to you and beckoning you to shed your blood and recognize its master. In this regard, you laughed out loud, very satisfied with the result, and quickly recognized it as its owner, and obtained this sword-shaped imperial weapon with spatial attributes that perfectly matched yours. It was named Kongheng Emperor's Sword. You stroked the Kongheng Emperor's sword. The corners of your mouth couldn't stop rising, and your smile couldn't be restrained. After all, this is an imperial weapon. Imperial weapons are hard to find in the world. Among the younger generation, there are very few people who can hold imperial weapons. Now, you can hold an imperial weapon, which is a huge advantage. In addition, you also have the Piyuan divine eyes and the time and space Tao body. Do you think there are really few people in this world who can compare with you among your peers? Maybe only Gu Xian is hiding it without knowing it. How many chassis guys can compare to you? Apart from him, even the time and space body in this world is far inferior to you. In the Golden Age, you will have another battle with Gu Xian to see who wins and who loses. If you can defeat Gu Xian, then you will be truly invincible among your peers, and you will have condensed your invincibility. As for the older generation, with your imperial weapon, you are no longer afraid of powerful men below the quasi-emperor. The supreme being, even the heavenly supreme being, will not be taken into consideration by you. Even if you are a quasi-emperor, if the opponent is careless, you will be injured by your imperial weapon. After being injured, if the effect of the 7-color talent instant attack is triggered, the quasi-emperor may be finished. Thinking of that picture, you feel extremely comfortable and happy. Seeing you really let the imperial weapon take the initiative to recognize its owner, everyone is in awe and envy. The ancestor of Daogong didn't know what to say, and he didn't expect this ending at all. For this reason, he has taken back the secret technique of blood sacrifice and congratulates you. In response, you smiled and said that you were going to become an immortal, so this was nothing. Seeing you showing off like this, the Tao Palace Patriarch's face twitched. However, I have to say that you were drifting, and you have set a flag again. Here I go, I actually got the imperial weapon. This is really unexpected. That half-step great sage doesn't even have a name. He just came to deliver equipment to me. This wave of gold coins exploded. Too cruel. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation. His expression was very exciting, and he was very surprised. Of course, Wang Ping also knew very well that the main reason why he was able to make this imperial weapon recognize its owner so easily was because his previous performance was so fierce. He directly used half-step of Supreme Realm Cultivation to hit Yuan Lei Supreme, which almost killed Yuan Zun in the middle stage. This is something that even the well-informed Emperor Weapon Spirit has never seen before. In addition, Wang Ping has also practiced the way of space, and he also has the way of time. He is a perfect match for this imperial weapon with space attributes. It can be said to be a match made in heaven. The combination of so many factors makes it reasonable for the Imperial weapon to take the initiative to vote. However, in the end, I was too excited and pretended to be cool. I always felt like I was about to get cold again. Wang Ping complained again. I just got this Imperial weapon, and I haven't warmed it up yet, so don't give up immediately. After complaining, Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen. Next, you and the Dao Palace ancestor returned to the Dao Palace. From today on, Dao Palace will become the supreme overlord on the Taiyuan ancient star, and no one dares to offend him. The ancestor of Daogong also warmly invited you to a banquet to express his gratitude and celebrate your success. You have no intention of rejecting this. Finally, you also propose the idea of saying goodbye. This makes everyone in Dao Palace quite reluctant to leave you, but they also know that they cannot keep you. Before you left behind some precious medicines and divine sources that could help the master of the Dao Palace break through to the saint level, and then quietly disappeared with Feng Xingyu. It wasn't until long after you left that the Dao Palace Patriarch discovered your departure. This made the Dao Palace ancestor sigh, thinking that if Dao Palace had you, why not worry about becoming an Emperor-level force again? However, he laughed at himself in the end and felt that he was too greedy. You have helped Dao Palace so much and even taken Feng Xingyu away. Maybe you can cultivate Feng Xingyu into a supreme being in the future. I'm afraid it will be difficult for Dao Palace to repay this debt. For this reason, the ancestor of the Dao Palace feels that if you want to ask the Dao Palace Imperial soldiers to help you fight in the future, the Dao Palace will also be obliged to lend you the Imperial soldiers to help you kill powerful enemies. This is also the only way that Taoist Palace can repay its kindness. When everyone in the Dao Palace was filled with emotion, you did not take Feng Xingyu directly to the Tai Emperor's palace, but came to the ancient planet of Purgatory, wanting to explore the big secrets hidden in the ancient star of Purgatory. After all, you have been burned to death once before, so it is still fresh in your memory. Worry, don't commit suicide. Wang Ping felt a little bad when he saw the content of the text simulation. It's okay for the simulated Wang Ping to have set a flag before, but now he dares to run to a dangerous place on his own initiative. This behavior is outrageous, a complete suicide behavior. Or is it that after the simulated Wang Ping subdued the Emperor's weapon, he became arrogant? Indeed, with the protection of the Emperor's weapon, it is really difficult to kill him unless it is a quasi-Emperor level force. In addition to various talents, Wang Ping's ability to escape is really strong now. But Wang Ping is still very sensitive to such dangerous places that burned him to death. If possible, he doesn't want to come to such a place. If it is an ordinary forbidden area, it's fine. This is a place that is not recorded in detail in the classics of Tai Emperor Palace. All we know is that this place is very dangerous. Even if the Supreme dares to break in here, he will be in trouble, because it contains secrets related to the Emperor. As for why there are secrets related to the Emperor, but no major forces come here to decipher and obtain the opportunities, Wang Ping doesn't know. For a moment, Wang Ping hesitated whether to enter the immersive simulation again, so that the simulated Wang Ping changed his mind. Forget it, sooner or later, I will have to solve the secrets here and get the opportunity. It's okay to explore it now. However, after Wang Ping was entangled, he was ready to watch from the sidelines. Next, you went deep into the ancient Purgatory star and entered the depths of the Sea of Fire, actively provoking, trying to force the white flame out. Faced with your provocation, the existence inside the ancient Purgatory star was enraged, and the Sea of Fire surged, catching all the unlucky monks on the ancient Purgatory star and burning them all to ashes. This made Feng Xingyu tremble with fear. If he didn't know that your master was so strong, he really wanted to leave this ghost place immediately. Of course, at this point, even if he wanted to leave, he couldn't leave. Because he was not strong enough, he didn't have the ability to leave alone. You watched the ancient Purgatory star riot, but there was no white flame. You raised your eyebrows slightly, knowing that your provocation was not enough. For this reason, you began to provoke madly, and used all your skills of rolling the keyboard before traveling. With your tricks, the ancient star of purgatory became more and more violet, and white flames began to emerge, wanting to burn you to ashes. However, this white flame that could once burn the supreme weapon to ashes is no longer enough for you. Although, if you face this white flame head-on, you will still end up falling. However, facing this white flame, you don't need to directly resist it at all. You can use the time and space magic to transfer and protect yourself. This made the ancient star of purgatory vibrate more and more, and the white flames became more and more high, and it was determined to burn you to ashes. In response to this, you finally became serious and began to sacrifice your newly obtained imperial weapon, the Konghing Emperor's sword, to block the white flames. With the appearance of the imperial weapon, it seemed as if some strange switch was turned on. The vibration of the entire ancient star of purgatory increased exponentially again, and there was also a faint change in form. This made you narrow your eyes and fly out into space. Seeing that you were about to escape, the white flames surged and formed a giant hand, grabbing you. In response, you used the magical power of time and space to dodge and successfully arrived in outer space. Then, you saw a very shocking scene. The entire ancient purgatory star did not look like a planet at all. It was completely ahead. This made you gasp and suspect that this ancient purgatory star was a planet that was turned into after a great emperor was beheaded. And this great emperor practiced the fire attribute. You couldn't calm down in your heart, as if you saw the horrible battle at the beginning. At the same time, you were also very curious about what kind of existence could behead a great emperor and make him die so undignified. However, although he was said to be dead, he was obviously still conscious. You doubted whether the great emperor was completely dead, or did he still have some power left. Of course, now is not the time to think so much. Your previous provocation obviously completely angered a certain existence inside. The white flames still rushed towards you, with a tendency to burn you to death. Seeing this, you narrowed your eyes and did not think of confronting it head-on. You wanted to use the golden talent teleport to escape from here. Otherwise, as the white flame becomes stronger, you doubt that you can escape. I can only say that you really went too far this time. As you used the golden talent teleport, you and Feng Xingyu's figures disappeared here in an instant and were teleported to an unknown place. As you disappeared, the white flame stagnated. Indistinctly, an illusory body appeared on the ancient star of purgatory, staring at the direction where Wang Ping left, and snorted coldly. If it weren't for his special situation, how could this kid who dared to provoke him run away? However, wait for the day when he is born. He will. The illusory body has a cold, murderous intention in his heart, which gradually dissipates, and the whole body disappears. The ancient purgatory star also returns to peace, as if nothing has happened. This ancient purgatory star is really strange. It seems that it is not just as simple as the Emperor's head. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation. His eyes flickered, and thought to himself. The creatures existing among them seemed to have great resentment. I don't know if they were stimulated by him, or if they had some kind of deep hatred. However, it is difficult for you to be reborn. 100,000 years have passed, and Yichen has gone to the ancient planet of Purgatory to explore its secrets, but it turns out that the ancient planet of Purgatory is still the same bird. Obviously, this guy has not broken out of the seal. Wang Ping shook his head again and muttered, not caring at all about the creatures on the ancient planet of Purgatory. The opponent can't even stop the teleportation ability, which shows that the power it can control is below the Quasi-Emperor. As long as it doesn't break the seal, it's not worth caring about. However, this time I set the flag and ran to commit suicide without dying, which is a bit of a show. Afterwards, Wang Ping couldn't help but complained again and continued to stare at the screen. At this moment, you were transported to the Tongxian continent. This also surprised you. You didn't expect that the location you teleported to was so precise, saving you a lot of time on the road. However, Feng Xingyu felt like he was scared to death. His calves were shaking, And he was begging you, Master, without tears, if you, the Master, could not take him to such dangerous places in the future. His little heart, I really can't stand it. In response, you couldn't help but roll your eyes and slap Feng Xingyu on the forehead. You felt that he was really worthless, and you were afraid of this. After being taught a lesson by you, Feng Xingyu did not dare to talk back, so he could only complain in his heart in frustration. Next, you planned to take Feng Xingyu away from here and return to Taiyi Emperor Palace. However, just as you were about to leave, you saw someone who surprised you. This person is surprisingly the Dark Star Great Sage, the same Jiuxing Pavilion Great Sage who invited you to join the Jiuxing Pavilion when you broke through to the Saint level. You are still quite surprised to meet him here, and at the same time, you feel that times have changed. At the beginning, you were very afraid of him, fearing that he, the Great Sage, would just slap you to death. Now, you're already much stronger than him. Just when you were sighing, the Dark Star Great Sage also noticed you. His eyes lit up, and he quickly slipped over. After the Dark Star Great Sage slipped over, he smiled at you and expressed your surprise. You are a rare cultivation wizard. Do you want to join the Jiuxing Pavilion? This makes your eyes become subtle. This Dark Star Great Sage really likes to sell. Last time, he enthusiastically pulled you into Jiuxing Pavilion, allowing you to obtain the secret method of Jiuxing Pavilion and gain a lot of benefits. For this reason, although with your current status, you can easily join Jiuxing Pavilion, and you don't need the Dark Star Great Sage to recommend and win over, you are still prepared to agree to his joining Jiuxing Pavilion. However, just as you were about to agree, your expression changed, because you were surprised to find that you couldn't see through the Dark Star Great Sage. You are obviously a half-step supreme, but you find that you cannot see through him. This is very unusual. In fact, this Dark Star Monarch gives you a faint sense of danger. This situation is really too weird. You must know that you are definitely considered to be a ceiling-level person in the same realm. Even Gu Xian may not be able to beat you now. However, if a great sage gives you such a feeling, then there is only one possibility. This guy is hiding his cultivation. Thinking of this, you quietly use the Piyuan Heavenly Eye, hoping to see through its true details. You know, when you were in ancient planet Purgatory, you never used this trump card. You just wanted to keep it hidden and use it as your biggest trump card. Of course, you also know that for the ancient Purgatory star, if the untapped Piyuan Sky Eye is used, the possibility of seeing through the true details of the ancient Purgatory star is very low, and it will only expose its own details. When you use the Piyuan Heavenly Eye, your vision changes. Your gaze reaches the source, and you can see through illusions. Then, you saw the terrifying dark power of the Dark Star Great Sage. However, this feeling disappeared in an instant. Even if you use the Piyuan Sky Eye, the Dark Star Great Sage still becomes ordinary in your eyes. This makes you fall into silence. The feeling just now is definitely true. The Dark Star Great Sage in front of him is at least a quasi-emperor, not even an ordinary quasi-emperor, but the most top quasi-emperor. It can only be said that this guy hides too deeply. You were filled with emotions. It was the first time you met a guy who was more stubborn than you. He is obviously the top quasi-emperor, but he disguises himself as an ordinary great saint. In this case, if anyone really regards him as an ordinary great sage, he will really eat him to pieces. Who knows if a great sage's grandma is a quasi-emperor or a top-notch one? While you are filled with emotions, Dark Star Great Sage is also looking at you in surprise, smiling and saying that your kid is really well hidden. He even has the legendary Piyuan Sky Eye. This is nothing compared to the time and space body, is not much different. It is a pupil-like talent that surpasses the holy body. He sked in wonder, indicating that you possess the Taoist body of time and space, as well as the Piyuan Heavenly Eye. This talent is probably the most powerful in the world. Even in the Golden Age, there is probably no one who can compare with you. This kind of talent is truly enviable and makes people want to gouge out your eyes and refine your true nature. As soon as the Dark Star Great Sage said these words, your heart was awe-inspiring, and you instantly became vigilant. However, your expression remains relaxed, because you know very well that when facing such a person, not to mention that your current golden talent in teleportation is already cooling down. Even if it is not, the probability of survival is very slim, almost zero. There are only two possibilities for you to survive in front of such a person. Emperor Tianyu appears and rescues you. Or perhaps the Dark Star Great Sage was joking just now to scare you. Next, you chuckled and said, "Senior, stop joking. You can't stand the intimidation," and accidentally attracted Emperor Tianyu. The Dark Star Great Sage chuckled and said that your boy is quite courageous and dares to scare him with Emperor Tianyu. However, the Dark Star Great Sage said that it would be useless even if Emperor Tianyu came, but he did not want to kill today, so he was not interested in taking action against you. These words made you curl your lips secretly, suspecting that this guy is afraid of Emperor Tianyu. No matter how strong the quasi-emperor is, he is still a quasi-emperor. Facing Emperor Tianyu, he will only have his head twisted off and used as a ball. Of course, although you complained in your heart, you did not express your thoughts out loud. On the surface, you praised the Dark Star Great Sage for having the demeanor of a senior and not caring about the younger generation. The Dark Star Great Sage waved his hand, indicating that you, kid, should stop doing this. Then, he took out something and handed you the token and secret method of Jiuxing Pavilion. This will make you think. This token is obviously different from the token you obtained in the previous simulation. It is made of special material and is obviously many levels higher. As for the secret method, it is still the same, but it seems to be more complete. Next, Dark Star Great Sage looked at you with some pity, saying that he met you a little later. If he had met you earlier and taken you away before Emperor Tianyu, then he could train you to be a 9-star candidate in the future. When you heard this, your heart moved, guessing that the Dark Star Great Sage's status in Jiuxing Pavilion was higher than you imagined. After all, this person has the authority to cultivate 9-star candidates. In fact, you have some doubts that the Dark Star Great Sage is one of the 9 contemporary stars. If this is the case, he has the legendary combat power that can rival the Emperor. And indeed, he is not afraid of Emperor Tianyu, as he said before. When you had many speculations in your mind, the Dark Star Great Sage waved his hand and let you leave in an unhappy manner, still seeming very regretful. In this regard, you were also unambiguous and chose to leave. However, just when you were about to leave, the Dark Star Great Sage stopped you again, saying that after the Golden Age, he would find you again and take you to a place that would be of great benefit to you. MO to refuse. Hearing this, you were quite surprised and nodded, neither agreeing nor rejecting. Afterwards, you took Feng Xingyu and left here directly. After you left, the Dark Star Great Sage was still shaking his head, secretly thinking it was a pity. It was such a pity, and his figure gradually disappeared. Is this Dark Star Great Sage so powerful? It seems that you need to be more vigilant in the future. Unless the other party has exposed his true identity, you cannot underestimate any cultivator. Perhaps a divine king is someone who likes to pretend to be a pig. The heavenly supreme being who eats tigers is even a quasi-emperor. Wang Ping was speechless when he looked at the content of the tech simulation. He originally thought that there were not many old people like him in this world, but now it seems that he has thought too much. Gu Xian is an old guy. Dark Star Great Sage is also an old guy. And his master, Emperor Tianyu, is also a member of the Go Dao, a low-key group. With so many examples in front of him, Wang Ping was really worried that he would accidentally meet a guy who was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and was not so easy to talk to. So he would just say GG. Well, as expected, Go is the king. In reality, if I don't become a great emperor, I will never go out to commit suicide. Unless I am really poor. Wang Ping pressed his eyebrows and sighed. If there was no charge for a life simulator, and it was a type that refreshed based on time, then he would definitely be extremely conceited. However, there is no other way. You have to spend money and make money, so you can only take risks from time to time. Although his so-called adventure was actually based on the safety of life simulation, in the eyes of other monks, his grandma's adventure was a crappy adventure. However, for Wang Ping, the heavens are an uncertain factor, and his safety factor cannot reach 100%, which is 98%. 98% safety factor. What is it but risk? It's really too dangerous. Next, Wang Ping put away many thoughts in his mind and continued to stare at the screen. After you were completely away from the dark star, great sage, Feng Xingyu said something with a sad face and made you look stiff. He said with a sad face that even 10 lives are not enough to follow you. He has only been away for a long time and has encountered life-threatening dangers one after another. He really doesn't know when he will die. Listening to Feng Xingyu's words, you slapped him away angrily. What do you think? This bastard Feng Xingyu is the most timid among your disciples. Don't be too afraid of death. He is even more afraid of death than your master. Sure enough, you still like Wan Yu's bad temper and Lin Qing's temperament, which is usually gentle, not panicking when encountering problems, but also decisive is also very good. Next, you gave Feng Xingyu a good scolding, telling him not to be so afraid of death and to be bolder. Then, after Feng Xingyu answered with a forced face, you were satisfied and continued on your way with him. After arriving at Tai Emperor Palace, the owner of Tai Emperor Palace was quite satisfied when he saw that he was back. Then, he only glanced at Feng Xingyu one more time and asked him to join the Tai Imperial Palace without caring about his talent or status as a disciple of the Tao Palace. Not long after, you also chose to declare yourself and wait for the Golden Age to come. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100,000 years have passed. The Golden Age has arrived. You have chosen to be born and started to take a high-profile route. You defeated Dao Hong, accepted a disciple, and wished the fire prosperous. You went to the Ji family to get the origin of time and the ice of the sky, and invited Gu Xian to fight, showing the great sage's cultivation. Using his cultivation to suppress and defeat him, it can be said that he really doesn't want Billion. Then, the next development is not much different from what you remember. The Enlightenment Tea Party was held as scheduled. You drank tea at the Enlightenment Tea Party and gained a deeper understanding of the Tao patterns of space. You think that if you come to the ancient Enlightenment Tea a few more times, maybe there is hope to understand the space pattern. Of course, this is based on the fact that your Piyuan Celestial I can also help you realize enlightenment. Otherwise, just relying on the ancient tea of enlightenment will also take a lot of time and drink for a long time. However, only Qin Yu of the Qin family can do such extravagant behavior. Other forces can't do it. They don't have the ancient tea tree of enlightenment and don't have that foundation. Next, you still made a deal at the Enlightenment Tea Party. However, because there is no need to obtain the fragmentary map of the Emperor's Sutra, you did not bully the unlucky guy who was number 98 on the Great Saint list by bullying the small ones. You just calmly exchanged Tian Hanbing and Qin Yu for some enlightenment. Ancient tea leaves. In this regard, Qin Yu is also very generous, saying that she can give it to you as long as you become allies with her. However, you chose to refuse and still insisted on making the deal. After all, for you, Qin Yu is still not of much help to you in this simulation and may still become your bait. For this reason, non-alignment is best. Once you form an alliance and betray your teammates, one time is enough. If you do more, you will feel that your bottom line may gradually disappear. This is something that is not allowed. Even if this is in a life simulation, it's the same. The next day, you went to the White Mist Forbidden Land as you remembered, using luck to open the secret realm and enter it. After you came in, you narrowed your eyes, feeling that the secret realm of this period was easier to deal with. If it was delayed until the fairy mansion was opened, it would be really difficult. At that time, even if you have the Piyuan Heavenly Eye, you may not be able to survive. After all, in that kind of place, under the calculations of black hands from all sides, whether you can survive does not depend on your own strength, but whether the other party wants you to survive, and whether you can be the lucky one. And even if you were very low-key in that simulation, there is a high probability that those old monsters have seen through it, and there is little hope of survival. Not to mention, if you were so high-profile this time, it is even more unlikely to survive, and you will be targeted. For this reason, You can only save your life in the immortal mansion by starting from this secret realm, entering in advance, and eradicating as many of its gang members as possible. Of course, your biggest purpose is to understand why defeating Gu Xian, who hides himself in advance, triggers this plot line. However, you did not intend to cause trouble directly this time. Instead, after saving Huang Yin and Huang Qing, a pair of pure-blood Phoenix sisters who may be of great help to you in combat, you began to practice in seclusion, intending to understand space Dao patterns maximize your combat power. As for whether they will be found by this group of black mist figures and the natives, and then be approached quietly, there is no need to worry about this. After all, now that you have the Piyuan Heavenly Eye, if the other party still wants to perform such an operation, it is impossible to use that shocking secret method to touch it. This is the subtlety of iSkills talents. Of course, not all iSkills talents are so powerful. If the level is low, it is still impossible to see through the amazing secret skills prepared by the masterminds behind the scenes. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. You have been sipping tea and enlightening, changing positions from time to time. Finally, you successfully comprehended the space Dao pattern and achieved the conditions for the space-time Dao pattern. You can further unleash the power of the space-time Dao body. This is due to the bitter tea of enlightenment, and also to the precipitation of so many simulations, especially the precipitation in the Tao Palace for more than 1,000 years, which is particularly important. That is, when you realize the space pattern, you were finally caught and surrounded. At this moment, in this secret realm, except for the three of you, all the geniuses were basically destroyed. They were captured alive by this group of people, and their origins were extracted. Soon, the natives, led by the black mist figure, set up a large formation, trying to trap you and kill you. In response to this, you sneered, opened the source-breaking eyes, and easily discerned the flaws of the large formation that had not yet been formed. You directly broke through it with force and led Huang Qing and Huang Yin to fight guerrilla warfare. With your current flexibility, as long as you are not trapped by the large formation, it is impossible for the opponent to use the numerical advantage to fight you. Even those black mist figures, unless they number more than 10 and are led by time and space bodies, will still be difficult to pose a threat to you. In fact, with your current combat power, even if you are 1 against 10, it is not a bad idea. For this reason, after beating and beating, most of these natives were tortured and killed by you without even touching your hair. This made the black mist figure very angry. The time and space body used secret methods at all costs to trap you and wanted to carry out an evil group beating on you. However, when faced with a gang fight of this group of people, you did not panic at all. You are no longer the same person as you were in the previous simulation. You are strong enough to face the siege of this group of people. Soon, you unleashed your terrifying magical powers of time and space, killing these people one by one. Even the figure of the Black Mist, who is also a member of the time and space body, could not stop you from killing these people. After killing these people, you faced the time and space body. This time, you had a duel with him. As a result, there is no suspense at all. Even if you don't use the Piyuan Heavenly Eye, the contemporary time and space that can suppress you and force you to rely on the desperate Saburo style, coupled with the 7-color talent and instant death attack, can kill it. The Taoist body was directly killed by your force, and he couldn't even make a decent counterattack. For a moment, you just feel how lonely it is to be invincible. You are too strong now. When Huang Yin and Huang Qing saw this scene, they admired you very much. Although they are simple as pure-blood phoenixes, they are still very proud and powerful. There is no doubt that your strength has conquered them and made them your little fans. Just when you were filled with emotion, your Piyuan Heavenly Eye suddenly saw a figure, and it was Gu Xian. This made you narrow your eyes and sneer, finally confirming that Gu Xian was also one of the masterminds. Although you don't know whether Gu Xian is one of the important chess pieces in those people's hearts, or whether he is the flag bearer, it is enough for you to know that he is on the other side. This means that your guess is not delusional, and you are not wrong at all in targeting him. Next, you rush towards Gu Xian without hesitation, intending to kill him. Gu Xian watched you rushing towards this side. Shrouded in black mist, his expression was calm, and his expression did not change at all, waiting for your arrival. Soon, you came not far from him, stared at him, and told Gu Xian to stop pretending. His disguise was of no use to your Piyuan heavenly eye. This made Gu Xian sigh, clear the black fog, and appear in front of you with your true appearance, signing that you are indeed an unexpected person, but it is really elusive. These words made you frown and make some guesses in your mind. You said coldly that Gu Xian knew what was going to happen in the future, so he had been making plans. However, your appearance as a butterfly caused chaos for them, so they wanted to get rid of you in advance, so they led you and other geniuses to this secret realm. Gu Xian's silence means that you are an elusive visitor from the heavens and know too many things. In other words, I don't know whether I should say that you have a big brain and accurate intuition, or that you also have the means to see the future. Here, Gu Xian reserved some words and did not say them out. You are testing him, and he is testing you. Listening to Gu Xian's words, you narrowed your eyes, finally getting some answers to the many doubts in your heart. Obviously, if he didn't disrupt the situation, Gu Xian, or the existence behind him, would have settled everything and was just waiting for the immortal mansion to be open to start harvesting. However, your appearance and using your cultivation to defeat Gu Xian, who was hiding his true identity, are obviously completely different from the future they know. For this reason, they became solemn and treated this with caution. They didn't want you to mess up their plan, so they took action in advance and planned to kill you as an uncertain factor. However, this also illustrates one thing. This means that the guy behind Gu Xian is not as scary as you think, and it is not a bunch of great emperors who are plotting and being the mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, why would Gu Xian use this method to trap you? Maybe he also has the idea of taking the other geniuses in one fell swoop, but this is still untenable. After all, this kind of thing can be done together after the immortal mansion is opened. If Gu Xian is really that strong behind you, not to mention that Emperor Tianyu is protecting you, even Emperor Tianyu will be surrounded and killed by them, and even the Tai Imperial Palace will be destroyed directly by them. For this reason, it can only mean that the power behind them is not too strong. They do not dare to expose certain things, do not dare to go too far, and are very worried about being noticed by other major forces and emperors. Next, you didn't say anything to Gu Xianduo, and a shocking battle broke out with him. I have to say that Gu Xian is indeed very strong and has hidden many trump cards. He was suppressed and defeated by your cultivation in the outside world because he did not want to expose too much. But Gu Xian is no longer your opponent after all. You have understood the dual patterns of time and space. Even if you don't use those talents, or even don't use the Piyuan Heavenly Eye, your combat power is not much weaker than Gu Xian. If you use those talents to assist in combat, Gu Xian will be easily suppressed by you. Not to mention, Gu Xian today is different from the previous simulation. At this point in time, there is still some distance before the opening of the Immortal Mansion. He has lost a lot of time to grow and is weaker than in the previous simulation. For this reason, as you became serious and no longer suppressed the use of talents, Gu Xian was easily defeated by you and died once. However, you know that Gu Xian has the means to resurrect, so you wait quietly. Soon, Gu Xian came back to life. You showed murderous intent and took action again without hesitation to kill him. Faced with such a dangerous situation, Gu Xian burst out laughing and said that he will die here today, but what awaits you will not be a good ending either. He is waiting for you below. You listened to Gu Xian's words, feeling awe-inspiring. Many thoughts flashed through your mind, and you burst out with a powerful attack, directly triggering the effect of the multiplayer, trying to kill Gu Xian powerfully. It was at this time that Gu Xian sacrificed something and activated it. The moment he activated this item, he was directly blasted by you and died completely. However, the props he activated also turned into strange rainbow light, trying to penetrate into your body. In response to this, you felt awe-inspiring and did not hesitate to use your strength to block it. At the same time, You also used your golden talent, damage and validation, to defend it. Relying on the short-term effect of golden talent damage nullification, you avoided the curse effect of this item, but you were also marked by it, and strange red patterns appeared on the back of your hand that were difficult to conceal. This makes you frown? Finally, the truth has been revealed. Gu Xian has a problem. The power behind him is not that strong, which is really a happy thing. However, Gu Xian, what is going on with him? Although I killed him with force this time, is something to be happy about, but his smile and words are really permeable. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and narrowed his eyes. If Gu Xuanrua is the mastermind and the master of these black mist figures, there seems to be no need for him to enter this secret realm. After all, this is an act that may expose oneself. Any cautious boss will not expose himself easily and put himself in danger. Moreover, the laughter and words were really unsettling. It was not like the reaction a boss should have before his death. Gu Xian also has a black mist. Could it be that he is just a member of the Black Mist Warriors, but his identity is more special and stronger than other Black Mist, including that time and space body? And that's it? If that's the case, then the mastermind behind the scenes is too scary. He can actually take a contemporary descendant of the Gu family as his subordinate? Can the Gu family agree to this? In this case, this is not as good as the mastermind you deduced before. It caused great conflicts. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and more doubts arose in his heart. If the opponent didn't even take the Chongqing Gu family seriously and dared to make the young master of the Gu family a subordinate and a chess piece, how could the opponent use this method to kill him and solve it directly and domineeringly? He could really kill Emperor Tianyu as well. After solving several questions, it seems that there are more and more mysteries. Wang Ping shook his head, feeling a little headache. Speaking of which, among the geniuses who entered the secret realm this time, I, Huang Yin, and Huang Qing survived. If I get out, I won't be regarded as the murderer. Wang Ping thought of this incident again, and his expression became serious. This is not impossible. After entering the secret realm, everyone else died, but he and Huang King Wanjian survived. This was something that was enough to shock the entire upper world. After all, there are too many Emperor-level forces and quasi-Emperor-level forces involved, and the sudden death of his descendant is enough to drive these forces crazy. For this reason, even if he is not wrong, he is likely to be targeted. Forget it, just take it one step at a time. At worst, you will die. Just simulate it again. Wang Ping let out a breath, calmed down, and then continued to stare at the screen. Next, you start to calculate the gold coins that Gu Xian and other geniuses broke out. I have to say that Gu Xian is worthy of being a member of the Gu family. He has many good things, and he can be said to be extremely rich. Although other geniuses also have extraordinary origins, and the good things they reveal are equally exciting, Gu Xian is much better than others. The top-grade divine source actually weighs 40 million kilograms, and the top-grade divine source also has hundreds of pounds, about 10,000 caddies. As for the miscellaneous treasures, medicines, equipment, and props, needless to say, they are dazzling. You must know that what the Black Abyss Demon Lord gave you originally was only 20 million kilograms of high-grade divine source and 500,000 kilograms of top-grade divine source. There are also not many other good things. The Black Abyss Demon Lord is a heavenly lord, the kind of top heavenly lord who can compete with Emperor Qingzhu at the Supreme Realm. However, his net worth is less than half of Gu Xian's, and the various rare treasures are also incomparable. This is simply not too outrageous. Although there may be a reason why the Black Abyss Demon Lord consumed a lot of resources, it also amazed Wang Ping. Do you think you are really too poor compared to this guy Gu Xian? Many other geniuses are not as good as you, so they're even worse. At this moment, Huang Qing and Huang Yin are also staring at these good things with shining eyes, almost drooling. Although they have a lot of quasi-emperor masters, their masters have never given them so many good things. Although there are all kinds of life-saving things, they have never seen so much money, which directly makes them become small money fans. In this regard, under the eyes of the two people, you cleaned up the things, classified them, and put them directly into your storage world. This made Huang Qing and Huang Yin a little greedy and reluctant to give up. They could only swallow their saliva and stop themselves from thinking too much. After all, this is your personal victory. Not only did they not help, but they were saved by you. Let alone sharing resources, what they should be thinking about is how to repay you. Next, you start discussing with Huang Yin and Huang Qing whether to continue to search for various indigenous tribes, loot them all before leaving, or to leave this secret realm directly. The rules of the secret realms that appear on the Tongxian continent are generally understood. Some will automatically kick people out when the time is up, while others will automatically close after a certain time. Once closed, you want to get out. We can only wait until the next time it is turned on. However, by that time, the monk who might have been trapped inside would have been dead. After all, it is not uncommon for a secret realm like that to be opened once every 100,000 years. 100,000 years is really too long. In this secret realm, because it is a secret realm that has never been seen before, is a secret realm used by Gu Xian and others to lay out. You are not sure which situation it is, or there is a third situation. For this reason, you cannot stay for a long time, so you should leave early. Wonderful. After making the decision, you start looking for the entrance. Soon after, you found the entrance and left this secret realm. When you came out, all the strong men present were staring at the three of you, their eyes flickering, as if they were thinking about something. As for the Quasi-Emperor in Tai Palace, he secretly sent a message to you, asking you if you encountered any dangers in the secret realm and what kind of gains you had. In this regard, you did not answer this question, but said with a solemn expression that this secret realm was a conspiracy. We will tell you what happened specifically after you go back. As soon as these words came out, the Quasi-Emperor of the Tai Imperial Palace also looked a little more serious. After nodding, he took you away from here. This scene was seen by other strong men, which made them all frown slightly, but they didn't think much about it. After all, they don't know if you have any huge gains, and there is no reason to intercept you. If you intercept it forcibly, you will really offend Tai Emperor Palace. The strong men present all have their own agendas and are not a united front. They will not break up with the Tai Imperial Palace because of this matter. As for Huang Qing and Huang Yin, they also want to leave, but these powerful men are a little bit ready to make a move. They want to invite Huang Yin and Huang Qing to their power as guests, and they also want to ask them what they experienced in the secret realm. However, before these old monsters could take action, dozens of Quasi-Emperor auras suddenly arrived here, causing many old monsters' expressions to change, and they quickly retracted their thoughts. They did not expect that Huang Yin and Huang Qing would be closely related to so many famous and vicious Quasi-Emperors. For this reason, Huang Qing and Huang Yin also left in a swaggering manner. These days, you still have to have someone to protect you. Otherwise, it will be really difficult to deal with this kind of situation. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and sighed again. Because he was the emperor's son of Tai Palace, no one dared to question him. As for Huang Qing and Huang Yin, it was also because they were protected by so many powerful quasi-emperors that these old monsters did not dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, the two of them will definitely be in trouble, and may even be in danger of their lives. After finishing his emotion, Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen. The next plot is the most critical, especially whether he lives or dies. After you returned to Tai Emperor Palace, you told what happened in the secret realm. However, because Emperor Tianyu was out, you did not tell the whole story in front of the Quasi-Emperor of the Tai Imperial Palace. You only said that you had a chance to escape by relying on your magical powers of time and space, instead of annihilating all the enemies. At the same time, you also said that you didn't know what happened to the other geniuses. You just said that you saw many scenes of geniuses being killed during your escape. However, even so, the most crucial part was revealed, which still made the Quasi-Emperor's face change drastically. After all, the impact of this incident is too great. If too many other geniuses die, and only a few survive, the forces behind the fallen heirs will definitely be furious. It is very likely that the life of the heirs will be implicated even if the murderer cannot be found. The forces coming down. Although there was a Qin family standing in the front before this, the situation was still very troublesome. In addition, the most critical point is that there is no emperor sitting in the Tai Imperial Palace today. Emperor Tianyu went out and never came back. If Emperor Tianyu is in the Tai Imperial Palace, he may be able to withstand the pressure. After all, you did nothing wrong and you only escaped with your life. If other forces make unreasonable troubles, then the Tai Imperial Palace can also criticize them. But the premise of all this is to have enough strength to back it up. Looking at the quasi-emperor whose expression changed greatly, you also knew that this trouble might be bigger than you imagined, and you couldn't help but feel a headache. After all, you haven't told the worst-case scenario yet. In today's secret realm, I'm afraid you, Huang Yin and Huang Qing, are the only ones who survive. In this case, it would be strange if these forces did not unite to cause trouble in the Tai Imperial Palace. Even if they don't hold up, they can still question him about what happened, and they can also question him about why he was the only one who survived. In addition, these forces can also send other geniuses in to check the situation. If he knew that both the strong natives and the geniuses were all dead, then he would really have no choice but to jump into the Yellow River to escape. After all, he was the only one who survived with 2 pure-blood phoenixes. It was strange that others were not suspicious when all the others died. Wang Ping really doubts whether Emperor Tianyu can hold on this time. There is no way. There are too many forces and powerful people involved this time. Thinking of this, you can't help but ask the quasi-emperor, what exactly did Emperor Tianyu do and why he hasn't returned yet? Regarding the different performances of Emperor Tianyu in the simulation, Wang Ping had made various calculations and attributed them to the butterfly effect. After all, even if he controls the uncertain factors, he cannot completely control them. There will definitely be differences. The big plots may be the same, but it's normal for some unimportant minor plots to be different. Hearing your inquiry, the quasi-emperor shook his head to express that he did not know. Emperor Tianyu always comes and goes without a trace, and no one knows what he will do. It should be said that all great emperors are like this, acting unpredictable. This answer makes you quite disappointed. You can only ask the quasi-emperor if he can contact Emperor Tianyu. In this regard, the quasi-emperor pondered slightly and said that it is possible, but if Emperor Tianyu is exploring some forbidden areas or practicing somewhere, it would not be good to contact him rashly, and it may affect Emperor Tianyu. After a pause, the quasi-emperor smiled bitterly again, saying that it was now the time and it seemed that he could only contact Emperor Tianyu. Otherwise, the quasi-emperors, would not be able to maintain their appearance. There is no way. The trouble this time is really too big. You are not surprised by the quasi-emperor's answer. It would be a strange thing if there was no way to contact Emperor Tianyu under special circumstances. The only thing you are worried about is whether Emperor Tianyu can withstand the pressure this time. Otherwise, you may get G again this time. It's just that what happened next made you silent. Because the quasi-emperor of the Tai Imperial Palace opened a meeting and tried to contact Emperor Tianyu, but found that Emperor Tianyu had lost contact and could not contact him at all. This situation is undoubtedly very bad and very strange. After all, the method of contacting the Great Emperor is still useful even in the 10 forbidden areas, and there is no way to be unable to contact him. This also means that Emperor Tianyu has either fallen or is in a situation where he cannot recover. Whether he died or was in a situation where he could not recover, it was a very bad situation. After all, a situation that makes the emperor unable to recover is no better than falling. Without Emperor Tianyu sitting in charge, the atmosphere in the Tai Imperial Palace seems a bit heavy when thinking of the huge pressure they are about to face. And you also knew the news, and you also fell silent, feeling very helpless. At this time, you feel that your initial guess may be true. Emperor Tianyu has not returned. Maybe something really happened, but you don't know why. You think you won't be able to get the answer to this mystery in this simulation. You can only wait until Emperor Tianyu leaves during the next simulation and ask him about his next trip. As for why Emperor Tianyu did not leave during one simulation, you think it might be because you took out the fragmentary diagram of the Dark Time Emperor Sutra and the Sky Devouring Emperor Sutra. Because he wants to help you get the Sky Devouring Emperor Sutra and the Dark Time Emperor Sutra so that you can grow better and then go about your own business. This explanation is very reasonable. After all, in the subsequent simulation, because you have already obtained the Sky Devouring Emperor Sutra and know the situation of the Dark Time Emperor Sutra, you have no intention of showing the residual map because there is no need for Emperor Tianyu to help you find it. Even later, Emperor Tianyu could see that you had obtained 2 Emperor Scriptures yourself and lamented your amazing luck, so there was no need to help you search for them. In other words, after you first joined Tai Emperor Palace and showed your talent, you actually saved Emperor Tianyu once. To be precise, it might have caused him to have an accident a little later. Maybe, regardless of your presence or not, something will happen to Emperor Tianyu. It's just a matter of time. Next, you're going to wait and see how the powerful people from the Tai Emperor Palace will arrange it. If they make good arrangements and can solve the problem, you can choose to stay. However, if they can't arrange it properly and solve the trouble, you have an idea in mind. You plan to leave early, so as not to cause trouble to Tai Imperial Palace. If the Tai Emperor's Palace is robbed because of you, you will feel guilty and leave behind inner demons. Although this is just a simulation, you don't want to harm the forces that are kind to you. Thinking of this, you laughed at yourself again, feeling that you were such a bad luck star that something would happen wherever you went. You used to complain that Yi Chun was a lone star in the sky, but now you feel that you are more suitable for this title than Yi Chun. Of course, this is true in simulation. In reality, Wang Ping seems to you to be quite normal and does not deceive the people around you. Next, the quasi-emperors of the Tai Imperial Palace began to argue, began to think about countermeasures, and arranged backup plans, taking many situations into consideration. As the first emperor of Tai Palace, you naturally know that the situation is not good. Because there is not much time left for you, if you continue to delay for a while, when those powerful people find that no one comes out of the secret realm, or the entrance to the secret realm is directly closed, then other forces should also react. Sure enough, a month later, some forces faintly noticed something was wrong. The entrance to the secret realm was not closed, but no one came out. To this end, they found new talents who were qualified to enter and investigate the situation. Finally, the matter was exposed, and many old monsters all had stiff expressions and were extremely angry. They first attacked the strong men of the Qin family and asked if the Qin family knew the situation, intending to trap and kill all the geniuses. In this regard, the strong men of the Qin family felt aggrieved and said that they really didn't know about this. After they unexpectedly found this secret realm, if they had not had to gather the luck of the geniuses, they would definitely take it all for themselves, instead of gathering the geniuses with great fanfare to hold an enlightenment tea party. Not to mention, their Qin family's Qin Yu also died among them. Would they do such a stupid thing to trap and kill the daughter of their own emperor? After hearing this, everyone was silent, feeling that what the strong man of the Qin family said made sense. However, these powerful men still snorted coldly, indicating that this matter was not over, and then left one after another. This kind of thing involves too much, and they must go back and invite someone with more status and strength. Even the emperor is a must. After all, in the Golden Age, the death of their designated successor has affected the battle for immortality. Although they could continue to cultivate a genius, it would take too long. Moreover, geniuses of that level are not so easy to find. It is estimated that they can only cultivate the next level. Seeing everyone leaving, the strong man of the Qin family also looked heavy and ugly. He did not dare to delay and quickly returned to the Qin family to report the matter. During this process, all the forces thought of you and the existence of Huang King Wanjian, and all of them planned to come to question you. However, these forces also planned to come to denounce the Qin family before that and ask the Qin family to give an explanation. For a moment, the entire Tongxian continent was shaken. Many monks were shocked to find that in a short period of time, More than 10 emperors' auras erupted. Then, the emperor arrived in person and led a terrifying army to press against the Qin family. In fact, even some forces second only to the emperor-level forces no longer feared the Qin family at this time. There were also quasi-emperor ancestors who led armies to press against the Qin family and were bold enough to get a piece of the pie. This scene made many powerful people bewildered, some wondering whether these forces had joined forces to destroy the Chongqing Qin family. The old monsters in the Tai Imperial Palace naturally knew about this matter, and their expressions were extremely solemn. They were watching the development of the situation and had already prepared for the worst. And you also found Yu Daohong inside, saying that the future of Tai Imperial Palace will be left to you, which made Yu Daohong feel heavy. He has never been to the secret realm, but as the biological son of Emperor Tianyu, he naturally knows the causes and consequences. At this time, he did not suspect that you were planning to escape, but he guessed that you wanted to leave the Tai Imperial Palace, cut off the relationship, and prevent the Tai Imperial Palace from being affected. It can be said that what you do is seeking your own death. Next, after you have a drink with Yu Daohong, instruct him to take care of your disciples, and then say goodbye to Yu Daohong. Then, you chose to leave Tai Emperor Palace. However, before you could leave, you were stopped by the quasi-emperor of Tai Palace. He said with a serious expression that the Tai Imperial Palace would not abandon any of the emperor's sons, and they would not do such a shameful thing. If such a thing could be done at will, the Tai Imperial Palace would not be as cohesive as it is today, and 5 great emperors would be born. Listening to Emperor Quasi's words, you were moved, but you still shook your head, deliberately expressing the hope that Emperor Quasi would let you go. You didn't want to live and die with the Tai Imperial Palace. If you left the Tai Imperial Palace, there was still a way to survive. If you stay here, everyone will die. Hearing your words, the Emperor Zhuan sighed, knowing that you had made up his mind, and he didn't know whether to tie you up to prevent you from doing something stupid. Seeing that Emperor Quan hesitated, you left and walked towards a layman. This made Emperor Quan come back to his senses and wanted to stop you. However, another quasi-emperor appeared, expressing with complicated emotions that the current Tai Imperial Palace is indeed unable to protect you well, and letting you leave may be the best choice. You have the remaining incarnation of Emperor Tianyu in your body. If you leave early, you may really have a way to survive. These words made many quasi-emperors fall silent. They all clenched their fists and felt powerless for the first time. In this world, strength is king after all. Even the Tai Palace, which gave birth to 5 great emperors, eventually came to a lonely day. It can only be said that no force can last forever. The next thing they have to consider may be to deal with various bad situations after Emperor Tianyu's accident at any time. It can be said that it is the most dangerous moment. Even if those forces don't come to the door because of this matter, once the fall of Emperor Tianyu is confirmed, there will definitely be terrifying and powerful people who take action against Tai Imperial Palace. After all, the Tai Imperial Palace has existed for so many years. It is impossible that some forces and powerful people have not been offended, and it is also impossible that some forces have not been destroyed. In the past, these forces and powerful people did not dare to make mistakes because the Tai Imperial Palace had always been strong and had the emperor sitting in charge. Now, without the great emperor in the Tai Imperial Palace, these beings will definitely be ready to move and then pounce on them and take a bite. In addition, Tai Imperial Palace also has to guard against other forces on the surface. These forces may also pounce and take a bite. When you left the Tai Emperor's palace, the Qin family was also in a state of turmoil, and all the children of the Qin family were extremely frightened. The Chongqing Qin family has few members, but one of them is very powerful. But no matter how strong they are, they have their limits. One-on-one, they may be stronger than the strong ones from other forces, but now the number of intruders is hundreds or thousands of times theirs, and they will fight with their heads. Even the great emperor of the Qin family looked extremely serious when facing so many great emperors. At this moment, the majesty of the emperor is secondary. He could only find a way to put down his face and stabilize this group of strong men. Otherwise, the Qin family would be destroyed today, and he, the great emperor, would also perish here. Soon, the two sides started negotiations. In this negotiation, the Qin family has no room for bargaining. Other forces knew that the Qin family could not be the mastermind of plotting against the heirs of many forces. The Qin family was not so stupid as to use such low-level tactics, even to the point of killing the emperor's daughter of his own family. However, I know that the Enlightenment Tea Party was initiated by the Qin family, and the Qin family took the lead in exploring the secret realm. The Qin family must take responsibility and bear the anger of many forces. If they do not give enough benefits, they really dare to destroy Qin. Share it. With so many forces taking action together, each force can easily destroy the Qin family without paying any price. Who would choose to just watch? In the end, the emperor of the Qin family paid a heavy price after negotiating with many forces. Most of the Qin family's treasure house was emptied out. Even the two ancient tea trees of enlightenment were dug away, and the Qin family's industry was also lost. It can be said that after today, the Qin family may not change much in a short period of time, but as time goes by, it will definitely become the weakest emperor-level force. After all, not having enough high-end resources would be a fatal blow to maintaining the operation of the Qin family and cultivating future generations, especially after the death of the Qin family emperor. If the Qin family has no successor, the Qin family will be really doomed and may follow in the footsteps of the Taoist palace. As the Qin family chose to cut off their tails to survive, the children of the Qin family felt aggrieved when they looked at the various major forces leaving in great numbers. The great emperor of the Qin family also had a gloomy expression and murderous intent in his eyes. He hated the mastermind who dared to harm his Qin family this time and wanted to dig him out and destroy him completely. Seeing the Qin family in such misery, many of the powerful people paying attention were silent. In this world, even the emperor feels aggrieved, which is really heartbreaking. Sure enough, if you want to truly transcend the rules, you can only become an immortal. Only when you become an immortal can you be invincible and no one dares to offend you. Next, some monks were surprised to find that after these powerful forces suppressed the Qin family and forced the immortal Qin family to cut off their tails in order to survive, they actually moved towards the Tai imperial palace again. This has surprised many forces. They don't know what happened during this period of time to make all the major forces so aggressive. They just unite to attack the Qin family, but they actually want to attack the Tai imperial palace again. The powerful men in the Tai imperial palace saw that the armies of these forces were really coming towards the Tai imperial palace, and all of them had solemn expressions. However, before that, they had already carried out the inheritance fire plan. Even if something happened to the Tai imperial palace, there was no need to worry about complete extinction. After all, we have reached this point. Although I have some evidence, at this time the key is not to find out the truth. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and frowned. None of the old monsters from these forces are fools, and they also know who is plotting against them and these geniuses. Even Wang Ping did not destroy the bodies of those black fog figures in the secret realm. In other words, they must have found out that these black fog figures and the natives attacked the geniuses. As for who is behind the scenes, we still need to find out. However, searching for the truth can be done later. This is the default thing. Now, what they want to do is to seize this golden opportunity and annex the resources of the Qin family and the Tai imperial palace. After all, whether it is the Qin family's ancient tea tree of enlightenment or other treasures, or some of the treasures of the Tai emperor's palace, they are all things that other forces are very coveted. If it were in the past, naturally no force would start a war with other emperor-level forces so easily. Especially going to war with emperor-level forces with profound foundations such as the Chongqing Qin family and Tai imperial palace is even more impossible. There are too many worries. But it's different now. This time, the Qin family has suffered a big loss. They can also use the excuse of collaborating to stand on the moral high ground and force the Tai Palace to hand over the first emperor's son to search for his soul. In this way, not only can we learn more about what happened in the secret realm, but we can also directly destroy the emperor's son in Tai Palace, which can be regarded as eliminating a threat. Our genius is gone, and you, the only one who survives, must also be gone, so that everyone is fair. As for the two pure-blooded phoenixes and those vicious quasi-emperors, we will talk about it later. They are not an emperor-level force, and there is really little money to be made. Although this kind of behavior is a bit shameful, instead of immediately finding out the mastermind behind the scenes and solving it, he instead targets two forces who are also being calculated, but it is so shameless. At the time when the Immortal Sect is about to open, it weakens the two very powerful forces. It is very necessary for powerful imperial forces to use their resources to strengthen themselves. As long as you can become an immortal, whatever you do is worth it. Of course, not all emperors think so. Wang Ping let out another breath and muttered to himself. On the Tongxian continent, there are dozens of great emperors. Now, there are only 11 or 2 great emperors taking action. As for those forces that dare to take action against the Qin family, they are most likely affiliated with the imperial-level forces. Otherwise, they would not have the guts. In other words, the other emperors did not take action and did not bother to do such a thing. They were obviously investigating the mastermind behind the incident and did not want to affect innocent people. Of course, there is no need for them to stop these forces, which is a thankless act. Perhaps, among these emperors who take action, there are also problems, and there are also some who fish in troubled waters. Wang Ping groped his chin and came to a conclusion. Then he continued to stare at the screen, watching the text simulation. As these forces descended on the Tai Imperial Palace, the palace-protecting array of the Tai Imperial Palace was truly activated, ready to resist attacks at any time. Although this behavior is in vain, no matter how strong the Imperial formation is, it cannot block the Emperor's attack. Not to mention, so many great emperors came together this time. Next, an old emperor took a step forward and spoke coldly, asking Emperor Tianyu to come out and explain to all parties why you, Huang Qing and Huang Yin, were the only ones to survive this trip to the secret realm. Faced with the order of the elderly emperor, a quasi-emperor Zhaoqian ancestor from the Tai Emperor's palace stood up, looked at the elderly emperor, and said that in that secret realm, not even many life-saving means could be used, not even the incarnation of the emperor could be used. The activation was undoubtedly planned by the mastermind behind the scenes. Since everyone is being plotted, why bother Tai Emperor Palace? The old emperor snorted coldly, saying that all our emperors are dead, but your emperor in the Tai Palace has survived. This is obviously a problem. Maybe you have colluded with the mastermind behind the scenes. The quasi-emperor Zhaoqian patriarch of the Tai Imperial Palace was silent, knowing that it would be impossible to be kind today without paying a huge price. In addition, if this group of people knew that something happened to Emperor Tianyu, the entire Tai Imperial Palace might be ruined. While the quasi-emperor Zhaoqian patriarch of the Tai Imperial Palace was silent, an incarnation appeared above the Tai Imperial Palace, taking you with him and scanning the many monks with an indifferent expression. This incarnation is clearly the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu. After the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu came out, the morale of Tai Imperial Palace became calmer. However, the ancestors of the Tai Imperial Palace are all looking at you, knowing that you may have to sacrifice yourself. The incarnation of Emperor Tianyu glanced at the many monks indifferently. His gaze was so intense that many of the monks under the emperor almost exploded to death. If the emperor had not taken action, they might really have died. Seeing Emperor Tianyu's attitude, the old emperor snorted coldly, saying that Emperor Tianyu was really brave. At this moment, instead of coming in person, he actually appeared in an avatar, and he even dared to take action against their people. The incarnation of Emperor Tianyu looked indifferently at the old emperor, indicating that he was guilty of the Tai Emperor's crime, and how qualified are you to allow him to come in his true form? These words made the old emperor furious and felt that he was underestimated by Emperor Tianyu. For this reason, He took action with anger and blasted at the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu. In response, the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu snorted coldly and attacked directly, confronting the old emperor. In an instant, the terrifying forces collided with each other, and the result shocked many powerful people. Because the collision between the two sides was won by the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu, the old emperor was directly hit and cracks appeared on his body. Although he recovered in an instant, everyone could see that he was at a disadvantage. This also made the old emperor look ugly. Obviously, whether it was him or others, they underestimated Emperor Tianyu. Although he was old and his combat power was not at the peak, he was just an ordinary emperor who had no special physique and was lucky to achieve enlightenment. But he was an emperor after all. It was difficult for an emperor to injure him with an incarnation. However, the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu did this, which was enough to show how powerful Emperor Tianyu's body was. Thinking of this, whether it is the old emperor or the other emperors, their faces are a little solemn, and they're a little afraid of Emperor Tianyu. This Emperor Tianyu is really too low-key. Originally thought that he was the most ordinary one among the 5 emperors born in Tai Imperial Palace, but now it seems that they thought too much. This strength is probably second only to Emperor Tai. The incarnation of Emperor Tianyu looked at the other emperors coldly, and said coldly that if you want to know the truth, I, the disciple of Emperor Tianyu, can say it, but if you come to the door with this method, don't blame him for revenge at all costs in the future. This tough attitude makes people doubt whether this is the emperor's real body or an incarnation. It is really too domineering. When you see this scene, you are also full of emotion. Emperor Tianyu is still so domineering, and it also gives people enough sense of security. It's a pity that I don't know where the body of Emperor Tianyu has gone and what kind of danger he is in. While you were sighing, the words of Emperor Tianyu also made the other emperors present narrow their eyes. Emperor Tianyu was so strong that it was a bit beyond their expectations. If an emperor really retaliated at all costs, it would be too dangerous, which made them hesitate a little. After all, the possibility that Tai Imperial Palace was the mastermind behind the scenes was indeed very low. Their purpose of coming here was just to suppress Tai Imperial Palace and gain enough resources. At this moment, Emperor Qin looked at this scene in silence and sighed that he was inferior. The Chongqing Qin family had been comfortable for too long. He, the Emperor Qin, was also old and had too many concerns. He did not have the courage of the past. If he was like Emperor Tianyu, hiding his body first, and then appearing as an incarnation, holding a tough attitude of fighting to the death after the clan was destroyed, there might be a different ending. However, Emperor Qin finally laughed at himself. At this point, there was nothing to say. Everything was too late. He is really old, not as arrogant and overbearing as he was when he was young. All he wants to do is to continue the Qin family and hope to help the Qin family cultivate a new emperor in his lifetime. Originally, the Qin family had 2 hopes. Now that Qinyu has fallen, one of them has been destroyed. They can no longer take risks. If they take risks, the Qin family will really be destroyed and everything will be over. Although he can hide in the source of darkness, the source of darkness is not so easy to hide. After entering, only a few emperors can remain completely rational after coming out, and they have to devour a large number of living beings. Once he becomes like that, the Qin family may still be cleared out, and he may also be killed by other emperors. For this reason, unless it is a one-time event, or because of his indifferent personality or no worries, no strong person will casually go deep into the source of darkness, which will do more harm than good. When the Qin family emperor was full of emotion, and the 2 sides confronted each other, an emperor stood up. He was Feng Xian Emperor, the emperor who killed the previous generation of the devouring immortal demon body. He stared at the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu and calmly said something that surprised the emperors present. Emperor Fengxin said that they didn't need to care about Emperor Tianyu's threats. Even if Emperor Tianyu really hid to retaliate against them and the forces behind them, it would not be of much use, because he had a way to find Emperor Tianyu's location and lock his location. As long as he was found and killed, he would be able to eliminate the trouble forever. As soon as these words came out, you were shocked, and the minds of other emperors also became active. If Emperor Fengxian really had such means, then they could do it directly, completely destroy the Tai Imperial Palace, slaughter Emperor Tianyu, and then divide the resources of the Tai Imperial Palace. Those who participated in this war were basically forces that had a great grudge against the Qin family and the Tai Imperial Palace. Although there were also emperors like Emperor Fengxian who did not have such a big grudge, but participated in the troubled waters without knowing the purpose. But that didn't matter. If they could really completely destroy the Tai Imperial Palace and Emperor Tianyu, they would really dare to do it. Seeing the situation was not good, the faces of the people in Tai Imperial Palace changed, and the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu also sank. As for you, you also stared at Emperor Fengxian deeply, thinking that there must be something wrong with this guy. Then, you stood up. Although you knew that the next words were useless, you still said that you had left Tai Imperial Palace and hoped that the seniors would not target Tai Imperial Palace anymore. This made everyone shake their heads and think that you were too naive. However, many monks are still very surprised. They think that you, the Emperor's son, are very courageous. You dare to come forward on such an occasion and say such words, intending to sacrifice yourself to protect the Tai Imperial Palace. Next, under everyone's surprised eyes, you spoke again. You said that the seniors just want evidence. If this is the case, then you should provide some evidence to let all the forces in the upper world know who is behind the scenes. Then, you took out Gu Xian's body directly from the storage world. As Gu Xian's body appeared, the monks paying attention were shocked. They did not expect that Gu Xian, who was known as the most talented person in the Tongxian continent, had also fallen. This was simply too tragic. A man who was destined to become a great emperor and had the potential to become an immortal had just fallen. In this regard, many monks are a little bit sad. They feel that cultivation is really cruel. No matter how high the talent is, there are too many unexpected factors in cultivation. Even the most evil person may fall midway. The level of talent does not represent the future. Regardless of the level of achievement, the one standing at the end is the winner. The monks and monks present are not fools, especially the great emperors and quasi-emperors. After seeing the corpse, their expressions instantly became gloomy, and they thought of many things. For this reason, they stared in the direction of the Changshen Gu family, each one filled with murderous intent. They knew very well that Gu Xian of the Changshen Gu family had not entered the secret realm. It was rumored that he had gone into seclusion in order to understand the Taoist patterns. As a result, Gu Xian appeared in the secret realm. The problem was too big. It meant that there was a problem with the Gu family, and the Gu family was probably the real mastermind. They have always been very wary of the mysterious Changshen Gu family. However, the Gu family's daring to do such a thing has undoubtedly offended all the major forces in Tongxian continent. Naturally, they no longer need to be afraid of the Changshen Gu family. They can knock on the door together, ask for an explanation, and find out the details of the Changshen Gu family. Seeing the change in the atmosphere, you let out a breath, feeling that the situation had finally stabilized. However, at this moment, Emperor Feng Xian spoke up again, asking how you escaped. I hope you will explain everything clearly and restore the truth. Since it is the Changshen Gu family who is scheming, they must have many backups. These calculations caused the fall of other geniuses. How did you kill all the enemies and escape unscathed with two pure-blooded phoenixes that had not yet grown up? Faced with Emperor Feng Xian's inquiry, you secretly cursed Emperor Feng Xian. You felt that this guy really liked to make trouble, and you were even more convinced that there was something wrong with him. However, although you secretly cursed Emperor Fengxian in your heart, there was no change in your expression on the surface. You just took a step calmly, showing half a step of supreme cultivation and dual time and space patterns. This shocked the strong men who could not see your cultivation. They did not expect that you were hiding so deeply and that you had already reached the half-step supreme level. Then, They remembered the scene where you defeated Gu Xian with your great sage cultivation, and they couldn't help but look at you with subtle eyes. This is a proper way to bully a small one with a big one. Don't use billion. Great Emperor Feng Xin looked at the dual time and space patterns you revealed. He was not surprised. He just calmly said the words that were not enough. You were expressionless, once again showing a trump card. If you can't show your talent, then you can only show Piyuan Tianpu. Although you think that showing this talent may cause this group of people to have an overreaction, at this point, there is nothing you can do. When you showed the Piyuan Tianpu, everyone was shocked. Even the emperor was surprised. There is no way the talent you have shown is really terrifying, with the addition of the Piyuan heavenly eye outside the body of the time and space Tao. With such a talent, even Gu Xian, who has immortal bones and the blood of 2 emperors, is completely unable to compare with you. There is no doubt that regardless of the visitors from the heavens, you are the most evil genius that has ever appeared in the upper world. No one can compare with you throughout the ages. For a time, many great emperors had complicated moods. They felt that you were too evil, but it was a pity that you were not their disciple. At this moment, many great emperors were quite envious of Emperor Tianyu. Next, you directly displayed your memory image with magical powers. You entered the secret realm, encountered an attack, rescued Huang Yin and Huang Qing, practiced in seclusion, understood the Tao patterns, improved your strength, were surrounded and killed, fought back, fought fiercely with Gu Xian, and killed him. The process was very clear. Of course, you still deliberately concealed it. Went to both sides for part of the conversation. After taking out the evidence, you showed no fear and glanced at the emperors. Your eyes rested on Emperor Feng Xin. You proudly expressed that you had enough strength to lead Huang Qing and Huang Yin to kill the enemy, break out of the encirclement, and leave. Secret realm. What else can seniors say? Great Emperor Feng Xin was speechless when you questioned him. Indeed, with what you have shown, you do have the strength to kill everything. No one of your generation is your opponent, and you don't need to make any calculations. Not to mention, your memory picture is also evidence. For a moment, the invading emperor was in a dilemma. After all, although everyone knows that the Qin family is most likely innocent and cannot be the Qin family's scheming, since it is the Qin family who leads many geniuses into the secret realm, they have to bear the responsibility and cannot really get rid of suspicion. It is reasonable for them to oppress the Qin family. However, now you have produced evidence that Gu Xian is suspicious and the Gu family is suspicious, plus your strength is enough to prove your innocence. If they continue to oppress, they will really make all the monks in the upper world laugh. In addition, without the strength to truly override everything, basic rules still need to be followed, otherwise how will other forces treat them in the future? By then, their situation will become more delicate. When the atmosphere was a little depressing, a slightly weird laughter appeared, causing many monks to look over. Then, you saw a person wearing a star mask appear on the field and said a word playfully. This sentence means that since the Emperor's son of Tai Imperial Palace has been proven innocent, if you still take action against Tai Imperial Palace, it means that there are ghosts among you, perhaps related to the Gu family, and want to take the lead in attacking and clean up the trouble. Getting rid of suspicion also weakens some forces that hinder your plans. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the emperors present sank. They don't dare to accept this shit basin. Moreover, the appearance of one of the 9 stars doesn't mean that some people from the 9-star pavilion are also involved and stand on the side of the Tai Emperor Palace. This is something they didn't expect. And you looking at the masked man are a little suspicious that this guy is the Dark Star Great Sage. Otherwise, it seems that Jiuxing Pavilion has no need to help you. Only the Dark Star Great Sage invited you to join Jiuxing Pavilion during the Dharma ending period and wanted to take you somewhere in Jiuxing Pavilion. This situation is really scary. More and more powerful people are involved. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and sighed in his heart. However, there is nothing we can do about it. To kill so many talented people at once is completely shocking. However, The Dark Star Great Sage also appeared and chose to help him, which was surprising. I just don't know what the purpose of Jiuxing Pavilion is and what its position is in the upper world. However, no matter what the situation is in Jiuxing Pavilion, there is a high probability that Jiuxing Pavilion's background is worthy of the longevity of the Gu family. Immediately, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and continued to stare at the screen, wanting to see the ending. As the man in the star mask came on the stage to speak, the situation changed subtly, and everyone was extremely nervous. It was at this moment that another emperor stood up. This great emperor was clearly the great emperor of the Qin family. He expressed expressionlessly that since there was a problem with the Gu family, the Tai imperial palace was innocent, and the Qin family had also been plotted against. Why don't you all go to the Chongqing Gu family to ask for an explanation and fight among themselves? Do you mean you want the mastermind behind the scenes to see the joke? As the emperor of the Qin family spoke, the emperors who were watching from the side stood up one by one. Their attitude was very clear. They also wanted to go to the Chongqing Gu family to ask for an explanation. The changes in the situation caused the expressions of Emperor Defengxin and other powerful men to soften in an instant. He smiled, indicating that they had lost their minds because of the death of the successor, which led to many misunderstandings. Otherwise, they would not have. I hope Emperor Tianyu and Emperor Qin will forgive me for doing such a stupid thing. Hearing this, you secretly scolded this group of people for being shameless, even more shameless than you. Your face changed faster than you could turn the page of a book. However, you are also relieved. I thought it would be difficult to have a good ending, but I didn't expect that I managed to get through it successfully. It can only be said that the tough attitude of the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu and the appearance of Dark Star Great Sage are really important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many scruples and would take action directly. Next, under the leadership of the great emperors, countless powerful men marched towards the Gu family of Chongqing, hoping to ask for an explanation from the Gu family and find out the truth and reality of the Gu family. If the Gu family is not as powerful as they imagined, then they will directly attack the Gu family and make the Gu family pay the due price. At the same time, the Gu family's heritage will also belong to them. Is the secret of the Chongqing Gu family finally revealed? Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation, his eyes flickering. If the Gu family was not so powerful, the Gu family would really be wiped out. The anger of so many great emperors is not easy to bear. Whether they are fishing in troubled waters or really coming for revenge, the Gu family must compete with these emperors. Otherwise, the Gu family will not even be qualified to negotiate. However, I always feel that it won't go that smoothly. Wang Ping frowned, having a bad feeling. Although his intuition is not completely accurate, and there are many times when it is wrong, there are also times when it is very accurate. For this reason, Wang Ping feels that the next development may be unexpected. While Wang Ping was deep in thought, the simulation continued. Many powerful people have been awarded the title of Immortal Gu family, which has attracted the attention of many monks. Today's melons were so big that they couldn't finish them. They couldn't finish them at all. It can be said that today has completely changed. Soon, the emperor scolded the Chongqing Gu family and asked the Chongqing Gu family to give them an explanation. Facing the emperor's scolding, someone from the Chongqing Gu family walked out. He is also a great emperor that many monks have never seen before, but his power as an emperor is greater than that of most great emperors. However, in the past, other great emperors might have been very wary of the Gu family emperor, but today there are dozens of great emperors coming together. Even if the Gu family emperor is powerful, he cannot be their opponent. For this reason, the great emperors still showed murderous intent and asked the Gu family why they wanted to plot against their heirs. If they don't give an answer that satisfies everyone today, they will destroy the Gu family. The emperor of the Gu family glanced at everyone. His face was calm, and he was not afraid at all. He just said lightly that Gu Xian was his son. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned, frowning and staring at the Gu family emperor. As for you, the same is true. The Gu family emperor was so arrogant that he dared to show up on such an occasion and said these words calmly, without fear of the furious emperors directly shooting him to death. While you have many thoughts in your mind, the emperor of the Gu family calmly said that this matter has nothing to do with the Gu family. There is a high probability that his son Gu Xian was also plotted against. For this reason, the Gu family is also looking for the person behind the scenes and wants to kill him. As soon as these words came out, all the great emperors looked at each other coldly and did not believe what the great emperor of the Gu family said. If the young master of the Gu family could be plotted so easily, it would be too false. After all, who can easily plot against the young master of the Gu family, and even make the young master of the Gu family become his subordinate quietly? This is really ridiculous. If the other party has this ability, there is no need to be so calculating. Facing the doubts of many monks, the Gu family emperor calmly stated that they would find the truth about this matter and hoped that everyone would leave. If you don't want to leave and want to take action against the Gu family, you can try it. Seeing that the emperor of the Gu family was so tough and domineering, everyone frowned and thought about whether the emperor of the Gu family was true or false. Nowadays, there are too many fogs. If even the Gu family is not the mastermind, then who is the mastermind and has such great ability? However, if you think about it carefully, you will find that the Gu family's action of turning Gu Xian into a black mist figure and putting him in danger is indeed a bit unbelievable, and it does not seem like something a normal father would do. However, you don't understand who has the ability to count everyone. After thinking about it, you suddenly feel that the only ones who can do such a thing seem to be forces from the heavens. Only this kind of force can do this kind of thing by relying on special abilities or props obtained from the paradise of all heavens. Or perhaps, the man behind the scenes himself comes from another world and has special abilities that are not inferior to the golden fingers optimized in the chat group. If this is the case, it seems to explain why he has the ability to conquer so many proud people. It seems that even Gu Xian has been conquered by him. While you were brainstorming, an emperor angrily denounced the Gu family. He felt that the Gu family emperor was a bunch of nonsense. He began to ask fellow Taoists to take action together and destroy the Gu family first. Then the truth will naturally be revealed. Hearing this, many great emperors had cold eyes and were ready to take action. After all, it was too suspicious for Gu Xian to appear in the secret realm. In addition, it was impossible for them to believe the Gu family's words. If you want to prove your innocence, you must have evidence. It was obvious that the Gu family had no intention of producing evidence, and it could be said that they could not produce it. Under such circumstances, they naturally have to be tough to the end. No matter what, the Gu family must pay the price. Their purpose is not only to question the guilt and find out the truth, but also to find out the details of the Gu family. With the pressure from the emperor, the expression of the emperor of the Gu family became slightly more solemn, but his face was still very calm, and he said in a deep voice, "Since all the fellow Taoists are going to attack my Gu family indiscriminately, then all the fellow Taoists will fall. At this point, it's no wonder that I care about my family." While saying this, the Gu family emperor did not look at the other emperors, but looked in the direction of the immortal mansion. This scene made some people feel awe-inspiring and have an unknown premonition in their hearts. At this moment, a terrifying aura appeared. It was an aura that was beyond the level of an emperor. I don't know if it was an immortal or someone in the Gu family had become an immortal. With the appearance of this terrifying aura, even the emperor present's face changed. His expressions were shocked, frightened, and ecstatic. The expressions were extremely complex. You too were very shocked, staring at the Gu family emperor, completely unaware that the Gu family actually had an immortal sitting in charge. The promised immortals were only in legends, and there were no immortals in the world. However, it turned out that there seemed to be immortals in the Gu family, which was always a bit too shocking. Is the Gu family hidden so deeply? Are there immortals? It should be said that they are worthy of being an immortal family that can survive from the last era to the present. Its background is really too terrifying. Wang Ping was also very shocked when he looked at the content of the text simulation. However, with the Gu family's reaction, Could it be that the Gu family is not the mastermind behind the scenes, but also the force being calculated? If so, who has such great ability, who can actually calculate so many forces and powerful people, and even let them it's impossible to deduce who did it? Immediately, Wang Ping frowned again, his eyes flickering. At the level of the great emperor, he can already deduce some things, not to mention there are existences like Tien Shuzi and Shinsuzi who can calculate the secrets of heaven. So many powerful beings did not notice the abnormality. This kind of method is really amazing. The Gu family is afraid of the Immortal Mansion. Is there something wrong with the Immortal Mansion? Or is it simply that there are immortals in the Immortal Mansion? Wang Ping thought about the reaction of the Gu family emperor and pondered slightly. No, that's not right. No immortal should be born in either the Gu family or the Immortal Mansion. After all, if immortals really existed, then the Immortal Mansion would not open an immortal gate and want to cultivate an immortal. In other words, whether it is the Gu family or the Immortal Mansion, there is a high probability that they have immortal weapons or are hidden powerful people who have surpassed the level of the Great Emperor and already have some immortal power. Although they are not real immortals, they are still terrifying enough. Even so, they still didn't notice it. I can only say that the methods of the mastermind behind this are so amazing that they remind me of the weirdness. Wang Ping narrowed his eyes and thought of some possibility. The level of weird abilities is really high and can be grown. If his abilities are allowed to develop, no one knows what level his abilities can reach. If all this is really weird behind the scenes, then Wang Ping can understand why so many powerful people are unable to detect the abnormality, and everything seems reasonable. The level of weird abilities is very high. It can silently control those black mist geniuses, or it can cultivate geniuses of that level, and it can also block the calculation of heaven's secrets. However, the strange strength is not enough to shake the entire upper world, so he uses various calculations, and there is no way to directly attack him, the guy who is causing trouble. Weird. Wang Ping's eyes flashed, and as the speculation continued, he felt that the possibility was really high. At the same time, Wang Ping was also thinking about whether killing this weirdo would satisfy the conditions of Alpha Theory. If he can be satisfied, then when he goes to the paradise of all heavens in the future, he can worry less and no longer has to wait. After all, who knows when that level of weirdness will appear, and the type of special ability may not always be able to be solved. As for the weird person in front of him, since he can only calculate, it shows that he is very capable, but he is not the type that will be killed if he is not careful. Otherwise, he doesn't need to be so calculating. As long as he understands his strength and more specific abilities, it will be easier to deal with him. Of course, all this is my speculation. Whether it is weird or not needs to be verified. In addition, the most critical question is whether this weirdness is strong enough in the real world. I just chose if he is not strong enough to come to the Golden World, then I may not be able to meet the conditions if I find him and eliminate him in the real world. Wang Ping thought of this again and shook his head slightly. Then, he gathered his thoughts and stared at the screen. Soon, some powerful people noticed something was wrong. Although the Gu family's immortal aura was very powerful, it made them, as emperors, frightened by it and felt a fatal sense of danger, but it was not completely the feeling of transcending the level of the great emperor. If it is a real immortal, even if the emperor is in front of it, it should be like an ant. After all, the further you go in cultivation, the bigger the gap becomes. The quasi-emperor is like an ant in front of the great emperor. Then, the gap between the emperor and the immortal will only become more terrifying, and it will be a real qualitative change. In this case, maybe the immortal can stare the emperor to death with one glance, or it may be an exaggeration to rely solely on the immortal power to suppress the emperor, but it is not just this level. Immediately, the emperor said in disappointment that there was no immortal in the Gu family. There should be an immortal spirit. These words made many great emperors react with disappointment. If this world can really become an immortal directly, then they don't have to place all their hopes on immortality or wait for the passage to the immortal realm to appear. Unfortunately, there are no immortals in this world after all. The one from the Gu family should have obtained the fairy spirit after the immortal sect, refined it, obtained the origin of some fairy spirits, and gained power over the emperor. Although fairies are extremely rare and legendary, making all the emperors present quite envious, the shock brought by having fairies at this time is much smaller. The emperor of the Gu family glanced at everyone and calmly stated that his Gu family did not have immortals. However, after refining the immortal spirit, his Gu family could be regarded as having a quasi-immortal. If anyone dares to attack his Gu family, he will perish here. These words made all the emperors present frown and stare at the direction of the Gu family, somewhat fearful. The Gu family has a quasi-immortal, and Gu Xian is so talented, it seems that there is really no need to plot against their descendants, which would do more harm than good. In other words, the possibility of the Gu family being plotted against is also very high. With a quasi-immortal in the Gu family, if they really fight, they will probably have to pay a heavy price. Not to mention, in this case, the emperors present are not of one mind, and no one is willing to fight against the quasi-immortal of the Gu family head-on to see how strong the quasi-immortal of the Gu family is. For this reason, one emperor calmly said that since the Gu family was also plotted against, it would be better for everyone to deduce together when they have time to find the real culprit. When these words came out, it was considered to give both sides a step, so that neither side would lose face. The emperor of the Gu family also narrowed his eyes and finally nodded slowly. With this, a terrifying war came to an end, making it difficult for many cultivators in the Tongxian continent to calm down. And you, too, breathed a sigh of relief and followed the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu into the Chongqing Gu family. As for the Great Emperor Council, how to find the murderer has nothing to do with you for the time being. Maybe they will wait until the Great Emperor Council is over and all the great emperors cannot deduce the result together. Then they will call you over. Soon, the details spread throughout the upper realm. For a time, the upper realm was shocked. They didn't expect that the Tianjiao on the Saint King list and the Great Saint list were almost wiped out. There is a mysterious existence that calculated all the emperor-level forces in Tongxian continent, and the Qin family was the worst, and even the Gu family was blamed. However, what followed was your complete fame. Your performance in the secret realm was spread, giving you the title of the first genius in ancient and modern times. Even those great emperors could not compare with you when they were young. Of course, although more people recognize your title and status as the first genius, they do not link talent with future achievements to a large extent as before. Although I knew before that talent does not mean that one can really achieve enlightenment in the future, the incident of nearly all the Tianjiao being wiped out this time was still too shocking and had a far-reaching impact, deepening the concept that the one who stands to the end is the winner. For this reason, some cultivators pay less attention to Tianjiao, thinking that they should not put all their eggs in one basket. Perhaps the uncertainty of pouring all resources into cultivating a Tianjiao is too great, so it is better to use these resources to cultivate 2 or 3 Tianjiao of the next level. That is, when the outside world was turbulent and the Great Emperor Council was in progress, you chose to retreat and consolidate the space Dao pattern you had comprehended in the secret realm, and try to combine the 2 Dao patterns into one, turning them into the real space-time Dao pattern. However, when you did this, the red pattern on the back of your hand suddenly lit up, causing your face to change. Then, you felt a cramp in your sea of consciousness, and a force was eroding your sea of consciousness. At the moment you were in trouble, the great emperor's divine thoughts descended, and the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu was also among them. They all stared at you and chose to attack without hesitation. Obviously, these people guessed what you were hiding, and they have been keeping an eye on you during the meeting. Now that you have a problem, they have found some clues. However, something happened that surprised all the emperors. Even the emperors could not erase the erosion of your sea of consciousness by this force. Immediately, there were emperors who wanted to use brutal means to suppress this force, and at the same time search your soul to find out more information. However, the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu shouted angrily, trying to stop it. Unfortunately, No matter how strong the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu was, it was impossible to stop so many emperors, not to mention that this emperor was not the old emperor. However, at the moment when the two sides were arguing, the rainbow light suddenly burst out and completely eroded your sea of consciousness. Because you are in a special state, this simulation ends here. The text simulation stopped here. Many images and insights of cultivation appeared in Wang Ping's mind. Then his figure also appeared in the Changxingu family. Sure enough, something went wrong. The red pattern that Gu Xian used and drilled into my body was not a good thing. However, what is this guy thinking? Why is he so impatient to detonate the red pattern and kill me? You know, if this guy is not stupid, he should know that I am likely to be watched by the emperors now. Wang Ping looked at this scene and muttered to himself. Wang Ping thought silently, but could not get an answer for the time being. He could only shake his head helplessly and exit the immersive simulation state. As the field of vision changed and returned to the real world, the sound of the system also sounded. Ding! The reward was generated successfully. The host can choose two from the following rewards. 7-color talent, breaking source, sky pupil. Tien Hambing. A random supreme weapon. The supreme weapon of my destiny. System I choose. 7-color talent, source-breaking sky pupil and the supreme weapon of my destiny. After Wang Ping took a look at the reward list, he made a choice without hesitation. As Wang Ping made his choice, his eyes changed, and a mysterious halo appeared in his pupils, but it soon disappeared again. At the same time, Wang Ping's storage world also showed his natal supreme weapon. 2 more natal weapons. It would be great if they could be multiplied and synthesized. However, the multiplication and synthesis capabilities have not been optimized again. It's too risky to trigger the ability. I still have to wait. Wang Ping took out the weapon and took a look at it, then put it back. Next, Wang Ping closed his eyes and continued to think about the many problems in this simulation. If the red pattern can allow the mastermind to read my memory, then he will understand my danger and get rid of me as soon as possible. And there is a high possibility that Wang Ping in this simulation will not continue to collect intelligence. It is also possible that the other party can block the calculation, but if I am brought to the top of Tian Swansea and Shin Swansea, he may be exposed. After all, there was no prerequisite for the calculation before. If there was a prerequisite, he might be exposed, and there is also the possibility of murder. However, no matter what the situation is, why does he have to wait until this time to detonate the red pattern? Normal people will detonate directly when the red pattern enters the body. Or, this red pattern has a range limit, and it can only be detonated when the distance between him and me is shortened to a certain level. If so, then he may be in the Changxingu family, or he may have secretly come to the vicinity of the Changxingu family during this period. In this case, there are similar practices in the weirdness I have dealt with before. Wang Ping thought about various possibilities. Suddenly, he frowned again. Since the mastermind behind the scenes could arrange such a strange secret realm, let Gu Xian enter and even replace the secret realm arranged by the Immortal Mansion, then it would be the most correct thing for him to come in quietly and wipe me out at the first time. However, he did not do so. For this reason, these two possibilities are wrong, and the loopholes are too big. A greater possibility is that because of my golden talent, the effect of damage nullification, the red pattern has some kind of bug, causing the time to be delayed or shortening the detonation distance. Of course, there is also the possibility of both situations. I got a lot of information this time, which is one step closer to the truth. Next, just simulate normally, and there is no need to defeat Gu Xian in advance to trigger such an exaggerated plot. I just need to practice slowly and explore by the way, and I can slowly pull out his tail. A few minutes later, Wang Ping exhaled lightly, threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and muttered to himself. I looked at your memory, and the red pattern on the back of your hand does have a strange power fluctuation. At this time, the voice of Alpha, who had not bubbled for a long time, suddenly sounded. Is it really weird? Alpha's words made Wang Ping slightly stunned, and then narrowed his eyes. If it is weird, then just as I speculated before, everything seems reasonable. By the way, Alpha, can this weird meet the conditions? After thinking about it, Wang Ping asked again. Judging from the weird's performance and the red pattern, if it is a weird from the Golden Age, it will naturally meet the conditions. However, at this point in time, the possibility of him meeting the conditions is only 40% to 50%. Alpha's voice rang out. It's almost the same as I guessed. If he doesn't meet the conditions at this point in time, then I can train him a little bit. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking secretly. As for whether training weird will burn himself, Wang Ping thinks the possibility is almost zero. He has sufficient experience in fighting with weird. As long as he understands all the abilities and strength limits of weird, there is nothing to be afraid of weird. Of course, this premise is still based on the complete control of intelligence, and his own strength is far stronger than weird. Otherwise, Wang Ping would not act rashly. Anyway, it would be meaningless if he killed weird in advance and would not go to the paradise of all heavens. Let's continue the simulation. This time, I hope I can survive and make a big breakthrough in my strength. Then, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and planned to conduct a new simulation. He couldn't help but say in his heart, "System, I want to conduct a new paid simulation. Ding, consume 4 million high-quality divine sources. Life simulator starts. Talent refresh is in progress." The voice of the system sounded. Ding, talent refresh is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully refreshing the red talent, light Shin body. Red talent, dark Shin body. You really can't get along with Shin body, right? How much do you want me to choose Shin body? Wang Ping was not surprised by the non-African this time. It would be a strange thing if the 7-color talent was refreshed continuously. However, the frequency of the appearance of the Xian body is outrageous, and this time there are 2 at a time. Choose, choose, choose. If I choose all the Xuani, can I still super evolve and upgrade to a 7-color physical talent? Wang Ping couldn't help but complain, and just randomly chose a light Xuani. Ding, talent selection is successful, life simulation begins. The system sounded, and Wang Ping's consciousness flickered, entering the state of immersive simulation. Then, the screen appeared, and the text began to emerge. On the first day, you chose to act as in the last simulation and went to the Dao Palace. In the end, you obtained the Imperial Weapon Kongheng Emperor Sword as in the last simulation. It's just that this time you did not choose to go to the ancient planet of Purgatory, but went directly to another place. This place is clearly the ancient star Kanglin. Once upon a time, you were chased by Kanglin Ancient Star in various simulations and were forced to run away. It was very embarrassing. Of course, when you came here, you didn't want to get some gold coins from the Kanglin Emperor dynasty, but you thought of one thing. This matter is that a monk on the ancient planet Kanglin once said that if he could obtain the blood of the immortal devouring demonic body, he would have a great opportunity. In the past, due to various things, you forgot about this matter and never inquired about what this opportunity was. Now, you plan to find out what this great opportunity is that requires the blood of the swallowed immortal demon body to obtain. Perhaps your apprentice Lin Qinghe can get a good inheritance and grow up quickly. Of course, if this opportunity is also useful to you, you naturally don't mind taking it for your own use and use it yourself. Your behavior in coming to Kanglin Emperor Dynasty was not noticed by any monks. After all, the strongest ones on the ancient planet Kanglin are only the 3 supreme beings. Among them, the supreme one from the Kanglin Emperor Dynasty was the strongest. This is not because this supreme being is the most powerful, but because the Kanglin Emperor Dynasty has imperial weapons and quasi-imperial weapons. In the past, you were still very afraid of the Kanglin Emperor, but now you can ignore it. After all, you are already capable of fighting the Supremes, and some ordinary Supremes will be easily defeated by you. Now that you have an imperial weapon, the Kanglin Emperor is really nothing in front of you. Next, you start thinking about how to lure out the monk who knows the great opportunity. After all, in the original simulation, it was just a text simulation that mentioned it, and it did not explain who knew the secret. In the end, you feel that it is too much trouble to search one by one. For this reason, you plan to go straight for a ruthless attack. For this reason, you showed your aura in a very high-profile manner, and you were also the emperor of the Atai 1 Emperor Palace and showed your magical powers, which made the entire Kanglan ancient star shake. In an instant, all the self-proclaimed monks were awakened and looked at you in fear. They recognized the Emperor Sutra of Tai Emperor Palace and guessed that you should be a strong person from Tai Emperor Palace. However, they don't understand what a big shot like you is here to do. The self-proclaimed supreme of the Kanglan Emperor dynasty was also awakened. He also noticed you, and even noticed the aura of the imperial weapon that you deliberately displayed. This frightened him, and he quickly sent a message to you to ask about Kanglan Ancient Star. Is there a monk who has angered you? If anyone has angered you, the Kanglan Emperor is willing to find them out and kill them completely. In response, you smiled slightly, holding the imperial weapon, and ignored the supreme emperor of Kanglan Emperor dynasty. You just told Gu Xing calmly, and the voice spread throughout Gu Xing, indicating that you were looking for someone who knew how to deal with the devouring, immortal demonic body. Regarding the relevant secret, if he takes the initiative and tells the secret, you will take back your power, and no one will be in trouble. If you don't come out, it will be reduced to ashes along with the ancient star. This ruthless behavior made all the monks very scared. They prayed that the monk who knew the secret would come out quickly. Even the supreme emperor of Kanglan Emperor dynasty had a headache. Unexpectedly, you ignored him, and he said such heartbreaking words. Although he can save the Kanglan Empire with its imperial weapons, they will be in big trouble if the ancient star is destroyed, and he will also be forced out of his self-proclaimed state, making it difficult to survive the age of ending law. And in front of everyone, the monk was also scolding in his heart, thinking you are too crazy. However, he didn't want to be buried with Gu Xing, so he could only communicate with you quickly and tell you the secret, hoping that you would let him go. In this regard, you also know what secret this person knows. It turned out that he had found the inheritance place of a certain generation of immortal devouring demonic bodies. However, that inheritance place is very special and requires the blood of the immortal devouring demonic body to be opened. For this reason, he will search everywhere for the immortal devouring demonic body that has not yet grown up. Unfortunately, the immortal devouring demonic body was not that easy to find. He searched for many years but found nothing in the end. He could only be forced to declare himself in his hometown. He hoped that when the Golden Age came, he could hopefully find the immortal devouring demonic body and obtain it. Its blood opens the place of inheritance and obtains the inheritance within it. Listening to this monk's words, you were quite surprised. You did not expect that it was the inheritance place of a certain generation of immortal devouring demonic bodies. Putting it this way, it is understandable that this monk regretted not taking action to fight for Lin Qinghe. However, you still feel that this monk is too greedy. Since it is the inheritance of the immortal devouring demonic body, it is definitely not that simple. If you only rely on the blood of the immortal devouring demonic body, you may only be able to get in. After entering, there will definitely be a test. If it is not a real immortal swallowing demonic body, the probability of dying tragically is very high. Of course, you remember that this guy has been practicing for so many years, and he is only half a step closer to the cultivation level of a great saint. Moreover, he still has a short lifespan and is in a self-proclaimed state. It is normal for him to fight desperately. If you win the bet, you may become a great sage or even realize the supreme being. If you lose the bet, you will just die prematurely. Next, you chuckled and took back the imperial weapon, saying that it was just a little joke with you, and I hope you don't mind. After saying this, you took Fang Xingyu and left Kanglan Ancient Star. In response to this, the monks on Kanglan Ancient Star all had twitching faces and cursed in their hearts. God, it was a joke. The way you looked just now, were you kidding? The monks on Kanglan Ancient Star were cursing, and Fang Xingyu rolled his eyes crazily, complaining in his heart. Next, you returned directly to Tongxian Continent without any intention of going elsewhere, and took Fang Xingyu back to Tai Emperor Palace. After returning to Tai Imperial Palace, you did not take Lin Qinghe directly to the inheritance place to find the idea of inheritance, but chose to declare yourself. In the twinkling of an eye, the Golden Age arrives, and you choose to be born. You become a disciple of Emperor Tianyu and ask him if he has anywhere to go next. This surprised Emperor Tianyu and made him curious about why you asked him about these things. If you have something that needs him to deal with, he can help you deal with it first and then get down to business. In response, you shook your head and said you were just asking out of curiosity. Seeing you asking this question, Emperor Tianyu pondered slightly. Although he felt that this was not something you should know, he still gave an answer. It turns out that Emperor Tianyu's practice has reached a bottleneck, and there is something he needs in the Sea of Demons, one of the 10 forbidden areas. In addition, one of his daughters disappeared. He has been looking for traces of her over the years. After many years of investigation, he discovered that for some unknown reason, she actually broke into the Sea of Demons. Listening to Emperor Tianyu's answer, you realize in your heart that you finally know why Emperor Tianyu disappeared. It turned out that he was going to explore the Sea of Demons. Although Emperor Tianyu said that he had reached a bottleneck in his practice and needed to go to the Demon Sea to find what he needed, and also to find his missing daughter, you think Emperor Tianyu went specifically to find his daughter. Although, in your opinion, Emperor Tianyu's daughter has been trapped in the Sea of Demons for so many years and is likely to die, but as a father, he will not give up searching as long as her death is not completely confirmed. In the previous simulation, the reason why I first helped you find the time and space dual Emperor Sutra before looking for it was probably because I didn't want to delay your practice. And at the same time, I wanted to keep hope for the Tai Emperor Palace. Perhaps Emperor Tianyu also thought of the possibility of something happening to him. After all, in places like the 10 Forbidden Lands, even if the Emperor goes there, there is still a risk of falling. The behavior of Emperor Tianyu is undoubtedly somewhat irresponsible to the Tai Imperial Palace. His better approach would be to train a new emperor before going there, but as a father, some selfishness is understandable. Not to mention, Emperor Tianyu is obviously in a hurry to find his daughter, but he is able to postpone his departure for so long for you. It can be said that he is extremely kind to you, and you will not feel that Emperor Tianyu has done anything wrong. It turns out that this is the reason why Emperor Tianyu disappeared. He wanted to find his daughter. Even if it is the Demon Sea, one of the 10 most forbidden places, he still has to break into it. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and sighed secretly in his heart. As a father and master, Emperor Tianyu is undoubtedly outstanding. However, if something happens if we go there, we don't know whether we will live or die. Therefore, we cannot let Emperor Tianyu go. Wang Ping shook his head slightly and continued to stare at the screen. After you knew the cause and effect, your expression became solemn, and you told Emperor Tianyu something with a serious face. You have the means to predict the future. If Emperor Tianyu goes, his life or death will be unknown. He has never returned from the day when the Immortal Mansion was opened. Also completely unreachable. As soon as you said this, Emperor Tianyu fell silent. He finally understood why you wanted to ask him where he was going next. However, he was lost in thought. In the end, Emperor Tianyu shook his head and said he had to go. Yu Daoi was his most beloved daughter and the one he had placed high hopes on. He had to go. Hearing Emperor Tianyu's words, you smiled bitterly, knowing that you couldn't persuade him anymore. Right now, you don't have a deep relationship with Emperor Tianyu. Although you have deep feelings for Emperor Tianyu and respect him very much, to Emperor Tianyu, you are just a direct disciple he has just accepted. Your opinion cannot be ignored. Shake his will. Seeing you smile bitterly, Emperor Tianyu shook his head to express that you can rest assured that he will leave Tai Imperial Palace and you with enough trump cards. Even if something happens to him, he will not let you suffer any loss when competing with other geniuses. In the end, you can only nod, failing to persuade Emperor Tianyu. In this regard, you can only throw this matter out of your mind and continue to practice and retreat. This time, you're going to take a low-key route until the Immortal Mansion is open to see if you can change anything. Now that you have decided to take a low-key route, you have always chosen to retreat and have not even challenged Yu Daohong. It can be said that in the eyes of outsiders, you are just the most ordinary emperor's son in the Tai Imperial Palace. Only the old monsters in the Tai Imperial Palace know how evil you are, and you are a person who can surpass all the evildoers in the world. It is their hope to teach Faxian in Tai Emperor Palace. In the blink of an eye, about 100 years have passed. After you have completely settled down in cultivation, you chose to leave seclusion and take Lin Qinghe to the inheritance place of a certain generation of immortal devouring demonic bodies. When you brought Lin Qinghe here, you saw a vast cemetery. This situation reminds you of that ghost place in the world of life and death. However, you know that although this place is somewhat similar to the land of death, it is not a land of death. It is just a dark and dangerous place. Although this place can be regarded as a paradise for monks below the Holy Realm, the danger factor is not great for those above the Holy Realm. For this reason, strong men above the Holy Realm often enter for the first time. Here, look for opportunities, hunt zombies, and obtain practice resources. You and Lin Qinghe entered it without hesitation. Because you were strong enough and had the Piyuan Heavenly Eye, you pushed all the way and nothing could stop you. Finally, you went straight to the deepest part and found a tombstone. As Lin Qinghe dripped blood on it, the tombstone began to glow, and time and space began to distort, sucking you and Lin Qinghe into it. During this process, you tried to resist but found that it was of no use. Soon, your vision changes, and you come to a dark palace. On top of the palace, there is a man sitting. He has no life breath and looks like he has completely fallen. However, you were not careless and carefully took out the imperial weapon, mentally prepared to fight at any time. You know very well that the man in front of you is most likely the owner of this place, and he is also the owner of the immortal swallowing demonic body that has appeared before. Such a being, even if it dies, will definitely leave behind a remnant spirit and the like, and the possibility of deceiving the corpse is not impossible. After all, this kind of operation, let alone the immortal devouring demonic body that has grown up in a certain generation, even in the lower realm, the Emperor-level expert can easily do this kind of thing. Sure enough, when you were on guard, the man opened his eyes. His scarlet pupils looked at Lin Qinghe and then at you. He was quite surprised and said that this generation of immortal swallowing demonic bodies is quite good, and he has come to accept the inheritance. At that time, he also brought him a snack with such an outstanding talent, which can be said to be full of sincerity. As soon as these words came out, Lin Qinghe's expression changed, and he instinctively stopped in front of you. As for you, your pupils shrank slightly and began to activate the power of the imperial weapon. This immortal swallowing demonic body is indeed not a good person. It actually wants to swallow you directly. However, you calm down again. The immortal devouring demonic body in front of me is, after all, just a remnant spirit. It may have a lot of power left, but as time goes by, it is already pretty good to be able to exert power at the quasi-emperor level. And you have not only the imperial weapon, but also the incarnation of Emperor Tianyu. Together, these two can only be achieved by the emperor himself, or by some beings from the heavens using some kind of terrifying props and abilities. Could kill you. Otherwise, even those old, ordinary emperors will never think of killing you. For this reason, you don't need to be afraid of this immortal swallowing demonic body. Thinking of this, you sneered, indicating that the immortal swallowing demonic body in front of you treats you as a snack and is not afraid of breaking your teeth. Your words made Detunxian demonic body chuckle, indicating that you are quite courageous and crazy enough, just like his demeanor back then. However, you do have arrogant capital. Next, the immortal devouring demonic body smiled again and said that he was joking with you, so don't be too nervous. He has already fallen, and there is no point in swallowing you. You didn't pay attention to these words, but calmly expressed that you didn't have the strength to swallow the immortal demon body even if you wanted to. In addition, if the remnant spirit of the swallowed immortal demon body dares to do anything to your apprentice Lin Qinghe, you will never let him go. As soon as these words came out, the male immortal swallowing demonic body was quite subtle and said in surprise, "Aren't you a Taoist couple?" Unexpectedly, it was a master-disciple relationship. However, no matter whether you become a Taoist companion with the immortal devouring demonic body, or you dare to take someone with the immortal devouring demonic body as your disciple, There has been no good end since ancient times. As soon as these words came out, Lin Qinghe was a little shocked, not knowing what swallowing the immortal demon body meant. The remnant soul of the previous generation's immortal devouring demonic body in Lin Qinghe also had mixed emotions. You also frowned and asked the male swallowing immortal demon body what this meant. The male immortal devouring demonic body chuckled and said that the immortal devouring demonic body is undoubtedly the physique with the greatest potential, and even your space-time Tao body cannot compare with it. Perhaps the immortal swallowing demonic body was not even as good as the holy body at the beginning, but as time goes by, as it swallows more and more powerful sources and various physical sources, it will gradually change qualitatively, and can even it swallows thousands of origins and condenses them into a chaotic body. In fact, even the chaotic body is not the end. In my opinion, the immortal swallowing demonic body, as the name suggests, can swallow immortals. Even if there are immortals, it can also be swallowed. In the future, it will swallow all things and condense into a chaotic immortal body. Not impossible. These words surprised you all, and you frowned slightly, wondering if the male, immortal-eating demonic body in front of you had over-exaggerated the immortal-eating demonic body. If it really has such great potential, it would be beyond the level of 7 color talents. It is estimated that even the current life simulator cannot refresh it. After you think about it, you start to ask where the immortal swallowing demonic body comes from. Is it really the birth of this world? Why do you say that those who have an affair with the immortal swallowing demonic body will not end well? In response to your inquiry, the male immortal devouring demonic body chuckled and said that the constitution of the immortal devouring demonic body is not a constitution that appears in the upper world, but comes from the source of the heavens and darkness. There are strong men from the heavens who broke into the source of darkness, used some kind of props to intercept part of the power of the source of darkness, and then supplemented it with a way of devouring and some kind of props, and successfully created the immortal swallowing demonic body. Special physique. Although it is said that each generation of the immortal devouring demonic body is not necessarily bad, but if it is involved with darkness and is not tolerated by heaven, it will naturally impose a curse from heaven. Therefore, the immortal devouring demonic body will not end well, and the immortal devouring demonic body will not end well. People who are too close will also be implicated. Listening to the explanation of the male immortal devouring demonic body, you fell into silence. You did not expect that the origin of the immortal devouring demonic body was like this. Is the pit that swallows the immortal and demon body so big? When Wang Ping saw this, his expression became solemn and he felt helpless. After he came to the upper world, he had obviously raised his talent to such an astonishing level, but he was still so unlucky in the simulation. Could it be because of this reason? Because he was disliked by heaven, his luck kept improving. Not coming up? I always feel like I'm overthinking it, making it sound like I wasn't unlucky before I accepted Lin Qinghe as my disciple. Wang Ping was silent for a moment and shook his head again, not wanting to blame Lin Qinghe, his good disciple. If the immortal devouring demonic body is so strong, wouldn't I lose blood? Wang Ping frowned again and muttered. He had only used the immortal devouring demonic body to break through the bottleneck of the Holy King before, which was a waste of resources. After all, if he later recruits a disciple to swallow the immortal and demon body, then he may be able to improve many small realms when he reaches the supreme level or even the quasi-emperor level. Forget it. It's useless to think so much. You have to focus on the present. Wang Ping let out a breath, threw this strange thought out of his mind, and continued to stare at the screen. He is very curious now. Which person from the heavenly forces has such great ability to go to the source of darkness to intercept part of the power, to create the immortal swallowing demonic body, and pass it on? Theoretically, heaven should not allow such a physique that is disliked by heaven to continue to be born. If nothing else, people from that force should have secretly used some method to allow the immortal swallowing demonic body to continue to exist in the world. After a while, some lucky person will obtain this physique. Next, you have to think about the problem and ask the male, immortal-eating demonic body if he knows which heavenly force created the immortal-eating demonic body. In response to your inquiry, the male, immortal-devouring demonic body was not surprised but said 3 words with a deep look. These 3 words are Jiuxing Pavilion. When you heard the 3 words Jiuxing Pavilion, you were shocked and very surprised. You didn't expect that Jiuxing Pavilion planned all this. However, if it was the creator behind Jiuxing Pavilion who created the immortal-swallowing demonic body, that would seem quite reasonable. Based on the information you have obtained so far, among the heavenly forces appearing in the upper world, only Jiuxing Pavilion is the most powerful, which can be said to crush the other heavenly forces. Even the Abyss Land and Killing Paradise that you are familiar with only have 1 Emperor-level combat power. Although I don't know if these 2 forces have something to hide, but if they have something to hide, it is impossible to compare with Jiuxing Pavilion. This behemoth. As for other heavenly forces, Wang Ping is very unfamiliar with them, but their situations are similar. For this reason, it is reasonable that the most powerful founder of Jiuxing Pavilion has the strength to do such a thing. It's just that you don't understand what the purpose of the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion is, why he went to all the trouble to rush into the dangerous source of darkness to intercept part of the dark power and create the immortal-swallowing demonic body. You must know that since he comes from the heavens and is the strongest visitor from the heavens in the upper world, you should know what the essence of the source of darkness is. That is the real weird boss. Alpha's words, it was a terrifying existence that none of the forces in the heavens he came into contact with could clean it out. Although the source of weirdness in the upper world is just a tentacle extended by others, equivalent to a hair or something like that, its body must be controlled by someone, but not everyone can provoke it, let alone an emperor-level existence. Even if an immortal breaks into it, there is probably a risk of death or contamination. If he noticed it, he would probably die without knowing how. However, the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion dared to break into it, and even came out alive. He must have paid a very high price for taking such a big risk. He paid such a high price just to create the immortal-swallowing demon. His purpose has to make people think deeply. He definitely has some kind of shocking calculation. Many thoughts flash through your mind, and you secretly sighed in your heart. This upper world is indeed too dangerous. As your cultivation level increases, your strength increases, and you come into contact with more powerful people and secrets, you will feel more and more dangerous. Various terrorist existences have plans for each other, and it is really difficult to guard against them. You can't calm down in your heart, even in the upper world. What would it be like if you went to the fairy world or to the paradise of heavens? Among the heavens, the higher you climb, the more dangerous it becomes. Unless someone can truly transcend, tower over all the heavens and all the ways, and overlook all the heavens and all the worlds, only at that level can they be truly free and at ease. Next, you calm down and say that the male, immortal-eating demon body knows so much. Have you found out what the purpose of the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion is? In response to your questioning, the male immortal-devouring demonic body shook his head and chuckled, saying that if he had such great ability, he would not be reduced to a pawn and die in the end. Hearing this, you have nothing to say. Indeed, if the male, immortal-eating demonic body had such great abilities, he would not wither away sadly here. He could only wait silently for the next immortal-eating demonic body to arrive, and then provide him with some information and inheritance. Immediately, you curiously asked what level the male, immortal-devouring demonic body had reached during his lifetime. The male, immortal-swallowing demon body gave the answer. He had achieved enlightenment and became an emperor during his lifetime, which was considered a moment of glory. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant after all and knew things he shouldn't have known, so he died. Hearing this, you, Lin Qinghe, and the remnant souls of the previous generation of immortal-devouring demonic bodies all looked solemn. They knew what he meant, because they knew the secrets and chose to investigate. He died and was created by Jiuxing Pavilion. The person was shot to death. Maybe it was not the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion who killed him, but just a certain existence of Jiuxing Pavilion. Next, the male immortal devouring demonic body looked at Lin Qinghe and said that Lin Qinghe was lucky to get the most complete inheritance of the immortal devouring demonic body from him. But Lin Qinghe was also unlucky because she would probably only be reduced to 9 stars forever. The chess piece of the founder of the pavilion will die no matter when. These words made Lin Qinghe look heavy and feel complicated. But in the end her eyes became firm, saying that no one would be willing to be a chess piece for the rest of their lives, and she would become strong enough to overturn the chessboard. You looked at Lin Qinghe and nodded with satisfaction, feeling that he was worthy of being your disciple. Although he was a woman, his courage was not inferior to anyone else. The male immortal swallowing demon body looked at Lin Qinghe and smiled, indicating that he had thought so at the beginning, but it was a pity that it was all in vain. After saying that, the male immortal devouring demonic body said that being courageous was a good thing, so he wished Lin Qinghe successfully got rid of his identity as a chess piece. After saying this, the male immortal devouring demonic body did not mean to continue talking nonsense, and directly condensed a ball of light, making it submerge into Lin Qinghe's body. Then, Lin Qinghe obtained the complete inheritance of the immortal devouring demonic body, and also inherited the imperial weapon of the male immortal devouring demonic body. However, in terms of natural materials and earthly treasures, there are none. You're also a little disappointed about this, but it is understandable. After all, the practice of swallowing the immortal demon body does not require any training resources. For the immortal devouring demon body, their cultivation resources are the origins of other monks and those geniuses. Next, you wait for Lin Qinghe to completely accept the inheritance, and then leave here together. Jiuxing Pavilion, this force is very mysterious. It also created the immortal devouring demonic body. I don't know what its purpose is. Wang Ping looked at the tech simulation and frowned slightly. He had an intuition that the Jiuxing Pavilion might be as dangerous as the one behind the scenes who plotted against the great emperors and geniuses. Now that I have accepted Lin Qinghe as a disciple in the real world, I am destined to be on the opposite side of Jiuxing Pavilion. The possibility of the two sides not being hostile is very low. Wang Ping thought with a headache again. He now has some doubts as to whether he has been noticed by Jiuxing Pavilion because of Lin Qinghe. If that's the case, that's really a problem. Although Jiuxing Pavilion has not taken any action in so many simulations, it does not mean that they will not plan anything. If you are targeted by such dangerous beings, even if you join the Tai Emperor's palace, you cannot ensure your own safety. However, there is no need to worry too much. Since they have a plan, they will not take action out of nowhere. They will definitely wait until the time is right. And through simulation, even 100,000 years later, they have no action or thoughts against me. Even if it was the Dark Star Great Sage who met me by chance. He didn't target me too much and even spoke for me. Although it doesn't mean anything, it's still good on the surface, and that's enough. Soon, Wang Ping calmed down again and became very calm. He grows up very quickly, and as long as the other party doesn't notice anything unusual about him, he doesn't need to worry too much. Perhaps the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion was indeed planning something by swallowing the immortal demonic body, but he might not have noticed Lin Qinghe, a little shrimp who is not yet grown up, so the possibility of noticing him is not high. Even if the situation is really bad in reality, he can escape through Alpha, teleport to other worlds, or enter the paradise of heavens to avoid danger. Then, with his growth rate, it won't be long before he can come back and compete with them head-on. Although it is said that if you want to handle it all at once, you may not be at the level of a great emperor, but Wang Ping is still confident in his upper limit of growth. If the emperor is not enough, then become an immortal. Wang Ping didn't believe that he couldn't kill these old monsters. Immediately, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts and continued to stare at the screen. On the way back to the Tai Emperor's palace, Lin Qinghe hesitated and planned to ask you to resign. She feels that if she continues to stay with you, it may affect you. At the same time, the immortal swallowing demonic body does need to devour other powerful monks and geniuses in order to grow perfectly. In this case, It would be even more inappropriate for her to stay with you and stay in the Tai Emperor Palace at the same time. Hearing Lin Qinghe's words, you frowned and became a little silent. If Lin Qinghe wants to get rid of the fate of a chess piece, it seems that she can only become stronger at all costs. You are far from being able to protect her now, and neither is the Tai Imperial Palace. In the end, you sighed but did not stop Lin Qinghe and let her leave. You know very well that Lin Qinghe is a very independent person. Once she decides on something, she will move forward unswervingly and no one can hold her back. Next, after Lin Qinghe thanked you, he chose to leave. You looked at the direction Lin Qinghe left and shook your head. You didn't know how strong Lin Qinghe would become when we met again. Perhaps Lin Qinghe, who has truly embarked on the path of swallowing immortal demonic bodies, will surpass your level in more than 100 years. This is not impossible. For people like Lin Qinghe and Lin Yuanyuan, once they are completely let go, their growth rate is really not comparable to that of serious cultivation. In the past, Lin Qinghe did not have a complete inheritance of the immortal, devouring, demonic body, and had to worry about enlightenment. Now Lin Qinghe has obtained the complete inheritance of the immortal, devouring, demonic body, and even the problem of enlightenment has been omitted, and he can bring out the true horror of the immortal, devouring, demonic body. After returning to Tai Emperor Palace, you continued to practice in a low-key manner, completely regardless of what was happening in the outside world. However, regarding Lin Qinghe's matter, you still reported it to the master of Tai Emperor Palace and other senior officials. For this reason, the senior officials of Tai Imperial Palace also expelled Lin Qinghe from Tai Imperial Palace. This is what you and Lin Qinghe mean. In the blink of an eye, it's the day when the Immortal Mansion is opened. The Immortal Mansion was opened, and many monks gathered in the Immortal City. You saw that scene again. That is the scene where the little Taoist nun carries the weak little Taoist priest into the fairy city. In response to this, you smiled slightly this time, jumped in front of Gu Xian, sternly defended the Supreme Being, and protected him. This scene surprised many people. They did not expect that you, an ordinary son of the Tai Imperial Palace who has always been low-key, would actually have such courage to confront the Supreme Being. However, everyone soon felt that it was no big deal. After all, you are not relying on your own ability to confront the Supreme Being, but relying on your identity and your own protector to make the Supreme Being dare not act rashly. And there is no need to argue with you. They can also do this easily. Who is not a genius with a big backer? However, they have no interest in protecting two young casual cultivators. When Gu Xian saw you getting in front of him, he also frowned and stared at you deeply, not knowing what he was thinking. You naturally noticed Gu Xian's gaze and smiled warmly and nodded towards him as a greeting. You naturally knew that rushing in front of Gu Xian to save these two people might attract Gu Xian's attention, which would make him and the other weird people behind him feel that things were going a little awry, which might attract their attention, but you still did it. Because at this point in time, it no longer matters whether or not you attract their attention. After all, as long as the Immortal Mansion is opened, their plan will be implemented. You can't stop it, and no one will believe it if you tell it. You will just become prey like other geniuses. Unless you choose to remain silent and do not plan to enter the Immortal Mansion, then you can avoid being transferred to that secret realm. To be honest, that's what you planned. Entering the secret realm is too dangerous. Even you now, there is no guarantee that you will survive. For this reason, it is better not to go in, wait and see how things develop, and then try to break through to the supreme level. The purpose of your coming to Fairy City is for this little Taoist nun and the little Taoist priest she is carrying. Since these two people are so valued by Gu Xian, and maybe even by the weird people behind Gu Xian, it means that they must have something special. For this reason, it is still necessary to cut it off. Perhaps we can use this to open up new plot lines and find clues about the weirdness. Many thoughts flashed through your mind, and you took the little Taoist nun and the little Taoist priest to the fairy city with their gratitude. As for Gu Xian, he narrowed his eyes slightly, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. After all, this kind of plot should have been done by others. He also wanted to be the first, But unexpectedly, he was intercepted by you, a person from the heavens. In addition, you were able to notice his gaze, which also surprised him. He felt that you were extraordinary and not as ordinary as the rumors said. However, the plan is about to be launched. Although he missed the little Taoist nun and the little Taoist priest, Gu Xian doesn't care very much. He will do business first. As for the little Taoist nun and the little Taoist priest, I can just wait until the plan is successfully completed and then get them from you. It seems that Gu Xian will save these two people because he knows some things about the future. I just don't know who will save them too if Gu Xian and I don't take action. What kind of secrets do these two have, so that Gu Xian pays so much attention to it? Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and thought to himself, this time, we don't plan to enter the secret realm. It's probably a one-day trip to the Immortal Mansion. Based on the simulation of Wang Ping's action plan this time, the second round of assessment, the secret realm trial, must be something. Moth deliberately didn't do it. Entered. However, if I do this, I feel that the simulated Wang Ping will not be able to enter the Immortal Mansion. Wang Ping thought of the incident in the Immortal Mansion again and shook his head slightly. However, if you don't want to go in, don't go in. Although I feel a little sorry for the Tai Emperor Palace, it is better than being trapped and killed inside. The ultimate goal this time is to reach the supreme level. Of course, it would be better if you could reach a higher realm. However, judging from the simulation of Wang Ping's luck, it is probably quite difficult. While Wang Ping complained about himself in his heart, the simulation continued. Next, you still meet Ji Bingyan and Ji Ziqing. You still treat Ji Ziqing indifferently. And Ji Ziqing's attitude towards you is also very cold, and he wants to find an opportunity to kill you, an ordinary emperor's son. After contacting Ji Bingyan, you unexpectedly bumped into Yi Chun and other acquaintances, and communicated one by one. Yi Chun complained to you in various ways, saying that he was miserable. You only found it funny and had no sympathy for him. After all, it is too late for ordinary monks to envy this kind of Xiaoqiang-like vitality and powerful opportunities. However, what surprised you was that while you were chatting with everyone, you bumped into two familiar people in the fairy city. These two people are actually Mo Shangli and Bai Hong. At this moment, Mo Shangli's cultivation had miraculously reached the level of a holy king. As for Bai Hong, his cultivation had miraculously reached the level of a holy king. You were quite surprised. You did not expect that the two of them would come together, and their cultivation would reach the level of a holy king. You know, in your previous simulations, Bai Hong never appeared. As for Mo Shangli, it only appeared once or twice, and at that time, Mo Shangli was only at the true god level. Next, you used the Piyuan heavenly eye to look at the two people and see through their true identities. This made you frown, and your expression became serious. You discovered that Mo Shangli's physique had miraculously changed and turned into a powerful holy body. As for Bai Hong, his physique has also changed and turned into the supreme sword physique. It is a powerful physique that is said to be able to easily enter the Tao with the sword and step into the supreme level. It is not inferior to the holy physique and is even better than some saint physiques. Be strong. This makes you feel strange. It's not that you think the two of you don't have this opportunity. In this world, there may indeed be opportunities or secret methods for later awakening or condensing special physiques. After all, Tian Hanbing is one of the opportunities that can help monks obtain powerful physiques. In addition, Yi Chen's skills are also the same. The reason why you feel strange is that you feel a familiar feeling on the two of them. This feeling is the same as when you fought with the natives of the secret realm, fought with those black fog figures, and fought with Gu Xian using the Piyun Sky Eye. They all had a similar aura. Before, you didn't know what this aura was, but before the simulation, you confirmed that Gu Xian was related to the weirdness. In other words, this aura is probably caused by weirdness, and is related to weirdness ability. This makes you have to wonder whether the two of them encountered something strange during your simulation and were roped in. For this reason, they can acquire such a powerful physique and can so easily upgrade their cultivation to the level of Holy King Dzogchen. This speed of improvement also reminds you of that secret realm. After all, practicing in that secret realm, it is indeed extremely easy to improve your cultivation to this level. After many simulations, I met the boy Bai Hong again. I didn't expect that this boy would come to the upper realm out of nowhere, and he would also directly join Wei Wei. I really don't know how to complain. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and was speechless. This is nothing. He is the savior who destroys weirdness. His apprentice is a weird little brother, and he wants to go against him and kill him? This is quite outrageous. However, in a sense, this can be considered a good thing. After all, we can start from this and obtain more information. Wang Ping gathered his thoughts, his eyes flickered, and he thought to himself. Not to mention getting weird information from Bai Hong. Wang Ping can roughly analyze a lot of things even with the current text simulation. If nothing else, Wei should have the ability to seize other people's origins and then give them to others. In fact, he may even be able to seize the other person's strength and understanding and give them to others. Wang Ping narrowed his eyes and made a judgment. If this is the case, it can explain why Bai Hong and Mo Shangli became so powerful and possessed such powerful special physiques. The possibility of two people getting such a great opportunity at the same time is really small. In addition, there are hidden strange auras in the two people. Wang Ping feels that it is highly possible that Wei Wei did it. In addition, Wang Ping was also able to analyze that those figures in the black mist or the power of the natives might be the result of strange abilities. After all, in that secret realm, it would be difficult for the natives to understand the Tao patterns on their own. As for the natives and black fog figures, they mostly capture Tianjiao alive, and their purpose is to protect their origins. As for those black mist figures, they may not be truly talented people, but ordinary geniuses who have been given strange powers. In fact, even Gu Xian may not have been that evil before. It was probably because of his cooperation with Wei that he obtained the immortal bones and became the world's first genius. Of course, there is also the possibility that Gu Xian was tricked by the weirdness and controlled by it. However, no matter which possibility it is, Wang Ping is basically certain that Wei has the ability to capture and grant. In addition, in the previous simulation, the native who burned the origin also said that if he catches Qin Yu, the master will give him stronger power, which can be regarded as proving this point again. I just don't know what kind of abilities Wei still has and who his target is. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. The most troublesome thing about weirdness is that it has extremely high upper limit abilities, and the second is that it can steal others away quietly. Some of the weird ones that have grown up can easily seize the bodies of powerful people, making them extremely difficult to guard against. To this end, Wang Ping must find out who Wei has snatched away. Without capturing his body, it will be difficult to kill him. However, this weird is extremely cautious. It is difficult to catch him in a short time. I just don't know what information can be obtained from Bai Hong. However, with weird style, there is a high probability that the information will not be obtained. Wang Ping sighed, gathered his thoughts, and continued to stare at the screen. Next, after thinking about it, you did not think of finding Bai Hong directly. Instead, you want to find Yi Xiaofan and Qin Tian. You don't plan to come forward yourself, but want to use Yi Xiaofan and Qin Tianlai to talk to Bai Hong to obtain information. Of course, Yi Xiaofan and Qin Tian will not refuse your request. Not to mention, it was related to weirdness, so the two of them would not refuse. To this end, the two found Bai Hong and Mo Shangli together. Qin Tian sent Mo Shangli away, while Yi Xiaofan began to reminisce with Bai Hong. Soon, Yi Xiaofan learned about Bai Hong's life experience. It turns out that Bai Hong has been practicing in the lower realm. Relying on the training resources you gave him, he finally reached the virtual god realm. After breaking through to the virtual god realm, he chose to ascend. After choosing to ascend, I struggled all the way on the ancient planet Taiyuan, but I didn't do well. Later, he unexpectedly ran into Mo Shangli. Because you haven't told Bai Hong about the reason why Mo Shangli is a vicious guy, Bai Hong just hangs out with Mo Shangli, a fellow villager. Bai Hong was very grateful to Mo Shangli. If Mo Shangli hadn't led him to the Taiyuan ancient star, he might have perished on the Taiyuan ancient star. Later, the dark chaos broke out, and he almost died. Fortunately, during the dark chaos, the imperial weapon of Yu Dao Palace revived and suppressed the dark chaos, so he and Mo Shangli survived by luck. Later, Mo Shangli said that they would not be able to survive the age of Dharma end like this. For this reason, Mo Shangli felt that since Bai Hong had practiced the Dao Palace Emperor Sutra, he must be related to the Dao Palace, so he might as well defect to the Dao Palace together, use the resources of the Dao Palace, and claim himself to the Golden Age. I see. Is this the butterfly effect? When Wang Ping saw this, his eyes flickered. If nothing unexpected happened, Rulin didn't come from the small universe after he killed the saint of killing paradise. For this reason, Mo Shangli no longer had the chance to defect to Rulin and was still hanging out on the Taiyuan ancient star and might even become a casual cultivator later on. Finally, Mo Shangli met Bai Hong and recognized Bai Hong as a person from the Purple Spirit Realm and a descendant of the Judgment Emperor. For this reason, he relied on his relationship as a senior who had fought side by side with the Judgment Emperor against the Blood Demon Realm, and got along very well with Bai Hong, and gained Bai Hong's respect. As for the life and death crises Bai Hong mentioned, I wonder if they were directed and acted by Mo Shangli. Wang Ping felt that there was still a possibility of directing and acting. After all, Mo Shangli was a ruthless and scheming guy. It would be impossible for him to risk his life to save Bai Hong. In fact, it would be a good thing if he didn't trap Bai Hong to death. By the way, this kid can see that Bai Hong has the Dao Tian Emperor Sutra that I gave to Yi Xiaofan and Bai Hong. In other words, this kid has been planning those things from the beginning, settling the relationship with Bai Hong, and then just to gain advantage. Bai Hong's Emperor Jing and this relationship joined the Taoist palace. He should know that it is difficult to get the Emperor's scripture. After all, the Emperor's scripture has its own insurance measures. Unless the learner is willing to teach sincerely, others cannot force the soul to practice, and will only be backfired. And Bai Tianhong is obviously not stupid enough to teach Mo Shangli the Dao Tian Emperor's scripture. So his purpose from the beginning was to join the Dao Palace and use it to seal himself. Only the Dao Palace has the safest self-sealing environment. With the deterrence of the Emperor's weapon, plus the residual power left by the simulation of Wang Ping, it can be said to be the safest place on the ancient stars around the Taiyuan ancient galaxy. Wang Ping's eyes were shining, and he immediately analyzed Mo Shangli's thoughts. This kid is also a talent. It is impossible for ordinary people to ascend from the Purple Spirit Realm to this step. After all, even he, a cheater, and Yi Chun, the son of luck, had bumps and bruises along the way, let alone ordinary ascenders. Next, it should be the story of Bai Tianhong and Mo Shangli encountering strange things and gaining special physiques and cultivation. I just don't know where they met. Wang Ping's eyes flickered. He collected his thoughts and continued to stare at the screen. Finally, Bai Tianhong hesitated for a while, but still chose to go to the Dao Palace and take refuge there. Because Bai Tianhong practiced the Dao Tian Emperor Sutra, after the Dao Palace's investigation, the Dao Palace Master found that Bai Tianhong might be related to you, so he chose to accept the two. For this reason, the two successfully used the resources of the Dao Palace to seal themselves and successfully survive the Golden Age. After surviving the Golden Age, the two planned to travel all the way, venture into the upper realm, and look for opportunities. On the way, the two encountered unimaginable dangers. However, they were lucky to meet a woman who claimed to be Lin Qinghe. Because Bai Tianhong practiced the Dao Tian Emperor Sutra, Lin Qinghe still had a little good impression of Bai Tianhong. For this reason, Lin Qinghe saved them. Finally, the two continued to venture and gained an opportunity on a certain ancient star and achieved today's achievements. Listening to the answers of the two, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh at their good luck. Afterwards, Yi Xiaofan asked Bai Tianhong again what opportunity she had obtained. Bai Tianhong hesitated, but finally chose to remain silent, smiling bitterly and saying that she couldn't say anything. In this regard, Yi Xiaofan was not surprised by this result, and asked again where Bai Tianhong had obtained the opportunity. Bai Tianhong hesitated for a long time, but finally revealed something, that is Lei Yuan Ancient Star. As Bai Tianhong's head said this word, Yi Xiaofan fell into deep thought. That is, when Yi Xiaofan was thinking, Bai Tianhong chose to say goodbye, and Yi Xiaofan also told you the content of the conversation. This is actually related to Lin Qinghe. It's really fate, it's amazing. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation with a strange expression. If nothing unexpected happened, the reason why the two appeared in this simulation was because Lin Qinghe left the team, left Tai Imperial Palace, and became a casual cultivator again. Otherwise, if Lin Qinghe hadn't accidentally saved the two would have died in the previous simulations. If they didn't die in the Dark Calamity, they would have died on the way to the upper realm. There was no way. The two were just too weak. Of course, Wang Ping didn't care whether Mo Shangli died or not, but it would be a pity if Bai Tianhong died. In the past, I ignored Bai Tianhong. Although I gave him some resources to let him practice well in the lower realm, I also forgot that he would ascend sooner or later. In the previous simulations, the ending of his ascension must have been death. Wang Ping shook his head, muttered, and mourned for Bai Tianhong. Of course, this was a simulation, so he didn't care much. If it was in reality, he would definitely not let this happen. However, this simulation also reminded him that he still had to pay attention to the development of some people in reality. For example, the time point when the Chitsun people disappeared was getting closer and closer. It took him 7 or 8 years to rise from the lower realm to the upper realm. Now, it has been less than 23 years since the Chitsun people disappeared. However, Lei Yuan Ancient Star isn't that the ancient star where Yi Chun went to Lei Yin Valley and Feng Mo Jizuan, the old immortal in the second generation of Traversers chat group, is located? Could it be that Wei Yi is also related to Feng Mo Jizuan, the old immortal? Wang Ping thought of Bai Tianhong's words again and narrowed his eyes. If that's true, then it's a bit troublesome. To be honest, in so many simulations, because Wang Ping has grown up and because he has always been obsessed with Gu Xian and other behind-the-scenes manipulators, he has somewhat ignored Feng Mo Jizuan, the senior traverser, and didn't target him much. In other words, he also let him survive until the Golden Age. Unexpectedly, if he ignored this guy might really cause him some trouble. Isn't this guy afraid of being cleared out by the people in the second-generation chat group? After all, the senior traverser in the Xiuxian world cooperated with Wei Yi and was ruthlessly wiped out by the senior at the quasi-emperor level in the second-generation chat group. This is a simulation. After he tried, he found that he was disconnected. It is normal for him to dare to do this. After all, he is at the end of his life, and it is normal for him to use all means to survive. Only by cooperating with the weird can he prolong his life and even become stronger. Wang Ping's eyes were shining, and he analyzed secretly. In addition, he used the Tianji talisman to target me before. Later, because of his golden talent, he couldn't use it. Now, I have joined the Tai Emperor's palace, and I have the countermeasures of the Tai Emperor's Tianji technique. He will have no way to target me, otherwise, Tai Emperor Palace will let him know what cruelty is. However, after the Feng Mo Supreme, discovered by Hong and Mo Shangli, he saw their people from the Purple Spirit Realm and thought that I had also ascended from the Purple Spirit Realm, so he roped them in. It is also possible that the Feng Demon Supreme has already discovered it's clear that Bai Hong and I are related. Otherwise, the two of us are really not qualified to be attracted by him. After thinking a lot, Wang Ping rubbed his brows again and shook his head helplessly. He was an author before time travel, and his imagination is really getting bigger and bigger. He always likes to make assumptions, simulations, and speculations when there is not enough evidence. However, what he imagined was not necessarily wrong. Although he guessed wrongly that Gu Xian and the emperors were the masterminds behind the scenes, and the real mastermind was weird, he was still right about something. Gu Xian did have a problem. Now, he began to feel that there was something wrong with the Wind Demon Supreme, and it had something to do with the weirdness. I don't know if this hypothetical route is correct. However, regardless of whether it is right or not, there will definitely be no problem in collecting intelligence along this path. Wang Ping muttered again and continued to stare at the screen. After you learned many things from Yi Xiaofan, you also analyzed a lot of things and began to use the intelligence network of Tai Emperor Palace to investigate what happened on Lei Yuangu planet, and also to investigate the whereabouts of the Wind Demon Supreme. It must be said that the efficiency of Tai Emperor Palace is very high. In just 2 days, Tai Emperor Palace investigated what happened on Lei Yuangu planet. On Lei Yuan Guxing, 30 years ago, someone survived the Quasi-Emperor tribulation and successfully advanced to the Quasi-Emperor level. This monk who was promoted to Quasi-Emperor is suspected to be the Wind Demon Supreme. In addition, based on the intensity of its heavenly tribulation and its performance during the heavenly tribulation, the ancestors of the Tai Emperor Palace judged that the Wind Demon Supreme had acquired some kind of powerful wind physique. After getting this information, you narrowed your eyes and basically confirmed that the Wind Demon Supreme was also connected with Wei and gained a lot of benefits from Wei. Unfortunately, I don't know where the old guy Wind Demon Supreme is hiding. Even the intelligence network of the Tai Imperial Palace was unable to find him in a short time. However, you are not particularly anxious. Even if you can't catch him in this simulation, at worst, you still don't believe you can't kill him if you camp out in the next simulation. Next, nothing special happens. You start taking care of the little Taoist nun and little Taoist boy. You stared at the two of them many times with Piyu and Tianyan, but you still didn't find anything special about them. You couldn't understand why Gu Xian and Wei Wei paid so much attention to them. That is, when you were thinking, Gu Xian came to visit you and said that he was quite destined to the two of them and hoped that you could accept them as disciples and that you could give him a chance. If it were other people who looked at Gu Xian, who was gentle and elegant and had no airs at all about the young master of the Gu family, they would definitely have a great impression of him, and maybe they would leave the two of them to him in order to save Gu Xian's face. However, you know the details of Gu Xian. You smiled and said that the two of them are also destined to you. You also want to accept them as your disciples. I hope young Master Gu Xian can understand. These words made Gu Xian frown slightly and look at you deeply. In the end, he didn't say much, but regretfully said that it seems that you and the two of you have a greater fate. Then, Gu Xian chose to leave. You didn't pay attention to Gu Xian's departure and continued to take care of the two of them. Among the two, the little Taoist boy was very weak. But you don't know why the little Taoist boy is so weak. Even with your Piyuan heavenly eyes, you can't see the root cause of his weakness. This is also the reason why you care more and more about the two of them. There may be more secrets between the two of them than you think. Next, the immortal mansion is opened, and you easily pass the first ray of fairy light. The little Taoist nun also carries the little Taoist boy on her back and passes the first ray of fairy light, staying quietly by your side. Immediately afterwards, the second fairy light appeared, and you passed easily. However, you deliberately delayed the time and did not show much brilliance, continuing to adhere to a low-key development route. However, what surprises you is that even Kai Yonglong passed with such difficulty. In your opinion, the little Taoist nun and little Taoist boy, who were very weak, actually passed the second round of the same level combat prowess assessment. This is very strange. After all, in your opinion, with the level of these two people entering the second round of assessment, they will definitely be killed by the trial subjects. For this reason, you curiously asked how the two passed the assessment. The little Taoist nun and the little Taoist boy expressed a little embarrassedly that just as they entered the assessment illusion, the trial subjects suddenly disappeared. The words of the two people made your expression quite subtle. You guessed that there was a bug in the magic array. However, you think this is impossible. After all, this is the assessment of the immortal mansion. If bugs occur so easily, it will be too low-priced. However, you think about the fact that the Dream Demon's secret realm and the Immortal Mansion has been exchanged, and suddenly you feel that the Immortal Mansion is indeed quite embarrassing. There are various problems, and you don't know whether they did it on purpose or if they are really that low. Next, the third round of assessment comes, and the Dream Demon's secret realm opens. You know very well that the entrance to the secret realm has been manipulated and converted into that dangerous secret realm. For this reason, when all the geniuses flew in with stern eyes, they still stood there calmly, with no intention of going in. In the process, even Kai Yonglong, the little Taoist nun, and the little Taoist boy entered. This scene made the monk who noticed you look a little strange. Yu Daohong also frowned and looked at you, not understanding what you were thinking, but he did not hesitate or ask anything, and also chose to go in. When everyone goes in, you are particularly conspicuous outside. However, you still have no intention of going in, which makes the monks observing from the outside look at you strangely, wondering if there is something wrong with your brain. Even the ancestor of Tai Imperial Palace was speechless. He didn't know what you were doing, and he became anxious. After all, you are the hope of their Tai Imperial Palace. That is, when all parties are paying attention, a fairy voice appears in the fairy mansion, asking why you don't come in. In this regard, you very frankly stated that you were weak, afraid of death, and did not want to go in. As soon as these words came out, countless monks couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling that Tai Imperial Palace had been embarrassed this time. Although you are not the first emperor's son, just an ordinary emperor's son, you are the emperor's son after all, and represent the Tai Imperial Palace. It is really embarrassing to say this. The ancestors of the Tai Imperial Palace had their faces twitching crazily, and they were messy in the wind. They don't know what you are up to. In the Immortal Mansion, the person who made the immortal sound was silent for a moment, then said that if you die in the dreamed demon's secret realm, you will not really perish, and you can feel free to wander around. Not to mention, with your fighting power, if you can die in it, no one will be able to pass. These words made many monks stunned. They didn't expect that the Immortal Mansion would give you such a high evaluation. What this means is simply saying that you are the strongest genius in the world, and no one can be your opponent, not even the top one on the Great Saint list. You are not surprised by the evaluation given by the Immortal Palace. Although you have the secret method laid down by Tai Emperor and the secret treasure of Tai Emperor Palace to hide it, you must not be able to hide it in the eyes of the powerful people in the Immortal Palace. However, even though you have been exposed, you still have no intention of going in. Seeing this, all parties were speechless. The strong men in the Immortal Mansion were also speechless and choked. Then, you just feel a terrifying force coming, and you are directly involved in the secret realm. Seeing this, you feel like this old man has no moral ethics and doesn't care about your opinions at all. As you are swept into it, the secret realm is closed, and you are also transported to a certain place in the secret realm. You realize that this time you were not transported to a place like the last time you came in, along with many talented people, and then were attacked and killed by the Black Mist figure and the natives in a large formation. Obviously, you delayed coming in for a long time this time, which caused the weirdness behind Gu Xian to miss your presence. Of course, you may not have attracted their attention, and that may be one of the reasons. After entering the secret realm, you are thinking about whether the weirdness has also entered it. If Wei also comes in, you can fight him this time, see his true form, and kill him. Of course, you are also thinking about whether you should continue to live in poverty. In this case, as long as you can survive, you can stay in the Immortal Mansion and hit the supreme level. After thinking about it, you still chose to keep quiet. After all, your purpose this time was very clear from the beginning of the simulation, to survive and break through to the supreme level. As for investigating the truth and weirdness, we will talk about it later. However, half a month after you got up, you sensed Huang Yin and Huang Qing. In addition, there is Ji Bingyan. The three of them were being chased crazily and looked extremely embarrassed. In this regard, you sighed helplessly, but still chose to save them. Fortunately, your attack this time was quick, accurate, and ruthless, and it didn't attract too much attention. Next, you plan to continue sleeping with the three of you. However, many times things go against the grain. In the blink of an eye, about half a month has passed. During this half month, you have obviously found that there are too few monks in the secret realm. Based on the information you obtained before, you deduce that most of the geniuses who participated in the Immortal Mansion assessment have been hunted down. The rest were probably deliberately let go by Wei, Gu Xian, and others. Otherwise, with their methods, no one can survive in this secret realm. As for why the others were let go, It was probably to allow Gu Xian and other black mist figures to get rid of suspicion and stay in the Immortal Mansion. It's weird, and he probably has some kind of plan for the Immortal Mansion. While you were thinking, you suddenly found that you sensed a terrifying aura appearing. This aura was like chaos, much more terrifying than the aura you exposed when you condensed the complete space-time body. This makes you feel awestruck, and you have some guesses in your mind, but you can't go on anymore, and you feel the need to investigate. Soon, you led the three of them to the place where the aura emerged, and saw a very astonishing scene. The withered bones of the genius and the piles of native corpses are piled up like mountains. Hundreds of black mist figures guard mercilessly around a man in a black robe and mask who was born with a single horn. And that aura of chaos is leaked from this black-robed masked man with one horn. This made you squint your eyes and guess that this guy was the real mastermind, the one who had planned everything. Now, this weird thing is about to condense into the legendary Chaos Body. Obviously, the reason why he hunts so many geniuses is not only to enhance his own strength, but also to make himself strong enough to transform his body into the legendary Chaotic Body. In this regard, you are a little curious whether this strange thing is the body of an immortal devouring demon body, or whether it is a chaotic body condensed by its own ability. If it is condensed by one's own ability, then you won't think much about it. If one takes away the contemporary immortal devouring demonic body and uses the power of the immortal devouring demonic body to condense the chaos body, then the fun will be great. After all, the immortal devouring demonic body was created by the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion. If Wei Wei took away the immortal devouring demonic body without knowing it, he would probably make a wedding dress for Jiuxing Pavilion and let Jiuxing Pavilion come to kill the cicada Oriole. Is behind. That is, when you are thinking, you find that the strangely condensed chaotic body does not seem to be perfect. For this reason, Wei Wei shouted and directly absorbed most of the black mist figures. This method is quite familiar to you. It should not be the power of weirdness itself, but the power of swallowing the immortal demonic body. As the strange figures swallowed the black mist, the strange chaotic body became more perfect, making him laugh happily. That is, while they were laughing strangely, many of the geniuses who were attracted by the chaos body were also filled with fear and murderous intent. They are not fools. They naturally know that they and others are being plotted, and the immortal swallowing demonic body in front of them is the mastermind behind this. For this reason, they will naturally not allow the immortal devouring demonic body to condense the chaos body like this, and then destroy them all here, using their origins as nourishment for the immortal devouring demonic body. In the end, Tianjiao took the lead and took action against Wei. Because Wei devoured all his native men, including most of the black mist figures, the remaining black mist figures were no match for the Tianjiao army and were quickly defeated. In this regard, Wei Wei had no intention of wasting it. He directly swallowed all his men and condensed them into a complete chaotic body, leaving only Gu Xian mixed in the crowd. Then, there was a fierce battle between Wei and the remaining geniuses. You saw a very amazing scene. Obviously, the cultivation of both sides has been suppressed to the level of the Holy King's great perfection, but Weird actually took advantage of 1 against 1,000. You must know that the geniuses here are not ordinary goods. The weakest ones are all Emperor-level figures, and there are many geniuses who rank high on the Saint King list and the Great Saint ranking. However, with so many people taking action together, they were unable to gain an advantage. Although Wei Wei doesn't mean to go head-to-head with the geniuses, it's enough to show how powerful he is. You see this scene and feel amazed in your heart. The chaotic body is really too powerful. Even the time and space body seems too weak in front of it. Having a chaos body can truly be called the #1 in talent, and no one can compare with it. Perhaps, even in the immortal realm, only the extremely rare immortal body can rival it. As for the chaos immortal body, which is the next step up from the chaos body, it is the truly strongest physique, and no other physique can compare with it. However, in the upper world, even the chaos body has never appeared. It is a legendary physique. As for the chaos immortal physique, let alone it. Whether this physique exists in the immortal realm is still a question. While you were thinking, Huang Yin and the other two people were asking you if you wanted to join the battle and kill the mastermind behind the scheme. In response, you nodded and participated in the battle. Now that we have seen Wei and seen that the opponent has condensed the chaos body, there is no point in continuing. It is better to see if we can cooperate with the geniuses to defeat Wei and see its true face. In that case, even if you die here, the harvest from this simulation will be enough. As you join the battlefield, your real combat power explodes, and you launch a powerful attack on Wei. Wei, who originally had the advantage, no longer has such a big advantage, and he starts to be cautious and no longer so reckless. This weird thing really took away the immortal devouring demonic body. Even the chaos body was condensed. Wang Ping looked at the content of the text simulation and frowned. This weirdo, in terms of combat power alone, has already surpassed him and can be regarded as the strongest at the same level in the true sense. This is based on the fact that he has just obtained the chaos body, has not practiced the corresponding skills and magical powers, and has not yet understood the chaos Tao patterns. If he waits until he masters the chaos body and finds a way to create chaos-type skills and magical powers, he will realize the chaos pattern. Then his combat power will probably be greatly improved. Under the same circumstances, he will really beat everyone he meets. It is unimaginable how powerful it will be by then. This time it's difficult. Wang Ping sighed and was pessimistic about whether he could kill Wei with his numerical advantage. Since the other party dares to appear so openly, he must be fully confident and is unlikely to die in vain. Moreover, most of the weird things are weak and unkillable. Unless they find their weak points, they're difficult to kill. While Wang Ping's thoughts were surging, the text simulation continued. As Wei stopped making waves, the pressure on your side surged instantly. A large number of geniuses died in Wei's hands, were blasted in a blood mist, and then had their origins taken away. In this regard, you feel awe-inspiring and feel that this cannot continue. If you continue to fight like this, you will definitely be killed by Wei one by one. In addition, there are also traitors among this group of people. Although Wei obviously doesn't want to expose Gu Xian's men and wants them to join the Immortal Mansion for planning, but if they are really in a dangerous situation, with Wei's style, he will definitely let them attack everyone without hesitation. For this reason, we have to guard against it. As for letting other geniuses take action to deal with Gu Xian and others first, you think the possibility is very low. Others may not believe you. Probably only Yi Chun and others believe you. Not to mention, taking action at this time will undoubtedly make the situation here worse. After thinking about it, you made a decision. After transmitting a message to Yi Chun and others, you activated your extremely powerful magical power of time and space, enveloping the weirdness into another time and space and temporarily trapped it, and wanted to have a one-on-one fight with him. Pick! This scene shocked the others and thought you were too reckless. However, some people are shocked by your power and feel that you hide it too deeply. You always behave like an ordinary emperor on the outside, but the combat power you burst out is superior to all the geniuses on the Three Saints list. That is, when you and Wei entered another space and time for a duel, which surprised others, Yi Chun and others suddenly attacked certain people. This scene made the others shocked and angry. They didn't know what Yi Chun and others meant and why they wanted to attack and kill their teammates. At this time, there was internal strife. Yi Chun and others shouted loudly, saying that you have the Piyuan Sky Eye and can see through everyone's true identity. The people they attacked are all weird subordinates, the same people as the Black Mist figure, and they must be eliminated first. Then, Yi Chun pointed out the strange subordinates mixed in the crowd. These words surprised everyone, and they didn't know whether to believe Yi Chun's words. The people who were pointed out by Yi Chun and others retorted angrily, saying that Yi Chun and others had conflicts with them, and this time it was a public revenge. With the emergence of arguments and battles, the scene became chaotic, which made other geniuses even more hesitant. not knowing which side was telling the truth. At this time, the young master of the Tianmu tribe stood up and said that he also had the Yuan Tianshanai. Although it was not as good as the Piyuan Tianshanai, when these people and others took action, he could also see that their auras seemed to be somewhat similar. As soon as these words came out, everyone frowned. The Tianmu clan has nothing to do with the Tai Imperial Palace, so they won't lie. For a moment, everyone looked at Gu Xian and others with fierce looks in their eyes and started to take action. At this time, there is no hesitation. I would rather kill 10,000 than let one go. Even if they really killed the wrong person and were used as a knife, they would admit it. Anyway, from now on they will all be competing for immortality, so if Gu Xian and others die, they will die. As other geniuses joined the battlefield, Yi Chun and others, who had been suppressed by Gu Xian and whose lives were in danger at any time, breathed a sigh of relief, and a shocking battle broke out between the two sides. While the outside world is fighting, you are also fighting with weirdness. Weird mocks your overestimation, and also thinks that defenders like you are really annoying, so he will take away your origin and make you a dog beside him. You ignored the strange words and continued to fight. However, even though you are at full strength, using the Golden Talent 9, Purple Talent, Endless Blade, and other talents without reservation, and even using the Source Breaking Sky without reservation to see through its origin and magical power, you are still failed to gain any advantage, and was even at an absolute disadvantage. You sigh in your heart at the power of the Chaos Body. You are quite envious of the Chaos Body. You also hope that you can get a physique like the Chaos Body in the future to make yourself more powerful. Of course, although you are jealous, you also know that now is not the time to be jealous. You must find a way to kill Weird and make a comeback. In the end, you use the ability of the Golden Talent, Damage Nullification, and the Purple Talent, Magical Power Nullification, plus the Life for Injury style of play, to successfully injure Weird, hoping to gain the effect of the 7-color talent, Instant Death Attack. Unfortunately, although you were lucky enough to trigger the Sextet and the critical hit effect this time, you did not trigger the effect of the 7-color talent and Instant Death Attack after all. This makes you a little helpless. You can only choose to use your Golden Talent and the ability to exchange lives with Weirdness to exchange lives. You believe that although Wei has the ability to easily break through to the supreme and even stronger realms, he definitely has no choice to break through. Because once he breaks through, he will not be able to condense the chaotic body with the help of the origins of the geniuses in the upper world. For this reason, he must have been suppressing his cultivation before this. Sure enough, Wei Wei is indeed suppressing his cultivation, and his true cultivation is indeed only half a step to the supreme realm. For this reason, the effect of the Golden Talent, Life for Life, was successfully triggered, Weirdness died, and you also consumed a life. However, for the matter of consuming a life, you can reasonably use the Purple Talent Death Puppet to transfer the death effect to a certain unlucky God King realm powerhouse. It's just that, to your helplessness, something unexpected happened. Weird, but he came back to life immediately, looking at you with a mocking look on his face. Weirdly sneered and said that your ability is quite good. You can actually make him die silently. It can be said that it is impossible to prevent him. However, it is a pity that you are not qualified to kill him completely. You didn't care about the weird ridicule, but frowned and analyzed the principle of the weird resurrection. Judging from your experience in dealing with the weird, the principle of the weird resurrection in front of you is probably to transfer the ending of death to the existence he gave power to. This effect is similar to your Purple Talent, Death Puppet, but the ability level and effect are much more domineering. The former idol also had this kind of resurrection ability, which was very difficult to deal with. You don't know how many subordinates Wei has left. If it were you, you would probably spread your men all over the 10 universes and pile up as many as you can. That way, it's the safest. In other words, if Wei really has this ability, then it is basically impossible for you to kill him. Perhaps he can only die completely if he is far stronger than the strange existence and kills it again and again until all his substitutes are dead. But if you want to do this kind of thing, you think the Supreme is probably not capable, and even ordinary quasi-emperors may not be able to kill Wei, because Weird can break through to the Supreme Realm at any time. With the strange strength after breaking through to the Supreme Realm, even an ordinary quasi-emperor may have to spend a lot of effort to kill him, and he will have to kill him until his hands are weak, and he will be consumed to death. I knew the weirdness wasn't that simple. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and shook his head. However, this is not the worst. After all, weirdness also has the ability to curse. When he killed Gu Xian made a red light that penetrated into the body of the simulated Wang Ping, forming red patterns, and was finally detonated by weirdness. Apart from this, I don't know if Wei Wei has other abilities. Although I really want to force out all his trump cards, it will definitely not work this time. However, the harvest this time is not bad. With the ability of Piyu and Tianyan, the weird method of hiding his face and figure is useless. He has been seen through, and his breath has been recorded so we can slowly find him. Of course, the face can be disguised, and the body can also be disguised. This cannot be used as a reference. The most important thing is the breath. However, it is very difficult to find the weirdness with aura. You still have to work hard. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, and while thinking about these things in his mind, he continued to stare at the screen. Next, Wei Wei burst out with terrifying combat power, directly injuring you without giving you the slightest chance. However, the weirdness never means to kill you, but it keeps consuming your power. This made your expression change, and you also noticed the strange intentions and abilities. It seems that Wei's desire to seize other people's origins and control them likely has two prerequisites. These two prerequisites are that the enemy is weak to a certain extent and that he has obtained part of the origin, or is given the origin. Of course, it is also possible that the enemy only needs to be weak to a certain extent and he can use his abilities to control it, so there is no need to be so troublesome. After all, this is a weird ability that has always been very disgusting and overbearing. In order not to be sapped of strength and controlled by the weirdness, you suddenly self-destructed, blowing up everything and unleashing the most powerful attack. The weird thing is that I didn't expect you to be so desperate, and I was directly injured by you. Then you triggered the effect of the 7-color talent instant death attack, and Wei died again. However, Wei Wei came back to life again, with a face full of dissatisfaction. He felt that your trump card was also very good, and actually killed him again. This was undoubtedly a bit of a slap in the face. Just when Wei Wei was about to squat on you to prevent you from resurrecting and escaping, Wei Wei's expression suddenly changed. Because he had just condensed the chaos body, he had such an intense battle, which made the chaos body a little agitated. In addition, being born with a heaven-defying physique will always lead to heavenly calamity. It's just that in this secret realm, he temporarily avoided the aura of calamity, and that's why he seemed so calm. However, no matter how strong the secret realm is, it cannot disobey the rules of the upper realm. For this reason, the heavenly calamity still occurs. And if he continues to stay in this secret realm, he will be greeted with a devastating blow, because the horror of this catastrophe is unimaginable. In addition, although this secret realm is not small, it means that compared to saints and saint kings, his true cultivation level is only half a step to the supreme realm. The heavenly tribulation was also generated based on his true cultivation and the chaotic body. It is conceivable that it is so terrifying that it will definitely destroy this secret realm together. He had worked so hard to create this secret realm, and it was heartbreaking to see it destroyed. For this reason, although Wei Wei wanted to squat down and kill you, he still let it go. He chose to move himself without hesitation and left the secret realm without knowing where he was going. And you were resurrected an hour later. When you came back to life, you were slightly relieved when you saw the disappearance of the strangeness, but also frowned. After all, you don't think Weird can even do squats. It can only be said that Wei Wei must have encountered a situation where he had to evacuate, so he left in such a hurry. However, you can't care where Wei goes now. You returned to the time and space where the secret realm is, and saw that the two sides were still fighting. It can only be said that although Gu Xian is no match for you, he is really strong. With other strange men, he suppresses Yi Chun and other geniuses to fight. The numerical advantage on Yi Chen's side is completely useless. Although, the reason why it became like this is because Weird set up a trap when the geniuses were teleported in from the beginning, killing the real monsters, and killed most of the top geniuses. Later, Weird took action, and some died. Among the people participating in the battle now, there are very few geniuses who rank high on the Great Saint list. Otherwise, it would not be like this. However, no matter what, Yi Chun and the others managed to survive with various trump cards. As you joined the battlefield, everyone except Gu Xian was killed by you one by one. Mo Shangli was also on the list of those killed. As for Bai Hong, you still didn't have the heart to do it yourself. Although you knew that Bai Hong had been completely controlled by Wei, you still didn't do it yourself. In the end, other geniuses killed him. Next, you will face Gu Xian again. You naturally know the details about Gu Xian. For this reason, you have some headaches about whether to kill it. If you kill it, you will definitely be cursed and get G again. And if you hadn't taken action, no one would have dared to kill Gu Xian. In the previous battles, no one actually helped Yi Chun and others attack Gu Xian. It was always Yi Chun, Zhu Huang, Huang Yin, and others who were beating up Gu Xian, while the others were dealing with others. Everyone knows that there is no conclusive evidence now. If they take action against Gu Xian and kill him, they will most likely be greeted by the revenge of the Chongqinggu family. No one can ignore the Chongqinggu family. Even the emperor is extremely afraid of them, let alone the so-called geniuses like them who have not grown up. For this reason, no one can afford the price of killing Gu Xian. It is impossible for them to do it. And if you do it, you can't bear the consequences either. After all, unlike in the last simulation, you are now unable to prove that there is something wrong with Gu Xian. Besides, if you kill Gu Xian, you won't be able to resist his deathbed counterattack. However, although you were struggling with how to deal with Gu Xian, your men were not idle. They took action directly, defeated Gu Xian forcefully, and then suppressed him with the magical power of time and space. Although Gu Xian was suppressed, his expression was still very calm. He stared at you with emotion, saying that he really didn't expect you to hide so deeply and be so powerful. In response, you smiled and expressed mutual respect. Then, you looked at the crowd and thought about how to get out of here. You didn't ask Gu Xian what he meant. You know very well that it is impossible for Gu Xian to answer you. He can only find a way out by himself. However, the situation this time is different from last time. This time, Wei Wei probably has no intention of letting you out. After all, things have reached this point. It is undoubtedly the best choice to annihilate everyone in it and keep it secret. Weird's whereabouts are unknown now, but when he finishes solving his own affairs, he will definitely come back and destroy you all here. It can be said that you don't have much time left. You must find a way to survive as soon as possible. Finally, after you think about it, let everyone find a solution together. No one is dissatisfied with your words. After all, you are the strongest here, and it is about life. No one will get emotional at this time. Unfortunately, you have searched all over and still can't find a way out. Time passes, and another month has passed in the blink of an eye, which makes you anxious. When you guys found nothing, Gu Xian's expression suddenly stiffened, and then his body exploded. This makes you very shocked. You don't know why Gu Xian died suddenly. However, you soon thought of something strange. Weirdness has the ability to die as a substitute. In other words, Wei Wei's life was in danger, and he was forced to let others die for him. However, if this is the case, how bad must the strange situation be? After all, Gu Xian can be said to be the strongest genius under his command. He also has a great background and is extremely valuable. It can be said that unless it was a life-and-death situation where Gu Xian had to die for him, it was absolutely impossible for Wei Wei to do such a thing. But hasn't Wei already obtained the Chaos Body and escaped from here? Why did he encounter such a dangerous situation? This does not fit with his cautious character. When you were surprised, Gu Xian came back to life again. He didn't care about his death and resurrection. He looked at you calmly and said slowly, "The geniuses in the world are all pawns, and they will eventually turn into withered bones." As these words fell, Gu Xian's expression stiffened again, and finally his soul exploded and turned into a dead corpse. Looking at the dead Gu Xian, you fell silent, feeling quite complicated. Obviously, Gu Xian did not defect to Wei Wei, but was controlled by Wei Wei and became a pawn, which is sad. So what if the genius has no strength? He can only lament in vain. Next, you calmed down and speculated whether Wei Wei was dead or not, and if so, why? However, it is impossible for you to get the answer after all. Start thinking about when those old guys in the Immortal Mansion will find out that their secret realm has been subcontracted and come to save you. At the same time, you're also starting to have a headache on how to explain Gu Xian's death. Without evidence, the Gu family is not that easy to talk to. All I can say is that I hope the Gu family can see the abnormality in Gu Xian. Otherwise, the current situation in the Atai Imperial Palace cannot stop the anger of the Chongqing Gu family. Of course, even if Emperor Tianyu was still in the Tai Palace, he still could not stop the Gu family's anger. After all, the Gu family has a terrifying and powerful man who has refined the fairy spirit. He is one of the strongest in the world. Only the old monsters that may exist in the fairy mansion can rival him. This development is really unexpected. Wei has just obtained the chaos body and is suspected of dying. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation with a slightly subtle expression. This is weird. Could it be that he was targeted by heaven, and then the heavenly tribulation was too terrifying, and then he was hacked to death? If this is the case, it can only be said that he deserves it. Of course, this possibility is quite small. Wang Ping even suspected that some strong man had caught Wei Wei and tortured him to death over and over again. As for why he was caught strangely, it was naturally the origin of refining the chaotic body. Good guy, if you think about it this way, weirdness is just delicious. It can be refined again and juiced repeatedly. Wang Ping's eyes were very subtle. If the weirdness is really due to repeated juice extraction, I don't know whether to gloat or not. Thinking of that scene, Wang Ping couldn't help laughing and continued to stare at the screen. While you were thinking about various things, extremely terrifying spatial fluctuations suddenly appeared in the secret realm. Then your body was sucked out irresistibly. Not only you, but all the geniuses in the secret realm were sucked out. During this process, you know very well that the Immortal Mansion should have noticed the abnormality and chose to take action. It took more than 2 months to discover the abnormality and find a solution. This Immortal Mansion is really embarrassing. On the way out, you were still complaining about the Immortal Mansion in your heart. When you go out, the monks who are paying attention to the Immortal Mansion are all shocked, confused, and angry. Because so many geniuses went in, only less than 1,000 came out. This is an extremely terrifying thing. Also, didn't the Immortal Mansion say that no one would die in the Secret Realm trial? Why are there only so many people coming out, and all of them look seriously injured? At this moment, the master of the Immortal Mansion is also looking here, with a heavy expression on his face. To be honest, they didn't expect this to happen. The entrance to the Secret Realm set up by the Immortal Mansion was actually secretly manipulated by someone. This method is quite shocking. In addition, they monitored the Dream Demon Secret Realm and did not notice any abnormalities. The geniuses were undergoing normal assessments and trials. If he hadn't sensed something was wrong, it seemed very strange that no one had passed the examination for 2 months, so he had done all he could to investigate. Otherwise, they would still have been kept in the dark. The other party is able to do this kind of thing. In the opinion of the Immortal Palace Master, there are probably the following reasons. The main messenger behind the scenes comes from outside the territory. Only people from outside the territory, relying on those magical abilities and props, can make strong people like them not notice that the entrance to the secret realm has been moved to other secret realms, and at the same time form a connection in the Dream Demon secret realm. An illusionary projection that none of them can see through. The second point is that there are spies in their Immortal Mansion. Otherwise, The other party has magical abilities and props, and they have to have the opportunity to use them. The third point is that the other party also has a quasi-immortal realm expert who is comparable to their ancestors in the Immortal Mansion. Otherwise, it would be impossible to arrange such a special secret realm that even the Emperor would find difficult to break through, and where the incarnation of the Emperor and the Imperial weapon cannot be revealed. Of course, this does not rule out that the other party also used abilities and props to create it. The fourth point is that the other party also has the power of heavenly secrets that is comparable to, or even surpasses, that of the divine fortune teller in their immortal mansion. Otherwise, if you want to arrange all this without the divine fortune teller being aware of it, without any changes in the fortune, the same is true. Impossible things. Of course, this does not rule out that the other party has blocked the calculation of the secret through abilities and props. It can be said that the above conditions are necessary. The opponent's preparations are undoubtedly extremely sufficient, and the methods of the mastermind behind the scenes are also chilling in the heart. It was too cruel to plot against all the forces in the upper realm, including his immortal mansion, at once. The master of the immortal mansion has a heavy heart and glances at the surviving creatures, especially those related to the heavens such as the land of the abyss, the killing paradise, the 9-star pavilion candidates, etc. He stayed for a long time. The master of the immortal mansion should have thought more perfectly. It seems that it is more difficult for them to achieve all this than I imagined. Wang Ping also frowned when he looked at the text simulation content. Weird's ability is special, but it is impossible to have so many abilities and props. In other words, there is someone behind Weird's support. Someone from the heavens is planning all this. Wang Ping's eyes flickered, thinking to himself. He thought of someone. This person is the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion. Could it be that all this was planned by the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion? If it was him, then this guy's scheming was too deep. Create the immortal swallowing demonic body, use Wei's abilities, various calculations, and calculate all the forces to kill the geniuses in one pot, and let the geniuses become nourishment, helping Wei successfully condense the chaotic body. Then something strange happened later. Wang Ping had to suspect that this was also done by the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion. If it was really the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion who took action against weirdness, then his target was also Chaos Body. It can be said that he started planning all this a long time ago. This is really one ring after another, eating everyone to death. For a time, Wang Ping was extremely afraid of the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion. This guy is too dangerous, and he doesn't know who his true identity is or which force in the heavens he comes from. By the way, if it is Jiuxing Pavilion, as long as there is a high-ranking person in the Immortal Mansion who joins Jiuxing Pavilion, the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion will have a way to call him out. Then, if he cooperates with his weird ability, he wants to plant spies in the Immortal Mansion. It's a very easy thing. After all, Wei can easily control others. No matter how loyal the people in the Immortal Mansion are, they can't compete with Wei's ability. Wang Ping narrowed his eyes and thought of another joint. Thinking of this, Wang Ping sighed deeply. These old monsters are really too sinister. It's so tiring to fight with these people. It can be said that if I didn't have a life simulator, how many lives would I have had? It's not enough for them to play with. In the real world, you have to tell Alpha. If I really encounter danger, teleport me away as soon as possible. Wang Ping rubbed his eyebrows again and muttered to himself. Before, Wang Ping felt that the possibility of the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion targeting him was relatively low. Now he doesn't think so anymore, and the possibility has directly increased a lot. This kind of old Enby is so cruel that Wang Ping cannot be too careful to guard against him. Even if he is not in the simulation, Wang Ping is a little worried, let alone in the immersive simulation. Time is still passing in the outside world, which is too dangerous. Therefore, Alpha must be used to help him to have the ability to escape in an emergency. Otherwise, it would be too miserable to be tricked and killed during the simulation. The founder of Jiuxing Pavilion. I feel like he will be a shocking enemy. If the story of the upper world were turned into a novel, maybe he would be the big boss of the upper world. Wang Ping couldn't help but sigh. Before, he thought Gu Xian was the big boss, and he undoubtedly overestimated him. Gu Xian is a small boss, and he is obviously a poor man who is being controlled. Most of his actions are not his intention. Otherwise, as the young master of the Gu family, there is really no need to do these things to seek skin from a tiger. The price-performance ratio is too low, and it is completely stupid behavior. Afterwards, Wang Ping gathered his thoughts again and continued to stare at the screen, wanting to see how the Immortal Palace would solve the next trouble. After so many geniuses died, Wang Ping felt that all the forces in the upper world would be furious. By then, Gu Xian's death should not cause too much trouble. While the master of the Immortal Mansion had a heavy expression, some emperors could no longer sit still and asked what the hell the Immortal Mansion was doing and why only so many people came out, and all of them were injured. They obviously escaped death. As the great emperor came forward, all the forces began to speak out and question the Immortal Mansion, looking quite unhappy. After all, those who go in are all the descendants of their power, and they are the hope for the future of their power. If they fall like this, then they will really vomit blood. The master of the Immortal Palace is also quite troubled by the questions from the outside world and does not know how to explain. After all, although someone was plotting this time, it was ultimately the Immortal Mansion's fault. They couldn't blame the situation, and they had to make up for their mistakes. That is, when the master of the Immortal Mansion was having a headache, Yi Chen stood up and told what happened in the secret realm. Following Yi Chen's description, all the forces were shocked. They did not expect such a terrifying thing to happen in the secret realm. No one expected that there would be a big hand controlling everything. It was really cruel to want to take down all the geniuses in the upper world. The most important thing is that he also succeeded. He successfully transferred the entrance to the secret realm, slaughtered most of the geniuses who entered the secret realm, devoured their origins, and successfully condensed a legendary physique such as the Chaos Body. According to Yi Chen's description, the performance of the Chaos Body is also extremely scary. With one person's power, he has the upper hand against the remaining geniuses. If you hadn't taken action and dragged it into another time and space, all the geniuses would have died. Thinking of this, everyone looked at you again and their expressions changed. The calculation behind this mastermind is frightening, and your performance is equally surprising. You survived fighting the Chaos Body alone, and even before you take action, you will also explode with a combat power second only to the Chaos Body. Xian was suppressed. This level of combat power is really astonishing. However, you had behaved mediocrely before this, and were called an ordinary emperor's son, the most shameful emperor's son in the Tai Palace. I can only say that you really hit it too deeply, and you were like a real person. Subsequently, everyone asked the Immortal Mansion why it failed so much and was tricked repeatedly, causing their descendants to die tragically. This must be explained to everyone, otherwise they will never give up. Faced with the accusations from all the forces, the master of the Immortal Mansion had a heavy expression, asking all parties to calm down and give the Immortal Mansion some time. They would investigate the culprit behind the scenes, kill him, and give all parties an explanation. Every party was dissatisfied with the answer of the master of the Immortal Mansion. They ridiculed that there might be something wrong in the Immortal Mansion, and they might also be involved. Otherwise, who would have such great ability to do all this? In response to the ridicule from all parties, the master of the Immortal Mansion has nothing to say. This time, he himself didn't believe it when he said that there was no problem within the Immortal Mansion. However, the master of the Immortal Palace also knows very well what the purpose of the current strong attitude of all parties is. They are not only seeking accountability, but also applying pressure. Now that Tianjiao is dead and there is no way to undo this result, we can only look forward. While working together to find the murderer, we also want to take this opportunity to explore the details of the Immortal Mansion and see what secrets there are. Why is it so mysterious and has always controlled the mystery of the immortal sect and immortal fate? This time, all parties have grasped the leverage of the Immortal Mansion. If the Immortal Mansion does not give in, this matter will be really troublesome. However, it is impossible for the Immortal Mansion to give in, disclose many secrets, or even hand over some important places. That is, when the atmosphere gradually became depressing, another aura of terror descended. The head of the Chongqing Gu family appeared here. He was also Gu Xian's father. After the head of the Gu family appeared, everyone looked in his direction, with solemn expressions and a little fear, but their minds became more active. After all, Gu Xian was also positioned as the mastermind behind this secret realm. Although this was only Yi Qin's one-sided statement, Gu Xian was labeled with this label after all, and he was already dead. When a person dies, they have nothing to say. If they want, they can use this to target the Chongqing Gu family. Of course, these people did not do this after thinking about it. At this time, it is more important to test the immortal mansion. Then, the power of the longevity Gu family is also indispensable. In the upper realm, only the Chongqing Gu family can vaguely compete with the immortal mansion. Although this is the speculation of all parties, there has been no conflict between the Chongqing Gu family and the immortal mansion, but as long as the Chongqing Gu family takes action, it will be more stable. Then, all the old monsters from all sides looked at you, thinking that you were a good pawn to win over the Gu family. After all, it was you who suppressed Gu Xian, and Gu Xian died in your hands. Although Yi Chun was saying that Gu Xian died inexplicably and it was the chaos body's fault, there was no evidence for this, so he could say so if he wanted to. You notice the gazes of old monsters from all sides, and a sense of crisis emerges in your heart. Knowing that these old monsters have set their sights on you, you can't help but take a deep breath, stand up without being humble, and use your magical power to reveal the memory scene. Come out and try to prove your innocence. At the same time, you also told a lot of things you knew and some guesses. Of course, you didn't say anything about Weird possibly being dead. After all, you didn't enter the immersive simulation state this time, and you don't have a god's perspective to know those things. As you explained, the expressions of all parties changed again. If what you say is true, then the problem is huge. As for the strange existence, due to the forces in the heavens, all parties know something about it. Weird and extremely dangerous. Once discovered, it must be eliminated. If the existence of the chaotic body condensed from the immortal swallowing demonic body is really weird, then it seems very reasonable that he can control Gu Xian and so many geniuses without letting the powerful people from all sides notice. For this reason, it seems that now is not the time to argue, nor is it the time to test the immortal mansion, but it is necessary to find and kill the weird mastermind behind the scenes. In addition, forces that may be cooperating with Weird must be found and eliminated. Otherwise, once the weirdness completely grows, it will be a disaster in the upper world. After all, the Weird purpose is to destroy all living things and even the world. This is undoubtedly a moment that affects the survival of all forces and must be treated with caution. Internal fighting at this time is extremely stupid behavior. For this reason, the old monsters from the forces of the heavens such as the Killing Paradise and the Abyss prove the existence of the strange through your memory images and the strange breath you intercepted, and also verified that there is indeed something and everything in Gu Xian's body. After the strange and related aura, most of the forces put away their previous anger and selfishness, and the big shots began to enter the fairy mansion to discuss important matters. And after the head of the Chongqing Gu family took away Gu Xian's body, he also looked at you deeply. The unfathomable gaze of the emperor puts you under a lot of pressure, but you still have no intention of being afraid. After all, Gu Xian's death in this simulation has nothing to do with you, and you have a clear conscience. In the end, the assessment of the immortal mansion was terminated. The number of talented people who survived by chance was too small, and all of them were taken into the immortal mansion. This makes some talented people who have managed to survive feel scared and lucky at the same time. After all, if the assessment is normal, their hope of entering the immortal mansion is actually quite small. However, more people sighed secretly and had mixed feelings. The so-called Golden Age has not really begun yet, and I have not seen the scene where all the geniuses have achieved enlightenment, so I feel so lonely. It was said to be the most splendid era in history, but it turned out to be the most bleak era. The number and quality of geniuses were far inferior to those of the previous Golden Age. It seems that the weak forces don't know about weirdness, but the great emperors still know about the existence of weirdness. The source of darkness is related to weirdness, and those emperors should also know it in their hearts. However, the source of darkness has not changed for so many years, so there is no need to pay too much attention to his existence. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and thought to himself, of course, at the level of the source of darkness, it is useless for the big guys in the upper world to care about him. So what if they care, they can still destroy it? What the great powers in the sky cannot do, the emperor wants to do it. That is impossible. Although it is just a hair extending from the weird body, the powers of the heavens must have a way to destroy it, but there is no need, and the emperor really has no way to deal with it. However, judging from the reactions of the emperors, if they knew about the existence of the weird, they would still abandon their prejudices and find a way to kill the weird first. Obviously, in the past era, weird cholera also appeared, and it must have caused extreme otherwise. The emperors may react like the Lord of Light in Zhang Hu's world, thinking of using the weird instead of uniting to eliminate it. Wang Ping analyzed a lot of things in his mind and breathed a sigh of relief. What Wang Ping was most worried about was that the emperor didn't care about weirdness and wanted to take advantage of weirdness. Now it seemed that he was worrying too much. The object that used the weird thing still came from the heavens. However, in the world, weirdness is a public enemy. If he dares to do this, he is a little too crazy, and he is not afraid of being eliminated. It doesn't seem right either. Wang Ping frowned again and suddenly thought of something. He expected that the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion was the big boss, who took advantage of the strange existence. However, the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion comes from the heavens. With his identity and background, he can get along in the paradise of heavens. If his goal was to become an immortal and become stronger, there seemed to be no need to take such a big risk to do these things. Perhaps the development in reality and the simulation are completely different. In reality, everything is as usual. The founders of Jiuxing Pavilion and the forces in the heavens, such as Killing Paradise, can communicate normally and go back and forth to the paradise. However, in my simulation, they are disconnected from the outside world. Wang Ping had this association. In other words, they may panic and feel that something big has gone wrong. In the simulation, they lose the advantage of going to the paradise of heavens and using the resources of related forces. This means that in the simulation, they can completely rely on themselves and rely on the resources of the upper world to achieve their goal of becoming stronger. Otherwise, they will also grow old. However, they will not enter the source of darkness like those emperors who have no choice but to enter the source of darkness. These people are more aware of the horror of the source of darkness and will not expect the source of darkness to never erupt. For this reason, they will try their best to become stronger, become immortals, and go to the immortal realm. Only in that way can they live forever. Don't die, leave this world. With this speculation, it is certain that the course of action of the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion and the thoughts of other heavenly forces are completely different in the simulated world. Maybe, in normal development in reality, the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion will not by using weirdness. Weirdness will naturally not be able to harm Gu Xian and others and trap and kill so many talented people. Although the strange existence is still a big hidden danger, without the backing of a big figure like the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion, he would not be able to cause such a big storm. And once someone finds his trace, he will be killed. Wang Ping sighed secretly when he thought of this. After all the trouble, it turned out to be his fault. This was so true that he didn't know how to complain. Forget it. All this is just speculation, and it may not necessarily be my fault. It must be the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion or someone else who has such a plan. Wang Ping covered his forehead again and silently shook the pot away, highlighting the non-stick feature. Next, Wang Ping continued to stare at the screen, wanting to see what happened next. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. During this year, you quietly practiced in the Immortal Mansion. It has to be said that the cultivation environment in the Immortal Mansion is much better than that in the Tai Emperor's Palace, and there are also secret places to help people achieve enlightenment. You are confident that if you practice in this mysterious land for another 100 years or so, you can successfully condense the Tao fruit, break through the supreme bottleneck, and realize the Tao of heaven and earth. It can only be said that the geniuses were almost completely wiped out this time, which brought a lot of benefits to those of you who survived. If it develops normally, these mysterious places require enough Immortal Mansion contribution points to enter and practice. Now, it is open to you for free. Of course, this is also due to your outstanding contribution in the secret realm and the sense of crisis felt by the Immortal Mansion. The mastermind behind the scenes is very terrifying, and he has even joined forces with Weird to make the Mansion want to cultivate more geniuses as soon as possible, and even cultivate immortal seedlings as soon as possible to fight against them. During this year, Xianfu, together with other forces, has been investigating the truth. They also gained a lot. They learned that Taian Xuanzi seemed to have woken up from his mad state and had reached cooperation with Wei and the mastermind behind the scenes. However, this is also a very normal thing. Without Taian Shuzi, it is impossible to resist the magic of Xianfu's divine fortune teller. In addition, within the Immortal Mansion, the master of the Immortal Mansion also conducted a thorough investigation, found out the Quasi-Emperor's spy, and shot him to death. It can only be said that the strange ability is indeed terrifying. Even the powerful Quasi-Emperor Dzogchen was actually controlled by it silently. However, this also allowed the master of the Immortal Palace to catch the tail of the mastermind behind the scenes. In the opinion of the master of the Immortal Mansion, only Jiuxing Pavilion can achieve the quasi-immortal combat power, and can also allow the Quasi-Emperor to leave the Immortal Mansion and control him. In other words, the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion is extremely suspicious. This also made many forces become more and more wary of Jiuxing Pavilion and became very hostile. Most of them left Jiuxing Pavilion to prevent them from plotting against them again. However, although the Immortal Mansion Alliance wanted to find the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion and kill him, they have been unable to find the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion and his 9 stars during this year. Although they found many Jiuxing Pavilion strongholds and destroyed them, these were meaningless things. After all, the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion will not die, Wei Wei will not die, and it will be meaningless no matter how many of those minions die. It's just that these are none of your business, and you can't control that much. All you can do now is practice hard and make yourself stronger. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. During these 100 years, Jiuxing Pavilion was suppressed repeatedly and did not dare to stand out at all. However, not many of the senior figures in Jiuxing Pavilion were caught, which made the Dishin Mansion Alliance a little irritated. The divine fortune teller also made calculations and sighed, discovering that the heavens were in chaos. There would be big changes in the future, and catastrophes might come early. This made many powerful people become more solemn and determined to find out the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion and Wei Wei at any cost. In fact, the divine fortune teller wants to take advantage of the luck of the forces and use the forbidden magic of heaven. After debate, it was finally recognized by many forces, and it began to use luck as a guide, and gradually met the conditions for using the forbidden technique of heaven's secret. That is, when the top powerhouses made big moves, you also made a breakthrough. With the help of the secret place of the Immortal Mansion, you successfully condensed the supreme Tao fruit, broke through the supreme bottleneck, and realized the supreme level of Tao. In an instant, a terrifying catastrophe was brewing, which alarmed the old monsters in the Immortal Mansion. It also shocked other geniuses to come out and stare at the terrifying catastrophe condensed in the sky. They all have complicated emotions. They didn't expect that you would be the first to realize the truth and realize the supreme truth. However, they remembered that you are the strongest being among them. The geniuses who survived the half-step to the supreme level from the secret realm were all impressed, thinking that this was a matter of course. Next, you look at the heavenly tribulation in the distance, laugh out loud, and are not afraid at all. You fight against the heavenly tribulation and use the power of the heavenly tribulation to refine the supreme Tao fruit and make it more perfect. In the end, you successfully survived the catastrophe and became a powerful supreme being. Although you have just broken through to the supreme level, and your cultivation is only at the early stage of Yuan Zun, but you are physically strong, have divine eyes and talents, you think it is very easy for you to defeat ordinary Earth Supremes now. After you broke through to the Supreme Yuan, the old monsters in the Immortal Mansion were all happy, and other geniuses also came to congratulate you with mixed emotions. You respond to this one by one. Then, you will continue to retreat, hoping to stabilize your cultivation and make your realm perfect. In the blink of an eye, 1 year has passed, and your realm is finally completely stable. That is to say, when you came out of seclusion again, something unexpected happened, and you felt the terrifying aura of destruction appear. This aura of destruction caused your complexion to change drastically. You looked at it with your Piyuan heavenly eye and discovered a very terrifying scene. You find that the entire upper world is dying and seems to be being refined by something. Whether it is the upper world or a monk, they are all in the process of being refined. This made one have to suspect that there was turmoil in the source of darkness. However, something happened that you didn't expect. This was not a turmoil in the source of darkness, but someone refining the 10 universes. When you were frightened, whether it was the Chongqing Gu family, the Immortal Mansion, or the powerful men from other forces, they were all furious. I never expected that someone would do such a crazy thing, trying to refine the 10 universes. It is also refining them together. Although it is said that at the level of the Great Emperor, it is possible to escape into the source of darkness to survive, but no one is willing to do so. What they want to do more is to kill the guy who did such a thing completely. It's just that the fortune teller's forbidden technique has been activated, and the emperors of all parties are unable to move because they are the introduction of luck. Once they leave wantonly, they will encounter the backlash of luck, and the forbidden technique will fail. This has to make everyone suspect that the other party took action after finding this opportunity. Of course, it could also be a coincidence. At this moment, the divine fortune teller was also extremely solemn and accelerated his calculations. Finally, he vomited blood, calculated everything, and roared out the names of Tian Xuanzi and the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion. It turns out that all this is a good thing done by the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion and Tian Xuanzi. Whether it is cooperating with Weird or refining the 10 universes now, it is all within their plans, and their plans are successfully implemented step by step. The founder of Jiuxing Pavilion obtained the Chaos Body, which stood in the universe as the eye of the formation. It was also the time and space forbidden area that was the first of the 10 forbidden areas. At the same time, the 9 stars were allowed to appear in the 9 forbidden areas respectively. With the power of the 9 stars, they surrounded the big universe and formed a world-shaking formation and refined the 10 universes. The purpose of the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion is to refine the 10 universes, make himself an immortal, and at the same time make his chaotic body directly perfect. By then, his combat power and potential will soar to unimaginable levels. This approach is really cruel. It plots against everyone and attempts to destroy everyone. Good guy, I guessed it right again. The founder of Jiuxing Pavilion is really a big boss, and his methods are ruthless. He wants to directly refine the 10 universes, make himself an immortal and perfect the chaotic body. How terrifying it would be if he really succeeded. Wang Ping looked at the content of the tech simulation and was very surprised. However, what was the operator thinking today, and what was his purpose? He was actually cooperating with someone like the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion. He was seeking skin from a tiger. As a quasi-emperor, he could really escape from the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion. The devil's clutches? Once the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion becomes an immortal, he will definitely be eliminated. Even before the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion becomes an immortal, he will be killed. Immediately, Wang Ping thought of Tian Xuanzi again and muttered, "Forget it. It doesn't matter what he thinks. What I have to do is very simple. Kill these people in advance." Soon, Wang Ping gave up thinking and continued to stare at the screen. If nothing else, this simulation should be over. Unless the Immortal Mansion Alliance can stop the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion, that is undoubtedly unlikely. With the scheming and methods of the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion, since he took action, he must be fully confident. The Immortal Mansion Alliance quickly took action. The two quasi-immortals, the Immortal Mansion Ancestor and the Gu family Ancestor, took action together and led many great emperors to kill the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion. At the same time, there are other great emperors who are attacking the 9 stars and the 9 universes, trying to destroy the formation and prevent them from refining the 10 universes. However, they failed in the end and failed to stop the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion. In the end, the 10 universes were refined by the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion, and you were also refined and died. Because of your death, this simulation ends here. The tech simulation stopped here. Many insights and memories flashed through Wang Ping's mind, and his figure also appeared in the simulated place where Wang Ping fell. As expected, I couldn't stop the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion. I can only say that the founder of Jiuxing Pavilion is really too powerful. Wang Ping sighed, feeling quite uneasy. Tiandao has created so many children of destiny. Maybe he wants to save himself. It's a pity that the son of destiny cannot grow up quickly and will also fall. All I can say is that this world is too chaotic. Weird, the forces of the heavens made it impossible for many things to unfold according to the imagined route, and the plot was completely ruined. When Wang Ping sighed, his consciousness flickered, his vision changed, and he returned to the real world. Then, the system sound also rang. Ding, the reward is generated successfully. The host must choose one of the following rewards as a reward. Initial cultivation of Yuan Zun Realm. Light mysterious body. Dark mysterious body. A random quasi-imperial weapon. Is there a mandatory choice reward this time? I don't know what the life simulator is doing. Wang Ping looked at the contents of this reward with subtle eyes and muttered. Then, Wang Ping became a little confused. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Wang Ping always felt that he had to choose cultivation this time, otherwise something might happen. Perhaps the life simulator was reminding him. However, once he chooses to cultivate, the cost of paid simulations will increase to an amount that will give him a headache. Forget it, just trust your intuition. System I choose. Supreme Realm Cultivation. After Wang Ping struggled, he made his choice. Ding, the reward selection was successful and is being distributed. The system voice sounded. Then, Wang Ping felt extremely powerful power emerging from his body. Whether it was his body, mana, or soul, they were all undergoing transformation. At the same time, he also condensed the Supreme Taoist fruit and obtained the heavenly certification. Is this the power of the Supreme? Compared with the half-step Supreme, the improvement is too great. It seems that I have underestimated myself. Wang Ping felt how powerful he was, and when he compared it with the scenes of ordinary Earth Lords taking action that he had seen before, his eyes were filled with brilliance. He always felt that if he fought against an ordinary Earth Lord, it would definitely be easier than he had previously expected. Of course, this is just a battle with ordinary Earth Lords. If you face those talented people who are qualified to prove the Tao, quasi-emperors, or even great emperors, it will still be difficult to defeat them. However, this is difficult to defeat, and this is based on the premise that he does not use those talents and only relies on his own combat power. Otherwise, the situation will have to be calculated differently. That is, when Wang Ping was analyzing his own combat power, a strange beam of light suddenly descended on the Tai Imperial Palace and directly hit the formation of the Tai Imperial Palace. However, even with a large defense formation, this strange beam of light still came in. To be precise, this beam of light penetrated weirdly, shot in the direction of Wang Ping, and directly penetrated Wang Ping's body. Even though Wang Ping was already at the Yuan Zun realm, he was unable to react and was directly penetrated by the strange beam of light. When Wang Ping reacted, he broke into a cold sweat and quickly checked his own situation. Alpha, what was that thing just now? Why did it appear here and penetrate my body? Is it some kind of curse? Wang Ping couldn't find any problem. So he asked in his heart with an ugly expression. It's not a curse, but a rare prop for positioning and sniping. This kind of prop is extremely rare. What you just encountered should be a prop that can snipe and kill monks below the Supreme Realm at a fixed point. Even the existence that surpasses the Great Emperor will have difficulty in obtaining one from Tianyuan. Obtaining this thing has nothing to do with cultivation. It depends solely on special games and luck. Alpha's voice rang out. In other words, if your cultivation just now was lower than the Supreme level, you would be dead. This sniper-type prop takes targeted kills to the extreme. It can kill the enemy regardless of distance, and after killing the enemy cannot be resurrected unless the opponent has a resurrection item or ability that is higher than this item. Wang Ping fell into silence, listening to Alpha's words. Damn it, does this damn place like the Paradise of Heavens even have such props? Targeted sniping is too outrageous. However, fortunately this thing is extremely rare. Otherwise Wang Ping would really be restless. Why are you so calm? I almost died. Wang Ping rubbed his eyebrows and said to Alpha speechlessly, You won't die. Even though none of the talents you have now can stop the attack just now. As long as enough world sources are consumed, I can still protect you. Alpha's cold voice sounded. Well, Wang Ping was silent. Well, this can be regarded as a waste of money and a disaster. Although I don't know how much world source will be consumed, it must be an astronomical figure. Wang Ping's own world source alone is probably not enough.